I awoke from a long coma, only to find myself in a fantastical realm where destiny awaited. In this new world, I unlocked the Chance Critical Strike system, a powerful tool that doubles rewards whenever I bestow opportunities upon others. As I navigated this enchanted landscape, I stumbled upon shocking revelations. My eldest brother, Jiangyu, had consumed the residual soul of an emperor, while my third brother, Jiang Daxin, possessed a gluttonous divine body, capable of devouring anything in his path. With each strategic investment I made, our family's power grew exponentially. We became known as the three emperors of one family, an unstoppable force in this universe. It all began with my decision to share the remnants of supreme power, setting us on a path to invincibility. The adventures and challenges that lay ahead would test us, but united, we were destined to reign supreme. Hanwu Tianyu. Kamikaze City, the Jiang family. Ugh, a soft groan escaped me as I opened my eyes, staring blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings. Where am I? Hiss, before I could finish my thought, a sharp pain shot through my head, and an overwhelming flood of foreign memories surged into my mind. The four major families. The second young master of the Jiang family. Jiang Chen. Did I travel through time? As I processed the strange new information, a mix of shock and disbelief washed over me. Moments ago, I was just a regular guy on Blue Star, gaming at an internet cafe with my roommate. Now, I'd woken up in this unfamiliar world. The more I sifted through these memories, the more bizarre it all seemed. My heart raced with both awe and trepidation as I uncovered the truth. This was the Hangu heavenly domain, where martial arts reigned supreme. Here, cultivation could elevate a person to godlike heights, allowing them to embrace the moon in the heavens or overturn the seas and rivers below. Cultivation levels: Body Forging Realm, Divine Sea Realm, Creation Realm, Cave Heaven Realm, Shattering Void Realm, Three Soul Realm, Life and Death Realm, Tao Harmony Realm. However, my excitement was short-lived. My new identity came with complications. I was indeed part of a prestigious family, one of the four major families in Kamikaze City. My father, while not the patriarch, was a powerful figure second only to the head of the family. But there was a catch. The body I now inhabited had abysmal cultivation talent. The original Jiang Chen had only managed to reach the 5th level of cultivation through heavy reliance on medicinal pills. Worse still, he was an arrogant fool, oblivious to his shortcomings, and spent his days in drunken indulgence. Not long ago, this very lifestyle had led him to trouble. While drinking with the second son of the Shao family at Tianshan Pavilion, Jiang Chen had been flattered into a drunken stupor. Somewhere in that haze, he'd felt a sharp prick, like a needle, and had passed out. Now, rolling up my sleeve, I spotted a small puncture mark on my arm. It was nearly invisible but unmistakable. A chilling realization hit me: the original Jiang Chen had been poisoned, and I was now the accidental beneficiary of his demise. Someone wanted him dead, I muttered, my heart pounding. But now that I was here, I vowed to turn things around. My fate is my own to control. In this world of martial might, I wouldn't let anyone pull the strings of my life, not again. System, are you there? I asked tentatively, remembering how most protagonists in stories like this had some sort of cheat ability. Opportunity Critical Strike system is being bound. Well. Listening to the notification sound in his mind, Jiang Chen felt shocked and angry. I was surprised that I really called out a system, and the reason why I was angry was that this system didn't give a big gift package to novices, but it also wanted to give myself 10 big dicks. Who can bear this? Jiang Chen, system, you $$ and $, please turn on the microphone to communicate, at last. After Jiang Chen had a friendly exchange, the system did not issue the rewards. Jiang Chen, system, what is your critical strike for? What help can you provide me? The host can trigger the system's critical hit compensation by giving his opportunity to others, and the critical hit multiplier is random, after an introduction to the system. Jiang Chen finally figured out his role. As long as he gave the opportunity in his hand to others, the system would randomly generate a critical hit multiplier, forming a new reward and return it to himself. The higher the multiplier, the better the reward. And the lowest magnification is still 2 times. Dong dong dong. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside the house. Second young master, what a happy event, a great happy event. Subsequently, an attentive voice came from outside the door. Creek Jiang Chen opened the door and immediately saw a man with sinister features and stern eyes. He was about 20 years old and had the 3rd level of physical training. At this time, with an excited smile on his face, he learned from the memories in his mind that this man's name was Chen Ming, and he was his most proud henchman. However, Jiang Qin discovered that although this guy had a smile on his face, when he saw him walking out of the house, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his expression looked a little gloomy. Realizing this, and considering that the original host died in his room for no apparent reason, Jiang Qin immediately realized that there must be something wrong with this guy. However, Jiang Qin controlled the expression on his face very well and turned his gaze to Chen Ming, who was directly in front of him. He asked in a deep voice, "What happy event is this? You've been yelling here so early in the morning. If you don't give me a satisfactory reason, I will have to break your legs today." Forehead. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming was stunned for a while, and then quickly calmed down his doubts. Flattery said, "Second young master, the eldest lady of the Yun family has brought people to the Jiang family and is now in the reception hall." The eldest lady of the Yun family? Jiang Chen, are you talking about Yun Shishue? Chen Ming, that's right, it's Yun Shishue. She is accompanied this time by the elder of the Luo Yun sect. The Luo Yun sect exists on par with the imperial dynasty. There are countless powerful people in the sect. If you can join them, your family's status will also rise. Jiang Chen, are you sick? What does Yun Shishue's coming to Jiang's house have to do with me? What kind of happy event is this? The words fell. Jiang Chen was ready to give this guy a big slap in the face. But not before he takes action. Chen Ming spoke again. "Master, the reason why they came to Jiang's house this time is to break off the engagement with that good.4.nothing Jiang Yu. The master said that as long as we seize this opportunity, we can successfully seize the position of the head of the family. By then, young master, you will be the young head of the Jiang family. This is of course a happy event." Jiang Chen quickly searched in his mind. Jiang Yu is the son of Jiang Wenkang, the head of the Jiang family. He is one of the few geniuses in the Jiang family. Unfortunately, he had an accident while outing and lost all his talent for cultivation. As the eldest lady of the Yun family, Yun Shishue made an engagement with Jiang Yu after a lot of back and forth due to Jiang Wenkang's kindness to the Yun family and the cooperation between the two aristocratic families. Actually, if nothing else happens, the two will eventually come together. But not long after Jiang Yu's accident, Yun Shishue was accepted as an inner disciple on the recommendation of a disciple of the Luo Yun sect. That's why the relationship between the Jiang Yun family became more subtle, and Jiang Chen heard that the reason why Jiang Yu was injured seemed to have something to do with Yun Shishue. But no one knows the specific reasons yet. As for his father, he has been coveting the position of the head of the family over the years and constantly causing trouble for Jiang Wenkang. There is constant competition within the Jiang family. Forehead. Genius turned into waste? Fiancé comes to break off the engagement? Jiang Chen, how does this seem familiar? Isn't my eldest brother the son of destiny? This made Jiang Chen think of something. 30 years to the east of the river and 30 to the west of the river, don't bully young people into poverty. Looking at Jiang Chen in a daze, Chen Ming couldn't help but speak again. "Master, let's go there quickly. That trash Jiang Yu should be here soon." However, as soon as Chen Ming finished speaking, Jiang Chen gave him a big dick. He said in a cold voice, "Pay attention to your identity. Although my eldest brother has regressed in cultivation, he is still the young master of the Jiang family. If you dare to do the following next time, I will kill you." Thump. Chen Ming, "Master, spare your life. I never dare to do it again." Looking at Jiang Chen's eyes full of murderous intent, although Chen Ming looked confused at this moment, his reaction was not slow. "Kneel down and beg for mercy immediately." Looking at Chen Ming, who kept kowtowing, Jiang Chen looked extremely calm and just stared at him indifferently. Jiang Chen pondered for a while. He said in a cold voice, "Okay, let me let you go this time. If there is a next time, don't blame me for being merciless." Chen Ming, "Thank you, master, for your kindness. I promise it will never happen again." The words fell. Chen Ming lowered his head heavily, a look of resentment flashed in his eyes, and his expression looked a bit ferocious. However, when he raised his head again, the expression on his face turned to panic again, making it impossible to see anything strange, and he was perfectly controlled. After Jiang Chen glanced at Chen Ming, he strode towards the main hall and soon arrived at the reception hall. As soon as I entered the main hall, Jiang Chen felt that the atmosphere was a bit solemn. The person sitting in the main seat was not the family leader Jiang Wenkang. It was actually a strange old man. And next to the old man, sitting there was a young woman wearing a purple robe with an exquisite face. She had a standard oval face, picturesque eyebrows, and cherry dot-like red lips that made people want to stop. This person is none other than the eldest lady of the Yun family, Yun Shishue. At this time, As the head of the family, Jiang Wenkong sat on the elders' table, and beside him stood a boy of 18 or 19 years old. This young man has sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, long black hair scattered freely on his shoulders, and an unusually handsome face. As soon as I saw this young man, Jiang Chen immediately recognized the other party's identity. He was Jiang Yu, Jiang Wenkong's son, and the protagonist who broke off the engagement today. Only, this original genius of the Jiang family is now not as advanced as himself, so it's no wonder that people come to his house to break off the engagement. I have to say, there is really nothing to say about the Jiang family's appearance. Judging from the current situation, the two parties have almost reached an agreement, and I came at the right time. Chen come here. At this moment, a shout came from the left side, which instantly attracted Jiang Chen's attention. Jiang Chen found out after following the sound. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man about 40 years old, although his face looked a little vicissitudes of life. But it didn't affect his handsome appearance at all. This middle-aged man spoke. It is his cheap father in this life, Jiang Wenqing. After retracting his gaze, Jiang Chen walked towards Jiang Wenqing. Father. After saying hello softly, Jiang Chen naturally sat down on the seat next to him. Just then, Jiang Wenqing handed a brocade box towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, father, what is this? Jiang Wenqing, I prepared this specially for you. Put it away first and take a look at it yourself when you get back. The words fell. Jiang Wenqing smiled and looked at Jiang Chen with doting eyes. After receiving the brocade box, Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and immediately showed a look of surprise, because in this brocade box, there was actually 100-year-old red-blooded Ganoderma lucidum. To know, the value of this thing is not small. Even with my father's current status, he purchased such a century-old Ganoderma lucidum. I'm afraid it will cost a lot of money. Seeing the doting look in Jiang Wenqing's eyes, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel touched. Jiang Chen had just sat down not long ago. Jiang Yu raised his head and looked at Yun Shishue directly above him. He spoke slowly, I have no objection to breaking off the engagement, but the Yun family must return all the betrothal gifts given by the Jiang family. As soon as Jiang Yu said this, Yun Shishue immediately smiled. He said softly, okay, no problem. Papa, the words fell. Yun Shishue gently clapped her hands. As soon as the noise was heard, a group of servants quickly walked in from outside the hall, carrying many trays in their hands. There are a lot of aura-filled jewelry in the tray, which are extraordinary at first glance. It is not difficult to tell from this. The Jiang family invested a lot of money at that time. Except jewelry. There is a box with bright golden light at the back. As soon as the box is opened, it contains a box full of spiritual stones. See these spiritual stones. The eyes of the elders of the Jiang family immediately lit up, and many elders showed fiery looks in their eyes. Looking at the reactions of everyone in the Jiang family, the smile at the corner of Yun Shishue's mouth became stronger, and there was a touch of disdain in her eyes. He spoke again, in addition to the betrothal gift, this box of spiritual stones can be regarded as compensation for the Jiang family at this time. Yun Shishue's face was full of pride. However, Jiang Yu didn't look at the box of spiritual stones, but kept searching among the accessories. After some investigation, Jiang Yu frowned. He said in a deep voice, isn't your betrothal gift wrong? Why is my mother's Panlong jade pendant not included? As soon as Jiang Yu said this, Yun Shishue's smile suddenly froze, and there was a strange look in her eyes, but she quickly calmed it down. I accidentally lost the jade pendant. It's just an ordinary jade pendant. These spiritual stones can completely make up for the loss. As soon as Yun Shishue said these words, Jiang Yu's expression immediately sank. He stared at the other person intently. Being stared at by Jiang Yu's cold eyes, Yun Shishue felt uncomfortable all over, but she calmed down quickly. His expression became extremely indifferent. The arrogance is clearly revealed. It's just a broken jade pendant. Junior sister Yun has compensated you with so many spiritual stones. You should be satisfied. Greed can kill people. Just then, a voice slowly came out. Jiang Chen looked for the voice and found that the speaker was a man in black robes about 20 years old. At this time, the man looked at Jiang Yu proudly, but when he turned to look at Xiang Yun Shishue, his eyes were full of admiration. Jiang Yu on the side reacted immediately. These two must have had an affair. Faced with the threat from the man in black robe, Jiang Yu did not make any response, and still stared at Yun Shishue. Jiang Wenkong's face looked a little ugly. Other side. Seeing Jiang Yu's silence, Jiang Wenqing's eyes immediately showed emotion, and he was about to take the initiative to say something sarcastic and ask Jiang Yu to quickly take out the marriage certificate. This way, not only could he take the opportunity to impeach Jiang Wenkan, but he could also use these spiritual stones for his own use to help his son improve his strength. But just when Jiang Wenqing was about to stand up and speak, he noticed someone pressing down on his arm. This made him pause slightly. I looked down and realized it. It was his son Jiang Chen, who was shaking his head slightly at him, and the meaning was obvious. Just tell him not to speak. Looking at his son's firm eyes, although Jiang Wenqing didn't understand what was going on, he could only sit back slowly. Seeing that Jiang Wenqing didn't speak, the other elders naturally didn't speak either and just watched quietly. Jiang Yu didn't reply. The man in black robe's eyes immediately turned cold. Just as he was about to speak again, Jiang Yu's voice came out, I can ignore other things, but the Panlong jade pendant must be returned. Jiang Yu's attitude was very determined. Seeing Jiang Yu being so ignorant, Yun Shishue's eyes immediately turned cold, and the surrounding temperature couldn't help but drop a little. He said in a cold voice, I told you, I lost my jade pendant. Is it interesting for you to keep pestering me? Offending the Yun family will not do any good to your Jiang family. The other two aristocratic families have already been eyeing you, at this time. Yun Shishue directly threatened Jiang Yu. Her meaning was obvious. If Jiang Yu continues to act recklessly, the Yun family will unite with the other two aristocratic families to suppress the Jiang family. Seeing Yun Shishue's confident look, Jiang Yu's eyes turned cold. Actually, Yun Shishue came to the Jiang family to break off the engagement. Jiang Yu himself didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, he didn't care about the engagement. If you retreat, you will retreat. But now she actually wants to take possession of the jade pendant left by her mother. This move completely angered Jiang Yu. Stop inking and take out the marriage certificate. The man in black robe urged again. Suppress the anger in my heart. Jiang Yu spoke again, let me ask one last time, where is the Panlong jade pendant? Touch Yun Shishue, Jiang Yu, if you continue to be ungrateful, don't blame me for being rude. Yun Shishue slapped the table and stood up from her seat, the murderous intent in her eyes undisguised. At this time, she had murderous intentions. Jiang Yu, okay, then I will do as you wish. You can take the betrothal gift back by yourself. You don't have to pay it back. As soon as Jiang Yu said this, everyone immediately showed a look of doubt. I saw. Jiang Yu walked to the desk. He picked up the pen and wrote a big word Hu directly. Subsequently, he threw the paper he was writing on to Yun Shishue. He said in a cold voice, from now on, you and I will never have any entanglements. I will take the Panlong jade pendant back with my own hands. Jiang Yu looked serious. He looked directly at Yun Shishue above. After taking the paper. Looking at the huge word Hu that filled the entire paper, Yun Shishue was slightly startled for a moment, and then she came to her senses. Endless murderous intent burst out from her body, and her body trembled slightly. Hanqing said, are you going to divorce me? Kakaka, the words just fell. Yun Shishue's black hair danced wildly, her aura kept rising, and her burning murderous intent spurted out, her eyes fixed on Jiang Yu. As she got angry, a lot of ice crystals appeared around, the temperature in the hall dropped rapidly, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Wow, as Yun Shishue said these words, there was an uproar in the hall. Other side. As the plot continues to develop, Jiang Chen became more and more sure of his guess, his elder brother must be something special. But, this unique divorce letter? But Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. After hearing the word divorce, the old man in the front seat also turned cold, and slowly opened his slightly narrowed eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely depressing. At the same time, Yun Shishue once again couldn't suppress the anger in her heart. He shouted in a cold voice, if you dare to humiliate me like this, you are seeking death. The words fell. Yun Shishue's murderous arm quickly condensed ice crystals, and the aura around her body quickly rioted, and she rushed towards Jiang Yu. Other side. The man in black robe originally wanted to take action, but after seeing Yun Shishue using the power of ice, he immediately chose to wait and watch. With Yun Shishue's strength at the 6th level of the body forging realm, coupled with her own ice body, even the ordinary 9th level of body forging is no match for her, let alone a little Jiang Yu. Jiang Wenkang, be careful. Seeing that Yun Shishue launched a direct attack, Jiang Wenkang quickly mobilized his own energy and raised his hand to grab it. The other party took action. Jiang Wenkang immediately noticed something was wrong, so Jiang Yu trained his body to the first level to avoid being hit by Yin Shishue head-on. That is definitely life and death. At this time, Jiang Wenkang's eyes turned blood red. The strength of the third level of the Divine Sea Realm exploded in full force. Boom! However, just as Jiang Wenkang was halfway out, the elder on the front seat narrowed his eyes slightly, and a terrifying pressure instantly filled the air. As soon as this pressure appeared, Jiang Wenkang and everyone in the Jiang family froze, as if a huge mountain was pressing on them. The body was imprisoned in place. Ah, crucial moment. Jiang Wenkang gritted his teeth and broke through the old man's aura blockade, quickly blocking Jiang Yu. Boom! But he was still a little slower. Although he withstood most of the attacks, there were still many aftermaths that fell on Jiang Yu. Puff! Boom! Jiang Yu spurted a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards, hitting the doorframe nearby. Other than that, the whole body was quickly covered by ice crystals. Jiang Wenkang, you're... See this scene. Jiang Wenkang's eyes were about to burst, but the old man's momentum surged again, and he was unable to move at all at this time. Yun Shishue, you are so cruel. Jiang Wenkang turned to look at Yun Shishue, and a deep roar came from his mouth. Humph, he is just looking for death. Facing Jiang Wenkang's roar, Yun Shishue looked disdainful and did not take him seriously at all. The sudden change left no one with time to react, and they felt the terrifying pressure on the old man. The expressions of the elders of the Jiang family became extremely horrified. But seeing the head of his family being bullied like this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness and anger in his heart. How they usually fight is a family matter, but now that they have been bullied to their faces, they naturally can no longer fight in a nest. Jiang Wenqing also had gloomy eyes, and slowly stood up from his seat, looking at the old man directly in front of him. Hey, he's not dead. Looking at Jiang Yu, who kept coughing up blood, the man in black robe beside him couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise. Brush, the figure moved. The man in black robe quickly came to Jiang Yu, then raised his arm and prepared to give him a fatal blow. Okay, that's it. Just then, the first old man stood up slowly, and a dull voice came out of his mouth. As soon as the old man said this, the man in black robe turned and looked at him. He said in a deep voice, Mr. Chen, this guy dares to humiliate junior sister Shishue like this, we can't just let him go. While talking, the man in black robe looked at Yun Shishue with a soft face. The old man waved his hand gently, this guy is already useless. There is no need to do anything more to prevent others from gossiping. Our Luoyun sect is not the kind of sect that bullies the smaller ones. Listening to the old man's sanctimonious words, Jiang Wenkang's lungs almost exploded with anger. Other side. As soon as the old man said this, the man in black robe slowly retracted his palm and looked at Jiang Yu with disdain in his eyes. You're lucky, I'll spare your life today. Seeing that the man in black robe failed to kill Jiang Yu, Yun Shishue couldn't help showing a look of disappointment, but she quickly hid it. Damn it, if I had known earlier I should have used all my strength. Think of this. Yun Shishue couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Now the elder himself spoke. It's impossible for her to take action again, but Jiang Yu was seriously injured by his own palm. He was completely disabled for the rest of his life and could no longer pose any threat to him. Think of this. Yun Shishue couldn't help but feel much better. Think for a moment. The old man glanced at everyone proudly. He said in a cold voice, for the sake of the Yun family, I won't argue with you today, so you can take care of yourself. The words fell. The old man stood up from his seat and walked out of the hall. Yun Shishue glanced at Jiang Yu indifferently, and then followed him out without any nostalgia. Other side. Jiang Chen took advantage of the confrontation and quickly came to Jiang Yu's side and helped him up. Looking at the three people walking away, she couldn't help but said, Yun Shishue, you look down on my eldest brother Jiang Yu today, you will regret it one day. Upon hearing this, the leading old man couldn't help but stop and looked back in Jiang Chen's direction with a sarcastic expression. Regret? Just because you are not worthy, you are just a few trash, and you dare to talk so shamelessly. Ha ha, I really don't know how high the world is. The black robe on the side heard this. He also laughed and opened his mouth. There was disdain between his eyebrows. Subsequently, the three of them left without looking back. Wait until the three of them are gone. The hall fell into a brief silence, and they looked at Jiang Chen strangely. To know. Usually Jiang Chen and Jiang Yu are very difficult to deal with. At this time, instead of adding insult to injury, he actually took the initiative to speak for Jiang Yu. This was really unusual. Even Jiang Wenqing on the side. They all fell into a state of astonishment. Jiang Yu raised his head and glanced at Jiang Chen beside him, recalling what he said just now. His expression couldn't help but become firm again. Not only that, his perception of Jiang Chen also changed a lot. Ahem. Jiang Yu kept coughing, blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, and his breath became extremely disordered. Jiang Wenkang, are you okay? After coming back to his senses, Jiang Wenkang rushed over, took Jiang Yu from Jiang Chen, and quickly gave him a few healing pills. After seeing clearly the injuries on Jiang Yu's body, his face became very ugly, considering Jiang Yu's current injury. Ordinary elixirs have no effect at all. If the injury cannot be controlled in a short period of time, he may not be able to practice cultivation in this life. But now something happened suddenly. Even if Jiang Wenkang had the ability to purchase the elixir, he would not be able to collect it in a short period of time. Just when he was at his wit's end, Jiang Chen on the side said quickly, "Uncle, use this to heal your brother's injuries. He should be able to help him recover." Jiang Wenkang looked up. It was discovered that Jiang Chen actually held a brocade box in his hand. In the box is a blood-red Ganoderma lucidum. After noticing the fluctuation of the breath above, Jiang Wenkang showed a look of joy on his face. Jiang Wenkang, Xiaochen, Jiang Wenqing on the side saw this scene. His expression immediately changed. Jiang Wenqing, Shunner, I prepared this Ganoderma lucidum specially for you. Jiang Wenqing didn't say the next words. But the meaning is already obvious. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at his father. He spoke softly, "Dad, we are born from the same roots, why are we in a hurry to get along? We are a family." Boom! As soon as Jiang Chen said these words, thunder suddenly exploded in Jiang Wenqing's mind. After being stunned for a while, a look of relief appeared on his face. We are born from the same roots, so why rush each other? Jiang Wenqing, Shunner, it's better that you take the long-term view. It's because your father is stupid. The other elders listened to this. He lowered his head and thought unconsciously. Subsequently, Jiang Wenqing turned his attention to Jiang Wenkang, who was standing aside. He spoke softly, "Brother, just accept it. Stabilize Xiaoyu's injury first, and then accept it after the elixir is gone." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenkang nodded heavily, took the elixir from Jiang Chen's hand, and the corners of his eyes became a little moist. To know. Ever since he became the head of the family, Jiang Wenqing hasn't called him big brother for a long time. This long-lost sense of intimacy. It made him feel very deep inside. Jiang Wenkang, second brother, I will go to treat Xiaoyu's injuries first. When his injury is stable, I will come back to you, eldest brother. Jiang Wenqing, okay. The words fell. Jiang Wenkang quickly led Jiang Yu towards the courtyard. Listen to the chime in your head. Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement in his eyes. The system really didn't lie to me. It actually triggered the critical hit reward. This not only solved the family conflict, but also doubled my income. It can be said that it kills two birds with one stone. Think of this. Jiang Chen was even more excited. After talking with his father for a while, Jiang Chen walked towards his room. Since he still had to do some finishing work, Jiang Wenqing left with a group of elders. Soon, the news that Jiang Yu divorced his wife spread throughout the entire Xinfeng city. It immediately caused an uproar. Not long ago, there was news that the elder of Luo Yun sect brought Yin Shishue to cancel the engagement. Now there is news of divorce. This contrast is really too big. Facing this news, while everyone was surprised, they also maintained a skeptical attitude in their hearts, but the Yun family did not respond for a long time, making this matter even more confusing. Crack. After Jiang Chen returned to his courtyard, he did not see Chen Ning's figure, which made his expression even colder. What a dog slave who eats from the inside. It seems that the death of the original host is definitely related to you. He did not dwell on this matter. Jiang Chen closed the door casually. Then Jiang Chen quickly called up the system page and took out a spiritual medicine from the storage space. Looking at this spiritual medicine that seemed to be soaked in blood, Jiang Chen showed a touch of excitement on his face. As soon as the spiritual medicine appeared, a special fragrance appeared in the room, and Jiang Chen felt that all the pores on his body were dilated a lot. System, if I swallow it directly, will my body explode and die? Ding! Host, don't worry, this 1000-year-old red blood Ganoderma lucidum is a tonic spiritual medicine. Although it can cleanse your body, Its medicinal effect is not as strong as other spiritual medicines, and it will only cause a little pain. There is no risk of explosion. After hearing what the system said, the worry on Jiang Chen's face was swept away. Take the red blood Ganoderma lucidum and take a bite. His body is too weak. Since this thing can cleanse the body and achieve the effect of rebirth, the so-called pain can naturally be ignored. Entrance of spiritual medicine. A sweet taste instantly came out of Jiang Chen's mouth, which made his eyes brighten. At first, he thought it would be very bitter, but he didn't expect that the taste was quite good. As the spiritual medicine went down his stomach, Jiang Chen felt that except for a little heat in his body, there was indeed no sign of qi riot, and his courage became a lot bigger. Crack, crack, crack. In a short while, this spiritual medicine was swallowed by Jiang Chen. Boom. As time passed, the originally dormant blood began to surge, and the meridians in the body expanded rapidly. Hiss. With the continuous rush of blood, a sharp pain instantly spread throughout the body, and it was still getting stronger. This pain almost made Jiang Chen pass out directly. Jiang Chen, I fuck it this time. Jiang Chen felt that he had been fooled. This was not just a little pain, it was so painful that his liver and gallbladder were broken. Screams kept coming out of Jiang Chen's mouth. He really wanted to ask the system to turn on the microphone to communicate now. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, and the intense pain in his body came one after another like a storm hitting the shore. But Jiang Chen did not gain nothing. His own strength was also rising rapidly. The peak of the 5th level of the body-building realm. The 6th level of the body-building realm. The 7th level of the body-building realm. The perfection of the 10th level of the body-building realm. Not only that, a lot of dirt appeared outside Jiang Chen's body, and a foul smell filled the air. Unknowingly, 3 hours passed. The pain in Jiang Chen's body gradually faded, and his originally white robe turned into pure black at this time. Swish! Plop! Jiang Chen suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes, held his breath and rushed out of the room quickly. Jumped into the backyard pond. After a while, the originally clear and transparent pond gradually changed color, and the fish in the pond also turned up their white bellies and floated directly on the water. Fish, please turn on the microphone to communicate. Splash! After cleaning the dirt on his body, Jiang Chen suddenly exerted force on his back foot and jumped out of the pool. Looking at his baby-like skin, a satisfied look appeared on his face. What a good bone cleansing! Not only has it increased the speed of spiritual energy absorption, but it has also become more friendly with this world. Crack, crack. Slightly clenching his fist, Jiang Chen suddenly punched forward, and a huge wave of air gushed out instantly. Boom! After a loud bang, the huge stone 5 feet away shattered with a sound, and the broken stones scattered all over the ground, and a gust of wind blew around. Jiang Chen, what? What a strong power! Seeing that his punch was so powerful, Jiang Chen showed a touch of excitement on his face. Ha! After a long sigh of relief, Jiang Chen walked towards the house and quickly changed into a white robe. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from a distance. Jiang Chen looked out through the crack of the window and soon found Chen Ming. This guy's face was extremely gloomy at this time, and his eyes revealed a fierce look, but as he kept getting closer, his face showed a flattering expression again. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen admired this guy's acting skills. This guy disappeared for a whole morning, and he came to find me at this time. It seems that the person behind him can't help it. In fact, think about it carefully. Jiang Chen can probably guess who is behind this. Now that the outside world knows that the young head of the Jiang family has become a waste, as long as he is eliminated, there will be no one left in the Jiang family's descendants. This way, they can take advantage of this period of time to slowly annex the Jiang family, thereby increasing their own strength. That's right. Although the Jiang family is one of the 4 great families, for some unknown reason, the number of people is very small. In addition to Jiang Yu and Jiang Chen, although there are several peers in the clan, their talents are even worse. Several people even gave up martial arts and turned to literature. Dong dong dong, Master Jiang Chen, are you asleep? Hearing Chen Ming's shout, Jiang Chen showed a smile and slowly walked towards the door of the room. Creak, the door opens. Jiang Chen stared at Chen Ming. He said in a cold voice, "What's wrong? You came to see me in the middle of the night. Did something happen?" Being watched by Jiang Chen like this, Chen Ming had a very uncomfortable feeling. Ever since Jiang Chen woke up, he felt that his personality had changed a lot. He pondered for a while. Chen Ming quickly suppressed the doubts in his heart. Flattery said, Master Jiang Chen, didn't you ask me to inquire about Miss Mingyue? It's been confirmed that she will go to Tianxiang Pavilion tonight, so I came to inform you. Miss Mingyue? Tianxiang Pavilion? After hearing these keywords, Jiang Chen immediately recalled it, as if such a thing really happened. Tianxiang Pavilion was Yuan Jiang Chen's favorite place, and Miss Mingyue, as Chen Ming said, was the oiran inside. The full name is Shangguan Mingyue. She would go to Tianxiang Pavilion to play music from time to time. Unlike other women from Tianxiang Pavilion, Shangguan Mingyue did not sell herself as a performer. Yuan Jiangchen accidentally saw the other party's appearance and was deeply attracted to her from then on. He sent people to find out the news every day. As long as Shangguan Mingyue goes to Tianxiang Pavilion, Yuan Jiangchen will definitely arrive at the scene on time. At this time, Jiangchen finally realized why Chen Ming disappeared for a whole day. His relationship was arranged by himself. Although I arranged it myself. But this statement does have a big problem. Other side. Chen Ming saw that Jiangchen didn't speak for a long time. He couldn't help but speak again. Master, the second young master of the Shao family has arrived at Tianxiang Pavilion, and he specifically asked me to bring you a message. Jiangchen, oh, what are you talking about? Chen Ming, he said he didn't have a good time drinking last time and wanted to drink with you again, young master. Moreover, he also prepared a gift for Miss Mingyue, saying that he wanted to pursue her. The words fell. Chen Ming slowly lowered his head. He knew it very well. Jiangchen cares very much about Shangguan Mingyue, and he will definitely not be able to help it when he hears that someone is pursuing him. Really? As soon as Chen Ming said these words, Jiangchen said angrily, what, Xiaoyun dares to take advantage of this young lady? See if I don't teach him a lesson. Let's go to Tianxiang Tower now. The words fell. Jiangchen quickly walked towards the eaves, his face full of anger, as if he was really angry. Looking at Jiangchen who was moving away, Chen Ming slowly raised his head. A smile of triumphant conspiracy appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he took his own steps. Followed quickly however. What he didn't find was Jiangchen, who was walking in front, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sneer. Last time, it was because of Xiaoyun that the original host died in his own house, and he was fulfilled by a strange combination of circumstances. He just woke up today, and Xiaoyun couldn't wait to stimulate himself. He was already able to express a lot of questions. Since you want to kill me so much, the young master will have some fun with you tonight and see who dies in the end. Think of this. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with cold light. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen came to an attic. On the plaque were the words Tianxiang Tower and the surrounding area was brightly lit. As soon as he saw Jiang Chen's figure, an old woman came over immediately. No one has arrived yet. The voice came over first, second young master Jiang, you came on time. Miss Mingyue will be here soon. We have a few new girls here today. I wonder if you, Mr. Jiang, are interested? Come on, girls, let second young master Jiang take a look. As the old woman finished speaking, several young women walked out of the attic, their slender waists exposed to the air, and their reddish cheeks like a ripe sole, making people want to take a bite. I have to say, these women are indeed beauties. But when he recalled Shangguan Mingyue's face and cheeks in his mind, as well as her temperament like that of the Nine Heavens' mysterious lady, Jiang Chen instantly felt dull and devoid of any sexual interest. He waved his hand gently. He said, no need, I am here today only for Miss Mingyue and have no interest in anyone else. Upon hearing this, the smile on the old woman's face grew wider. He spoke again, young Master Jiang is so affectionate. I believe you will get your wish. Your special private room has always been reserved. Just go up there. Jiang Chen nodded slightly to indicate the situation. He walked towards Tianxiang Pavilion. Tianxiang Pavilion is divided into 3 floors. The price of each floor is different. The first floor has the most people. You only need 10 gold coins to book yourself a seat there. As for other services, it's a different matter. Since Shangguan Mingyue will be performing today, the first floor has already been overcrowded. Under the gaze of everyone, Jiang Chen went straight to the 3rd floor. He did not go to his usual private room, but was led by Chen Ming. Walked towards a luxury private room on the left. Come to the door of the private room. He found that there were many people standing outside, but they had no intention of stopping Jiang Chen, so Chen Ming stepped aside knowingly. Creak. Jiang Chen pushed the door straight in and found 2 people sitting in the private room, one of whom looked a little thin. His face also looks a bit vulgar. But there was a lot of sternness in his eyes. And next to the skinny man, sitting there was a man of similar age to him. This man was wearing a brocade robe, with sinister eyes and a cold face. At first glance, he is not a kind person. The skinny man is naturally the second young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Yun. As for the man sitting next to him, he is the third young master of the Bai family, Bai Hongfei. Look at the dignity of these two people. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Birds of a feather flock together, and people flock together. These two guys look like they are not good people at first glance, they look like villains. Think of this. Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a look of disgust in his eyes. Other side. After Xiaoyun saw Jiang Chen's figure, his eyes showed a hint of surprise at first, and then quickly calmed down. A quick fake smile appeared on his face. He spoke in a sharp voice, "Second young master Jiang, if you don't come here, Miss Mingyue will belong to me, Xiaoyun. Looking at the entire kamikaze city, only your appearance can compete with mine. Others really can't compete with me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt his stomach churn and he almost vomited out his overnight meal. I have a new understanding of Xiaoyun's shamelessness. As for Bai Hongfei on the side, after glancing at Jiang Chen indifferently, he drank by himself without any intention of opening his mouth. Jiang Chen randomly found a seat and sat down. He responded calmly, "Second young master Xiao, you specifically called me here today just to talk about this, right?" Xiaoyun, "Hey, of course not." He pondered for a while. Xiaoyun spoke again, "We have also heard about the Jiang family. Jiang Yu and his son have offended the Luo Yun sect. Although nothing will happen on the surface, there is no guarantee that someone will take action secretly. Second young master Jiang, haven't you always wanted to be the young head of the Jiang family? We can actually cooperate, oh?" Jiang Chen deliberately showed a hint of interest. Asked, "How to cooperate?" "Xiaoyun, there must be many people in the Jiang family who are dissatisfied with Jiang Wenkang and his son. This is an excellent opportunity. Our two families can cooperate with your father to impeach Jiang Wenkang and make your father the head of the Jiang family." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen turned his attention to Bai Hongfei, who was standing aside. After noticing Jiang Chen's gaze, Bai Hongfei nodded slightly. He said coldly, "He is right. As long as you agree to cooperate with us, my father will also help, oh?" Jiang Chen played with the wine glass in his hand. His eyes slowly swept over the two of them. "What do I have to give?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun and Bai Hongfei immediately looked at each other and smiled, showing a smile that showed a successful plot. "Xiaoyun, it's very simple. All you need to do is give 3 of your Jiang family's spiritual veins to each of us." Spiritual veins? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. He really didn't expect that these guys would have their thoughts set on this. To know. Spiritual stones are not only the common currency of this world, but also an indispensable thing for cultivation. If one person really promises to give them 30%, the Jiang family will fall in a short time. Figured this out. Jiang Chen looked at the two of them with deep meaning. Then a smile appeared. He spoke loudly, "Thank you both for your kindness. I will consider this matter and will reply to you in 2 days. Miss Mingyue will be here soon, so let's put this matter aside for now." As soon as Jiang Chen said these words, Xiaoyun and Bai Hongfei looked at each other, the smiles on their faces faded a lot, and their expressions looked a little gloomy. They don't understand that yet. Jiang Chen's answer. In fact, it is no different from rejection. The so-called future is just perfunctory. Think of this. There was a hint of killing intent in their eyes. Ha ha ha, he pondered for a while. A burst of laughter came from Xiaoyun's mouth, and when he raised his head again, the original vicious look had long since disappeared. His eyes turned to Jiang Chen. He smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. It's normal to think about this kind of thing more. We are waiting for your good news." Compared to Xiaoyun's hypocritical face, Bai Hongfei on the side said nothing, silently picked up the wineglass and took a sip gently. Miss Mingyue is here." Just then, there was a burst of noise in the private room, which eased the delicate atmosphere a lot, and Jiang Chen slowly raised his head. He looked through the screen in the direction of the sound source. Soon, a beautiful figure appeared in his sight. This beautiful figure is wearing a white dress, with black hair freely scattered on her shoulders, and her eyes are like stars in the sky. It makes people unable to control their gaze towards the past. The woman's face is covered by a white veil, which not only does not reduce her temperament, but adds a mysterious beauty. This beautiful figure walking slowly. It is none other than the protagonist of today's Tianxiang Pavilion, Shangguan Mingyue. Not a moment. Shangguan Mingyue walked into the private room on the top floor. As the screen falls, everyone could only see a blurry figure. Subsequently, a little maid walked out of the screen. He spoke in a crisp voice. My lady said that if anyone can write a poem that satisfies her today, I can spend a night alone with her and enjoy the beautiful moonlight together. The words fell. The little maid quickly retreated. At this time, the entire Tianxiang Pavilion was completely boiling. What, there is such a good thing. Being able to be alone with Miss Mingyue is worth my death. Ha, I am the #1 talent in Kamikaze City. It seems that this opportunity will fall into my hands. Even the dogs won't read the poems you wrote. This opportunity is mine. Discussions continued throughout the attic. Everyone's emotions were very high, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Xiaoyun, what, if you want to write a poem, wouldn't my gift be in vain? Touch after muttering a few words. Xiaoyun slammed the teacup on the table. He knew nothing about writing poetry. However, Bai Hongfei on the side raised the corners of his mouth slightly, with a confident expression on his face. It seems as if victory has been achieved. Complained for a while. Xiaoyun turned his attention to Jiang Chen. He originally thought that the other party would complain like him. But the result is exactly the opposite. At this time, Jiang Chen actually had a calm expression on his face, without the slightest trace of panic, and even felt a little comfortable. Just then, a melodious sound of the piano slowly came from the box, and everyone's discussion stopped immediately. Finished with one song. The lingering sound lingered, and many people were still silent in the beautiful scenery outlined by the sound of the piano, with their eyes slightly closed. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. He had to admit it. This Shangguan Mingyue does have some abilities, and has a strong attainment in the piano, which has reached the level of touching the heartstrings. If she is willing, she can even influence other people's minds. Brush. Jiang Chen picked up the brush beside him and quickly wrote on the paper, then folded it in half. The content Jiang Chen wrote was Shui Tiaogutu by the Northern Song Dynasty poet Su Shi. At this time, it is best to use the things left by the ancestors to show off. Seeing Jiang Chen finish writing it in a short while, Xiaoyun and Bai Hongfei showed a hint of sarcasm in their eyes. In their opinion, Jiang Chen was just doing it to save face. So it's just a show. Off. After retracting his gaze, the two of them recalled the music they had just played carefully, and started writing it slowly, which seemed to be in order. However, Xiaoyun wrote for a long time but couldn't come up with a reason. In the end, someone under him helped write one. Creak. Not a moment. The little girl who just spoke pushed the door open and came in, holding a tray in her hand with a lot of papers on it. After Xiaoyun saw this little girl, he quickly handed over the note in his hand and placed it in a conspicuous place. Finished collecting the note, the little girl turned around and left, heading towards Shangguan Mingyue's box. After entering the box, the little girl pulled down a screen again, blocking everyone's view. In the box, the little girl slowly cleared the note on the plate, opened it and brought it to Shangguan Mingyue. Shangguan Mingyue, Xiaoling, what's wrong with you? Why does your face look so bad? Upon hearing this, the little girl looked up at Shangguan Mingyue. He muttered, Miss, these people dare to claim to be great talents. I can write better than them. Why do you want to ask them to write poems? Isn't this a waste of time? Shangguan Mingyue, anyway, there's nothing to do now. It's been a while since I came to this place. It's good to kill some time. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Upon hearing this, the little girl tidied up the papers honestly. He opened his mouth and replied, okay. Although what these people wrote was not very good, Shangguan Mingyue did not dislike it. Go through them one by one. Just then, Xiaoling made a sound of surprise, which instantly attracted Shangguan Mingyue's attention, and she couldn't help but cast her gaze over. Shangguan Mingyue, Xiaoling, what's wrong? Xiaoling, miss, look at this note. What's written on it seems to be quite special. While talking, Xiaoling looked at the famous spot in the lower left corner of the paper, and the look of surprise on his face became more intense. Xiaoling, it was actually written by the second young master of the Zheng family. The second young master of the Zheng family? Shangguan Mingyue also became interested, and Xiaoling followed him all the time. His literary skills are not much worse than those of martial arts talents. Now he can actually make her show this expression. It must be a well-written poem. After taking the paper in Xiaoling's hand and looking at it, Shangguan Mingyue's eyes narrowed slightly, with a look of surprise on his face. When will the bright moon come? Ask the sky for wine. I wonder what year it is in the palace in the sky. Shangguan Mingyue, I don't know what year it is today in the palace in the sky. When will the bright moon come? This word is a pun. Shangguan Mingyue's expression froze slightly. After savoring this sentence carefully, Shangguan Mingyue couldn't help but stand up from her seat and looked up out of the window. The bright moon hangs in the sky, giving people a sense of tranquility and beauty. Shangguan Mingyue, Xiaoling, go and invite Mr. Jiang. Xiaoling, okay, young lady. The words fell. Xiaoling turned around and walked out. In the attic. When everyone saw the screen being opened again, their eyes showed a strong look of anticipation. Here we go, with my stunning writing style, I will definitely win the heart of a beautiful woman this time. Save it, my Laifu can write better than you. With your little strength, you still want to admire the moon with Miss Mingyue. I, Zhao Dezhu, will be the first to disagree. Yes, I should be the winner, other side. Bai Hongfei also slowly stood up from his seat, his eyes full of confidence. Although he didn't say anything at this time. But the action of preparing to walk out of the box is enough to speak louder than 1,000 words. It can be said that silence is better than sound at this time. Quiet. As Xiaoling's voice came out, the surrounding discussion suddenly stopped, and the entire Tianxiang pavilion became extremely quiet. After everyone calms down, Xiaoling turned her head and looked at Zhang Yu and others' private room. He spoke in a crisp voice, the results this time have come out. Next, I will lead the winner to the attic to meet the lady. When they saw Xiaoling looking towards the private room on the 3rd floor, the others' faces immediately showed a look of disappointment. His expression was full of unwillingness. They clearly know. I have no chance to be on the winning list this time. I noticed Xiaoling's gaze. Before the other party could announce the final result, Bai Hongfei walked directly towards the gate. This is the confidence brought by strength. Xiao Yun is also very knowledgeable. He didn't think that person would be him. After all, Bai Hongfei did have good attainments in this aspect. Creak Xiaoling, Mr. Jiang, please move. The smile on Bai Hong's lips froze. He just opened the door and didn't even have time to speak. The person invited by the other party turned out to be Jiang Chen. Tread. Just then, Jiang Chen took 2 steps forward with an indifferent expression, and soon came to Bai Hongfei. Jiang Chen, please give way. Well. As Jiang Chen finished speaking, the corner of Bai Hongfei's mouth suddenly twitched. Instead of making way for Jiang Chen, he raised his head and looked at Xiaoling. He said in a cold voice, are you mistaken? How could it be Jiang Chen? We know his abilities very well. As soon as these words came out, Xiaoling was immediately unhappy. I saw. Xiaoling turned his attention to Bai Hongfei. She spoke softly, since you don't believe it, then I will read out what you two wrote separately so that you can understand clearly. The words fell. Xiaoling spoke slowly. He read out the poems written by the two of them. As Xiaoling finished speaking, the entire Tianxiang Tower fell into silence instantly, with shocked expressions on everyone's faces. His eyes couldn't help but turn to Jiang Chen. When will the bright moon come? Ask the sky for wine. I wonder what year it is today in the palace in the sky. Everyone tasted it carefully. A masterpiece, truly a masterpiece. Yes, no wonder Miss Mingyue would invite Mr. Jiang Chen inside to talk. This time I am convinced that I lost. Bai Hongfei also stayed on the spot, his eyes full of disbelief, and his fists could not help but clench together. Jiang Chen, please give way. I heard Jiang Chen speak again. Bai Hongfei's face became even more gloomy. But after noticing everyone's gaze, he could only move away in frustration. Make way for him. But Bai Hongfei's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his lowered fists were clenched tightly together. Jiang Chen glanced at Bai Hongfei indifferently. He walked towards Xiaoling's location. Xiaoling, Mr. Jiang, please. Under the leadership of Xiaoling, Jiang Chen slowly walked into the box. What surprised him was that this box was actually unique. Xiaoling led him through a secret passage and appeared in the back mountain of Tianxiang Pavilion. There was a small attic directly in front, and there was a small pavilion under the attic. Couple it with the quiet environment around you. It has quite a feeling of paradise. Other side. Bai Hongfei was in the box. Bump! The wine glasses spilled all over the floor, and the entire box instantly became a mess. Bai Hongfei stood there with a gloomy expression. Bai Hongfei, damn it, it's really damnable, this Jiang Chen is so ignorant and dares to humiliate me like this, bump. The words fell. Bai Hongfei slammed the teacup in his hand to the ground. Xiao Yun sat aside. It was as if he didn't see what Bai Hongfei did. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes. Creak. Not a moment. The door was pushed open. A man walked in with his head lowered. Saw this figure. Bai Hongfei stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Xiao Yun aside, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Xiao Yun slowly raised his head. He said calmly, Chen Ming, tell us what happened to the Jiang family in the Luo Yun sect today. That's right. Appeared in the private room at this time. It was Chen Ming who came with Jiang Chen. I heard Xiao Yun post. Chen Ming showed a flattering expression. He quickly said, Master Xiao, when the Luo Yun sect came to the Jiang family to break the engagement today, I was not present, so I don't know exactly what happened. What, you don't know? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's face immediately turned cold. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the private room, Chen Ming's body trembled unconsciously, and cold sweat continued to flow from his forehead. He quickly responded, Master Xiao, although I was not present, I got a lot of information from other servants. The words fell. Chen Ming spoke slowly. He slowly said what he had heard. First, Jiang Yuxiu's wife was seriously injured, then Jiang Chen gave away a century-old elixir, and finally the two brothers of the Jiang family reconciled. After hearing these words, Xiao Yun and Bai Hongfei's expressions became more and more ugly, and the atmosphere around them couldn't help but become a lot more depressed. Bai Hongfei, no wonder that guy Jiang Chen didn't agree to our conditions just now. What happened? Xiao Yun, damn it, you actually treat us like clowns, bump. Xiao Yun slapped the table hard. Then he looked up at Chen Ming. He said coldly, what's going on? Didn't you already do something wrong last time? Why is this guy Jiang Chen still alive and kicking without anything happening, thump? Looking at Xiao Yun's sinister eyes, Chen Ming immediately knelt down. He quickly spoke, Master Xiao, I don't know what's going on. It was indeed as expected from the beginning. Jiang Chen was dying and could die at any time. I don't know what happened, but he actually walked out of the room on his own, and his body was back to normal. And, Xiao Yun, and what? Chen Ming, also, I feel like Jiang Chen is a little suspicious of me. His attitude has changed a lot recently. The words fell. Chen Ming lowered his head. Dong dong dong. Xiao Yun's fingers tapped on the table rhythmically, and the thumping sound echoed in the private room. He pondered for a while. Bai Hongfei's eyes flashed with coldness. He said coldly, if this is the case, then we can only change our strategy. Now that the Jiang family and Yun family are in such trouble, it is a good time for us to take action. As soon as Chen Ming finished speaking, Xiao Yun reacted immediately and looked up at Bai Hongfei beside him. Xiao Yun, you mean, we will directly send people to deal with Jiang Chen this time, and then we will blame the Yun family? Bai Hongfei shook his head gently. He said calmly, no, we don't have to do anything. The Jiang family will take the initiative to think about it. After all, they have offended the big force of Luo Yun sect. Do you think the Jiang family dares to pursue this matter? The words fell. Bai Hongfei showed a meaningful smile. Ha ha ha! Xiao Yun burst into laughter. He opened his mouth and sighed, absolutely amazing. In this case, let's get ready and send Jiang Chen, this waste, on his way as soon as possible. He has no value anymore. Subsequently, Xiao Yun turned his attention to Chen Ming. He said in a deep voice, you should go too. After all, Jiang Chen is also your former master. You might as well give him a ride. Chen Ming, my subordinates take orders. After making a decision, Xiao Yun and Bai Hongfei quickly made arrangements. Let Chen Ming lead 2 monks at the 5th level of the body forging realm to ambush Jiang Chen on his way home. And they want to avoid unnecessary trouble. It didn't take long for him to leave Tianshan Pavilion. Back mountain. Xiaoling brought Jiang Chen to the attic door. She had no intention of going in and turned to look at Jiang Chen behind her. Mr. Jiang, the task assigned to me by the young lady has been completed. Now you can go in by yourself. The words fell. Xiaoling turned around and walked out of the attic, and soon disappeared from Jiang Chen's sight. Creak. After coming back to his senses, Jiang Chen was about to knock on the door. But as soon as he raised his arm, the door in front of him opened automatically, and there was a sound of wind chimes on the door. Dong dong dong. Followed closely. It was a gentle sound of the piano. Tread. Jiang Chen put his hands behind his back and slowly walked towards the private room, his white robe fluttering in the wind. At this time, the expression on Jiang Chen's face was extremely calm. Coupled with his extremely handsome appearance, he has the aura of a stranger, like Jade, and an unrivaled gentleman in the world. Keep going. Jiang Chen soon came to a single room. This single room was very strange. The roof was not sealed. When you looked up, you could see the bright moon hanging in the sky. And right in front of the single room, sitting there was a woman in a white dress, her delicate hands floating on Qin Xian. After hearing footsteps, the movement in the woman's hand stopped and she raised her head to look at the oncoming Jiang Chen. Look into those starry eyes. Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise in his eyes. Shangwan Mingyue, Master Jiang, please sit down. Jiang Chen quickly came to his senses, nodded slightly to Shangwan Mingyue, and casually found a seat to sit down. Seeing Jiang Chen's pure eyes and his neither humble nor arrogant attitude, Shangwan Mingyue showed a look of surprise. To know. She had seen Jiang Chen before, and he had seen her appearance by chance. Every time he saw her, his eyes were filled with fire. But today Jiang Chen seemed to be a different person. Not only his words and deeds changed drastically. That kind of clear eyes is even more annoying. He pondered for a while. Shangwan Mingyue slowly took out a piece of paper and looked at Jiang Chen, who was directly in front of him. He spoke slowly. I used to be blinded by Mingyue, but I didn't expect that the young master is so talented and can write such quatrains. Jiang Chen, Miss Mingyue deserves the award. These are just a few of the sentences, nothing. When it comes to this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but pretend to be cool. I have to say, it feels really good to pretend to be slapped in the face with something from your ancestors, and your whole mind will become clearer. Oh? How many of them? Shangwan Mingyue grasped the key words, and there was a look of expectation in her eyes. He spoke again, Master Jiang Chen, Mingyue has a merciless request. I wonder if you can write down the rest. I am very interested in the follow-up content. Jiang Chen, of course that's no problem. Jiang Chen just finished speaking. Shangwan Mingyue waved her palm gently. The paper not far away automatically floated in front of Jiang Chen and landed smoothly on the table. See this scene. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Now it seems that Shangwan Mingyue is not as simple as it seems. Just by relying on this hand to pick up objects from the air, her cultivation level is at the lowest level of the Divine Sea. Think of this. Jiang Chen finally understood. Why did Shangwan Mingyue come to Tianxiang Tower for so long, and no one dared to take advantage of her? Maybe those with evil intentions. The grass on the grave is now half a foot tall. Jiang Chen didn't dwell too much on this matter and casually picked up the brush beside him. He started writing quickly on the paper. Not a moment. Jiang Chen stopped writing and turned his gaze to Shangwan Mingyue directly in front of him. See this scene. Shangwan Mingyue raised her palm slightly. The paper slowly flew towards her. Pick up the paper gently. Shangwan Mingyue looked attentively. When will the bright moon come? Ask the blue sky for wine. I want to ride the wind back home, but I am afraid that the beautiful buildings and jade buildings will be too cold at high places. This matter is difficult to complete in ancient times. I hope we will live forever and share the beauty of the moon thousands of miles apart. Gently put the paper down. Shangwan Mingyue's eyes were full of shock, which surprised Jiang Chen. This girl's aura is actually increasing. You gifted an opportunity for enlightenment, triggered triple critical strike reward, and obtained 3 opportunities for enlightenment. Hear this beep from the system. Jiang Chen was filled with surprise. It was a chance that he wrote a song called Shui Tiaoge 2. But then, Jiang Chen was overjoyed and suddenly realized that it was something that could be encountered but not sought. It could not only enhance the monk's understanding of Tao, but also significantly improve his strength. Now I was given 3 chances at once. If Shangwan Mingyue hadn't been here, Jiang Chen might not be able to hold back his laughter. Call. After a while, Shangwan Mingyue slowly opened her eyes, with a hint of joy in her calm eyes. Subsequently, Shangwan Mingyue once again turned his attention to Jiang Chen. The ethereal voice came out again. Thank you, Master, for solving my many years of doubts and allowing me to have an epiphany. The words fell. Shangwan Mingyue bowed slightly to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, Miss Mingyue, you're welcome. This is your own creation. I'm just the icing on the cake. Even without these poems, it's only a matter of time before you have an epiphany. Listening to Jiang Chen's words, Shangwan Mingyue couldn't help but glance at him again. Then he shook his head slightly. He responded, Young Master Jiang, there is no need to be humble. If I hadn't met you, I might not have been able to realize my enlightenment in another 10 years. The words fell. Shangguan Mingyue actually slowly raised her arm and took off the veil on her cheek. Moment. Jiang Chen's eyes were attracted. It was a very delicate face, with beautiful eyebrows and willowy eyes, and snowdot white skin without any blemishes. The delicate temperament made people involuntarily feel a desire for protection. Beautiful, so beautiful. Even if I have seen Shangguan Mingyue's appearance in my memory, can be seen again. Jiang Chen was still stunned by her beauty. Shangguan Mingyue, Master Jiang, what's wrong with you? Just then, Shangguan Mingyue's voice came, and Jiang Chen quickly recovered from his daze and looked at Shangguan Yun, who was smiling not far away. Jiang Chen quickly regained his composure. She spoke softly, I'm sorry, I was amazed by your beauty, Miss Mingyue, and I lost my composure for a moment. After the words fell, Jiang Chen smiled faintly, then regained his composure and retracted his gaze. Chuckling after hearing what Jiang Chen said, Shangguan Mingyue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she laughed like a silver bell. In an instant, the surroundings were like 100 flowers blooming, looking at Shangguan Mingyue, who was like the 9 heavens' mysterious lady descending to the earth. Jiang Chen's eyes were attracted again. On the other side, looking at Jiang Chen's undistracted eyes, Shangguan Mingyue's eyes were more satisfied, and her beautiful eyes stared at the handsome face not far away, and she was a little dazed for a moment. Tap tap tap. Just then, Xiao Ling, who had left, appeared again. At this time, Xiao Ling was holding a pot of wine in her hand. After placing the pot, she did not stay for long and retreated again. Shangguan Mingyue, Mr. Jiang, how about having a drink with me? Jiang Chen, of course, no problem. That's it. The two drank with each other in the attic, and the communication gradually became familiar, not as restrained as at the beginning. Shangguan Mingyue, Mr. Jiang, do you think I'm beautiful? Jiang Chen, very beautiful, the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Hearing this, Shangguan Mingyue smiled. Speaking again, then, do you like it? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned for a while. Speaking softly, a gentleman is a good match for a beautiful lady. Shangguan Mingyue, I made a vow that whoever can make me take off my veil on my own initiative, I will marry him, Hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly felt something was wrong. It had only been a short time since they met, how could they talk about marriage? Looking at Jiang Chen's reaction, Shangguan Mingyue's eyes showed a touch of loss. Without waiting for Jiang Chen to speak, she spoke again, haha, what I said just now was just a joke, I hope I didn't scare you. Then she finished speaking. Shangguan Mingyue put her hands on Qin Xin again. A ethereal sound of the piano slowly sounded. The moon and stars are sparse. Jiang Chen sat quietly aside. Sipped the wine slowly. Unknowingly, Jiang Chen has been staying in the attic for several hours, and has almost finished the bottle of wine that Xiao Ling brought. After looking up at Shangguan Mingyue not far away, Jiang Chen slowly stood up from his seat. He said, Miss Mingyue, Jiang still has some things to deal with, so I won't bother you today. Shangguan Mingyue was slightly startled. Then he responded softly, okay, then I won't keep Mr. Jiang any longer. I hope we can meet again. As Shangguan Mingyue finished speaking, Jiang Chen quickly turned around and walked out of the attic. Shangguan Mingyue came to the windowsill and looked at Jiang Chen, who kept walking down the mountain. There was a complex look in his eyes. Not long after Jiang Chen left, Xiao Ling walked in again. Looking at Shangguan Mingyue in front of the windowsill, there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes, and he quickly came to her. He opened his mouth and asked, Miss, how are you? Is young Master Jiang the person you are looking for? Shangguan Mingyue nodded slightly. Then he shook his head again. See this scene. Xiao Ling's eyes showed deep doubts. Shangguan Mingyue, yes and no. He is a very special person. I can't see through him. The words fell. Shangguan Mingyue turned her gaze to the table aside, where there was a note. It was the water melody song that Jiang Chen wrote. Xiao Ling noticed this. He slowly picked up the note, and when he saw clearly what was written on it, his eyes showed a look of shock. Shangguan Mingyue, let's go, it's time to go back. After a reply, Xiao Ling folded the paper in half and quickly handed it to Shangguan Mingyue, and then the two of them left the attic together. At this time, even though it was midnight, however, many people gathered outside Tianxiang Tower, and they eagerly watched Jiang Chen enter the attic. His eyes were full of unwillingness. Hey, it's been several hours, and Jiang Chen hasn't come out of the back room yet. What a blessing. Speaking of which, it's incredible that Heir Xiao Jiang, an unlearned and incompetent person, can write such artistic poetry. Could it be that he has been hiding it all this time? What kind of hiding is this? I think it's just a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. However, what everyone doesn't know is, during the time they were discussing, Jiang Chen had already left through another exit. Walking slowly on the quiet street, Jiang Chen recalled Shangguan Mingyue's delicate face and couldn't help but feel a little lost. But he was also very confused in his heart. Although he didn't stay with Shangguan Mingyue for long, he could still find many problems through various signs. This Shangguan Mingyue is not only powerful, but also has a noble temperament in every gesture. Identity is definitely not simple. Just then, Jiang Chen felt a faint killing intent and immediately withdrew from his contemplation, with a sneer on his face. He said in a deep voice, come out. The surroundings were extremely silent. No one responded. Jiang Chen stood firmly on the spot, showing no intention of moving forward, with an extremely indifferent expression on his face. After a stalemate for dozens of breaths, the person hiding in the darkness finally couldn't bear it any longer and walked out of the alley. Tap tap tap. I saw. The three men walked out slowly, then quickly came to Jiang Chen and directly surrounded him. When I saw one of the men, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. Chen Ming, you are looking for death. Chen Ming, facing Jiang Chen, who had a cold look on his face, Chen Ming not only showed no fear, but also let out a burst of wild laughter, looking a little crazy. Chen Ming, Jiang Chen, it seems that I guessed right. You have already suspected me. But it doesn't matter anymore, because you will die soon, so there is no need to worry about those things at this time. Chen Ming changed his usual humble look and became arrogant, with a ferocious smile on his face. Jiang Chen, why do you want to be a traitor? Chen Ming, traitor, I am a member of the Xiao family. How can I be called a traitor? It's just that you are too naive. Jiang Chen, that's it. If that's the case, then you can go on your journey with peace of mind. The words fell. Jiang Chen's aura continued to rise, his eyes were full of indifference, and he slowly walked towards the three of them. Chen Ming, you still want to take action, you are really looking for death. Roared. Chen Ming took the lead and rushed towards Jiang Chen, with a cruel smile on his lips. He knew Jiang Chen's strength very well. The fifth level of strength in the physical training realm is accumulated through drugs. Not only is the foundation unstable, but even the combat experience is blank. I remember one time, Jiang Chen went hunting in the mountains, but was chased and beaten by a ferocious beast at the second level of the body forging realm. This shows how talented he is. Therefore, although Chen Ming only has the third level of body training strength, but he didn't have the slightest fear towards Jiang Chen. Chen Ming, Jiang Chen, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. I have suffered a lot along the way. Today I will let you die slowly in despair to relieve the hatred in my heart at this time. Chen Ming attributed all the humiliation he had suffered over the years to Jiang Chen, hoping to find some psychological comfort from him. However, when he noticed Jiang Chen's indifferent expression, his expression could not help but become furious. He shouted angrily, "It's already this time, and you are still pretending to be calm. You really won't cry until you see the coffin." Swish. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Ming suddenly exerted force on his back foot, rushed towards Jiang Chen at an extremely fast speed, and swung his fist to hit his chest. Bang! However, facing Chen Ming's fatal blow, Jiang Chen slowly raised his arm, and in the surprised eyes of the other two, he firmly grasped the opponent's fist in his hand. Chen Ming, how is this possible? Seeing Jiang Chen blocking his attack so easily, Chen Ming's face was full of disbelief. He began to struggle frantically. But Chen Ming found that, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't pull his arm out. Jiang Chen was like a mountain. It can't be shaken at all. Chen Ming, damn it, go to hell. Swish. Seeing that struggling was useless, Chen Ming quickly raised his left foot and kicked towards Jiang Chen's body. With the blessing of true energy, there was a sound of breaking through the air. Crack. However, Jiang Chen's foot was faster than him, and he kicked Chen Ming's raised left foot first, and a sound of bone breaking was heard instantly, followed by and Chen Ming's heart-wrenching scream. Things happened to this point. Even if the two men reacted slowly, they found that something was wrong at this time and rushed towards Jiang Chen quickly. Swish. Not a moment. The two of them rushed over quickly and looked at the two men in black who were approaching. Chen Ming's face showed a hint of hope. Holding back the pain, he spoke, Jiang Chen, they are both 5th level body training monks. I advise you to be wiser. It is not too late to surrender now, otherwise you will not have the chance later. Click click click. Jiang Chen didn't reply. The strength in his hands became a little stronger again. Ah Chen Ming, Jiang Chen, I will make your life worse than death. After a heartbreaking sound, Chen Ming shouted directly, his expression looking particularly ferocious. He wanted to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. Phew! Just then, two men in black rushed up to Jiang Chen, raised their legs and kicked towards it. As their true energy surged, a strong wind sounded around them, and their power looked very powerful. Bang bang however. The two men left just as quickly as they came. Before Chen Ming could react, they flew out dozens of feet and hit the ground heavily. Not only that, there was also a clear sound of bones breaking. While the two wanted to struggle up from the ground, but the pain in their bodies made it difficult for them to move, and blood continued to spurt out of their mouths. At this time, the two men in black had frightened expressions in their eyes and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. When Chen Ming saw this scene, he froze on the spot and even ignored the pain in his body for a moment. Chen Ming, how is it possible? How can you be so strong? I don't believe it. It's an illusion. This must be an illusion. Looking at Chen Ming, who looked crazy, Jiang Chen's expression didn't change at all. He just stared at him quietly, without any emotion in his eyes. After shouting for a while, Chen Ming was agitated all over, and a sense of fear quickly filled his body, and he quickly raised his head to look at Jiang Chen. Thump! Chen Ming endured the pain and knelt down directly. His body couldn't help but tremble. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, Chen Ming kept kowtowing to Jiang Chen. He shouted, "Sir, spare your life, Xiaoyan asked me to do this. Seeing that I have been with you for so long, please spare me this time." Chen Ming, how dare you betray the young master? Hearing that Chen Ming actually said it directly to Xiaoyan, the two men in black immediately let out an angry roar. However, at this time, Chen Ming didn't care much. His life was almost gone, so he could only stabilize Jiang Chen first. Faced with Chen Ming's begging for mercy, there was a hint of sarcasm on Jiang Chen's face. He said in a cold voice, "The poison in my body last time was caused by you, right?" Upon hearing this, Chen Ming's whole body trembled even more violently. He quickly explained, "Master, Xiaoyan asked me to do this." "You must believe me, brush." Chen Ming hasn't finished speaking yet. Jiang Chen grabbed Chen Ming's neck and slowly lifted him up. Soon his feet were off the ground. Chen Ming's face turned red and his body was struggling. Seeing that Jiang Chen had no intention of letting him go, Chen Ming said angrily, "Jiang Chen, you must not." Click. Chen Ming hasn't finished speaking yet. Jiang Chen's palm suddenly exerted force. "Just crush his neck." Ahem. After the body struggled a few times, the vitality in Chen Ming's eyes slowly dissipated, and then his body went limp, without any movement. Boom! Jiang Chen's arms relaxed. Chen Ming's body was thrown aside and he walked towards the two men in black. What do you want to do?" "We are," puff. After two sounds, there were two more bodies on the ground again. Subsequently, Jiang Chen left here without looking back. Inside Jiang Mansion, creak. Jiang Chen slowly opened the door and returned to the familiar room. He sat on the bed and relaxed for a while. His expression gradually calmed down. This was his first murder. It is inevitable that there will be some discomfort in the heart. But Jiang Chen also understood. In this world where martial arts is valued, if you are not cruel enough to your enemies, you will only be the one who suffers in the end. So killing is inevitable. "Jiang Chen, I won't offend anyone unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I will kill them." Figured this out. Jiang Chen's eyes became firm, the last trace of discomfort disappeared instantly, and his thoughts instantly became clear. Other side. Inside the Xiao family's residence, Xiaoyan waited until almost early in the morning and received no news from his subordinates, which made him a little anxious. Dong dong dong. While he was pacing back and forth in the room, there was a slight knock on the door. Xiaoyan immediately looked happy. Creak. After the door opens, a man in black stood respectfully outside the door. "Xiaoyan, how is it? Has it been solved?" "Young master, you failed." "Xiaoyan, what? It failed? Could it be that kid Jiang Chen didn't come out of Tianxiang Pavilion all night?" No, Jiang Chen came out, but when I rushed to the scene, all our people were dead, and Jiang Chen had disappeared. I searched around to no avail, so I had to come back first." "Xiaoyan, all our people are dead?" Got this reply. Xiaoyan's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. He said in a low voice, "It seems that the people from the Jiang family are the reason for taking action. It seems that they are also on guard." In Xiao Yan's opinion. So many things have happened in the Zhang family recently, and they are also afraid that the other party will do something behind their back. Therefore, the masters in the clan secretly protected Jiang Chen. Prevent him from being assassinated. He pondered for a while. Xiaoyan spoke again, you go down first and bring a message to Mr. Bai. I'll wait for him at the same place. Yes, master. The words fell. The man in black retreated quickly. Xiaoyan walked back to the room with a dark face, losing 2 5th-level body forging cultivators at once. He felt very sad inside. After all, that is the team he personally trained, and there are only 10 5th-level body forging monks under him. 2 people were lost in one fell swoop. It would be uncomfortable for anyone to encounter this kind of thing. As for Chen Ming, for Xiao Yun, it was dispensable. If that guy died, he would die. There was nothing to regret. For a period of time that followed. After knowing that the Zhang family was on guard, Xiaoyun became a lot more honest and no longer thought about taking action against Jiang Chen. In the blink of an eye. 3 days have passed. Jiang Wenqing also came to see Jiang Chen several times along the way. The father and son talked for a long time. When leaving Jiang Chen's room, Jiang Wenqing was full of joy. Turning his back to Jiang Chen, he said, Chener, your ideas are right. These years of focusing on power have really made me lose my true feelings. Thanks to your timely awakening. By the way, your elder brother has almost recovered. Take some time to visit him. I have to retreat for a while, at this time. Jiang Chen was surprised to find out. His father's momentum was actually increasing. He understood immediately. This is a tendency to break through the realm. Jiang Chen didn't expect after a conversation, not only did my father completely feel relieved. Along with it, his cultivation level has also been improved. Jiang Chen, father, I understand. Jiang Wenqing nodded with satisfaction. Well, then I'm going to retreat first. The words fell. Jiang Wenqing quickly walked towards his courtyard. Jiang Chen pondered for a while, then walked out of his courtyard and went straight to Jiang Yu's attic. After passing through a quiet path, a wooden door appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Then he raised his arm and tapped lightly. Dong dong dong. Creak. About 3 breaths later, the closed wooden door was slowly opened, and Jiang Yu's figure appeared. It was clear that the person coming was Empress Jiang Chen. Jiang Yu immediately showed a smile. He slowly turned his body sideways. He smiled and said, Second brother, come in and talk. Jiang Chen was not polite and walked directly in. Brother, it looks like your injury is recovering well, so I'm relieved. As soon as Jiang Chen said these words, Jiang Yu's eyes showed a touch of emotion. He responded, thanks to the elixir given by Brother Chen, otherwise I might not be so lucky this time. Second brother, thank you, at this time. Jiang Yu's expression was very sincere. See Jiang Yu looking so serious. Jiang Chen showed a faint smile. He responded, brother, you don't have to be like this. We are brothers and we should help each other. Listen to Jiang Chen say this. Jiang Yu nodded heavily. Yes, we are brothers. Not a moment. The two came to the stone hall of the courtyard, and Jiang Yu took out several jars of wine from the house. Then they drank with each other. Drink down. The relationship between the two was once again brought closer, and Jiang Chen was also a little drunk without knowing it. Although the alcohol content in this world was not too high, it could not handle too much. Not to mention, Jiang Chen's ability to drink was not good in his previous life. But at this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly discovered a problem. His eldest brother's strength had actually reached the peak of the 4th level of the body forging realm. It is only half a step away from the 5th level of the body forging realm. To know. 3 days ago, he was only at the 1st level of physical training. It's only been a few days. He was promoted to 4 levels in a row. Jiang Chen, brother, what is your strength? Seeing Jiang Chen's question, Jiang Yu showed a confident smile on his face and patted his shoulder gently. He opened his mouth and said, Brother Chen, thanks to the elixir you gave me, I accumulated enough energy in my body and my cultivation talent was restored again. From now on, when Big Brother is here, no one can bully you. The words fell. Jiang Yu's body burst out with endless confidence. Talent restored? Hearing what Jiang Yu said, Jiang Chen completely confirmed his inner guess. My eldest brother is the template for the protagonist. I will definitely make great progress in the future. In this case, Jiang Chen can save a lot of trouble, letting his eldest brother stand in front to attract firepower, while he can safely hide in the back and be the 6th. At this time, Jiang Chen couldn't help but say something in his mind. My brother Jiang Yu has the qualifications to be a great emperor. Ahem. After coughing twice, Jiang Chen turned his attention to Jiang Yu. He spoke softly, brother, what do you think about the Yun family's visit to break off the engagement? Jiang Yu slowly stood up from his seat. Look up to the sky. He spoke slowly, it's just an engagement, and the past is past. Kamikaze City is too small after all. We should take a longer view. In the near future, Xianqing sect and Luo Yun sect will come to Kamikaze City to recruit disciples. This is a good opportunity. Jiang Chen, brother, do you want to join the Xianqing sect? Jiang Chen understood. Yun Shishue is in Luo Yun sect. It is impossible for his eldest brother to choose to enter Luo Yun sect. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. He said, it's not me, it's us. Jiang Chen, us? But, Jiang Yu, you don't have to worry about your own strength. I will go there soon to buy some medicinal materials and refine elixirs for you. It will be absolutely no problem to break through to the 6th level of body training before the competition starts. Also, it can lay a solid foundation for you. You can practice with me over time to enhance your practical experience. Looking at his elder brother's serious expression, Jiang Chen nodded subconsciously. He didn't open his mouth to refute. But, Jiang Chen's eyes were constantly looking at Jiang Yu. His eyes were full of curiosity. Watching Jiang Chen's eyes keep looking at him, Jiang Yu seemed to have thought of something. A smile appeared on his face. There are some things that are inconvenient to talk about now. You just need to remember, brother, I will never harm you. I will tell you in detail after I have digested the things in my mind. Actually, if I really want to talk about it, I don't know exactly what's going on right now, so I have no way of talking about it. Jiang Chen on the side nodded slightly. He was surprised that Jiang Yu could say so much to him. The two brothers chatted late into the night. As for the purchase of medicinal materials, Jiang Yu directly called a servant to arrange the matter. The bright moon hangs in the sky. Jiang Chen stood up unsteadily from the stone bench. He said, brother, it's getting late, so I'll go back first. Jiang Yu, okay, just be careful. I'll let you know when the things are ready, that's all. Jiang Chen staggered towards his room. Soon after he left, Jiang Yu also got the medicinal materials purchased by the servant. Running the Jinqi to dispel the alcohol in his body, Jiang Yu carried the medicinal materials and walked towards his room, based on the memory in his mind. These medicinal materials began to be continuously refined. Other side. Jiang Chen quickly returned to his room. He did not use his true energy to dispel the alcohol in his body, but relied on the drunkenness. Had a comfortable sleep. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. The sun shines through the window. Buzzing as the true energy in his body continued to circulate, the dizziness immediately dissipated, and Jiang Chen's whole body became radiant. Creak just opened the door. Jiang Chen saw a figure. At this time, his arms were suspended in the air, and he seemed to be preparing to knock on the door. Watching the door suddenly open, the man spoke quickly, young master, he asked you to go to the hall. The breakfast banquet is ready. Jiang Chen, okay, I understand. The words fell. Jiang Chen walked towards the hall. As soon as Jiang Chen arrived at the hall, a burly young man walked towards him with a simple smile on his face. Second brother, you are here. Jiang Chen, Daoxin, you came early today. Didn't your third uncle catch you for training? Today is a family banquet. My father said that there is no need to train today. Anyway, I have no talent and he is about to give up. The voice fell. The burly young man scratched the back of his head with his hand. He smiled again. The burly young man in front of him is named Jiang Daoxin. His father is named Jiang Wenyuan, who is Jiang Chen's third uncle. Jiang Chen learned from his memory. This third uncle is easy-going. He is not interested in power at all. Because Jiang Daoxin is born with great strength, Jiang Wenyuan has high hopes for him and trains him personally every day. But as time goes by, in addition to being a little stronger, Jiang Daoxin's cultivation improvement is somewhat unsatisfactory. Now he is only at the third level of the body tempering realm. The most important thing is, this guy is also very good at eating. The two talked for a while. Several people of the same age came one after another, but their cultivation was basically not high. Some even had no cultivation. At this time, Jiang Chen finally understood why the elders in the family were so excited when the eldest brother's talent was just revealed. Their generation's cultivation talent is really too poor. If it continues like this, the strength of the Jiang family will become weaker and weaker. At that time, the Jiang family will only be swallowed up by other forces, and there is even the possibility of being exterminated. Ahem. Everyone, stop standing, take a seat. At this time, a strong voice came from outside the door. I saw the head of the family Jiang Wenkang walked in with a group of elders. And on his left, Jiang Chen saw the figure of his father. With Jiang Wenkang's order, everyone quickly walked to the corresponding position and sat down. Jiang Yu also appeared in the hall. He did not go to the special seat for the young master. Instead, he sat down next to Jiang Chen. Those clansmen who had just returned to the Jiang family saw this scene. Their eyes were full of surprise. Originally, they were still a little skeptical about Jiang Chen sending medicine. After all, the relationship between the two has always been bad. Jiang Chen used to make trouble for Jiang Yu everywhere. It can be said that they are incompatible. From the current situation, the relationship between the two has indeed eased a lot. Bao, the new book is launched, please help to urge the update. If there are typos, please point them out in the paragraph, I will correct them one by one, thank you in advance. At the banquet, everyone lowered their heads to eat. Jiang Wenkang, as the head of the family, had not spoken yet, so they naturally would not say anything. Ahem. After a while, Jiang Wenkang coughed twice. His eyes slowly swept over everyone, and a solemn look appeared on his face, and his expression seemed a little tired. Everyone stopped what they were doing, quickly cast their eyes on Jiang Wenkang, and quietly waited for him to speak. There was a moment of silence. Jiang Wenkang slowly said, everyone, not long ago, Jin Shishua attacked my son Jiang Yu and almost killed him. Now that we have completely torn our faces with the Yun family, everyone must be mentally prepared. Next, the Yun family may unite with other families to jointly target our Jiang family. When he said this, Jiang Wenkang looked solemn, then turned his head to look at Jiang Chen on the side, his eyes full of tenderness. He said, Xiao Chen, thanks to your elixir last time, your elder brother would have been in danger. Jiang Chen stood up from his seat. He bowed slightly to Jiang Wenkang. He responded, Uncle, you are too polite. We are from the same clan, and we should help each other. Xiao Chen is right. At this time, Jiang Wenqing on the side also spoke up. Jiang Wenkang, good. After a short silence, one of the elders looked up at Jiang Wenkang. He said in a deep voice, Master, with the strength of the Jiang family, it is impossible to fight against the three major families at the same time. What are your plans next? What are you afraid of? At most, we will fight to the death with them, and drag someone down with us. Without waiting for Jiang Wenkang to speak, one of the hot-tempered elders spoke immediately and directly expressed his thoughts. The third elder is right. If it doesn't work, we can move the whole family. Xiaoyu almost died at the hands of the Yun family last time. If the Yun family wants to push it further, why not fight them? That's right, at worst we can fight them. At this time, many people started to roar. This period of time has been too aggrieved. Many members of the Jiang family have been holding back their anger for a long time, and now they all showed anger. Jiang Wenkang waved his hand gently. Everyone immediately quieted down. Ahem after 2 dry coughs. Jiang Wenkang said seriously, we Jiang family don't cause trouble, but we are not afraid of trouble. If the Yin family dares to take the initiative this time, we will fight to the death and never let down the reputation of the Jiang family. Fight to the death. As soon as Jiang Wenkang finished speaking, a burst of violent shouting came from all around. Father, as long as you give me some time, a small Yin family is nothing to be afraid of. Just then, Jiang Yu stood up slowly, looking at Jiang Wenkang on the main seat, with a confident look on his face. As Jiang Yu spoke, everyone immediately looked at him. Jiang Wenkang wanted to ask something, but when he noticed Jiang Yu's increasingly strong aura, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his face showed a hint of disbelief, and more of joy. Jiang Wenkang, has your talent recovered? Jiang Wenkang clearly remembered that Jiang Yu's cultivation was only the second level of the body forging realm, and he almost died not long ago. But now, he actually burst out with the 5th level of body forging, and the blood and qi in his body were surging. He was definitely a genius. The elders around were also shocked, and they all cast their eyes on Jiang Yu, with a hint of expectation in their eyes. Looking at the expectant eyes of everyone, Jiang Yu nodded heavily. Yes, although Yin Shishua put me on the verge of death, it was a blessing in disguise. It allowed me to recover my talent for cultivation and also got some opportunities. When he said this, Jiang Yu paused slightly. He spoke again, that is a legacy. I can't tell you what it is for the time being, but I can assure you that my talent will only be stronger than before. Jiang Yu's words were loud and clear. He was full of confidence. Jiang Wenkan, just recover. As for the legacy, just know it yourself. You don't need to tell us in detail. It's your opportunity. After the voice fell, Jiang Wenkan turned his head and looked at the elders. He said solemnly, everyone, I hope you keep today's matter to yourself and never let others know. Don't worry, Patriarch, we will keep it a secret. Facing Jiang Wenkan's reminder, the elders immediately responded solemnly with a very serious attitude. They all knew it very well. The opportunity to restore a person who has lost all his talent to his original state, or even improve his cultivation in a short period of time, must be an extraordinary inheritance, and it involves too many things. The fewer people who know about this, the better. And, as Jiang Yu's talent recovered, it also rekindled new hope for everyone, and the ugly face finally showed a smile. After everyone's emotions stabilized, Jiang Yu spoke again. In addition to the recovery of my cultivation, I also obtained some special inheritance, which is helpful to the situation of the Jiang family. Leave it to me next. As Jiang Yu said this, the elders looked happy. They were very tacit, and no one asked about the details. After all, this is Jiang Yu's secret. It is very rare for him to tell me so much. Looking at the reactions of the elders, Jiang Wenkan nodded with satisfaction. Then he said, since you said so, everyone should be a little aggrieved during this period, and try not to have conflicts with the Yun family. Let them be arrogant for a while. Yes, Patriarch. The elders responded in unison. This time they answered very straightforwardly, and there was no anger on their faces. Jiang Wenkan, today is a family dinner. Let's not talk about those troublesome things next. Let's have a good drink. At this time, Jiang Wenkan was in a very good mood. After learning that his son's cultivation had recovered, he felt a lot more comfortable. Jiang Wenqing on the side smiled slightly. He raised the cup in his hand. He looked at Jiang Wenyuan on the left. He laughed and said, Wenyuan, the three of us brothers will have a drink first. As Jiang Wenqing said this, Jiang Wenyuan immediately picked up the wine glass in front of him. He smiled and said, big brother, second brother, please. Then, the three of them clinked their glasses slightly. Then they drank the wine in the glasses in one gulp. For a moment, the three brothers looked at each other and laughed. The laughter echoed throughout the hall, and the originally oppressive atmosphere suddenly disappeared. Then, Jiang Wenkan looked at the elders. Don't look at them, drink up, don't go home until you are drunk today. As Jiang Wenkan spoke, the elders didn't need to be polite. They drank heartily immediately. The atmosphere became extremely lively for a while. The sound of wineglasses colliding continued to be heard. A group of elders drank with each other, and Jiang Wenkan and the other two joined them later. Everyone drank happily. On the other side, Jiang Yu stepped closer to Jiang Chen and smiled at him. Jiang Yu, brother Chen, how about we have a drink? Jiang Chen nodded slightly, of course no problem. As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Chen raised the wine glass in front of him, and the two brothers smiled at each other and drank all the wine in the glass at the same time. I have to say, Jiang Yu took the initiative to reveal his own situation today, which still surprised Jiang Chen a little, but the effect was very good. The Jiang family now needs a hope, and Jiang Yu's talent recovery is a reassurance for everyone. Not only stabilized the people's hearts, but also took advantage of this opportunity to make the clan members more united, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Jiang Chen was originally planning to do something, but with Jiang Yu's doing this, it saved him a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen silently gave Jiang Yu a thumbs up in his heart. Half a minute later, the banquet came to an end, and many people left the hall first. After all, there were still many things waiting for them to deal with. After a while, Jiang Yu also stood up from his seat. He cast his eyes on Jiang Chen beside him. Jiang Yu, second brother, let's go too. I have prepared everything we talked about last time. As Jiang Yu spoke, Jiang Chen beside him was stunned for a moment, and then immediately reacted. Jiang Yu said that he would help him strengthen his physique. I thought it would take some time, but I didn't expect him to be ready so quickly. After understanding the reason, Jiang Chen did not refuse. Immediately stood up and prepared to leave with him. Just then, Jiang Yu turned his head and looked at Jiang Daoxin beside him. He spoke again, Daoxin, you go together. Hearing someone calling his name, Jiang Daoxin, who was eating, suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of doubt. Jiang Daoxin, brother, where are you going? My father said we have to train later. As soon as Jiang Daoxin finished speaking, Jiang Wenyuan, who was standing beside him, was furious and slapped him on the back of his head. He said in a deep voice, little bastard, just follow your brother when he tells you to go, why are you talking so much nonsense? Jiang Daoxin, Dad, aren't we training today? As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Daoxin didn't forget to take a bite of the chicken leg in his hand. Jiang Wenyuan, you, looking at his stubborn son. Jiang Wenyuan almost made him suffocate with anger, and raised his arm to slap him again. Jiang Yu now has the inheritance of a strong man, and it is clear that he will definitely get a lot of benefits if he is called over by him. But this fool has not reacted yet. Seeing his father about to take action again, Jiang Daoxin quickly stood up from his seat. He said quickly, Dad, stop beating me. I'll go. Isn't it okay for me to go? While speaking, Jiang Daoxin grabbed another chicken leg and ran towards Jiang Yu and others with a shy smile on his face. Jiang Wenkang and others beside him were amused by him. Then, the three of them walked out of the hall together. Jiang Daoxin followed Jiang Chen. He ate up the chicken leg in his hand in a short while. Then he asked, Big brother, second brother, what are we going to do? Jiang Yu smiled slightly, let's go to my place first. As for what we are going to do, you will know later. After a while, the three of them came to Jiang Yu's attic. Creak. The door opened. Jiang Yu took the two of them directly to the left bedroom. There was no furniture in the room, only two wooden barrels placed in the middle. Gulp gulp. As he approached the wooden barrel, Jiang Chen heard a gurgling sound from the barrel, and he couldn't help but look over. At this glance, Jiang Chen's eyes showed a hint of surprise. At this time, there was constant heat rising above the wooden barrel, and the inside was filled with red liquid, which was constantly churning. It looked like boiling water. As soon as he approached, a wave of heat instantly hit him. It is worth mentioning that this liquid exudes a peculiar fragrance. Jiang Daoxin saw this scene. His eyes showed a strong curiosity. Suspiciously said, Brother, what are these liquids used for? They are so fragrant. Can they be eaten? As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Daoxin swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Although the appearance of this medicine liquid does not look very good, it does smell good, which makes Jiang Daoxin a little eager to try. As soon as Jiang Daoxin said this, Jiang Chen and Jiang Yu immediately had black lines on their faces. Jiang Yu, this is the red blood spirit liquid, which has the effect of cleansing the body, can stimulate your cultivation talent, and can also enhance the blood and qi in the body. While speaking, Jiang Yu took out two porcelain bottles from his arms. He handed them to Jiang Chen and Jiang Daoxin. Jiang Yu, this is the third-grade Tong Mai pill. Wait until you finish the medicinal bath, and take it directly. The process may be a little painful, but as long as you can stick to it, your strength will definitely increase significantly. Jiang Chen did not refuse and took the pill handed over by Jiang Yu. After hesitating for a while, he decided to hide his cultivation level first. After all, he suddenly promoted to the peak of the 10th level of body forging. If this matter spreads out, I am afraid that many people will focus on the Jiang family, causing unnecessary trouble. So, he needs to wait for a suitable time. And Jiang Chen is actually quite interested in his elder brother's medicinal bath. He also wants to try whether it works for him. Jiang Daoxin, brother, can you really improve your strength by soaking in it? Facing Jiang Daoxin's inquiry, Jiang Yu nodded very affirmatively. Jiang Daoxin, I am not afraid of pain. As long as I can improve my strength and make my father happy, it doesn't matter if I hurt a little. Hearing Jiang Daoxin's words, Jiang Yu cast his eyes on Jiang Chen on the side. Jiang Chen, my third brother is not afraid, so I, as the second brother, will naturally not back down. Then, the two took off their robes. Slowly stepped into the wooden barrel. As soon as he entered the wooden barrel, Jiang Daoxin screamed, the severe pain made his face suddenly change, and he stood up involuntarily. Just when Jiang Daoxin was about to jump out of the wooden barrel, a palm pressed on his shoulder. Jiang Yu said in a deep voice, Daoxin, have you forgotten what you just said? If you come out now, all your efforts will be in vain. Jiang Daoxin, I understand, big brother. As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Daoxin gritted his teeth and sat down again, and shrill screams continued to come out of his mouth. However, Jiang Chen's performance surprised Jiang Yu very much. After entering the medicine barrel, his second brother frowned slightly. He didn't make any screams. Please help urge for more. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yu's eyes showed a touch of surprise. I really didn't expect that my second brother has an extraordinary will and can remain calm under such pain. As time goes by, the red liquid in the wooden barrel gradually fades. Jiang Daoxin's screams also weakened a lot, and a layer of black substance appeared in the liquid in the barrel, accompanied by a foul smell. After seeing that the two people's breaths were stable, Jiang Yu slowly retreated from the room and did not stay here for long. Creak! The door closed. Jiang Yu's footsteps gradually faded away. After a long time, Jiang Chen's tightly closed eyes slowly opened, and when he saw the black substance floating in the wooden barrel, a touch of surprise appeared on his face. Big Brother's medicinal bath is really strange. I thought it was ineffective for me, but I didn't expect there was an unexpected surprise. In Jiang Chen's opinion, he had taken Ganoderma lucidum not long ago and had just experienced a marrow cleansing and bone strengthening. This medicinal bath should not have any effect on him. But the result was beyond his expectations. Although there were not many impurities in his wooden barrel, he could clearly feel the improvement of his physical fitness. Then, Jiang Chen quickly operated his own skills, and the power in the medicinal liquid was absorbed by him at a very fast speed, and his strength was also slowly improving. Time flew by. Unknowingly, it was already night, and the liquid in Jiang Chen's wooden barrel turned transparent. A layer of dirt floated on the surface. The liquid in Jiang Daoxin's wooden barrel turned directly black, and a lot of dirt appeared on his skin. Splash! Jiang Chen walked out of the wooden barrel, quickly came to the backyard, and washed his body with spring water. He had just finished. Jiang Daoxin also rushed out in a hurry, and after saying hello to Jiang Chen on the side, he jumped directly into the pool on the side. Taking advantage of this gap, Jiang Chen's eyes kept scanning the courtyard, but after observing for a long time, he did not find Jiang Yu's figure. Splash! Just when Jiang Chen was thinking, Jiang Daoxin jumped out of the pool, and after feeling the changes in himself, his face showed excitement. Jiang Daoxin, second brother. Second brother, what the eldest brother said is true. My strength has broken through a small realm, and it won't be long before I can break through again. While speaking, Jiang Daoxin quickly rushed to Jiang Chen, and the excitement on his face was not concealed. He looked like a child who got candy. Jiang Chen, okay, don't get excited first, while the medicine is still effective, take the pill given by the eldest brother first. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Daoxin reacted immediately, then took out a porcelain bottle, poured out the pill inside, and saw that Jiang Chen did not move. I couldn't help but say, second brother, don't you want to eat? Jiang Chen, you take it first, I'll watch by the side, in case there is any change, I can take care of it. After hearing what Jiang Chen said, Jiang Daoxin nodded gently. Then he swallowed the pill in his hand. As soon as the pill entered his body, Jiang Daoxin felt a surge of power gushing out, constantly wandering in his meridians. Rumble! The blood kept rushing. Jiang Daoxin's aura kept rising, and soon he broke through to the 5th level of body forging. But not long after, Jiang Chen showed a look of doubt on his face. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Daoxin should be able to break through to the 6th level of body forging after refining this 3rd grade pill. But Jiang Daoxin's situation was a little wrong. The energy of this pill was not enough for him to break through to the 6th level of body forging. What's going on? Why does Daoxin need so much more energy to break through the body forging realm than ordinary people? That's right. After observing for a while, Jiang Chen quickly discovered the problem. When breaking through the same realm, the energy required by Jiang Daoxin is at least 1/3 more than that of ordinary people. After a while, Jiang Daoxin slowly opened his eyes. He showed a trace of regret in his eyes for not being able to break through to the 6th level of the body-building realm in one go. However, Jiang Daoxin quickly restrained his expression. His strength suddenly increased by 2 small realms, which made him very satisfied. He couldn't help but show a satisfied smile on his face. Just then, a porcelain bottle was handed to Jiang Daoxin. Jiang Daoxin, second brother, what is this? Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Take it, strike while the iron is hot, break through to the 6th level of the body-building realm in one go. If you miss this opportunity, it won't be so easy to break through next time. Jiang Chen learned through memory. The 6th level of body-building is a watershed in the body-building realm. If you can't break through successfully in one go, the difficulty of breaking through next time will double. Jiang Daoxin, second. Second brother, the pill is given to me, what are you going to do? I can't take it. Looking at the pill handed over by Jiang Chen, Jiang Daoxin shook his head quickly and refused to take the pill no matter what. Jiang Chen, just take it when I told you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I don't need this thing now. After the words fell, Jiang Chen quickly circulated his own true energy. The strength of the 6th level of body forging burst out. Ha! After feeling the strength of Jiang Chen's 6th level of body forging, Jiang Daoxin's face showed a deep surprise. He lost his voice and said, Second brother? You haven't used the elixir yet, how come you have already broken through to the 6th level of body forging? Jiang Chen, don't ask so many questions. Big brother prepared this elixir for us to break through to the 6th level of body forging. If you don't want to disappoint third uncle, take it. Jiang Daoxin, second brother. I understand. As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Daoxin took the elixir from Jiang Chen, and then swallowed it in one gulp, and the aura around him became violent again. However, at this moment, the system's prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sending out a 3rd grade elixir, triggering a 1000-fold critical strike effect, and obtaining a 9th grade elixir, the 9. Aperture golden pill. Is this also possible? As soon as the system prompt sounded, Jiang Chen's eyes showed a touch of joy. He really didn't expect that. He was clearly offering flowers to Buddha, but he could actually trigger the system's opportunity reward. Suppress the excitement. Jiang Chen quickly called up the system's information page and checked the information of the 9. Aperture golden pill. Pill level, 1st grade pill to 9th grade pill, semi-god pill, name, 9. Aperture golden pill, level, 9th grade pill. A special effect, break the divine treasure, open up the 9 orifices in the body, and form 9 cyclones and exist independently. After reading these introductions, Jiang Chen's face showed a deep shock. If I can really open up 9 cyclones, it is equivalent to having 9 dantians. With such a strong true chi in my body, no one at the same level will be my opponent. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with surprise again. On the other side, Jiang Daoxin once again launched an attack on the 6th level of the body forging realm. After half an incense stick, Jiang Daoxin's aura suddenly rose. He broke through to the 6th level of the body forging realm. Swish! Jiang Daoxin quickly opened his eyes, stood up from the ground, and cast his eyes quickly to Jiang Chen beside him. He said excitedly, Second brother, I succeeded. I really broke through to the 6th level of the body forging realm. If my father knew, he would be very happy. As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Daoxin gave Jiang Chen a bear hug. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from far away. Jiang Yu's figure appeared in the sight of the two people, and after feeling their breath, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Jiang Yu, very good, it has broken through to the 6th level of the body forging realm. It seems that the effect of this medicine is perfectly absorbed. Jiang Daoxin, brother, second brother didn't eat it. He gave me the pill. Otherwise, I couldn't break through to the 6th level of the body forging. Hearing this, Jiang Yu showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He couldn't help asking, Second brother, did you break through to the 6th level of body forging directly during the medicinal bath? Jiang Chen, this is all thanks to my elder brother's medicinal bath, plus my good luck, so I broke through. Jiang Yu nodded gently. He spoke again, this is good, breaking through to the 6th level of body forging without the help of medicine. It seems that the bucket of medicine has stimulated your body's cultivation talent. The voice fell. Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Daoxin. He spoke again, don't worry about the pills, I will help you refine them in the future. But you must also remember that pills are only used to assist cultivation, and you can't rely on them too much. Brother, we understand. Jiang Chen and Jiang Daoxin nodded in response. Of course they knew this. If you just use pills to accumulate your cultivation, it will only be a showpiece. Under normal circumstances. Unless you encounter a bottleneck. Or you are a cultivator with a very solid foundation. You will choose to use pills directly to improve your cultivation. Jiang Chen, brother, have you thought about how to deal with the Yun family? Now the Jiang family's income is getting less and less. If you can help me, please tell me. Looking at Jiang Chen with a serious face, Jiang Yu smiled confidently, don't worry, I will take care of the spirit stone issue. This little thing is not difficult for me. Seeing Jiang Yu said so, Jiang Chen did not ask any more questions and chose to respond to him. After all, his eldest brother was not ordinary. On the other side, Jiang Daoxin watched the two brothers talking to each other and found that he could not interrupt and could only stand quietly aside. However, for the current atmosphere, he was still very happy in his heart. In the past, the eldest and second brothers were not in harmony, and other family members rarely came back, which made him feel very lonely. But after the cancellation of the engagement, the atmosphere of the whole family has improved a lot, which made him deeply experience the kind of blood is thicker than water. Family love. After a while of communication, Jiang Chen and Jiang Daoxin walked out of Jiang Yu's attic and headed for their respective rooms. After returning to the courtyard, Jiang Chen sat in the pavilion outside the house, looking at the bright moon hanging above his head, and a smile appeared on his face. This way of getting along without intrigue made him feel physically and mentally happy. Dong dong dong. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Then, a servant walked in quickly. He whispered, "Second young master, a girl who calls herself Xiaoling just came and asked me to write a letter to you." As soon as the voice fell, the servant handed a letter to Jiang Chen. Xiaoling? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned for a while, and reached out to take the letter from the servant. After taking the envelope, it was accompanied by a faint fragrance. "Jiang Chen, you go down first." As Jiang Chen finished speaking, the servant quickly retreated. Swish. Jiang Chen's palm moved slightly, and he gently pulled out the letter in the envelope, and a line of beautiful handwriting appeared immediately. "Mr. Jiang Mingyue will leave Shinfeng City soon. Before leaving, I want to meet you. If you are willing to meet, please go to the attic last time to talk, in the lower right corner of the paper. Written Shangguan Mingyue's name." Shangguan Mingyue is leaving Shinfeng City. After seeing this letter, Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of Shangguan Mingyue's exquisite face, and the conversation between the two that night. After thinking for a while, he found that his heart was a little confused, and a feeling of reluctance arose. "Forget it, let's go there in 2 days." The voice fell. Jiang Chen's emotions slowly calmed down. He didn't know why he had such emotions. He had only met that woman once, but she left such a deep impression. Jiang Chen guessed. This should be the obsession of the original owner of this body, because he had always pursued Shangguan Mingyue. But Jiang Chen had to admit it. This was also partly due to his own reasons. After all, a normal person would be tempted by a peerless beauty like Shangguan Mingyue. Jiang Chen was naturally no exception. Hoo. After stabilizing his mind, Jiang Chen slowly walked towards his bedroom. Everyone has a love for beauty. What he likes is not possessiveness, but a simple appreciation of beautiful things. But there is one thing Jiang Chen is sure of. If he couldn't handle Shangguan Mingyue's matter well, he would probably leave his inner demons behind, so he had to go. Just let this obsession go away. Jiang Chen's soul will be perfectly integrated with this body. Creak. After closing the door, Jiang Chen took out the 9 turns golden pill. Then he swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! Shortly after swallowing the pill, a pure power quickly spread to his limbs and bones. Jiang Chen's strength is also rising steadily. Just then, a sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he let out a muffled sound. This time the pain. It was several times stronger than the last time I washed my marrow and cut my bones. At this time, veins popped up on Jiang Chen's forehead, his whole body was quickly soaked with sweat, and his whole body began to tremble. Click 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 vaguely. Jiang Chen heard a slight clicking sound, and the pain all over his body increased sharply again. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth tightly together, humming continuously from his mouth, and a lot of sweat dripped from his forehead. But suddenly, Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the aura around him suddenly became extremely chaotic. But even if he tries his best to refine, the violent medicinal power is still rushing around in the body. Brush. Jiang Chen endured the severe pain, quickly stabilized his mind, and frantically worked on his mental skills. Guide this energy towards your lower abdomen. Kakaka. The noise became louder and louder, and Jiang Chen's face became paler and paler. He almost fainted from the pain several times. Boom. Finally, after 2 hours of stalemate, the first cyclone in his body finally took shape. Moment. A large amount of spiritual energy gathered towards Jiang Chen, his strength increased rapidly, and the pain all over his body also eased a lot. The peak of the 10th level of the body training realm. Half step to the Divine Sea realm. First level of Divine Sea realm. Second level of Divine Sea realm. When the cultivation level reaches the peak of the 3rd level of Shanhai realm. The speed of climbing stopped. The rest of the power surged again. Puff puff puff. Had the first experience. Subsequent activation of the cyclone has become much easier. Rumble with the successful opening of 9 major cyclones. Jiang Chen absorbed spiritual energy faster and faster, and a huge cyclone appeared in the sky above the mansion. But as the spiritual energy in the body continues to increase, Jiang Chen's face showed a look of surprise. What's going on? Your cultivation level is declining instead of rising? That's right. When all 9 major cyclones were opened, Jiang Chen's cultivation level dropped from the peak of the 3rd level of the Divine Sea Realm to the 1st level of the Divine Sea Realm before stopping. But he was delighted to find out. Although his cultivation has dropped to the 1st level of the Divine Sea Realm, the true energy in his body has increased several times. Really need to count. On the contrary, his own combat power has been enhanced. Not only that. With the 2nd compression of strength, its own foundation has become stronger. Shanhai Realm, breaking through the limits of the physical body, it can release the true energy in the body to the outside, achieving the effect of hurting people from a distance, and can form a layer of Gangchi protection outside the body. In addition, the sea of consciousness will begin to take shape, and one's own senses will be greatly improved. Call. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh of relief. After feeling his own strong strength, a faint smile appeared on his face. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the Divine Sea Realm. The Opportunity Store has been successfully opened, and a promotion gift package will be given as a gift. Open? Opportunity Store? Promotional gift package? Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes showed excitement. Jiang Chen, open it. Congratulations to the host for opening the promotion gift package and obtaining the unqualified skill Chaos Creation Technique, Gold, Bound. Congratulations to the host for opening the promotion gift package and obtaining the special item Imperial Fallen Double Eyes, Gold, Bound. Reward item levels, White, Cyan, Blue, Purple, Red, Gold. Kung Fu level, Borui, Huang level, Xian level, Earth level, Heaven level, Holy Art, Quasi-Emperor Art, Imperial Art. Jiang Chen, it turned out to be 2 golden legends. System, what's going on? Chaos Creation Technique is a gradeless skill. Why is it a gold. Quality reward? Well, is this a growth-oriented technique? Explained by the system. Jiang Chen's eyes showed a hint of joy. Then what does binding mean? This reward can only be used by yourself and cannot be given to others. It is an exclusive reward. After knowing this specific reason, there was a hint of regret in Jiang Chen's eyes, but when he thought that this was a golden reward, he immediately felt relieved. Chaos Creation Technique is ready. Do you want to study? Study. As Jiang Chen finished speaking, a vast amount of information appeared in my mind. It is the Chaos Creation Technique. Not a moment. Jiang Chen instantly understood this technique. With the continuous operation of the exercises, the true energy in the body was compressed again. Boom! However, this time, Jiang Chen's strength did not decrease anymore, but instead rose up a level, reaching the 2nd level of the Divine Sea Realm. After your breath stabilizes, Jiang Chen turned his attention to the 2nd reward, Emperor Luo's Double Eyes. Is the integration started? System, after I fuse this strange pupil, will it have any adverse effects on myself? Since the Emperor's double eyes are ancient strange pupils, they will cause strange phenomena in the world when fused. Considering that the host is currently weak, the shielding function has been specially turned on for you. After this function is turned on, no one else can see the vision except the host. Listen to what the system says. Jiang Chen's last trace of concern also dissipated. After relaxing for a while, he spoke softly, start merging. Double eye fusion begins. The system finished speaking. Jiang Chen felt his eyes go dark instantly. When he opens his eyes again, I found myself in a strange space. At this time, there are countless figures in the sky. A man with flying black hair was being besieged, and the terrifying aura of this group of people made Jiang Chen tremble. Boom boom boom. Facing the siege of all the powerful men, the mysterious black-haired man looked extremely calm, and every move erupted with terrifying power. Brush. Suddenly, the man slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his original pupils were single. It turned into a pair of pupils. In an instant, the color of heaven and earth changed. Boom! Terrifying black light burst out from the man's eyes before the strong men who besieged him had time to react. It turned directly into nothingness. It only takes a few breaths before and after. The other strong men were instantly killed by this man with one blow. There was constant thunder in the sky. The sky that was originally covered with dark clouds suddenly became clear. But that's the case. The thunder in the sky did not weaken. Instead, it intensified again. Is this the power of double pupils? It can actually burst out such a terrifying power. Just then, the man on the sky slowly turned his head, and the double pupils looked at Jiang Chen. With these eyes looking at each other, Jiang Chen felt as if the mountains and rivers were turned upside down. As if as long as he wanted, the whole world could be directly broken. Boom! As soon as he touched the man's eyes, a roar came from Jiang Chen's mind, and the scene in front of him disappeared quickly. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was still in the bedroom, but his eyes directly penetrated the wall and saw the scene outside clearly. At this time, a chaotic land appeared on the sky. In that void, a huge green lotus appeared and rose up. It rose up quickly and supported the whole world. And the strange phenomenon that appeared at this time, it was the rumored chaotic green lotus. Then, the void shook again, and a majestic figure appeared above the sky. Behind him was a huge throne. The man sat on the 9 heavens. His eyes scanned the world indifferently. His gestures revealed the power of destroying the world. Seeing the scene, Jiang Chen whispered, "Is the immortal king coming to the 9 heavens?" Rumble. The roar continued to sound in Jiang Chen's mind. As the strange phenomenon faded, the light in Jiang Chen's eyes gradually disappeared, and the whole person's breath stabilized. After a while, his pupils overlapped together, giving people a very evil feeling, and his temperament was much colder. Ha! After a long sigh of relief, Jiang Chen slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, the pupils had returned to normal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully integrating the Emperor's double pupils. After stabilizing his own breath, Jiang Chen quickly called out the system and began to look at the so-called opportunity system. After a while, Jiang Chen's eyes showed a hint of shock. Please help me to urge for more updates. I need your encouragement to urge for more updates. Jiang Chen discovered. This opportunity store is simply a department store. There are all kinds of things in it. Skills, secrets, weapons, not only bloodlines, but even physique can be exchanged. But the more precious the things are, his price is naturally more expensive. And if you want to exchange these things, you need to have enough opportunity value. Jiang Chen found out after looking at it. He actually has an opportunity value of 1103. System, how to get this opportunity value? Ding! Opportunity value is very simple to obtain. It is generated according to the multiplier when the host gives away the opportunity. The corresponding multiplier corresponds to the corresponding opportunity value. If I give the things in the opportunity store to others, can I get a critical hit reward from it? You can get a critical hit reward, but in order to prevent the host from getting stuck, you can't get a point reward by giving away things in the opportunity store, and it can only be triggered once a month. Fuck, after hearing what the system said, Jiang Chen couldn't help but burst out a swear word. According to the system, if you give things from the chance shop to others, you can indeed get a critical hit reward. But you will not get the corresponding critical hit points. And there is also a 1-month cooldown period. In other words, things exchanged in the chance shop can only trigger a critical hit reward once a month. If you redeem the chance items for the second time and give them to others, you will not get any rewards. But after thinking about it, Jiang Chen was relieved. This restriction is still understandable. If there is no such restriction, then you don't have to do anything, just use the people around you to continuously brush the chance points, and just lie at home to improve your strength. Don't dwell on this matter. Jiang Chen began to ponder for a while, and cast his eyes on the column of martial arts. Now what he lacks most is martial arts. The yellow grade top grade martial arts bone dissolving palm, exchange price 100 points of opportunity value. The yellow grade top grade martial arts dragon spear technique, exchange price 300 points of opportunity value. The Shen grade low grade martial arts evil breaking fist technique, exchange price 500 points of opportunity value. After reading for a long time, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. He directly spent 800 points of opportunity value and exchanged a Shen grade middle grade martial arts from the opportunity store. This martial arts is called 9 Mysteries of Heavenly Sound, which is a very good piano martial arts. After practicing to perfection, the power it bursts out can even be comparable to Shen grade top grade martial arts. Of course, If Jiang Chen wants to practice to perfection, it is also very simple. If he uses it himself, the system can directly transmit it. It won't take long to integrate it. But Jiang Chen did not choose to do so. The reason why he exchanged this thing was specially prepared for Shangguan Mingyue. After observing for this period of time, he knew clearly. The other party should be majoring in the art of zither. Anyway, this time I have to understand the cause and effect. Giving this martial arts book can also get a critical hit reward, which can be regarded as killing two birds with one stone. After putting away the martial arts, Jiang Chen immediately sat cross-legged, and the chaos creation art started to run quickly. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continued to flow into his body, he felt that his pores were dilated a lot. On the other side, in a woman's attic, creak, the door opened. Xiao Ling slowly walked into the attic. Next to the window sill, a woman in a white dress heard the movement. Slowly turned her head. Said softly, "Has the letter been delivered?" "Xiao Ling, miss, the servant said that the letter has been delivered to Mr. Jiang, but he didn't read it directly at the time." "Shangguan Mingyue, it's okay, it's good as long as it is delivered." The voice fell. Shangguan Mingyue turned her head slightly and cast her eyes on a piece of paper on the table. A smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. And at this time, the paper on the table, it was the Song of Water melody written by Jiang Chen himself. Looking at her young lady like this, Xiao Ling couldn't help but say, "Young lady, you won't really like that Jiang Chen, right? His poem does have an extraordinary artistic conception, but the gap between your status, at this point." Xiao Ling didn't continue to say. But her meaning was already very clear. It was a bit too hasty to like the other person just because of a poem. And there was another key issue. That is, Jiang Chen's status was too low and he was not worthy of her young lady. These were Xiao Ling's true thoughts. However, facing Xiao Ling's words, Shangguan Mingyue raised her head slightly and cast her eyes on the bright moon outside the window. "Xiao Ling, do you think you need a reason to like someone?" Hearing this, Xiao Ling showed a puzzled expression on her face. Asked back, "Don't you need it?" Shangguan Mingyue stood up slowly. "Speak again, maybe not." As soon as the voice fell, she picked up the paper on the table. Slowly speaking, "When will the bright moon appear?" Drinking wine and asking the blue sky, "I wonder what year it is in the palace in the sky." Xiao Ling listened quietly on the side and did not speak to disturb Shangguan Mingyue, but when she thought of the conversation just now, the puzzled look on her face became more and more intense. After a long while, Xiao Ling still couldn't help it. He said, "Miss, even if you and Mr. Jiang get together, the family will not agree." As Xiao Ling finished speaking, Shangguan Mingyue showed a helpless smile on her face. He sighed softly. He whispered, "I know, I just don't want to leave regrets for myself, so I want to say goodbye to him properly." Listening to the lonely tone of her own lady, Xiao Ling's nose was sour for no reason. "Xiao Ling, miss," looking at Xiao Ling's appearance. Shangguan Mingyue waved her hand gently. Softly said, "Okay, don't be sad, this may be my fate. Although I can't break free, at least I still have a chance to choose now." "Xiao Ling, miss, why don't you just run away with Mr. Jiang and hide in a place where they can't find you, so that you won't be bound by others?" Looking at Xiao Ling's serious expression, Shangguan Mingyue shook her head gently. She said, "It's useless. They have left a mark on my soul. No matter where I flee, I will be easily found. This will only implicate him." After the words fell, Shangguan Mingyue gently stroked Xiao Ling's forehead. "This little girl who has been with her since she was a child, she has always treated her as her own sister. The relationship between the two is extraordinary. It has long surpassed the so-called master-servant relationship." Hearing this, Xiao Ling's eyes were slightly red, and she felt that her life was too bitter, and her voice became choked. "Xiao Ling, little miss, don't be sad, Xiao Ling will always be with you in the future." Shangguan Mingyue gently patted Xiao Ling's shoulder. There was a touch of tenderness in her eyes. "Okay, if you cry again, you will become a little cat." Mingyue was suspended in the air. After comforting Xiao Ling, Shangguan Mingyue sat down again, gently stroked the strings with his palm, and then slowly played. Time flies. When Jiang Chen opened his eyes again, the sky had reached noon, and the sun was shining in from the window. "Call." He exhaled a breath of turbid air. Jiang Chen slowly stood up from the bed. Click click click. Jiang Chen just got up. There was a sound of bones all around him. Feeling the endless power in his body, a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Creak, the door opens. Jiang Chen saw a familiar figure. Jiang Chen, father, why are you here? Jiang Wenqing, I'm done with what I'm doing, so I came here to talk to you. Facing Jiang Wenqing's answer, Jiang Chen nodded slightly in response. Not a moment. The two sat down in the pavilion in the courtyard. After pondering for a while, Jiang Wenqing was the first to speak. Chener, I came here specifically to see you today and wanted to tell you something about your mother. Jiang Chen, is it related to my mother? Jiang Chen immediately became interested because there was not much information about his mother in the memory of the original host. For this matter, Jiang Chen was actually planning to ask Jiang Wenqing. Now he took the initiative to mention it. Jiang Chen was very happy to pick up this topic. Jiang Chen, father, where is my mother? You have been hiding it from me all these years. Is there something hidden? Hey, Jiang Wenqing sighed. He slowly spoke, your mother is from the Su family. Although the Su family is one of the aristocratic families in Tianyu City, at that time the Su family was jointly suppressed by various forces. In order to seek help, the Su family held a banquet. Your mother and I met at the banquet, and the Jiang family and the Su family also cooperated. After going back and forth, we successfully got together. When it comes to this, Jiang Wenqing couldn't help but smile. But not long after giving birth to you, subsequently, Jiang Wenqing recounted what happened that year. Learned from the narrative. Shortly after her mother gave birth to her, something happened to the Su family on the way, so she rushed over. And during that time, her father was vying for the position of the young head of the family, so he didn't follow her and just sent some guards to protect her. But my mother has only been gone for half a month. And there is no news at all. Jiang Wenqing immediately realized something was wrong. Wait until he takes people to rush there. The Su family has long been in ruins, with corpses all over the ground. It looks extremely miserable, and it was obvious that the family was wiped out. When I heard this, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. The aura around him couldn't help but riot. Brush. As soon as this terrifying aura appeared, Jiang Wenqing felt it immediately. A look of shock appeared on his face, and he quickly locked his gaze on Jiang Chen. Jiang Wenqing, Chener, what is your strength? Recalling the tyrannical aura just now, Jiang Wenqing's eyes kept wandering around Jiang Chen, his eyes full of excitement and expectation, and even more so, disbelief. Jiang Chen waved his hand gently. He said, Father, when the time is right, I will explain everything to you. Is my mother also? The Su family is my mother's family. The Su family was wiped out, so his mother might not be able to escape the bad luck, but Jiang Chen still held on to some illusions. Expect to hear a different answer. Seeing Jiang Chen's attitude being so serious, Jiang Wenqing did not inquire further about this matter. But he was certain of one thing. His son's strength has indeed increased a lot, and knowing this is enough for Jiang Wenqing. Jiang Wenqing calmed down for a while. He spoke again, I'm not sure. We found the bodies of those guards, but we found no trace of your mother at all. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He opened his mouth and said, if the body is not found, then there may be variables. As soon as Jiang Chen said these words, Jiang Wenqing nodded slightly. Chener, I have also guessed what you are thinking. I have never given up searching for you all these years. The reason why I tell you this is because I don't want you to hate your mother. She actually really loves you. The words fell. There was a trace of reminiscence in Jiang Wenqing's eyes. There is also a lot of self-blame mixed in. It can be seen from the look in his father's eyes. He has deep feelings for his mother. Jiang Chen, father, I understand. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. No, from memory. Since his father rarely mentioned his mother, the original Jiang Chen always believed that he was abandoned by his mother. In addition, the Jiang family deliberately hid it, so there were a lot of gossips. Under these factors, Jiang Chen fell into disgrace over time and became a playboy. The reason for doing this. In fact, it was also to protect Jiang Chen. After all, the Su family could be wiped out silently, which means that the person who took action must be very strong. And Jiang Chen has half the blood of the Su family, so it is difficult to ensure that the other party will not take action. It is worth mentioning. Since the Su family was exterminated, no one came to the Jiang family because of this. Originally Jiang Wenqing did not intend to talk about this matter. But since the last time he broke off the engagement, he felt that his son had become much more sensible. He was no longer as impulsive as before. After a period of thinking, he decided to tell Jiang Chen about this. Of course. Thinking of the momentum Jiang Chen had just exuded, Jiang Wenqing's face was more satisfied. Time passed quickly. Jiang Chen and Jiang Wenqing talked for a long time, and the knot that had existed for many years between the two was untied. Looking at his father's figure going away, Jiang Chen's eyes showed a touch of tenderness. Ha! Just then, Jiang Chen felt his whole body relax, and his fit with this body was strengthened again. Jiang Chen, is this also one of your obsessions in your life? Don't worry, I will protect my father. If my mother is really captured by someone, I will definitely rescue her. Who? As Jiang Chen finished speaking, his mind became clearer again. On the other side, Jiang Wenqing, who returned to his courtyard, also showed a relieved smile on his face. Muttered, Xiaolin, Shen'er has grown up, he doesn't mean to blame you. When he said this, Jiang Wenqing's eyes were red. Tears could not help but drip down. After calming down, Jiang Wenqing slowly took out 2 jars of wine, placed a hairpin in front of him, and drank it to himself. At night, Jiang Chen, wearing a white robe, pushed open the door and walked out of the Jiang family mansion. He disappeared into the night soon. Tap tap tap. Jiang Chen walked slowly on the street. Although it was night, many shops on the street were still running, and many cultivators were drinking in the tavern. Not long after Jiang Chen walked away, a dark-skinned man walked out of the alley, glanced at the direction where Jiang Chen disappeared, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He whispered, this guy finally went out, I must report the news to Master Xiao as soon as possible. As soon as the voice fell, the man rushed towards the direction of the Xiao family quickly. However, not long after the man disappeared, Jiang Chen in front of him raised his mouth slightly. A cold light surged in his eyes. Since you are so anxious to die, I will give you a chance today. I hope you won't let me down too much. Then, Jiang Chen's walking speed increased a lot. His goal has been achieved, and there is no need to stay here now. Please urge for more. The man was very fast. He arrived at the Xiao family mansion in a short while. In the room. What, you mean Jiang Chen came out and went to Tiangxianglu again? Yes, master. Xiao Yun, good, great. After waiting for so many days, that guy finally came out. I wonder who can save you this time. When he said this, a cold light flashed in Xiao Yun's eyes. Then he spoke again, quickly notify the 3rd young master of the Bai family and tell him that he can start the action. Yes, master. Ha ha. As the man left, Xiao Yun laughed wildly, his face full of smugness. He said in a deep voice, as long as Jiang Chen is solved in Jiangyu, the whole Jiang family will definitely be in chaos. When the time comes, I will join forces with Bai Hongfei to take action, and I will definitely gain a lot of benefits from it. In this way, my father and eldest brother will definitely look at me with new eyes. When mentioning his elder brother, Xiao Yun's eyes were full of admiration. His elder brother's name is Xiao Feng, and his cultivation talent is very outstanding. In the past, there was a Jiang Yu who could suppress him. But since Jiang Yu's cultivation talent had problems, Xiao Feng naturally became the #1 cultivation genius in Shinfeng City. However, now Yin Shishua has emerged again. She seems to be on par with Xiao Feng. Despite this, Xiao Yun is still full of confidence in his elder brother. On the other side, Jiang Chen did not go directly to Tianshan Pavilion, but directly avoided everyone and walked up from the path above. Go all the way forward. Jiang Chen soon came to the attic. Looking at the red candlelight in front of the window, he gently knocked on the door. Tap tap tap. Creaky. With a burst of footsteps, the door was soon opened by someone, and the person who opened the door was Xiaoling. When she saw clearly that the person coming was Jiang Chen, she quickly moved aside. Please come in, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen nodded gently. He walked towards the 2nd floor. Xiaoling had no intention of following him. After closing the door, she turned and entered the compartment on the 1st floor. Tap tap tap. After a while, Jiang Chen came to the 2nd floor and soon found Shangguan Mingyue. She was still wearing a white dress. A faint fragrance lingered in the room. After hearing the footsteps, Shangguan Mingyue slowly raised her head and smiled at Jiang Chen. She said softly, you are here. Jiang Chen, yes, I am here. At this time, the conversation between the two was very casual, as if they were very familiar with each other, without the feeling of strangeness. This time Shangguan Mingyue did not wear a veil, and her delicate face was still so breathtaking. Even Jiang Chen was a little stunned. Ahem. After coming back to his senses, Jiang Chen quickly coughed twice to resolve his embarrassment. Then he sat down opposite Shangguan Mingyue. Looking at Jiang Chen's appearance, Shangwan Mingyue's mouth corners couldn't help but rise again, and she seemed to be in a very good mood. Then, she quickly poured a cup of tea for Jiang Chen, and neither of them spoke, just drinking tea quietly. After a long pause, Jiang Chen looked up at Shangwan Mingyue. "Are you leaving?" As Jiang Chen spoke, Shangwan Mingyue slowly raised her head and looked into his eyes, looking into his calm eyes. She didn't know how to reply for a moment. After a moment of silence, Shangwan Mingyue nodded gently. "Well, I'm leaving. I'm very happy to see you before I leave." Getting this reply, even though Jiang Chen was well prepared, he still felt reluctant and opened his mouth slightly. In the end, he didn't say anything to keep him. Shangwan Mingyue saw the scene. A hint of bitterness appeared in the depths of her eyes. Although she hid it well, Jiang Chen still noticed it. Noticed Shangwan Mingyue's eyes. Jiang Chen was shocked. There was an impulse to hold her in his arms. Just then, Shangwan Mingyue quickly sorted out her emotions. Speaking again, "I really like the Shui Teogutu you wrote last time. I'm about to leave Shinfeng City. Can you write another poem for me?" Looking at Shangwan Mingyue's expectant eyes, Jiang Chen nodded gently. Then, Jiang Chen slowly picked up the brush on the table, and without too much thinking, he subconsciously began to write. Shangwan Mingyue was watching quietly on the side. The pen fell. She gently picked up the paper. "Last night's stars and last night's wind, the west of the painted building and the east of the osmanthus hall. I don't have the wings of a colorful phoenix, but my heart is connected with one word. Walking on the lantai is like turning tumbleweed." This poem was written by Li Shangyin, a poet of the Tang dynasty. Jiang Chen now directly took it out to show off. "Shangwan Mingyue, I don't have the wings of a colorful phoenix, but my heart is connected with one word." Carefully evaluating this sentence, Shangwan Mingyue couldn't help but smile, and cast his eyes on Jiang Chen on the side, just staring at him. At this time, Jiang Chen also looked calm, just staring at Shangwan Mingyue, ever since he saw Shangwan Mingyue's eyes. His originally determined heart. For the first time there was a shake. After picking up the pen, "I even wrote this poem subconsciously." With Shangwan Mingyue's literary talents, it is easy to understand the meaning. This is an explanation for her, and at the same time, it is also an explanation for myself, so as not to leave regrets to each other. Time passed by minute by minute. Shangwan Mingyue raised her head slightly and looked at Jiang Chen, with a blush on her cheeks. Then he showed a sad smile. He spoke softly, "My family is very powerful. There are some things that I can't control. I'm very happy that you can come." Looking at Shangwan Mingyue's miserable smile, Jiang Chen felt his heart tremble slightly, and his heart actually ached slightly. A brief silence passed. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked directly at Shangwan Mingyue. He said seriously, "Then I will become stronger than them." Looking at Jiang Chen's firm eyes, Shangwan Mingyue smiled, but his eyes were full of loneliness. She was very clear about the other party's power, and her family was not worth mentioning in front of him. With Jiang Chen's current strength, it was undoubtedly a fool's errand to change the family's decision-making. Seeing Shangwan Mingyue's eyes filled with tears and looking pitiful, Jiang Chen stretched out his arms out of nowhere. Gently wiped it on the corners of her eyes. Shangwan Mingyue's skin is very delicate. Jiang Chen felt like he was stroking silk. Jiang Chen touched his cheek. Shangwan Mingyue's body stiffened slightly, and then a flash of red cloud appeared quickly, but she did not stop Jiang Chen's movement. See this scene. Jiang Chen hesitated for a while and then he directly hugged Shangwan Mingyue into his arms. "Jiang Chen, believe me, I will become stronger, and by then no one will be able to control your life." Looking at Jiang Chen's serious expression, after Shangwan Mingyue hesitated briefly, she spoke softly, "There are still 2 years left before I have to marry that person, final." Shangwan Mingyue still set a deadline. She didn't have much hope for it, but she looked at Jiang Chen's firm eyes. Shangwan Mingyue still had some luck in her heart after all. "I want to take a gamble." The words fell. Shangwan Mingyue gave Jiang Chen a tip bag. He spoke softly, "When you are strong enough, open it again." Jiang Chen put away the brocade bag. He said in a deep voice, "Wait for me." Just 2 words. It showed Jiang Chen's determination. Tread. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from behind the two of them. The one that followed. And Xiaoling's surprised voice. "Xiaoling, miss, you." Hearing Xiaoling's voice, Shangwan Mingyue immediately separated from Jiang Chen, and her face quickly turned red. But she quickly regained her composure. He turned his attention to Xiaoling. He quickly said, "What's wrong, Xiaoling?" What happened? Why did you come up suddenly? Xiao Ling was stunned for a while. She watched Shangguan Mingyue keep winking at her, even though she was shocked by the scene she just saw. But he calmed down quickly. He responded with a crisp voice, "Miss, these are the tea leaves you asked me to prepare just now. What do you think of these?" The words fell. Xiao Ling handed over the thing in his hand, which contained a lot of tea leaves. As the tea leaves came closer, a faint fragrance lingered on the tip of Jiang Chen's nose. Take advantage of this gap. Xiao Ling kept stealing glances at Jiang Chen. Facing Xiao Ling's scrutiny, Jiang Chen seemed calm and composed at this time, with a very calm expression on his face. It was as if nothing had happened just now. Ahem. Just then, Shangguan Mingyue discovered Xiao Ling's behavior. Couldn't help coughing twice. After hearing Shangguan Mingyue's voice, Xiao Ling quickly retracted her gaze, then took the tray in her hand and walked slowly downstairs. Wait until Xiao Ling leaves. The room fell into silence again. Shangguan Mingyue felt her cheeks were a little hot and did not dare to raise her head to look at Jiang Chen. After relaxing for a while, Shangguan Mingyue suppressed the shyness. Their eyes met with Jiang Chen's. He spoke again, "Jiang Chen, how about I play you a piece of music?" Jiang Chen, "Okay." Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Shangguan Mingyue's lips, her palms gently touched the strings, and she started playing slowly. Boom ethereal music echoed in the attic, and Shangguan Mingyue looked very focused at this time. His fingers kept playing on the strings. Jiang Chen took a sip of the tea in the cup. He slowly closed his eyes. Finished with one song. The lingering sound echoed in the attic. Shangguan Mingyue raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes full of tenderness. I pondered for a while. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes met Shangguan Mingyue. Being stared at by Jiang Chen like this, a blush appeared on Shangguan Mingyue's cheeks again, and she gently lowered her head. Don't dare to look at him. Seeing Shangguan Mingyue's shy look, Jiang Chen was so lost in thought that he forgot to speak for a while. See him like this? Shangguan Mingyue asked softly, "What are you looking at?" Jiang Chen, "No, nothing." Seeing the embarrassment on Jiang Chen's face, Shangguan Mingyue couldn't help laughing, and in an instant it was like 100 flowers blooming. Jiang Chen's eyes were attracted again. After quickly stabilizing your mood, Jiang Chen took out a simple book from his arms, which was the 9 Mysteries of Tianyin that he exchanged from the chance store. Jiang Chen, Mingyue, this martial arts book is a gift I specially prepared for you. See if you like it. Martial arts? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Mingyue had a look of curiosity on her face and took the book from Jiang Yu's hand. Shangguan Mingyue, Tianyin Jiushuan, is this a music and martial arts skill? At this time, Shangguan Mingyue did not open the book immediately, but turned her attention to Jiang Chen. He raised the questions in his mind. Jiang Chen nodded. He spoke softly, "Yes, this is a middle-grade Xian-level music technique. After practicing to the great perfection, its power is no less powerful than the Xian-level high-level exercises." Shangguan Mingyue, what? It's a musical martial art comparable to a high-level Xian level. This is too precious. How come you have such a level of martial arts? But as soon as the words were spoken, Shangguan Mingyue quickly shook her head again. He quickly explained, "No. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked this. I was just a little excited for a moment, so, when it comes to this." Shangguan Mingyue didn't say what she said next, but Jiang Chen already understood what she meant. Then he shook his head slightly. "It doesn't matter, as long as you like it." Shangguan Mingyue nodded happily and did not dwell on the source of the technique. Even deliberately avoided this topic for Shangguan Mingyue. As long as it was given by Jiang Chen, she didn't care at all as to where it came from. To know. In Kamikaze Castle, the highest level of martial arts at present. It's just a top-grade yellow grade. He didn't even have top-level Huang-level skills, and now Jiang Chen actually took out a copy of Xin-level skills. There must be many unknown secrets in it. Shangguan Mingyue is a smart woman who knows what to ask and what not to ask. Other side. Jiang Chen also showed a look of doubt on his face. In his opinion, with the power of Shangguan Mingyue's family, it shouldn't be difficult to obtain a copy of Xuanjie Kung Fu, and there might even be Earth-level people in the clan. Logically speaking, a copy of Xuanjie Kung Fu wouldn't make her so excited. It seemed that he had read through Jiang Chen's thoughts. Shangguan Mingyue took the initiative to speak. "There is indeed no shortage of Earth-level skills in our Shangguan family, but the one you gave is different. This 9 mysteries of heavenly sound is just a useless martial skill to others, but to us monks who practice music, its value is no less valuable than the earth-level martial arts. Oh? There was a look of surprise in Jiang Chen's eyes. He wondered, why is this? Shangguan Mingyue, there are not many people who practice music, and there are even fewer people who practice music. What I practice is only a low-grade Xian-level martial arts, and it is still incomplete. But even if it's just an incomplete book of exercises, I spent a lot of money to successfully exchange it. After comparing the two sides, do you think this gift is expensive? The words fell. Shangguan Mingyue's beautiful eyes stared at Jiang Chen. A blush rose up on her cheeks again. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. It's not expensive at all. This thing is of no use to me. As long as it helps you, it's worth every penny. But Jiang Chen chatted for a while. Shangguan Mingyue slowly opened 9 Mysteries of Tianyin. Just a glance. She was attracted by the content. Just then, the system prompt tone also sounded. Congratulations to the host for successfully sending the Xian-level mid-level martial arts, triggering 100 times critical strike reward, and obtaining the earth-level low-level martial arts Dragon Elephant Sky Suppressing Fist, protection time, 1 month. Note, after the protection time has passed, the host can freely trade this martial skill, but the critical hit reward cannot be triggered. After seeing this information, Jiang Chen understood immediately. The purpose of this limit given by the system is to prevent yourself from endless matryoshka dolls. He had taken great pains. Bo, can you give me a 5-star review? At least it will let me know that there are still people watching, and it will give me some psychological comfort. Call. After watching for a while, Shangguan Mingyue slowly closed the 9 Mysteries of Tianyin, her eyes showing joy. Subsequently, Shangguan Mingyue turned his attention to Jiang Chen. He said softly, "Thank you, I like it very much." The words fell. She put the secret book away solemnly. Time flies. The two chatted while drinking tea. Unknowingly, a bright light appeared on the horizon. Look at the sun rising slowly in the east. Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at Shangguan Mingyue. You're in such a hurry to leave, why can't you stay here for a while? Shangguan Mingyue slowly shook his head. He responded, I can't delay it any longer. They originally wanted me to go back 3 days ago. When it comes to this. Shangguan Mingyue slowly lowered his head, his voice became a little weaker, and he did not continue speaking. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, without speaking, but slowly stretched out his arm and put his arm around Shangguan Mingyue's shoulders. Shangguan Mingyue tilted her body slightly and rested her head on Jiang Chen's shoulder. At this time, neither of them spoke, gazing at the rising sun. Unknowingly, the two of them sat like this for half an hour. Shangguan Mingyue said softly, "It's time for me to go." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen slowly turned his head and looked at Shangguan Mingyue. Since the two of them were leaning on each other, when he turned his head, the tips of their noses were almost touching. At this time, feeling Jiang Chen's masculine aura coming towards his face, a blush quickly rose on Shangguan Mingyue's cheeks, and her heart beat faster. Other side. Looking at the delicate face in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. Couldn't help but move closer. Soon, the tips of their noses touched. As the tips of their noses touched, Shangguan Mingyue slowly closed her eyes, which could be seen from the trembling eyelashes. She was very nervous at this time. He was just trying to act calm. Smelling the faint fragrance of Shangguan Mingyue, Jiang Chen slowly turned his head. Their lips quickly touched. Shangguan Mingyue's body suddenly stiffened, and her mind went blank for a moment. The hands were clasped together tightly. She looked a little at a loss at this moment. After a few breaths of time, Jiang Chen slowly raised his head. Shangguan Mingyue still had her eyes closed and her cheeks were extremely red. Jiang Chen stopped when he felt his movements. Shangguan Mingyue quickly moved her eyelashes a few times and slowly opened her beautiful eyes. As soon as I opened my eyes, Shangguan Mingyue saw Jiang Chen in front of her. When I think of what happened just now. She lowered her head quickly. Don't dare to look at him. It took a while. Shangguan Mingyue's mood gradually calmed down, and the blush on her cheeks slowly receded. He took a deep look at Jiang Chen. Shangguan Mingyue took out a pendant from her arms. Handed it over. She said softly, "This is my favorite jade pendant. You must keep it and return it to me next time we meet." Jiang Chen took the jade pendant from Shangguan Mingyue. He said seriously, "Don't worry, I will definitely return the jade pendant to you intact." Seeing the serious look on Jiang Chen's face, Shangwan Mingyue couldn't help but smile, looking very happy. Subsequently, she slowly stood up from her seat. Jiang Chen originally wanted to get up. Shangwan Mingyue reached out and held his shoulder. How about you stay here and wait until I leave before leaving? I want you to remember the most beautiful side of me. Listening to Shangwan Mingyue's slightly pleading tone, Jiang Chen stopped getting up. He nodded slightly. See, Jiang Chen, agree to your request. Shangwan Mingyue slowly raised her arm, gently caressed Jiang Chen's cheek, then turned and left. Jiang Chen didn't look back. His eyes were still fixed on the slowly rising sun. He understands. The reason Shangwan Mingyue didn't let him see her off was because he was afraid of crying when they parted. That's why I chose to use this method. Under the attic. As soon as Shangwan Mingyue walked downstairs, Xiaoling appeared in her sight, carrying a lot of things with her. Xiaoling, Miss, Master Jiang? Shangwan Mingyue, it's okay, let's leave first. Seeing that Shangwan Mingyue was unwilling to say more, Xiaoling didn't dwell on the matter, and the two quickly walked out of the attic. They did not go down the mountain. Instead, he walked towards the dense forest on the side. When about to leave, Shangwan Mingyue couldn't help but glance back. Whispered, Chen, I'll wait for you, the words fell. Shangwan Mingyue quickly turned her head. Leading Xiaoling through the forest quickly, the aura about her that made people repulsive from thousands of miles away emerged again. A veil was also put back on the cheek. It didn't take long for Xing to leave. They met a group of men in black. There was a sedan next to it. After the leading man saw Shangwan Mingyue, he immediately spoke respectfully, Miss, the master of the house asked us to come and pick you up. Please get on the sedan. Shangwan Mingyue glanced at the other party coldly. He stepped into the sedan chair. Subsequently, several men in black quickly lifted the sedan, then stepped directly into the void, and soon disappeared. Other side. Jiang Chen sat in the attic for about half a stick of incense, and then slowly stood up from his seat. He did not look for Shangwan Mingyue anymore, but walked directly towards the foot of the mountain. But, as soon as he walked out of the attic path, Jiang Chen noticed that someone was secretly observing him. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. Subsequently, Jiang Chen did not take the main road back to Jiang's house. Instead, he turned around and walked into a remote path. Not long after Jiang Chen left, two people quickly rushed out of the bushes on the left, their eyes fixed on the direction where Jiang Chen disappeared. He pondered for a while. A dark-skinned man spoke first. I'll go over and follow Jiang Chen first. Just go and notify Master Xiao and the others immediately and ask them to bring someone over. Good. Upon hearing this, the other man nodded in response and quickly ran towards the main entrance of Tianxiang Tower. And the man with dark skin. Then he quickly chased in the direction where Jiang Chen disappeared. Not a moment. The man saw Jiang Chen's figure. He doesn't walk very fast. It looks like you are traveling around the mountains and rivers. But the dark-skinned man always felt like something was wrong. There are bushes on this trail. Although there are some plants around here, it looks desolate no matter how you look at it. Not the kind of place suitable for viewing scenery at all. In his opinion, the only good thing about this place is that you don't have to worry about being attacked by ferocious beasts. He really can't think of anything else. Seeing that Jiang Chen was not walking very fast, the man also slowly stopped his speed and followed him from a distance. The swarthy man thought to himself, no matter what this guy wants to do, as long as I wait for the young master and the others to come over, my mission today will be successfully completed. Think of this. The man's mood immediately improved a lot. About half an hour later, Xiaoyun relied on the marks left by the man along the way and successfully reunited with him. After seeing Jiang Chen's figure, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of Xiaoyun's mouth. He said coldly, God help me, I thought this plan was going to go to waste again, but I didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so anxious to die, he even chose his own cemetery. Bai Hongfei on the side heard this. There was also a sneer on the corner of his mouth. The two looked at each other. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, but he did not immediately rush to find trouble for Jiang Chen. Shh. Not a moment. Two middle-aged men walked over quickly. He whispered to Xiaoyun, young master, we have already explored the surrounding area, and it is basically certain that Jiang Chen came out alone this time, and no one was following him secretly. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun's eyes lit up immediately, and Bai Hongfei on the side also raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He showed a cruel smile. Swish. Subsequently, Xiaoyun and Bai Hongfei no longer hid and rushed out with their men. The distance between the two sides is getting closer. Xiao Yun, second young master Jiang, what a coincidence today is. I didn't expect to meet you in a place like this. As it gets closer, Xiao Yun took the initiative and started shouting. I heard someone speak. Jiang Chen's forward step suddenly stopped, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. But when Jiang Chen turned his head, those emotions were suppressed by him in an instant, and a look of confusion appeared deliberately on his cheeks. His eyes turned to Xiao Yun, the leader. He opened his mouth and said, Second young master Xiao, I didn't expect to meet you here. Are you here for a stroll too? The words fell. Jiang Chen also showed an I understand you expression on his face. It was as if he was seeing someone of the same kind. However, faced with Jiang Chen's words, Xiao Yun had no intention of replying, and just stared at him calmly. His eyes were full of teasing. Poof! Bai Hongfei let out a burst of mocking laughter. He said in a cold voice, We are not here for a stroll, but we came here specifically to see you, second young master Jiang. Jiang Chen, are you looking for me specifically? I don't know what you want to do by bringing so many people here to look for me, at this time. Although Jiang Chen was very aware of what the other party was thinking, he still chose to play dumb and wanted to see what tricks they would play. At the same time, his eyes also swept over the others. I have to say, Xiao Yun and his two men really put in a lot of effort this time, and there were actually 2 8th level body forging cultivators among their group. To know. Among the 4 major families in Kamikaze City, the highest known cultivation level currently is only the 4th level peak of the Divine Sea Realm. If you can break through to the 1st level of the Divine Sea Realm, they can all directly become the elders of the clan. And below the Divine Sea Realm, a monk who is above the 7th level of the body training realm. They can all be considered the mainstay of the family. Today, 2 8th level body forging realms appeared at once, which shows that Xiao Yun and others only wanted to kill Jiang Chen. It also took a lot of effort. Other side. Listening to the questions from Jiang Chen's mouth, Bai Hongfei didn't intend to go around in circles with him anymore. He stared at Jiang Chen with cold eyes. He said coldly, We came here specially to see you off, second young master Jiang, on your way. The words fell. Bai Hongfei no longer concealed his murderous intention and looked at Jiang Chen with amusement in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen pretended to be very scared. He subconsciously took 2 steps back. He said in a deep voice, You actually want to kill me, aren't you afraid of the Jiang family's revenge? Looking at Jiang Chen's frightened look, Bai Hongfei's face showed a look of satisfaction. He liked to see the frightened expressions on the faces of dying people. Other side. Xiao Yun heard what Jiang Chen said. A burst of laughter burst out from his mouth. He said in a deep voice, The Jiang family is already strong on the outside. What do we have to be afraid of? You escaped by chance last time, but you won't have such a good chance today. Besides, this place is deserted. If I kill you, no one will find you. Even if the Jiang family knows that you are dead in the end, I won't suspect us. Ha ha ha, the words fell. Bai Hongfei and Xiao Yun laughed out loud at the same time. However, I laughed for a while. The expressions of the two of them softened, and they realized that something was wrong with Jiang Chen's reaction. Usually, a normal person encounters this situation. Even if you are not afraid of death, there will always be a little bit of fear on the face. But at this time, Jiang Chen was so calm, and his calm expression even made Xiao Yun and Xiao Yun feel a little confused. But when I thought about having an 8th level body building monk sitting in charge, their expressions returned to normal again. They feel. This must be Jiang Chen pretending to be calm and trying to gain a chance of survival, so he is just pretending to be a ghost. After thinking about this, the sarcasm on their faces became even stronger. However, just then, Jiang Chen's voice slowly came out, This is indeed a good place for killing people and stealing goods. Since you are so eager to die, then I will help you. Seeing that Jiang Chen dared to die, he was so stubborn. Bai Hongfei immediately turned to look at the man behind him. He said angrily, Lu Nang, break this guy's limbs. I will make him die in pain and despair. Yes, master. Bai Hongfei had just finished speaking. One of the 8th level body forging cultivators took a step forward and quickly rushed towards Jiang Chen. As his own momentum continues to increase, a small cyclone appeared around. A whirring sound was heard in the air. Lu Nang, boy, dare to offend Master Bai, accept the punishment honestly. While speaking, Lu Nan used his palm as a knife. He chopped towards Jiang Chen's hands. It seemed that he wanted to cripple his hands first. Seeing the distance between the two getting closer, Jiang Chen still stood there in a daze. Bai Hongfei and Xiao Yun immediately looked happy, and the smiles on their faces became more intense. Bang! However, what happened next? But the pupils of the two suddenly shrank, and Bai Hongfei couldn't help but screamed directly. Bai Hongfei, how? How is it possible, at this time? Lu Nang not only failed to chop Jiang Chen, but his arm was directly pinched by his wrist. Crack, crack. As Jiang Chen's strength continued to increase, a crisp sound of bones breaking was heard, and the man's face suddenly turned blue and purple, and then he let out a scream. Hearing this scream, Xiao Yun quickly recovered from his shock and cast his eyes on the people behind him. He said in a deep voice, "Don't stand there, come together now, we must keep this guy today." As Xiao Yun's voice fell, another body forging 8. Level rushed out quickly, holding a short sword in his hand, and went straight to Jiang Chen's vitals. This cultivator was named Zhao Er. He was brought here by Bai Hongfei. Swish! On the other side, Xiao Yun and others were not willing to lag behind, and they took out their weapons and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's strength was surprising, but Xiao Yun was not panicked. In his opinion, we have 2 8th level body forging monks, plus they are helping us. It will be no problem to take down Jiang Chen. Hey, please help me urge for more updates. Brush! In the blink of an eye, Zhao Er rushed to Jiang Chen, the dagger in his hand flashed with cold light, and stabbed straight into his chest. Other side. Lu Nang, whose arm was grabbed, also looked grim. I saw. The true energy in his body was moving rapidly, and his other arm quickly reached into his arms. A green dagger was drawn from it. Brush! Subsequently, Lu Nang is holding a green dagger. Stabbed towards Jiang Chen's lower abdomen. Boom! However, at this critical moment, a wall of air suddenly appeared around Jiang Chen, blocking the attacks of the two men. Bang bang! The two men's daggers landed on the qi wall at the same time. No matter how hard they increased their qi, they could not break through the qi wall. Zhao Er, damn it, this is the Gang Qi body protection, he is a strong man in the Divine Sea realm. After screaming, Zhao Er quickly retreated back. At this time, his face was full of horror, and even more of it was disbelief. Zhao Er went back. But Lu Nang's arm was firmly grasped by Jiang Chen, and he had no chance to resist. Divine Sea Realm? When Xiao Yun and others heard this, they immediately stopped in their tracks and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Phew, ahem, just then, Jiang Chen snatched the dagger from Lu Nang's hand and stabbed it into his chest with his backhand. Not a moment. Lu Nang's body began to twitch, and he was foaming at the mouth. After struggling for a few times, there was no movement. Obviously, this dagger of his has poison on it. Bai Hongfei, dead? Seeing that the people he brought died like this, Bai Hongfei finally showed a look of horror on his face. Especially seeing Jiang Chen's cold gaze made his body tremble uncontrollably. Escape! Although they didn't understand why Jiang Chen suddenly became a monk in the Divine Sea realm, they had an instinctive survival reaction. Let them react quickly. He turned around and ran away. Swish! As soon as Bai Hongfei moved, Xiao Yun on the side also turned around and ran away without the slightest trace of nostalgia. At the same time, he shouted to the rest of his men, "Stop him, stop him. If something happens to me today, your people will definitely not end well." Upon hearing this, the 8th level body forging monk immediately paused. After hesitating for a while, he still chose to run away. He had no intention of turning around to stop Jiang Chen. Seeing that those with the highest level of cultivation all ran away, naturally the others would not be stupid enough to die. They all ran desperately. After realizing this, Xiao Yun's lungs were about to explode with anger. He said angrily, "Just wait for me. When I return this time, I will definitely kill all your people." Brush. However, before everyone could run far away, Jiang Chen had already begun to take action, with the true energy in his body circulating rapidly. A surging power instantly spread throughout his body. Boom! The back foot suddenly exerts force. Jiang Chen was like an arrow from Li Xian, rushing towards Xiao Yun and others at high speed. Not a moment. Jiang Chen blocked everyone's path, his eyes flashed with endless cold light, and he just stared at everyone. Seeing that there is no way to escape. At this time, Xiao Yun could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. He knelt down directly with a plop. Then he said, "Second young Master Jiang, you don't remember the faults of villains, please let me go this time. We were just playing around with you just now. We really didn't want to do anything to you. Bang bang bang. The words fell. Xiaoyun also kowtowed heavily several times. Bai Hongfei on the side saw Xiaoyun kneel down and beg for mercy. Even though there are 100 reluctances in my heart, in order to save my own life. After a short period of inner struggle, he also slowly knelt down. He spoke in agreement. Xiaoyun is right, we just wanted to joke with you. Jiang Chen, oh, is that really the case? Seeing Jiang Chen's attitude change, Xiaoyun's eyes immediately showed a hint of joy. He quickly spoke again, yes, I just want to make a joke with you. You must believe us. The words fell. Xiaoyun lowered his head again, his attitude seemed very humble. Bai Hongfei on the side also followed suit. Only. After the two lowered their heads, their faces were full of humiliation, and a trace of resentment flashed in their eyes. Xiaoyun roared in his heart, Jiang Chen, how dare you humiliate me like this, Xiaoyun, will definitely kill you, at this time. Bai Hongfei's palms clenched the ground, obviously feeling very uncomfortable inside. But in order to save his own life, he threw the so-called dignity directly behind him. After all, the green hills are still there, so you don't have to worry about running out of firewood. If you really die here, there will be nothing left. After a while of silence, Jiang Chen burst into laughter. He said sarcastically, do you treat me like a 3-year-old child? If you do something wrong, you have to pay the corresponding price. Upon hearing this, Zhao Er, who was not far away, immediately said nothing. He turned around and started running again. Xiaoyun and Bai Hongfei also changed their expressions. They suddenly stood up from the ground and quickly retreated towards the rear. Phew poof. However, before Zhao Er could run far, a green dagger flew out and pierced his body directly. Boom! Under Jiang Chen's blow, Zhao Er's body quickly flew forward for a distance, and then hit the ground heavily. Combined with the poison on the dagger, he quickly lost his vitality. Xiaoyun, Jiang Chen, if we die, the Xiao family and the Bai family will never let go of the Jiang family. Are you sure you can bear the consequences? The Jiang family is having a hard time now. Seeing that begging for mercy is useless, Xiaoyun simply threatened him directly. Bai Hongfei on the side retreated at the same time. He also said, the Jiang family has already offended the Yun family. If you have a grudge against our two families again, do you think you still have a foothold in Kamikaze City? Facing the threat of two people, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all. He said coldly, I won't bother you two to worry about what will happen to the Jiang family, because you won't have the chance to see it. Brush. Jiang Chen's figure moved. Soon he came to the two men, grabbed their necks, and lifted them up from the ground. Facing the strength of Jiang Chen's divine sea realm, Xiaoyun and Bai Hongfei were unable to resist at all. They felt suffocated quickly and their faces turned extremely red. Xiaoyun, Jiang Chen, you must not, click before Xiaoyun could finish speaking. Jiang Chen directly crushed his neck. When Bai Hongfei saw this scene, he knew that he would definitely die today. His expression immediately hardened. He roared angrily, Jiang Chen, even if I, Bai Hongfei, die today, I won't make it easy for you. The words fell. The aura in Bai Hongfei's body began to riot. Few however, before it lasted long, Jiang Chen casually shattered Bai Hongfei's dantian, and the aura around him disappeared. Bai Hongfei, you, click Jiang Chen's arm suddenly exerted force. Bai Hongfei was also dealt with casually. Certainly. Naturally, he didn't let the others go either. Not a moment. The people who came to surround him this time were all killed by Jiang Chen, leaving no one alive. With the experience from the last time, Jiang Chen didn't feel any discomfort this time, and his expression was unusually calm. Boom! Move with the true energy. These corpses were quickly piled together by Jiang Chen. Subsequently, he carried these corpses deeper and deeper. We walked forward for about half a stick of incense. Jiang Chen threw the body into a canyon. Then he turned around and left. Ho ho! Not long after Jiang Chen left, many ferocious beasts smelled the smell of blood in the air and quickly surrounded the body. Suddenly, roars continued in the canyon. Brush brush brush. Jiang Chen kept jumping in the forest. After a while he was back on the street. Then he restrained his breath. He walked slowly towards Zhang's house. Jiang Chen understood. It won't take long for the two aristocratic families to notice the news of the death of Xiaoyun and others, so they chose to destroy the corpses and eliminate any traces. I just want to delay the progress of their investigation. If the Xiao and Bai families attack at this time, that would be very detrimental to the Zhang family. It may even trigger a chain reaction. After all, the truth that everyone pushes against the wall. Jiang Chen still understood it very well. Moreover, as long as the Jiang family falls, the extra resources will be a huge fortune, and many people will already be salivating. While walking, Jiang Chen used the remaining chance points to exchange for a martial art called Hidden Chi Ju from the chance store. This is a functional martial art. Its function is to perfectly hide one's own strength, thereby preventing the enemy from seeing one's true strength. It is considered a must-have skill for Lao Lu. As the system transfer ends, Jiang Chen integrated this technique in an instant, and under his operation, his strength was successfully fixed at the 6th level of the body forging realm. After returning to Jiang's house, Jiang Chen went to his father's place. The two talked for a long time before he walked towards his attic. He hasn't even reached his attic yet. There was a look of doubt in Jiang Chen's eyes. Why is this guy Daoxin sitting in front of my door? As Jiang Chen continued to approach, Jiang Daoxin also heard the sound of footsteps, and immediately raised his head and looked in the direction of the source of the sound. After seeing clearly that the person coming was Jiang Chen, Jiang Daoxin quickly stood up from the stone steps, with a faint smile on his face. Smiled and said, "Second brother, you are back. Jiang Chen, Daoxin, how come you have time to come to my place today? Third uncle didn't take you to train?" Jiang Daoxin, hey, since I found out that my strength has been upgraded to the 6th level of physical training, my father said that I don't need to train anymore. Just let me listen to you and my eldest brother. Jiang Chen nodded lightly. Then he spoke again, by the way, I see that you have been waiting here for a long time. Is there something wrong? Jiang Daoxin scratched his head with his hand. He opened his mouth and responded, Big brother asked me to come. He said that when he comes back, he will take us to the 100 Beasts Mountains to practice, so let me come over and tell you first. I see that you are not at home, second brother, and I have nothing to do anyway, so I am waiting for you here. Beast Mountain Range? Upon hearing this, there was a glimmer of light in Jiang Chen's eyes. I have to say, he was still looking forward to that place. During this period of time, my strength has indeed improved a lot, but I don't have much experience in actual combat. This way, it is simply impossible to fully utilize one's own strength. And this trip to the 100 Beasts Mountains, it is a good opportunity to enhance practical experience. After pondering for a while, Jiang Chen gently pushed open the door. Taking Jiang Daoxin with him, he walked towards the courtyard. Jiang Chen, you said eldest brother is out. When will he come back? Do you know what he is going to do? I heard Jiang Chen ask. Jiang Daoxin shook his head quickly. He opened his mouth and responded, Brother walked in a hurry and looked mysterious. He left after a few brief explanations. After listening to Jiang Daoxin's narration, Jiang Chen did not ask any more questions, but turned his attention to Jiang Daoxin. With a glance, a piece of information quickly appeared in front of Jiang Chen's eyes. Name, Jiang Daoxin. Identity, direct descendant of the Jiang family. Strength, 6th level of body forging realm. Of bloodline, non-physique, Taodai divine body, not activated. The Taodai divine body, it can swallow the flesh and blood of various monsters and beasts, as well as various geniuses and earthly treasures to enhance its own strength. When the divine body reaches its peak, it can swallow the heaven, earth, sun, moon and stars in one mouthful. After seeing this information, there was a look of surprise in Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen only discovered the system's ability to view other people's information when he came back. Unexpectedly, this was the first time he used it. A surprising discovery was made. The Taotai divine body was among the top 20 in the physical rankings. Jiang Chen really didn't expect it. My younger brother who seems to be honest. Unexpectedly, he is still a hidden genius. Seeing Jiang Chen's eyes constantly looking at him, Jiang Daoxin's eyes also showed doubts. I couldn't help but ask, second brother, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like this? Is there something wrong? Jiang Chen waved his hand gently. Then he said, Daoxin, do you feel any changes in your body recently? The reason why I ask. In fact, there is a reason. Logically speaking, before the Taodai divine body awakens, it should be difficult to improve Jiang Daoxin's strength. After all, the physical awakening, it takes a lot of energy. The energy required by the group mass has not reached saturation, and there is no excess energy to improve its own strength. But now, Jiang Daoxin has broken through to the 6th level of body training. From this phenomenon, it is not difficult to infer that the Taohu divine body has reached the edge of awakening. Jiang Daoxin, change? There is no change. Does being hungry count as a change? Jiang Chen, are you hungry quickly? Jiang Daoxin, yes, I usually can manage a meal for at least a few hours, but now I want to eat all the time, as if I can never have enough. Gul Yolu. Jiang Daoxin just finished speaking. His stomach rumbled very cooperatively. Jiang Chen, okay, I understand. You go to the backyard and get yourself something to eat. If you have anything to do, wait until brother comes back. Jiang Daoxin, okay, second brother. The words fell. Jiang Daoxin walked towards the backyard. At this time, Jiang Chen also discovered a problem. Jiang Daoxin's body actually lost a lot of weight. Good. It's only been a day since I've been gone. He could intuitively see that Jiang Daoxin's size was smaller than usual. After discovering this, Jiang Chen became more certain about his guess. It seems that we can make good use of this trip to the mountains to fully awaken Lao San's physique. Think of this. Jiang Chen's eyes showed a look of expectation. Handsome readers, please click for updates. During the time when Jiang Daoxin was preparing food, Jiang Chen was not idle either. Instead, he went back to his room and began to practice the chaos creation art. Yun family. In a woman's boudoir. Creak. The door opened. Yun Shishue walked out of the room. When the maid at the door saw her figure, she immediately said respectfully, "Hello, miss." Yun Shishue, well, where is my father? Maid, miss, there is an auction in the treasure pavilion today, and the head of the family has brought people there. Auction? After a pause, Yun Shishue spoke again, by the way, during my retreat, did the Jiang family have any reaction? When mentioning the Jiang family, a cold light flashed in Yun Shishue's eyes. Although there was Luo Yunsek's pressure on her, the outside world did not dare to talk about her easily, and they all thought that Jiang Yu was rejected. In their eyes, the Sodot called divorce. It was just that the Jiang family deliberately spread the news of divorce in order to save face. But Yun Shishue knew very well. She was indeed divorced by Jiang Yu, that waste. Maid, miss, after you went into seclusion, the Jiang family has been very low-key, as if nothing happened. Not only that, with the continuous targeting of the Yun family and the other two major families, the situation of the Jiang family has become worse and worse. It won't be long before the next plan can be implemented. Upon hearing this, Yun Shishue's expression did not change much. Nodding gently, said, okay, I know. As soon as the voice fell, Yun Shishue walked towards the direction of the hall. In fact, Yun Shishue could have gone directly to Luo Yun sect, but she didn't do that. The reason why she chose to stay was to join Luo Yun sect under the attention of everyone. For her, the Sodot called assessment is just a formality. The reason for choosing this method: one is to deter other forces. Let them know that someone from the Yun family has joined Luo Yun sect, so they dare not easily take action against them. It is a kind of protection for the family. After all, after entering the sect, whether he can come back in the future is another matter, which can be regarded as a disguised causality. As for the second point, Yun Shishue wants Jiang Yu to know clearly the gap between him and himself, so as to completely face the reality. And, last time, he failed to kill Jiang Yu. If he dares to run into the muzzle of the gun this time, he can be killed directly. Thinking of this, Yun Shishue showed a sneer at the corner of her mouth. After arriving at the hall, Yun Shishue found a seat and sat down, then closed her eyes slightly, and began to practice with her mind. Click, click. As Yun Shishue's breath continued to rise, the air in the hall quickly dropped a few points, and a lot of frost appeared on the tables and chairs. Ha! After half an incense stick of time, Yun Shishue slowly opened her eyes. A satisfied expression appeared on her face. He whispered softly, as the ice body continues to awaken, the speed of strength improvement is also getting faster and faster. If this continues, it won't be long before I can break through to the 8th level of body forging. Tap tap tap. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from outside the hall. Afterwards, a middle-aged man took the lead and walked into the hall with several old men. When he saw Yun Shishue on the side, a smile quickly appeared on his serious face. Afterwards, the middle-aged man quickened his pace. He quickly came to Yun Shishue. He quickly said, "Schwer, I didn't expect your retreat to end so soon. It just so happened that I bought a good thing at the auction today. You should be able to use it." This middle-aged man. It was the head of the Yun family, Yun Qianxiu. Oh? Seeing the excitement of his father, Yun Shishue was aroused and his eyes were full of curiosity. Without waiting for Yun Shishue to ask, Yun Xianxiu took out a porcelain bottle from his arms. Carefully placed it on the table. Bang as the bottle cap opened. A scent of elixir instantly filled the hall. The elders smelled the scent of elixir. They couldn't help but show a hint of desire in their eyes. But this emotion was quickly suppressed. They understood. Their talents had reached the limit, and even if they took this elixir, it would only be a waste of resources. After smelling the scent of elixir, Yun Shishue couldn't help but stand up from her seat, stretched out her hand to grab the porcelain bottle beside her, stared at the ancient brown elixir in the bottle, and showed a hint of surprise on her face. Yun Shishue, father, what effect does this pill have? How many spirit stones did you spend to buy it? Yun Xianxiu, this top-grade qi and blood pill, although the grade is only the 3rd grade, the effect is close to the 4th grade pill, and the effect of this pill is to enhance the qi and blood power in the body of the cultivator. In addition, this pill can also cleanse the body to a certain extent, strengthen the physique, and improve the cultivation talent of the user to a certain extent. Yun Shishue, father, what you mean is that this pill also has the effect of cleansing the marrow and strengthening the bones? After hearing this, Yun Xianxiu nodded gently. He responded, although the effect is not very obvious, it is indeed a simple marrow cleansing and bone strengthening. This pill was personally identified by Master Gu Feng, and it is definitely not fake. As for this pill, it cost 30,000 low-grade spirit stones to bid for it. This time, a total of 3 pills were auctioned, and the highest transaction price even reached 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. Hearing this price, Yun Shishue nodded gently. Without saying too much. You know. The Yun family's spirit stone mine has a monthly output of only 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, and this pill actually costs 30,000 directly. It can be seen how much Yun Xianxiu values him. However, after looking at it for a while, Yun Shishue put the porcelain bottle back. Yun Xianxiu, Schwer, what are you doing? Facing his daughter's behavior, Yun Xianxiu showed a puzzled look on his face. You know. The reason why he bid for this pill was to prepare it specifically for Yun Shishue. Facing Yun Xianxiu's questions, Yun Shishue responded calmly, this thing is really effective, and it has a certain effect on me, but my body has been baptized once, so it doesn't make much sense to take it. You give this pill to Xingting, he is more suitable for taking this pill than me. Yun Xingting is the 2nd son of the Yun family. Yun Shishue's younger brother. Yun Xianxiu, but the Xiao family also sent a pill. If Xiao Feng takes it, his strength will definitely increase. He will be assessed soon. Are you sure it's okay? Yun Shishue, father, don't worry. My ice body has also awakened for the most part. Even if Xiao Feng takes the qi and blood pill, he can't be my opponent. At this point, Yun Shishue's face was full of confidence. Seeing my daughter so confident, Yun Xianxiu also showed a smile on his face. He said, well, since you said so, Schwer, I will leave this elixir to Xingtung. After the father and daughter talked for a while, Yun Shishue stood up and left the hall. Wait until Yun Shishue leaves. Yun Xianxiu discussed with a group of elders. Yun Xianxiu, everyone, now the Jiang family is being suppressed by our Yun family. I believe it won't be long before they can survive. What do you think? After pondering for a while, the old man sitting at the front looked up at Yun Xianxiu. He said in a deep voice, Master, in my opinion, the Yun family is now at an absolute advantage. There is no need to rush for success. All we need is to boil the frog in warm water and slowly bring down the Jiang family. What's more, the Jiang Yun family used to be family friends. If they break up so quickly, the impact will not be good. As the old man finished speaking, the other elders also nodded in agreement. But there are also objections. Master, I think the 3rd elder has thought too much. Now that the Luo Yun sect is backing us, we don't have to care about other people's gossip. It's safer to take down the Jiang family quickly. After all, no one cares about the loser. All truth is decided by the winner, that's all. There was a heated argument in the hall. Yun Xianxiu, okay. Just do as the 3rd elder says. Now is really not the time to be too showy. After all, the Xiao family and the Bai family are not vegetarians. You must be wary of them. If the Jiang family is pushed too hard, they will try to defeat them all, which will cause us a lot of losses. Jian Yun Xianxiu has made a decision. The quarrel in the main hall also stopped. The 3rd elder slowly stood up from his seat. He spoke loudly, "The master of the family is wise. The master of the house is wise." The others saw this scene. They also got up one after another. He spoke in agreement. "After the discussion is over." Yun Xianqiu took the elixir and left directly. Jiang family. In the meeting hall, Jiang Wenkang sat in the main seat, while Jiang Wenqing and other core figures sat aside in turn. Looking at the storage bag on the table, there was an expression of shock in his eyes, but more of a joy. He pondered for a while. Jiang Wenkang spoke slowly, "This is the spiritual stone given by Yuer. With this spiritual stone, the Jiang family's current crisis has been temporarily alleviated. From now on, you can just carry on as usual." As Jiang Wenkang finished speaking, the eyes of the other elders were full of shock. Rao is the always calm Jiang Wenyuan. He couldn't help but smack his lips secretly. 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones was the Jiang family's entire income for 2 months. They really couldn't imagine it. Where did Jiang Yu get these spiritual stones? Although they were filled with curiosity, the elders suppressed their curiosity and did not ask. Other side. Jiang Wenyuan decided secretly. "I have to tell that kid Jiang Daoxin again and ask him to study with Jiang Yu honestly." At the same time, the elders also became more respectful to Jiang Yu. Even if his talent is restored, he can still earn spirit stones so quickly. The so-called dragons and phoenixes among men are nothing more than that. Jiang Wenkang, "Okay, everyone has been working hard recently, so you should take a rest in the past 2 days." After a while of simple arrangements, Jiang Wenkang asked the elders to leave. Subsequently, Jiang Wenkang set his sights on Jiang Wenqing and Jiang Wenyuan. Wenyuan, there happens to be nothing to do today. How about we 3 brothers go have a drink? Jiang Wenqing, the eldest brother, has spoken personally, so of course we have no reason to refuse. The words fell. A smile appeared on Jiang Wenqing's face. Jiang Wenyuan on the side also nodded in response. That's all. The 3 of them walked towards Jiang Wenkang's attic together. Other side. Jiang Yu also came to Jiang Chen's attic. The 3 of them simply prepared some things. Against the backdrop of night, heading towards the 100 Beast Mountain range. Jiang Daoxin, "Brother, if we leave like this, what will we do if my father can't find me?" Jiang Yu, "Don't worry, I've already told my father about this, and he will explain the situation to your father." Jiang Daoxin nodded immediately. He took out some food and started eating again. Jiang Chen on the side was very quiet. 3 hours later, the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the 100 Beasts Mountain range. Without any hesitation, they quickly rushed into the mountains. As we continue to go deeper into the mountains, 3's walking speed has also been reduced a lot. Ho ho! There were constant roars coming from all around. The dark night sky makes people feel very depressed. First time coming to this kind of place. Jiang Daoxin was inevitably a little scared. But when he saw his 2 brothers calm down, the tension gradually calmed down. After walking for a while, Jiang Yu, the leader, stopped. He said, "Let's find a place to stay first, and then start looking for the beast tomorrow. It's too dangerous to move at night." Jiang Chen, "That's fine." Subsequently, the 3 of them quickly found a stone cave. After sealing the entrance of the cave with huge rocks, a group of flames slowly rose. At this time, there are a few hares next to the campfire. This was what Jiang Chen caught when he entered the cave. This rabbit is very fat. It is a very common low-level monster in the 100 Beasts Mountain range. Seeing Jiang Chen skillfully handling the rabbit, Jiang Yu and Jiang Daoxin were surprised. They really didn't expect it. Jiang Chen, who used to only eat, drink and have fun, actually has such skills. Look at his skill level. It is obvious that this is not the first time he has done this. Jiang Chen, don't just stand there and watch. Come over and help. Do you still want to eat? As Jiang Chen said this, Jiang Yu and the others smiled and no longer worried about why Jiang Chen had these skills. They quickly helped him deal with the rabbit's body. After a while, the rabbit was handled. Crackling sparks flickered. Under the continuous roasting of the flames, bursts of meat fragrance echoed in the cave, and Jiang Daoxin drooled. Taking advantage of this gap, Jiang Chen used the system's detection function to look at his elder brother. Name, Jiang Yu. Identity, Jiang family's direct descendant. Strength, 8th level of the body refining realm of bloodline. Nun golden finger, remnant soul of the great emperor. 15% absorbed physique, azure dragon body, 10% activated. Seeing this news, Jiang Chen's eyes showed surprise. It's been a while since we last met. Jiang Yu's strength has actually risen to the 8th level of the body refining realm. And his physique. It's the legendary Azure Dragon Body. Azure Dragon Body. This is an existence that can go hand in hand with the flying immortal body. After fully stimulating the potential of the physique, the physical strength can be comparable to that of the pure blooded dragon clan. More importantly, his elder brother also absorbed a remnant soul of the Emperor. The Daoha realm is also called the Emperor realm. Those who can break through to this realm, all are rare cultivation geniuses. The cultivation experience in their souls. It is a priceless treasure. Now my elder brother not only has the Sanlong body, but also has the cultivation experience of the Emperor realm strongman to assist. With the blessing of both, it is really like a little cow taking a plane. It is awesome. After half a stick of incense, the three of them began to feast, and while Jiang Chen was eating, he was always paying attention to the changes in Jiang Dao's heart. He found out. After Jiang Daoxin swallowed the rabbit meat, little bits of fluorescence appeared outside his body, which continued to gather around his body. Obviously, those fluorescent lights are the energy substances in rabbit meat. Although there are not many energy substances. But this was enough to verify Jiang Chen's guess. The reason why I can see all this. Naturally, it is with the help of double pupils. Otherwise, even a monk in the cave heaven realm would not be able to see this abnormality. After eating and drinking enough. After the three briefly communicated for a while. Then they began to practice separately. Jiang Yu taught Jiang Chen and others some martial arts skills, and they were very cooperative and didn't ask any questions, keeping everything in mind. The next day, under the leadership of Jiang Yu, the three brothers wandered around the 100 Beasts Mountains, but they were all operating on the periphery. After all, the current strength is too weak. If it goes too deep, encountering those in the Divine Sea realm, even monsters above the Divine Sea realm, that would be a fatal blow, a consequence they cannot afford. Ho ho! In the secret forest, bursts of roaring sounds continued to be heard. At this time, Jiang Yu and Jiang Daoxin stood aside and watched. Jiang Chen was fighting with a giant bear. This black bear has the peak strength of the 7th level of the body forging realm, but Jiang Chen controlled his strength at the early stage of the 6th level, and for a while, one person and one bear were fighting back and forth. A large area of surrounding trees collapsed. Watching Jiang Chen face off against this black bear, not only did he not fall into a disadvantage, but he actually suppressed the opponent. The look of satisfaction on Jiang Yu's face became stronger and stronger, and he became more optimistic about his younger brother. To know, the physical body of a monster is far stronger than that of a human being. To be able to defeat and win at the same level is already considered a rare genius. Now Jiang Chen can actually fight more than ever. This far exceeded Jiang Yu's expectations. But, the more this happens, the more satisfied Jiang Yu is. Now that Jiang Chen has such a talent, he can provide some help. There will definitely be some good achievements. And, Jiang Yu also discovered a problem. His third brother was also extraordinary. He had only been in the 100 Beasts mountain range for a few days. His strength actually improved to a small level. Not only that, Jiang Daoxin's body shape has also transformed from obese at the beginning to a normal figure. But the appetite is getting bigger and bigger. I really want to talk about it. When I came to the 100 Beasts mountain range this time, Jiang Daoxin was probably the one who enjoyed the most nourishing life. Every time he killed the monsters, half of the flesh went into his mouth. Rumble. Roar after a burst of roaring. The black bear was pierced through the chest by Jiang Chen, and then fell directly backward, making a roar. When Jiang Daoxin saw this scene, he immediately rushed towards the black bear's body, the smile on his face undisguised. He quickly said, "Second brother, how about we make bear paws tonight? This thing must be a great supplement." Jiang Chen smiled slightly. He responded, "No problem, you go and take care of the body first, I will help you later." Listen to Jiang Chen say this. Jiang Daoxin immediately looked happy and dragged the black bear's body towards the creek. Just then, Jiang Yu stepped forward and came to Jiang Chen. "Second brother, Xianqing sect and Luoyun sect are about to start recruiting disciples, we should go back." Jiang Chen nodded lightly. He responded, "Then let's go back tomorrow, so we can have more time to prepare." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu nodded slightly in response. After the two talked for a while, stepping towards the direction of Jiang Daoxin, the three of them disposed of the giant bear's body in a short time. Kamikaze City. At this time, The Xiao family and the Bai family also noticed something was wrong. Several days had passed and neither Xiao Yun nor Bai Hongfei showed up, which gave them a bad smell. Immediately, the two major families sent countless people to search. After searching, they came to the valley where Jiang Chen dumped his body. Xiao Lingshan, the head of the Xiao family, walked at the front. After seeing the torn clothes at the bottom of the valley, his eyes immediately condensed. Xiao Lingshan, Yuner, these are Yuner's clothes. No matter who kills Yuner, I will make him pay with blood. Other side. Bai Zhantong, the head of the Bai family, also had a gloomy face. Although Bai Hongfei was just an illegitimate child, he was still his biological son anyway, and now he was thrown into the wilderness. The anger in his heart can be imagined. Bai Zhantong, Cha, I don't care what method you use on me. I want to know how Hongfei died within 3 days. Yes, head of the family. As Bai Zhantong finished speaking, the men in black behind him quickly retreated and disappeared after a while. Xiao Lingshan also raised his head at this time. He turned his attention to the people beside him. He said angrily, "What are you doing here? Why don't you go check it out quickly? If you can't figure out who the real murderer is, I will bury you trashes with you." Xiao Lingshan finished speaking. The faces of the men immediately changed, and they did not dare to hesitate anymore, and quickly rushed out of the valley. Just then, a man on the left side of Xiao Lingshan took 2 steps forward. He soon came close to Xiao Lingshan. He said respectfully, "Master, I heard from my subordinates some time ago that the young master seemed to be planning to take action against the second young master of the Jiang family. Do you think it might be?" When he said this, the man did not continue to speak. After all, if this matter is not handled well, it is very likely to trigger a fight between the two major families. He can't bear this responsibility. The man's name is Zhong Qing. He is Xiao Lingshan's confidant. He has followed Xiao Lingshan for nearly decades. Bai Zhantong, who was next to him, heard this. He also cast his eyes over. "Xiao Lingshan, you mean, Yuner's death may be related to that Jiang Chen?" Before Zhong Qing could reply, Bai Zhantong spoke first. "Impossible, Jiang Chen is just a waste, and there are 2 8th level body building cultivators who died this time. Do you think he has the strength?" Facing Bai Zhantong's questioning, Zhong Qing responded softly, "Jiang Chen naturally doesn't have the strength to kill an 8th level body forging cultivator, but the Jiang family is not just Jiang Chen. What if other people are secretly attacking?" As Zhong Qing's voice fell, Xiao Lingshan and Bai Zhantong fell into silence. After a moment of silence, the two looked at each other. There was endless coldness in their eyes. Bai Zhantong pondered for a while. He spoke first. "If Hongfei's death this time is really related to the Jiang family, I don't mind that Shinfeng City has one less Jiang family." Xiao Lingshan nodded gently. Coldly said, "In this case, let's investigate around the Jiang family and contact the Yun family by the way. If it is really the Jiang family, our 3 major families will act together." Bai Zhantong, "Okay, let's do as you say." After the two discussed for a while, they left the valley with the remaining bones. Of course, before leaving, Xiao Lingshan and the others arranged a lot of people to enter the valley and asked them to clean up the monsters inside. "It's like collecting some interest for my son." In the blink of an eye, 1 day passed. Jiang Chen and the 3 of them walked out of the 100 Beast Mountain range together and headed towards the Jiang family very quickly. At this time, there was more or less a hint of determination on the young faces of the 3 of them. There is even a faint evil aura surrounding him. Obviously, these few days in the Beast Mountain range, not a few monsters died in their hands. Kamikaze City. After a period of investigation by the Xiao and Bai families, they finally pointed the finger at the Jiang family. Xiao Lingshan and Bai Zhantong gathered together secretly and began to discuss how to deal with the Jiang family. Not only that, except for the 2 of them this time, Yun Xingting was also among them. Inside the secret room, Xiao Lingshan's face looked terrifyingly cold. He said in a deep voice, "Yuner died in the hands of the Jiang family. I must avenge this. I called you 2 here today just to ask you what your plans are now." After pondering for a while, Bai Zhantong was the first to speak. "I don't have any objections. As long as I can avenge Hongfei, I can take action now." The words fell. Bai Zhantong showed a fierce look on his face. Although Bai Hongfei was only an illegitimate son, Bai Zhantong had always loved him very much, otherwise he would not have dominated everyone else. He was taken directly back to the Bai family. Subsequently, the 2 of them turned their attention to Yun Xingting who was standing aside. "Ahem. faced the eyes of the two people. Yun Xingtong coughed twice. He opened his mouth and said, I can understand the mood of both of you. After all, the hatred of killing a son is irreconcilable, but the sect will start recruiting disciples tomorrow, so it is not appropriate to take action at this time. The Zhang family can't run away anyway. It won't be too late to deal with them after the recruitment of disciples is over. After pondering for a while, Yin Xingting spoke again, with the talents of the younger members of your clan, passing this test will not be a problem. When the time comes, with the support of the sect, there will be no need to worry about anything. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lengshan and Bai Zhantang's eyes lit up immediately. After thinking for a while, Xiao Lengshan said solemnly, forget it, in that case, let the Zhang family live a little longer. With the cultivation talents of those losers in the Zhang family, it is impossible to pass the examination. Bai Zhantang, okay, let's do it in 2 days. After the discussion is over, everyone did not stay here longer. They went back to make arrangements and prepare for tomorrow's assessment. Zhang family. As soon as Zhang Chen and the others returned to Zhang's house, they were pulled into the main hall by Zhang Wenkang and others. After feeling the bloody aura of the three people, everyone's faces showed a look of satisfaction. At this time, Zhang Wenkingjiang on the side turned his eyes to Zhang Chen. He opened his mouth and asked, Chener, you went to the 100 Beasts Mountains to practice a lot this time. It seems that your gains are not bad. At the same time, Zhang Wenqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. During the time when Zhang Chen didn't come back, he had been worried. He was afraid that something might happen to his son somewhere. Hearing what his father said, Zhang Chen responded with a smile, thanks to Big Brother. If it weren't for his help, we wouldn't have made such great progress. Zhang Wenqing turned to look at Zhang Yu. He spoke seriously, thank you, Xiao Yu. It was my second uncle who was confused before. I hope you don't hold grudges against me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu quickly stood up from his seat. Second uncle is serious. If it hadn't been for your elixir, I might have died. It's me who should say thank you, at this time. Zhang Yu spoke sincerely. The expression is very serious. Zhang Wenkang, okay? Okay. Why are we all talking about such things as a family? Everyone, please sit down. As Zhang Wenkang opened his mouth, everyone sat back in their seats again. Zhang Chen found out. His third uncle was looking Zhang Daoxin up and down, his eyes full of surprise. After relaxing for a while, I couldn't help but mutter, are you really my son? Ha ha ha. As soon as Zhang Wenyuan said these words, a burst of laughter suddenly erupted in the hall, and all eyes focused on Zhang Daoxin. He looked at everyone looking at him. Zhang Daoxin looked a little restrained and scratched his head in embarrassment, looking inexplicably happy. Subsequently, he responded in a low voice, Dad, what are you talking about? I'm not your son. Am I the one who jumped out of a rock? Zhang Daoxin said this. The crowd's laughter became louder. They understand. The reason why Zhang Wenyuan said this was just to highlight the great change in Zhang Dao's heart and to liven up the atmosphere. Obviously, his move was very successful. The atmosphere in the hall immediately improved a lot, and everyone's conversations became more casual. Although he was joking. But after feeling his son's cultivation, Zhang Wenqing's eyes were full of pride and he looked very pleased. Ahem. After a while. After everyone's discussion is over, Zhang Wenkang on the side coughed twice. Then he spoke again. In recent times, the three major aristocratic families have been moving around frequently. I suspect that they are planning something secretly, and there is a high possibility that they may even take action against the Zhang family. Zhang Wenkang finished speaking. Zhang Wenyuan on the side said, Brother, with the current strength of Zhang Chen and the other three brothers, there should be no problem in passing the assessment, so don't worry too much. As long as they pass the sect assessment, even if the three major families really have some conspiracy, they dare not act rashly. However, Zhang Wenkang on the side looked a little worried. He said in a deep voice, that being said, you are also clear about Yuer's situation. Yun Shishue is the designated disciple of Luo Yun sect. I'm afraid that this assessment will not be as smooth as imagined. Zhang Wenqing, brother, are you worried that the people of Luo Yun sect will deliberately target Xiaoyu and the others? Zhang Wenkang, yes. As soon as these words came out, the hall fell into silence. If they were really deliberately made difficult by the other party, even if they barely passed the assessment, their days in the sect would definitely not be easy. They might even lose their lives. At this moment, Zhang Yu, who had been silent all the time, slowly stood up. He cast his eyes on Jiang Wenkang. He said, "Father, don't worry. The two major sects are here this time. I have no intention of joining the Luo Yun sect. They don't have the opportunity to target me." Jiang Chen on the side also nodded slightly. He agreed, "Yes, we have never planned to join the Luo Yun sect. You don't have to worry at all." After getting this response, Jiang Wenkang's face was relieved a lot. The reason why he deliberately mentioned this matter was that he was afraid that Jiang Yu would not be able to swallow that breath and had to be in the same sect with Yin Shishue. Now it seems, Jiang Wenkang felt that he was thinking too much, and his son did not take the matter of breaking off the engagement to heart. "Jiang Wenkang, there is nothing to do next. Everyone go back and rest early to prepare for tomorrow's assessment." After the voice fell, Jiang Wenkang turned his head and looked at Jiang Wenyuan. Speaking again, "Wenyuan, pay more attention to the three major families. If there is any abnormality, notify me immediately." Jiang Wenyuan, "Got it, big brother." As the two ended their conversation, everyone left the hall one after another. Creak. After returning to the room, Jiang Chen took out a secret book from the system space, which was the Earth-level martial skill that was awarded last time, Dragon Elephant Sky Suppressing Fist. By the way, I seem to remember that I still have 3 opportunities for enlightenment, but these techniques are all directly transmitted, and enlightenment is of no use to me. If you use sudden enlightenment, your understanding of Emperor Luo's double eyes will be greatly accelerated, thereby exerting stronger power. Listen to the system's explanation. Jiang Chen's face immediately showed a smile. I didn't expect that Su can be used in this way. System, I want to use Epiphany. Buzzing as the system's voice fell. There was a roar in Jiang Chen's mind. Subsequently, he suddenly felt dizzy. When Jiang Chen opened his eyes again, he found that he was in a strange place again. It was somewhat similar to the last time he awakened the Emperor Luo Chongtong, but the scene had changed. Only saw above the sky. The two figures were constantly fighting. Before Jiang Chen could do more observation, he found that they suddenly appeared in the sky. Not only that, the boy opposite was waving his fist. Hit yourself quickly. Feeling the terrifying aura on his fist, Jiang Chen's expression immediately changed and he wanted to raise his arm to block the blow. But then he suddenly discovered his body was unable to move, as if the connection between his soul and his physical body had been severed. Just when he was anxious to share. But his body started to move on its own, a terrifying aura erupted, and he quickly raised his fist and struck forward. Rumble. The two fists collided. There was a deafening roar instantly. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the two fought for several rounds. After observing for a while, Jiang Chen also realized that he was entering the battle between the two from a first-person perspective. And the person he is possessing right now is the man he saw when he awakened Emperor Luo's double eyes last time, only he is younger now. That's all. In this immersive state, Jiang Chen's combat experience improved rapidly, and he could even feel how they mobilized their own energy and blood. The battle between the two became increasingly fierce. Boom! After a fight, the distance between the two sides quickly widened. Suddenly Jiang Chen felt his eyes go dark, and when he opened his eyes again, it seemed as if the entire world had changed color. He understood immediately. This was about to use the special skill of double eyes. Jiang Chen didn't dare to show any signs of neglect and immediately became very energetic. World. Destroying divine light. Vaguely, Jiang Chen heard these 4 words. Boom! As these 4 words fell, Jiang Chen instantly felt an infinite power coming towards his eyes, and his gaze locked onto the young man in front of him. At this time, the whole body of the young man opposite was also filled with rays of light, and runes were constantly flashing around him, filling the entire sky with monstrous power. Few black light burst out from his eyes and flew towards the young man directly in front of him. Click 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 as the black light shoots out. The surrounding world changes instantly. Many cracks appeared in the void. Facing Chongtong's terrifying attack, the young man showed no fear and continued to use various magic techniques. Collided with the black beam. Boom! Critical time. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly went dark. When he opened his eyes again, his soul had returned to his body. At this time, there was a faint flash of black light in his eyes, and the overlapping pupils were even more weird. Rumble. Just then, there was a burst of thunder outside the house. After a while, it started to rain heavily. Bump! The window was blown open by the rain, and a gust of wind instantly entered the house through the window. Jiang Chen subconsciously shuddered. Only then did he realize it. During this epiphany, I actually broke out in a layer of cold sweat all over my body. The strong wind just blew by. That made him feel inexplicably cold. Not only that, Jiang Chen also felt particularly tired, as if he had just experienced a big battle and his whole body was extremely sore. Click. Keep the windows closed. Jiang Chen simply cleaned his body. He lay directly back on the bed. Subsequently, memories keep popping up in my mind. In addition to those battle scenes, Jiang Chen also found the secret technique of destroying the divine light. This discovery excited him. I really didn't expect that not only can I gain combat experience from Epiphany, but I can even understand secret techniques. After digesting the memory Jiang Chen's body also gradually relaxed, and a wave of tiredness instantly spread throughout his body. Then he slowly fell asleep. A night of silence. When Jiang Chen opened his eyes again, he found that it was already noon, before he even got up from the bed. There was movement outside the door. Dong dong dong. Second brother, are you awake? The people from the sect are almost at Kamikaze City. We have to go and prepare now. This voice belongs to Zhang Daoxin. Jiang Chen quickly stood up from the bed. He opened his mouth and responded, I know, come right away. Creak. The door opens. Jiang Chen spotted Zhang Daoxin's figure at a glance, and he was still holding some food in his hand. Standing outside the door and eating. Since the strength increased, Jiang Chen discovered that this guy was eating all the time. Zhang Daoxin, second brother, do you want some? While talking, Zhang Daoxin took out some food again. He handed it over to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, no, you can keep it for yourself. Why didn't you see your elder brother today? Is he not up yet? Zhang Daoxin, eldest brother, said that he still needs to prepare some things. He asked me to call you first, and then we go to see the head of the family together. Jiang Chen, then let's go and find big brother. The words fell. Jiang Chen walked towards the outside of the courtyard. But, not long after Jiang Chen and the others walked out. Then he saw Jiang Yu coming towards him, with a faint smile on his face. He seems to be in a very good mood. Before Jiang Chen could speak, Jiang Yu casually took out 2 porcelain bottles. He handed it to the 2 of them respectively. He opened his mouth and explained, this is a 4th grade dragon blood pill. They increase the power of your qi and blood by about 10%. They can not only improve your fighting strength, but also strengthen your physical body. After receiving the elixir, there was a look of surprise in Jiang Chen's eyes. He spoke softly, brother, I really didn't expect that you can even refine 4th grade elixirs. Jiang Yu, I'm just a little lucky. I'm still far away from becoming a real 4th grade alchemist. Just find a chance to take this elixir yourself. It won't be used in this assessment. After this period of getting along, the 3 of them also had a certain understanding of each other's personalities, and Jiang Chen was not polite to Jiang Yu. He directly collected the elixir. Subsequently, the 3 of them walked towards the hall. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. After the 3 people came to the hall, I found that everyone who was supposed to come had already seen it. Zhang Wenkang turned his attention to the 3 of them. He said, today is the day of assessment, and the future of our Zhang family is in your hands. Jiang Yu, don't worry, father. Zhang Daoxin patted his chest. He spoke in agreement, uncle, don't worry, we will definitely pass the assessment this time. Zhang Wenkang, ha. Good, good, good. It's almost time, let's go. As soon as Zhang Wenkang spoke, the group of people walked out of Zhang's house in a mighty manner and headed towards the assessment location. There were a lot more people on the street than usual today. There are even many foreigners. After all, the sect's assessment requirements have long been set. Anyone who has the 3rd level of body training and is under the age of 20.5 can participate. While walking, Zhang Wenqing stepped forward and came to Jiang Chen. He spoke softly, Chener, your current strength, when it comes to this. Jiang Wenqing did not continue speaking, but there was a deep look of doubt in his eyes. The last time father and son talked, Jiang Chen exposed his aura once. Although he didn't know the specific strength at that time, Jiang Wenqing estimated that he must be at the 7th level of body training. Even the 8th level of body training. But no matter how Jiang Wenqing observed during this period, he found that Jiang Yu only had the 6th level of body training. This made him very confused. Faced with his father's inquiry, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. It's just a deception. Father, don't worry too much. I won't let you down. Listen to Jiang Chen say this. The worry in Jiang Wenqing's eyes disappeared, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. His expression also relaxed a lot. For Jiang Wenqing, as long as there is nothing wrong with his son's health, that's fine. Everyone moved forward. There were more and more people walking around, but due to the Jiang family's status, those people kept a certain distance. Don't dare to get too close to them. The location of this assessment was at the giant square in the center of Kamikaze City. When Jiang Chen and others arrived, they found that people from the other three major families had already arrived. And the heads of the three major aristocratic families also gathered together, talking and laughing with each other, and they seemed to have a very good relationship. Saw this scene. Jiang Wenkang frowned immediately, and soon realized something was wrong, and his face became slightly ugly. The other elders also looked gloomy. They smelled something unusual. To know. Although these three aristocratic families usually have negotiations, they are more or less contradictory to each other. The relationship has been tepid. There will still be some friction from time to time. But today, the heads of the three major aristocratic families were sitting together happily. Not to mention Jiang Wenkang and others, even the crowd who came to watch noticed something was wrong. They were discussing quietly on the side. Oh my god, looking at the current situation, aren't the three major families united together? I think it is possible. Many industries of the Jiang family are now suppressed. If the three major families take action together again, the Jiang family may even be directly destroyed. Keep your voice down, be careful of trouble coming from your mouth. Along with these discussions, Xiao Lingshan and others also noticed everyone in the Jiang family and turned their gazes over, with a vague sneer on their lips. After pondering for a while, Xiao Lingshan slowly stood up from his seat. He looked directly at Jiang Wenkang, who was coming towards him. He said sarcastically, Jiang Wenkang, I thought that your Jiang family would not dare to come this time. It seems that our number one genius in Kamikaze City is still a little willing in his heart and wants to struggle again. Ha ha ha. Xiao Lingshan finished speaking. There was a burst of laughter from the rest of the people, and their eyes quickly turned to Jiang Yu, with a sarcastic smile on their lips. They understand. What Xiao Lingshan said just now was just to expose the Jiang family's scars and make them look embarrassed in public. After all, in the past, when Jiang Yu's cultivation talent was still there, Xiao Feng was suppressed to death, and Xiao Lingshan was already unhappy. Now, his youngest son died at the hands of the Jiang family, so today he was unabashedly showing off his face. However, facing Xiao Lingshan's ridicule, Jiang Wenkang not only showed no anger, but instead showed a smile on his lips. He responded calmly, since the head of the Xiao family has spoken in person, of course I will fulfill your wish and let you see the number one genius of my Jiang family. I believe you will not be disappointed. The words fell. Jiang Wenkang showed a meaningful smile. Seeing Jiang Wenkang's vow, Bai Zhantong and others were stunned for a moment. Xiao Lingshan originally thought, if he deliberately mentioned these things, Jiang Wenkang would be furious, or even worse, he would argue. But now, not only was Jiang Wenkang not angry, he even smiled at himself and others, but his eyes looked like he was looking at a clown. It made Bai Zhantong and others very uncomfortable. Before they could speak again, Jiang Wenkang led the other elders and turned around and left, heading towards the Jiang family's dedicated location. Xiao Lingshan, seeing this scene. Xiao Lingshan suddenly felt a burst of anger, and felt that his chest was stuffy, making him feel like he had nowhere to vent. At this moment, Bai Zhantong came close to Xiao Lingshan. He whispered, let the Jiang family be arrogant for a while, and when the test is over, it will be their death. Ha! Xiao Lingshan breathed a long sigh of relief. He responded, okay, then let them go first. As the voice fell, Xiao Lingshan sat back again, his expression seemed a little gloomy and uncertain, and his eyes swept towards the direction of the Jiang family from time to time. On the other side, Bai Zhantong also had a cold look on his face, and his fists were clenched tightly together, with murderous intent in his eyes. At this time, the man in his early 20s behind him slowly raised his head. He said in a deep voice, Father, don't worry, after I join the Luoyun sect, I will make the Jiang family pay the price they deserve. Hearing what the man said, Bai Zhantong showed a touch of relief on his face. Softly speaking, okay, Suer, you are thoughtful. The man's name is Bai Su. He is Bai Zhantong's eldest son. He has the fifth peak of body forging. Although his talent is not as good as Xiao Feng and Yin Shishue, he is also one of the best in Xinfeng City. There is basically no problem in passing the assessment. Look, what is that? Just then, I don't know who shouted, and everyone's attention was immediately attracted. Shock appeared in his eyes. I saw. A black shadow appeared in the sky above Shinfeng City, and it was flying quickly towards the square. As the distance kept getting closer, everyone realized. The black shadow that was getting closer in the sky was actually a huge flying boat, and there were many people standing on the bow of the flying boat. When they saw the logo on the warship clearly, the crowd around them immediately made a commotion. It's Luo Yun sect. I didn't expect that they would come with so many people this time. It's really surprising. What do you know? Luo Yun sect recruited disciples in Biluo City some time ago. These must be new people. They were just brought along the way and will return to the sect together when the time comes. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people immediately reacted. Their faces showed an expression of "I see." Chirp. Just then, a cry came from the sky, and a huge shadow appeared above everyone's heads again, and the surrounding wind was strong. Faced with this sudden change, everyone immediately looked up at the sky. They saw a huge black eagle hovering in the air, and there were many people standing on its back. The situation was similar to that of Luo Yun sect. There were also many new people among them. At this time, those people's eyes were also full of excitement. And this group of people, it was Xianqing sect. On the other side, the skinny old man on the bow saw this scene and showed a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. It was obviously him and others who arrived first. Now the limelight was all taken away by Xianqing sect. Thinking of this, the skinny old man said in a deep voice, "Old Chen, Xianqing sect is still the same, just likes to do this kind of eye-catching things." As soon as the skinny old man said this, the old man on the black hawk quickly cast his eyes on him, and said calmly, "Du Qingfeng, it is your own ability to attract people's attention. Are you jealous?" Ha ha ha. As soon as the voice fell, the old man laughed without hesitation. Looking at the old man who kept laughing, Du Qingfeng's face became very ugly, and his expression was a little gloomy. Then he seemed to think of something. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said sarcastically, I don't want to waste my time talking to you. This time, Luo Yun sect has recruited many geniuses. If it weren't for the limited number of disciples, there would be no place for your Xianqing sect." The voice fell. Du Qingfeng showed a smug smile on his face. The meaning of his words was very clear. That is, the disciples recruited by Xianqing sect were all the garbage left by their Luo Yun sect. Facing Du Qingfeng's sarcasm, the face of the elder of Xianqing sect froze slightly. But he quickly suppressed his emotions. He said calmly, "Good talent is just winning at the starting line, which can't prove much." Du Qingfeng, a dead duck is stubborn. The voice fell. Du Qingfeng no longer paid attention to the old man, and controlled the warship to slowly land on the ground. Boom. After the black eagle circled for a while, it also landed steadily on the ground. Seeing that the two major forces were full of gunpowder when they met, the expressions of the people also changed a little. I began to think in my heart. Although Luo Yun sect and Xianqing sect are both large sects, but with the continuous efforts of Luo Yun sect in recent years, there is already a big gap between them. Moreover, the lifespan of the leader of Xianqing sect is extremely short, and he has been stuck at the peak of the void-breaking realm for a long time. If he can't break through again, it's only a matter of time before he dies. Although the leader of Luo Yun sect is only at the 9th level of the void-breaking realm, he has enough lifespan. Even if he can't break through the mirror, he can kill the leader of Xianqing sect. The relationship between the two sects has become worse and worse in recent years, and Luo Yun sect has suppressed Xianqing sect in all aspects. Everyone understands. Once the ancestor of Xianqing sect dies, Luo Yun sect will definitely be the first to take action without the protection of the strong man in the void-breaking realm. After all, if Xianqing sect can be taken over, the entire East Wilderness will be under the control of Luo Yun sect. Therefore, although it is said that the two sects are recruiting disciples, in fact, most people are rushing to Luo Yun sect. Among them, many people chose to join Xianqing sect because they were eliminated by Luo Yun sect. As the people from the two major sects landed, the three major families immediately surrounded them. Jiang Wenkang, you three brothers take a rest here first, I'll go over and take a look. Jiang Yu, okay, father. After getting the reply, Jiang Wenkang immediately led a group of elders to surround them. At this time, Jiang Chen's eyes were fixed on the elder of Luo Yun sect. Du Qingfeng was none other than him. It was the elder who came to the Jiang family with Yun Shishue to break off the engagement last time. Not only that, Jiang Chen also found Yun Shishue on the warship. She was standing quietly on the bow at this time, with a hint of indifference in her eyes, like a proud white swan. Jiang Chen had to admit, this Yun Shishue was not only beautiful, but the cold temperament on her body was even more fatally attractive to men. But compared with Shangguan Mingyue, this Yun Shishue was still a lot worse. Shangguan Mingyue not only had unparalleled appearance, but also exuded a unique temperament that Yun Shishue could not possess. At this time, there was a man standing next to Yun Shishue. He looked at everyone with a proud look, his eyes full of disdain. When Jiang Yu saw Yun Shishue and the others, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint murderous intent emanated from his body, but he quickly suppressed it. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's elixir last time, he might have died now. Now that enemies meet, they are naturally jealous of each other. At this moment, Yun Shishue seemed to have noticed something. She turned her head and looked in the direction of Jiang Chen and the others, and their eyes collided immediately. After seeing Jiang Yu's figure, Yun Shishue showed a sneer at the corner of her mouth. She thought to herself, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. Since you are so ignorant, today I will let you see how big the gap between us is. Thinking of this, Yun Shishue glanced at Jiang Yu indifferently. Then she retracted her gaze. The man next to her noticed Yun Shishue's action and followed her gaze. He soon found Jiang Yu's figure. His eyes sank immediately. He said in a cold voice, Junior Sister Yun, these Jiang family trash are here too. They were lucky last time. How about I help you get rid of them this time? What do you think? As soon as the words fell, a hint of cold murderous intent appeared in the man's eyes. The man's name is Wang Ning. He is an inner disciple of Luo Yun sect. And Wang Ning's father is still an elder of Luo Yun sect, which makes his status even more noble, and few people in the sect dare to offend him. Facing Wang Ning's proposal, Yun Shishue shook her head gently. She responded, thank you for your kindness, senior brother Wang. I can solve this matter myself, so I don't need to bother you. Upon hearing this, Wang Ning said softly, okay, since junior sister has spoken in person, then senior brother, I will let him live a little longer. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Ning looked at Yun Shishue with tenderness on his face. Since the first time he saw Yun Shishue, Wang Ning was attracted by her exquisite face and unique temperament. He had already regarded her as his woman. Therefore, the last time Jiang Yu divorced his wife in public, Wang Ning chose to take action against him, and even listed him on the must-kill list. If it weren't for Yun Shishue's personal action, Wang Ning would have secretly sent someone to get rid of Jiang Yu. Other side. Welcomed by several major aristocratic families, the elders of Luo Yun sect and Xianqing sect took their seats. As for the disciples they brought, was arranged to the audience stage, and the scene became very lively for a while, and everyone was looking forward to the test here. Not a moment. Jiang Wenkang and others came back again, and the heads of several major families also took their seats. The discussion at the scene also stopped. Ahem. After seeing everyone calm down, the elder of Xianqing sect coughed twice. Get up slowly. His eyes quickly glanced around. He spoke loudly, my name is Chun Hanchuan, and I serve as an outer elder in Xianqing sect. As long as you pass this assessment and are willing to join the Xianqing sect, I will issue you an entry token. But Chun Hanchuan had just finished speaking. Du Qingfeng couldn't help but let out a burst of laughter. He said sarcastically, Chun Hanchuan, you Xianqing peak are really not picky about food. No wonder your strength has become weaker and weaker over the years. It seems that you are already exhausted in planning to break the pot. Ha ha ha, the words fell. Du Qingfeng laughed without concealment. Those disciples of Luo Yun sect who have just started. When he looked at the group of disciples of Xianqing sect, his eyes were full of sarcasm, and his expression looked very proud. It was as if they had joined the Luo Yun sect, just a cut above others. Faced with Du Qingfeng's sarcasm, Chun Hanchuan glanced at him indifferently. He said coldly, Du Qingfeng, do you plan to keep talking here? Du Qingfeng, humph, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. You are so unbelieving and evil. Then I will let you recognize the reality and take a good look at the gap between our two sections. The words fell. Du Qingfeng stood up from his seat. He looked directly at Chun Hanchuan. He spoke again, let's start the assessment. I want to see who has the most talents. As Du Qingfeng finished speaking, Chen Honchuan slowly took 2 steps forward, arrived at the center of the giant square, and drew his long palm across his storage belt. Boom! I saw. A huge piece of black iron suddenly appeared and fell heavily to the ground, making a roaring sound. Click click click. While smoke and dust were everywhere, many cracks appeared on the surrounding ground, which showed that this black iron was extraordinary. After calming down for a while, Chen Honchuan, there are 2 items in this assessment. The first item is the strength test, which will be presided over by our Xianqing sect. This star monument is made of black iron. Each inch of dent requires 100 kilograms of strength. As long as you can exert 500 kilograms of strength, you can pass the first test and advance to the second. As for the content of the second assessment, it is arranged by Luo Yun sect. Please prepare yourself. The assessment will begin immediately. 500 pounds? Upon hearing this, many people had a look of worry in their eyes. To know. Every time the body forging realm increases by 1 level, the strength only increases by more than 200 kilograms, and the third level of body forging is only 700 kilograms. The prerequisite for achieving this. The cultivation resources must be able to keep up. Those monks from poor family backgrounds simply cannot purchase medicinal materials to temper their bodies. Therefore, my own strength definitely cannot reach that high level. Just this first assessment. This will eliminate a large portion of the people on site. Other side. After listening to Chen Honchuan's narration, Zhang Chen's expression did not show the slightest change, and he walked towards Jiang Daoxin. He whispered, Dao Xin, you don't need to be too conservative when you go up for the test. Just use 50% of your strength. Jiang Daoxin was stunned for a while. He opened his mouth and responded, okay, second brother, I understand, but what you said is similar to that of eldest brother. He just told me not to be too conservative and to save face for my father, hey. The words fell. A smile appeared on Jiang Daoxin's face, and there was a look of expectation in his eyes. Oh? Jiang Chen, brother also explained to you just now? Jiang Chen gently patted Jiang Daoxin's shoulder. Okay, second brother knows, but you should be more controlled and don't be too showy. Jiang Daoxin, I know, second brother. After talking to Jiang Daoxin, Jiang Chen slowly came to Jiang Yu. Brother, what are your plans for the assessment later? Jiang Yu smiled slightly. I was just about to tell you that we don't have to be too showy this time, but we can't let them underestimate the Jiang family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen understood immediately. My eldest brother is going to start showing off. Originally Jiang Chen thought. Jiang Yu let Jiang Daoxin reveal some of his strength in order to attract the attention of others. Then hide behind and be the 6th child like yourself. But now it seems. My eldest brother has no intention of keeping a low profile. Instead, he planned to slap several famous families in the face in public. My eldest brother and my third brother are both like this. Of course I can't fall too far behind, otherwise my father will lose face. Just then, Chen Honchuan's voice came again. Okay, now I announce that the assessment has begun. As Chen Honchuan finished speaking, the people who participated in the assessment consciously formed 2 teams and started the first round of assessment. Boom! Very soon. The man at the front took action. He mobilized the blood and qi in his body and punched the Tianqing monument with a heavy punch, making a roar. I saw. Under his punch, the Tianqing monument actually sank about 6 inches. The disciple in charge of recording saw this scene. He immediately said, Li Shan, 4th level of the body forging realm, score 600 kilograms, passed the first round of assessment. You go to the side and wait. Hearing that he passed the first round, Li Shan showed a touch of joy on his face, and hurriedly responded. He walked towards the corresponding position. With Li Shan's good start, the people behind him also instantly gained confidence, and their eyes showed confidence. However, when those people took action themselves, reality gave them a painful slap in the face. Boom boom boom. Lu Qing, failed, Zhao Zhong, failed. Several failed results in a row, which made the people behind them look dumbfounded. The mood that had just calmed down became tense again. No way, the 4th level of body forging failed. The standard of this assessment is too high, right? Yes, the elimination rate is too high. Boom. Just then, a loud noise interrupted the discussion of the crowd. Gu Xi, a 5th level of body forging cultivator, tested 1,600 kilograms, passed the first round of assessment. 1,600 kilograms? As soon as this data appeared, the faces of the others were immediately shocked, and they all cast their eyes on Gu Xi. Only to see. A gray-robed boy slowly retracted his arm, his expression was very indifferent, and he looked calm. However, when he glanced at the others, he showed a hint of pride. As if no one could catch his eye. Please help me urge the update and give a 5-star praise. Swish. Just then, Du Qingfeng stood up from his seat. He cast his eyes on Gu Xi, who was standing beside him. He spoke loudly, Gu Xi, right? If you are willing to join Luo Yun sect, not only can you not take the next 2 assessments, I can also promise you the status of an outer disciple. Wow! As soon as Du Qingfeng said this, it immediately caused an uproar, and the eyes of the others showed deep envy. You know, after passing the assessment here, you need to start as a menial disciple. Only after passing the 2nd assessment in the sect, you can be promoted to an outer disciple. Now Du Qingfeng actually promised the outer disciple status directly, which shows that he values Gu Xi's talent very much. That's right. The reason why Du Qingfeng directly snatched people. Naturally, he saw Gu Xi's talent. Being able to hit 1,600 kilograms with the 5th level of the body forging realm is enough to prove that his foundation is very solid. As long as the sect gives him some training, there is a high possibility that there will be one more Divine Sea realm or even a Creation realm expert. He will certainly not let go of such a potential expert. After all, a Creation realm expert is considered the middle level strength of the sect. However, before Gu Xi could reply, Chen Hongquan on the side turned his head and looked at Du Qingfeng and said in a deep voice, Du Qingfeng, it's only the first round of assessment now, and you are grabbing people in advance. Isn't it a bit unreasonable? Is my Xianqing sect just a decoration? Du Qingfeng, humph, which sect to join is their own business. What rules stipulate that all disciples must pass the assessment before they can be accepted? If you don't accept it, you can try it. If he is willing to join your Xianqing sect, I have no objection. As soon as the voice fell, Du Qingfeng cast his eyes on Gu Xi. Chen Hongquan was not to be outdone. His eyes quickly locked on Gu Xi on the side. He said, Friend Gu Xi, as long as you are willing to join our Xianqing sect, you can not only become an outer disciple, but I can also give you an extra 3rd grade Tongmai pill. Listening to the conditions given by Chen Hongquan, Du Qingfeng's face did not change at all. A confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. On the other side, everyone also cast their eyes on Gu Xi, wanting to see how he would choose. After all, the chips given by both sides were similar. Gu Xi's eyes swept over the two of them. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Then he bowed slightly to Du Qingfeng. He responded, Disciple Gu Xi, I am willing to join Luo Yun sect. Du Qingfeng, ha ha ha. Good, very good. As Gu Xi's voice fell, Du Qingfeng laughed loudly. Looking at Chen Hongquan, his eyes were full of sarcasm. He said sarcastically, Old Chen, it seems that my Luo Yun sect is one step ahead again. I will accept this famous disciple. Looking at the extremely proud Du Qingfeng, Chen Hongquan looked very ugly. But he still suppressed his anger. Responded coldly, Don't be too proud, it's just the beginning, let's wait and see. Oh, really? Du Qingfeng smiled. He said loudly, Today, our sect will increase the number of students to be recruited by 10. I hope you will seize this opportunity. What, 10 more places? The crowd around was boiling, and their eyes were full of excitement, and they seemed a little impatient. Chen Hongquan, Du Qingfeng, you, however. Chen Hongquan on the side was very angry. Du Qingfeng's move was undoubtedly aimed at Xianqing sect. It was still the kind of undisguised. Du Qingfeng, old ghost Chen, let's wait and see. Ha ha ha. After a loud laugh, Du Qingfeng took Gu Xi to the gathering place, ignoring Chen Hongquan's ugly face. The others saw this scene. It further strengthened his determination to join the Luo Yun sect. This incident did not last too long. The test soon started to run normally. Although many people were eliminated. But there were also many people who passed the test. As time went on, the number of people who did not take the test became fewer and fewer, and the people from the 4 major families also began to move. The first one to appear was Bai Su. He glanced at the Zheng family coldly, and then stepped in front of the Tianqing monument, and the blood and energy in his body began to boil. Boom! Bai Su threw a heavy punch, and the Tianqing monument made a roar, revealing his strength at the peak of the 6th level of the body forging realm. Bai Su, the peak of the 6th level of the body forging realm, the test result is 1,800 kilograms, and passed the first round of assessment. As soon as the result came out, Everyone immediately showed a touch of surprise. But Bai Su's face was not very good. You know, that Guxi's strength is much lower than his own, but he is only 200 kilograms different from him, which is not difficult to see from this. If they were at the same level, he would definitely not be the opponent of that Guxi. This result was a little unbearable for him. But when he thought of the Jiang family's trash, Bai Su's mood suddenly improved a lot. On the other side, after seeing this scene, he spoke again. Bai Su, if you are willing, you can directly join my Luo Yun sect, and I will grant you the status of an outer disciple. When Bai Zhantong, who was not far away, heard this, his face showed a touch of excitement, and his expression seemed very excited. He thought to himself, great, Su'er successfully joined Luo Yun sect, and there is nothing to worry about in the next action. On the other side, facing Du Qingfeng's re-poaching, Chen Honchuan showed a helpless look in his eyes. There is no way. In recent years, Shenqing's sect has been declining. Although there are still many people willing to join his sect, but more people choose Luo Yun's sect. No surprise. Bai Su directly accepted Du Qingfeng's invitation. Seeing this scene, the faces of the others were full of strange expressions. This assessment has only been the first item. Du Qingfeng has already recruited several disciples. The so-called assessment is already in name only. As Bai Su left, Xiaofeng slowly walked towards the Tianqing monument, and when passing by the location of the Jiang family, Xiaofeng stopped moving forward, cast his eyes on Jiang Yu on the side, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said in a cold voice, Jiang Yu, no matter what, you were once the first genius of Shinfeng City. I am looking forward to your performance. Of course, your Jiang family must pay the corresponding price for what you have done. When he said this, a strong killing intent burst out from Xiaofeng's body. There was no intention to hide it. Facing Xiaofeng's words, Jiang Yu's expression was extremely calm, and he glanced at him indifferently. He said indifferently, really? I am looking forward to it. The voice fell. Jiang Yu retracted his gaze, and did not pay much attention to Xiaofeng at all, and ignored him directly. Seeing Jiang Yu's arrogant look, Xiaofeng's eyes became even colder. He said in a deep voice, Humph, let's see how long you can be proud. The voice fell. Xiao Yun took another step. On the other side, Jiang Chen recalled what Xiaofeng said just now. A thoughtful look appeared on his face. It seems that Xiao Yun's affairs have been exposed. No wonder the three great families are moving around so frequently. They must be planning to take action. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's eyes showed a hint of coldness. After thinking for a while, Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze. The Bai family and Xiao family can know the truth of the matter. He wasn't surprised. After all, Kamikaze Castle is neither small nor big. If you really want to investigate something, it's just a matter of how long it takes. It's not difficult to know the truth. But Jiang Chen didn't care about this matter. If the Xiao and Bai families dared to attack the Jiang family directly regardless of life and death, he would not mind giving these people a ride. After all, the strongest person in Kamikaze City is only the 5th level of Divine Sea Realm. Jiang Chen now also has the cultivation level of the Divine Sea Realm, and coupled with his double pupils, fighting across levels is not a problem. Other side. When Xiaofeng came to the Star Monument, his strength at the 8th level of the body forging realm was fully revealed, and his black hair was dancing in the air. After feeling Xiaofeng's breath, there were looks of shock on the faces of the onlookers. Couldn't help but start talking. Oh my god, Xiaofeng is only in his early 20s, but he has already broken through to the 8th level of the body forging realm. It seems that it won't be long before he can reach the Divine Sea Realm. Yes, if it weren't for Yun Shishue from the Yun family, with Xiaofeng's talent, he would definitely be the #1 genius in Kamikaze City. This is not certain. Although Yun Shishue was directly accepted as a disciple by Luo Yun sect, she is not necessarily better than Xiaofeng. After all, several people were directly accepted as disciples just now. Upon hearing this, many people nodded in agreement. Subsequently, everyone quickly fell silent and turned their attention to Xiaofeng's direction, looking forward to his next performance. Oh! Boom! I saw. Xiaofeng let out a loud bang in his mouth and waved his fist to hit the Star Monument with the blessing of huge strength. There was a gust of strong wind all around. Du Qingfeng, who was in the first place, saw a hint of surprise in his eyes when he saw the scene. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Slowly said, not bad. Not bad. To be able to control the power so perfectly is a rare genius. I didn't expect that this small kamikaze city could achieve such gains. Hey, compared to Du Qingfeng's joy. Chen Hongquan's expression on the side was a bit ugly. I couldn't help but sigh. Not long ago, when the 4 major aristocratic families welcomed them, Chen Hongquan discovered some problems. Except for the Jiang family. The other 3 major aristocratic families all turned towards the Luo Yun sect, and although they treated the Shenqing sect with respect, Chen Hongquan could feel it. That's just some superficial effort. Therefore, you don't need to think about Chen Hongquan to understand. This Xiaofeng will definitely choose to join the Luo Yun sect. When I think about my experiences during this time, Chen Hongquan sighed, I think our Shenqing sect was once the Holy Land where countless monks yearned for cultivation. Now it is indeed so difficult to recruit disciples. I am really ashamed of our ancestors. Think of this. Chen Hongquan couldn't help but squeeze his fists. Boom, other side. Under the gaze of everyone, Xiaofeng's fist landed on the star monument, and a large area was dented in an instant. The disciple in charge of recording his eyes focused. His mouth couldn't help but open a little wider. The wind generated by Xiaofeng's fist blew past his cheek. Let this disciple come to his senses quickly. Then he quickly said, Xiaofeng, an 8th level monk in the body forging realm, with a score of 5,000 pounds. What? 5,000 pounds. As soon as the disciple finished speaking, the crowd at the scene immediately became excited, with shock in their eyes. To know. In general, the energy that an 8th level body forging monk can produce is about 3,000 kilograms, but now Xiaofeng has exceeded 2,000 kilograms. As soon as this result came out, his position in the hearts of everyone, I couldn't help but improve a few points again. Other side. When Xiaolingshan saw his son's results, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and his expression looked extremely proud. Subsequently, he set his sights on Yun Xingting. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Bai Zhantang on the side was silent at this time. Although his son's grades were also good, Xiaofeng's results came out. It seems a bit insignificant. Everyone in the Jiang family frowned slightly when they saw this scene, and the expressions on their faces looked a little ugly. Jiang Wenyuan set his sights on Jiang Wenkan. He lowered his voice and said, Brother, the other 3 aristocratic families are now forming an alliance. Now that Xiaofeng's talent is so terrifying, our Jiang family is afraid that there will be a catastrophe. Jiang Wenkang, don't worry, this kid from the Xiao family is really talented, but you have to be patient with them. Listen to what Jiang Wenkang said. When Jiang Wenyuan thought about his son's recent changes, the worry on his face indeed disappeared a lot. At the same time, as soon as Xiaofeng's results came out, Du Qingfeng immediately invited him and promised some additional benefits. No surprises. Xiaofeng happily agreed to join the Luo Yun sect. At this time, Chen Hongquan also understood. This assessment has no meaning anymore. The so-called 2 rounds of assessment are just a joke. Therefore, he also took advantage of this time. Among those who passed the first round of assessment, a few disciples were selected, but the effect was not too obvious. Many people still want to wait for the second round of assessment. However, he became a disciple of Luo Yun sect. After all, the purpose of joining a sect is to practice. The stronger the sect, the more resources it has and the faster it will improve its strength. With Xiaofeng exiting, everyone turned their attention to the Jiang family. Xiaolingshan even sarcastically said, Jiang Wenkang, everyone else has passed the test. It's the Jiang family's turn. Let us all take a good look at you, the number 1 genius of the Jiang family. Ha ha ha. As soon as Xiaolingshan said these words, a burst of laughter broke out all around. Poof. Bai Su, who was not far away, snorted. He said coldly, what kind of first genius is just a loser whose engagement has been broken off? What is there to look forward to? As soon as Bai Su said this, everyone looked at Jiang Yu, full of contempt. However, faced with Bai Su's provocation, Jiang Yu cast a look at him as if he were looking at a clown. His expression was extremely indifferent. Then he turned to look at Jiang Chen and Jiang Daoxin. Silently said, second brother, third brother, did you hear the dog barking just now? It was really noisy. Jiang Chen understood immediately. The corners of his mouth were also slightly raised. He opened his mouth and said, mad dogs like to bark wildly. For such a blind dog, just beat him to death with a stick. Listening to this conversation between the 2 Jiang brothers, Bai Su's eyes were almost bursting with fire at this time, and his whole body was on the verge of rage, with veins popping out on his forehead. Presumptuous. Just then, before Bai Su could speak. Du Qingfeng on the side roared angrily. He looked directly at Jiang Wenkang. He said in a cold voice, Jiang Wenkang, for the sake of Shishua, I let your Jiang family go last time. I didn't expect that not only would you not be grateful, but you would dare to insult my sect disciples. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I wouldn't mind helping you discipline him with my own hands. Boom, the words fell. Du Qingfeng's cultivation level in the creation realm exploded instantly. The terrifying coercion swept across the entire place. The surrounding temperature couldn't help but drop a bit. As soon as Du Qingfeng said this, the atmosphere around him instantly became tense. Jiang Wenkang and others also looked grim. They thought that after the last conflict, although Du Qingfeng was somewhat dissatisfied with the Jiang family, he was at least an elder of the sect and should not take such things to heart. But from the current situation, Du Qingfeng obviously had a grudge against the Jiang family because of the last incident, and now he took the opportunity to attack the Jiang family. Bai Zhantang and others saw this scene and immediately showed a gloating expression, wanting to see how the Jiang family would end. At this time, Chen Hongquan on the side took 2 steps forward. He said in a deep voice, why, when did Luo Yun sect become so mean? An elder has no bottom line, and attacks others because of some trivial matters. Is it possible that only your Luo Yun sect disciples are allowed to curse, and others can't say it back? Hearing this, Du Qingfeng immediately cast his eyes on Chen Hongquan. He said in a cold voice, Old Chen, what does my Luo Yun sect have to do with you? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Chen Hongquan, Chen Hongquan, will really take care of this trivial matter today. If you are still not convinced, I don't mind competing with you here. Du Qingfeng, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Boom! Crack! Crack! The voice fell. Du Qingfeng's true energy kept running around, and the terrifying aura spread wildly, and a large number of cracks appeared on the ground where he was. Look at Du Qingfeng's appearance. It seems that as long as Chen Hongquan says one more word, he will directly attack him, and his attitude is very strong. On the other side, Chen Hongquan was not to be outdone. The aura around him continued to rise, and his eyes became sharp. In fact, Kuai's back slowly straightened. Wang Ning, who was not far away, saw this scene, and immediately showed a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. He turned his head and looked at Yun Shishue on the side. He said in a deep voice, Junior Sister Yun, it seems that the Jiang family has no self-awareness at all. They dared to offend Elder Du at this time. They are really a group of people who don't know how to live or die. Looking at the 2 elders confronting each other, Yun Shishue said coldly, since the last incident, my Yun family has no relationship with the Jiang family. Since he is so eager to die, he can't blame others. As soon as the voice fell, Yun Shishue retracted her gaze. On the other side, Du Qingfeng stared at Chen Hongquan. Speaking again, Chen Hongquan, do you really want to go against me for such a small family? Chen Hongquan, stop talking nonsense, just use whatever means you have, I will accompany you to the end today. Du Qingfeng, looking for death. As soon as the voice fell, Du Qingfeng was ready to take action directly. What's wrong with the 2 elders today? Why are you so angry? Can't you talk nicely? Just then, a low voice came from outside the square. Ha! Hearing this voice, Du Qingfeng's momentum paused slightly, and he quickly turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. His expression seemed a little gloomy. Today, he was repeatedly blocked by others, which made him feel very annoyed, and he was on the verge of going crazy. Seeing Du Qingfeng's eyes, everyone subconsciously retreated to the sides, fearing that he would misunderstand them again. As everyone retreated, soon, an empty road appeared. I saw. A group of 3 people slowly walked in this direction. The one walking in front was a woman. She had a standard melon-shaped face, willow eyebrows and almond eyes, and was about 18 or 19 years old. She was wearing a purple long dress. After seeing her exquisite face, the eyes of the people around her were immediately straight, and many people showed admiration in their eyes. Good, so beautiful. Oh my God, this woman is too beautiful. Only Miss Shangwan can compare with her beauty. You're right. Since Miss Shangwan disappeared, Yun Shishue has been promoted to the most beautiful woman in Xinfeng City, but she is still far behind this woman. At this time, the purple-clothed woman walked in front with her hands behind her back, jumping and hopping, looking around curiously. As the 3 people approached, Du Qingfeng frowned slightly, and then restrained his momentum. He cast his eyes on the slightly fat man on the left. He said in a deep voice, Lord Feng, today's matter should not be within your jurisdiction. Do you also want to stand up for the Zhang family? Isn't this breaking the rules? Lord Feng? As soon as Du Qingfeng said this, everyone reacted immediately. Oh my god, it's the city Lord Feng Haotian. Doesn't the dynasty not interfere in the affairs of the sex? Why is he here today? And what is the identity of that woman? Even the city lord has to walk behind her. As soon as these words came out, everyone reacted instantly. The curiosity in their eyes became stronger. On the other side, Feng Haotian heard Du Qingfeng's words. A smile appeared on his face. Elder Du, you are too suspicious. The reason I came here today is just to bring the princess to participate in the assessment. There is no other intention. Princess? Hearing this, Du Qingfeng immediately turned his eyes to the purple-clothed woman. After observing for a while, he turned his attention to the old man in black. When he felt the aura on the other party's body, a look of fear appeared on Du Qingfeng's face, his expression solemn. Feng Haotian, yes, this is the youngest daughter of the ancient prince, Princess Xiao. I came here this time to take the little princess to participate in the entrance examination. Princess Xiao. Hear these 4 words. Zhang Wenqing had a strange look on his face and turned his gaze to Zhang Chen, who was standing aside. Seeing his father's eyes, there was a look of confusion on Zhang Chen's face. He couldn't help but ask, Dad, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like this? Zhang Wenqing, no, nothing. The words fell. Zhang Wenqing withdrew his gaze. In the midst of everyone's discussion, Zhang Chen also knew the identity of this woman. The woman in purple is named Gu Xiao. She is the daughter of Gu Tianxiang. Gu Tianxiang is a prince of the Tianlong dynasty, except for his unusual status. It itself has the cultivation level of breaking the void realm. He has a high status in the Tianlong dynasty. As for the identity of the man in black robe, he is Gu Xiao's protector, and his strength is the same as Du Qingfeng. They are all in the realm of creation. But his aura seemed to be much stronger than Du Qingfeng's. Other side. After Wang Ning saw Gu Xiao's appearance, there was also a fiery look in his eyes. But when I thought that Yun Shishue was still there, Wang Ning quickly suppressed this emotion. At this time, listening to the people around them comparing themselves with Gu Xiao, Yun Shishue frowned slightly. His face looked a little ugly. She had been waiting for so long just to join the Luo Yun sect with excellent results under the spotlight. But now, he hadn't even appeared on the scene yet, but Princess Xiao was killed halfway. It stole all her limelight. This made Yun Shishue very unhappy. But when she thought that the other party was also here to take the assessment, Yun Shishue's ugly expression softened a lot. He thought to himself, so what if the princess is the best? I, Yun Shishue, am as talented as anyone, not even the princess. Think of this. Yun Shishue showed confidence again. He looked at Du Qingfeng in silence. Feng Haotian still had a faint smile on his face. He spoke again, Elder Du, Elder Chen, today is the day for the sect to recruit disciples. There is no need to quarrel like this over some trivial matters. How about I be a peacemaker? Besides, the princess came all the way here just to take part in your sect's assessment. You two should take a step back from this matter and just pretend that nothing happened. Upon hearing this, Du Qingfeng glanced at the man in black robe. He said in a deep voice, since the Lord of Feng City has spoken, I, Du, will naturally have to give me face and let this matter go. However, if anyone dares to do the same thing next time, don't blame me for being rude. When it comes to this, Du Qingfeng glanced specifically in the direction of the Zhang family. The meaning is self-evident. Other side. Chen Hongquan nodded towards Feng Haotian. Then he also restrained his momentum. Zhang family? Just then, as soon as Gu Xiao heard the word Zhang family, his eyes immediately turned in the direction of the Zhang family, and then he took steps towards the location of the Zhang family. At the same time, a crisp voice came from his mouth, Zhang Chen, which of you is Zhang Chen? Come out and let me see. Gu Xiao spoke. Everyone's eyes were attracted, with a look of curiosity on their faces. They started discussing quietly. What's going on? How could Princess Xiao know the name of the second young master of the Zhang family? Could it be that Zhang Chen offended her? I think it's possible. Maybe she came here specifically to cause trouble for the Zhang family. Hey, the Zhang family is really seeking death. It's not enough to offend a Luo Yun sect. Now they have offended Princess Xiao. No one can save them now, certainly. Others have put forward different opinions. No, if Princess Xiao is really angered, there is no need for her to take action personally. With Prince Gu's love for Princess Xiao, he will definitely destroy the Jiang family directly. As soon as these words came out, everyone felt that this was indeed the case, and the curiosity in their eyes became even stronger. Even Du Qingfeng on the side became interested. I really can't think of a small Jiang family. Why can he be related to Princess Xiao? Other side. The most confused person was undoubtedly Jiang Chen. He was 100% sure. There is no information about Princess Xiao in his mind. I have never seen this girl before. At this time, Jiang Yu and Jiang Daoxin also turned their attention to Jiang Chen. His eyes were full of doubts. Jiang Chen, I said I don't know her, do you believe me? Jiang Daoxin, second brother, I believe it. Looking at Jiang Daoxin's inconsistent words, Jiang Chen really wanted to give him a kick. Just when everyone was speculating, Jiang Wenqing stood up on his own initiative, with a gentle smile on his face. She spoke softly, Girl Xiao, I haven't seen you for so many years, and you have grown into a tall and graceful girl. As soon as Jiang Wenqing said these words, everyone immediately felt that something was wrong. From his current words, it was not difficult to tell that there did not seem to be any conflicts between the two parties, but the relationship seemed to be quite good. After seeing Jiang Wenqing, Gu Xiao was stunned for a while. He spoke tentatively, Are you Uncle Wenqing? Jiang Wenqing, I didn't expect that little girl like you would still remember me. You were only 3 years old at the time. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao was sure immediately. Then he spoke in a crisp voice, Uncle Wenqing, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. My father has always wanted to repay your kindness, but he can't get away due to his busy schedule. I hope you won't be offended. Jiang Wenqing, it's not in the way. It's not in the way. It was just a coincidence that I helped a little. Your father also gave me a lot of resources. Speaking of which, I still took advantage of you. Listen to the conversation between the two. The expressions of the other 3 major families immediately changed. The Jiang family actually interacted with Prince Gu. Original. Several people planned to take action against the Jiang family after the assessment, but now something like this suddenly happened. It caught them off guard. Xiaolingshan, damn it, what kind of bad luck did Jiang Wenqing have to be related to Gu Tianxiong? Could my son's death be in vain? Think of this. His fists couldn't help but clench together. Just then, Bai Zhantong slowly came over. He said in a deep voice, It shouldn't be that bad. Even if Jiang Wenqing and Prince Gu have some intersection, their relationship won't be very good. Otherwise, the position of head of the Jiang family will not fall into Jiang Wenkong's hands. Upon hearing this, Xiaolingshan's eyes lit up immediately. There was a look of hope on his face again. Okay, after the matter is over, we will investigate the relationship between Jiang Wenqing and Prince Gu. If they are really just casual acquaintances, we can take action directly, other side. After talking for a while, Jiang Wenqing turned to look at Jiang Chen. He urged, Chener, why don't you say hello to Princess Xiao quickly? Don't you see she is looking for you? Although I still don't understand what's going on. But Jiang Chen still stood up from his seat? He turned his attention to Gu Xiao. Slowly said, Hello, Princess Xiao. Gu Xiao, are you Jiang Chen? The words fell. Gu Xiao's eyes kept looking at Jiang Chen. After pondering for a while, he muttered, He looks pretty good, but he's just a pretty boy. I don't think there's anything special about him. The words fell. Gu Xiao showed a hint of displeasure on her face. Listening to the little girl's muttering, Jiang Chen felt a little strange and couldn't figure out what she meant. Find yourself as soon as you come. Now that he had greeted her, there was an expression of disgust on his face again, which made Jiang Chen unable to deal with her. Just then, the old man in black robe came to Gu Xiao's side. A hoarse voice came from his mouth, Princess, let's do the assessment first. It won't be too late to deal with the Jiang family's affairs later. The prince said everything is up to you, and he will compensate you. Gu Xiao, okay, let's take the assessment first. As Gu Xiao finished speaking, the old man in black robe turned his attention to Du Qingfeng and others. He said in a deep voice, You too, can you continue? Du Qingfeng nodded slightly. He opened his mouth and responded, Yes, Princess Xiao, please do it. After getting a response, Gu Xiao stepped forward to the Tianqing monument. Raise your white and tender arms. He punched the star monument very casually. Boom! There was a loud noise. The Tianqing monument collapsed quickly, and Gu Xiao's strength at the 9th level of the body training realm was also displayed in front of everyone. The disciple in charge of registration saw this scene. His eyes almost popped out of his head. She shouted excitedly, "Princess Xiao, she has achieved the 9th level of physical training and achieved a score of 6,000 pounds. Wow!" As soon as these words came out, the crowd around him immediately became excited. To know. Being able to hit 3,000 kilograms at the 9th level of body training is already considered very good, but now Princess Xiao has doubled her weight by half. This is already considered a genius level. But, when they thought that she was the daughter of Prince Gu, everyone felt that it was natural for her to achieve this result. After all, as the daughter of a prince, there will definitely be no shortage of training resources, and their bodies must have been tempered, which they cannot compare to. Please comment. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Seeing Gu Xiao's results, Du Qingfeng's expression suddenly condensed, and his eyes immediately showed emotion. To know. Among the two major sects today, there are more or less some members of the royal family who are interested in accepting Princess Xiao into the sect. Du Qingfeng was still very willing. Although these members of the royal family join the sect, they basically create their own power and recruit some geniuses to their ranks in order to compete for power in the future. It seems like poaching. But with the addition of these royal families, the sect will also get great convenience when it comes to obtaining spiritual stones and collecting resources. I really want to talk about it. This is a kind of mutual benefit. Not to mention, those are the real geniuses. Who is not a proud and arrogant person? It is impossible to be driven by others. Therefore, the joining of these royal families. Generally speaking, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. And Princess Xiao's talent is so powerful. It was even more impossible for Du Qingfeng to give her up to Xian Qingzong. Think of this. Du Qingfeng immediately smiled and turned his attention to Gu Xiao. He spoke loudly, "The princess is really talented. She deserves to be the daughter of the ancient prince. She really has no dog like a father." After pondering for a while, Du Qingfeng spoke again, "If Princess Xiao is willing to join Luo Yun's sect, I can recommend you as an inner disciple. With your talent, it is not difficult to become a core disciple." As soon as Du Qingfeng said these words, not to mention the other onlookers, even Yun Shishua looked shocked. To know. Even if she awakens her ice body, she will only get one spot as an inner disciple. But this Gu Xiao was just a little more tyrannical physically, and she actually received the same treatment as herself. This was a little hard for Yun Shishua to accept. Yun Shishua, humph, it's only 6,000 pounds. My ice body has reached the stage of Xiaocheng. I will let you see what a real genius is in a moment. Think of this. Yun Shishua's face regained its confidence again. Other side. Jiang Chen looked at Gu Xiao's results. He couldn't help but nodded. But Jiang Chenyi looked up and found that Gu Xiao was looking at him with a hint of provocation in his eyes. After discovering this, the confusion in Jiang Chen's heart became even stronger. Just as everyone thought, Gu Xiao should have directly agreed to join the Luo Yun sect, just like Xiao Feng and others. But she gave a surprising answer. "Gu Xiao, thank you Elder Du for your kindness, but the assessment is not over yet. I want to wait until the assessment is over before deciding which sect to join." Kindness. Upon hearing this, the old man in black robe suddenly became expressionless. Before coming, Gu Tianxiong made it clear that the first choice sect this time was Luo Yun sect. But now, the other party offered such generous terms. His little master actually didn't agree. Although I was very confused inside. But the old man didn't speak. After all, he is only responsible for protecting Gu Xiao, and other matters are not within his jurisdiction. Other side. When Du Qingfeng heard Gu Xiao's answer, the smile on his face froze slightly. But he quickly controlled his emotions. After a dry laugh, he responded, "Ha, it doesn't matter. Princess, you can think about it slowly." Other side. Chen Hongchuan saw the scene. There was a hint of joy in his eyes immediately. He quickly said, "Princess, if you join the Xianqing sect, you can also obtain the status of an inner disciple. As long as you pass the internal assessment of the sect, you will definitely be promoted to a core disciple within 1 year." The words fell. Chen Hongchuan looked at Gu Xiao expectantly. Most geniuses have been picked up by the Luo Yun sect. Now that he finally has an opportunity, he will certainly not miss it. Gu Xiao, thank you, Elder Chen, for your support. I will consider it. After hearing Gu Xiao's answer, although Chen Honchuan was a little regretful, he still showed a kind smile. It's better to think about it more. Our Xianqing sect welcomes the princess at any time. Although Gu Xiao did not agree, there was no clear rejection either. Having hope is better than nothing. Seeing that everyone was almost finished talking, Du Qingfeng didn't want to wait any longer and turned his attention to Du Yun Shishue. He opened his mouth and said, Shishue, the princess has already taken action. You should go up and give it a try. Next is the second round of assessment. Upon hearing this, Yun Shishue immediately stood up from her seat, stepped forward towards the star monument. When passing by the Jiang family's location, Yun Shishue glanced at Jiang Yu proudly, her eyes full of arrogance. Subsequently, she quickly picked up her pace. After a while, we arrived in front of the star monument. Watching Yun Shishue come on stage, the crowd of onlookers suddenly became interested and cast their gazes over. After all, if it weren't for Gu Xiao's sudden appearance, Yun Shishue could be said to be the finale player today. Now everyone is very curious. In the end, it was Princess Xiao who was more talented, or Yun Shishue who was better. Kacha just then. A small noise caught everyone's attention. What's going on? Why do you feel so cold suddenly? Look, the ground around Miss Shishue is actually frozen. It's really incredible. After hearing this cry, everyone immediately turned their attention to it. It seems that those rumors are true. Miss Shishue really has a body of ice. No wonder Luo Yun sect directly accepted her as an inner disciple. This talent is really terrifying. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people immediately showed a look of understanding. Even the old man in black robe saw a look of shock in his eyes when he saw this scene. To know anyone who can possess a physique, as long as there are no accidents, there is a high chance that one can break through to the creation realm, or even reach the cave heaven realm. He really didn't expect it. Physique can actually appear in a place like Kamikaze City. Look at the shocked looks on the other people's faces. Du Qingfeng showed a proud smile on his face and cast a provocative look at Chen Honchuan. Chen Honchuan saw this scene. He turned around to avoid Du Qingfeng's sight. The only thing that can be done now. It's just out of sight and out of mind. Boom! Kacha, I saw. Yun Shishue punched the star monument, and a large amount of cold air surged out of her body. A layer of frost appeared on the star monument. 7,500 pounds. After recovering from the sluggishness, the disciple in charge of recording immediately yelled, his eyes full of shock. Wow! As soon as this result came out, the scene instantly fell into silence, and they could also feel Yun Shishue's aura just now. The cultivation base is at the same level as Princess Xiao. Under the same strength, it is actually more than 1,000 kilograms more than Princess Xiao. It is enough to prove that her talent is stronger than Gu Xiao. At this time, the most excited person is Yun Xingting. If the Yun family has such a genius, their status will definitely rise in the future, and their rise is unstoppable. After seeing Yun Shishue's results, many people are already thinking about it secretly. How should I go about currying favor with the Yun family in the future? Who, after taking a long breath, Yun Shishue slowly retracted her palm. A smile appeared on the cold face. Subsequently, Yun Shishue slowly turned her gaze to Gu Xiao. This time I found out. The other party's attention was not on him at all, but looked in the direction of the Jiang family from time to time. After discovering this, the smile on Yun Shishue's face instantly faded. Gu Xiao's disregard made her feel insulted. Immediately, Yun Shishue subconsciously turned her attention to the Jiang family, but found out. The three Jiang family brothers didn't look at themselves, but were chatting to themselves, and from time to time there was laughter. Crack! Click! After discovering this, Yun Shishue clenched her fist hard, and there was a sound of bones in her hand. The air of ice could not help but become a little heavier. Why, I, Yun Shishue, am the protagonist. How dare you ignore me? I will make you pay the price. Facing Yun Shishue's results, although everyone was shocked inside, but there wasn't much discussion. After all, she has a special physique like Ice Body. Although he was much stronger than Gu Xiao, the other party was a princess, so they did not dare to judge him casually. If Yun Shishue is compared with others, her powerful talent cannot be highlighted. Therefore, now an embarrassing situation has formed. After recovering from the shock, everyone just looked at Yun Shishue quietly. No one chose to speak. This scene before me. It was completely different from what Yun Shishue had imagined, which made her originally bad mood even more uncomfortable. Ahem, just then. Du Qingfeng obviously also discovered the problem. After coughing twice, he said in a deep voice, "Okay, now that the first round of testing is over, let's proceed to the second round of testing." The words fell. Du Qingfeng was about to move the star monument away. Etc. Just then, a shout came from the direction of the Zheng family, interrupting Du Qingfeng's movements. Du Qingfeng turned around slowly. He looked in the direction of the Zheng family. It was only when I saw it that I discovered it. It was Jiang Chen who called him out, which made Du Qingfeng's face immediately darken. He said angrily, "Why, do you have anything else to do?" Looking at Du Qingfeng's gloomy face, Jiang Chen didn't show the slightest fear and looked directly at him. He responded calmly, "Elder Du, we in the Zheng family haven't tested yet. Why did you say that the first round is over?" Poof. Faced with Jiang Chen's questioning, Du Qingfeng let out a burst of laughter. He said sarcastically, "As for those losers from the Zheng family, even if they are tested, it is just a waste of time. They will fail anyway, and it doesn't matter whether they are tested or not." Ha ha ha. As soon as Du Qingfeng said these words, there was a burst of laughter from the gathering place of Luo Yun's sect disciples. Put Bai Su, who was not far away, sneered. He said in a cold voice, "Jiang Chen, do you really think Zhang Yu is still the #1 genius? Don't embarrass yourself here." Yes, wastes must have the awareness of wastes and stop wasting all our time. Other side. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was neither humble nor arrogant, Gu Xiao's eyes showed a hint of surprise and she couldn't help but glance at him. Actually, the reason why Du Qingfeng couldn't see through the cultivation of Jiang Chen and others was due to the technique of concealing aura. A few days after Jiang Chen started practicing, he passed on this technique to Zhang Yu and Zhang Daoxin. After this period of getting along, the three brothers have reached a tacit understanding that they should never ask too many questions that should not be asked. Therefore, after receiving the exercises from Jiang Chen, he did not ask where the martial arts came from, and went straight into the cultivation state. Enough! Just then, a scolding sound suddenly came out, instantly suppressing everyone's discussion. I saw. Chen Hongquan walked out slowly. He said in a deep voice, "No matter how talented you are, as long as you meet the test requirements, you can take part in the test." The words fell. Chen Hongquan turned his attention to Du Qingfeng. He said in a deep voice, "Du Qingfeng, you are an elder of a sect, so you don't even follow the rules. How can you convince the public?" Du Qingfeng, okay. Very good. Since you insist on embarrassing yourself, then I want to see what the three geniuses of the Zheng family are capable of. While talking, Du Qingfeng's eyes were full of sarcasm. The words "three geniuses" were specially emphasized. The words fell. Du Qingfeng slowly sat back on his seat, and Yun Shishue also took advantage of this time to return to the gathering place of Luo Yun sect. Looking at Jiang Chen and others who were confronting Du Qingfeng, she looked like a clown in her eyes. In her opinion, Zhang Yu and his group were just trying to impress others. As soon as Wang Ning saw Yun Shishue, he immediately came forward with a smile on his face. "Junior sister, your ice body is getting more and more powerful. Even Princess Xiao can't compare to you." Yun Shishue, senior brother, thank you. Facing Wang Ning's compliment, Yun Shishue responded calmly and then became quiet again. Wang Ning also turned his head slightly. He cast his gaze in the direction of the Zheng family. At this time, facing Du Qingfeng's unabashed sarcasm, Jiang Chen also showed no sign of weakness. He turned to look at Zhang Daoxin. She said in a deep voice, "Dao Xan, since Elder Du wants to see the strength of the Zheng family, let him broaden his horizons." Zhang Daoxin, okay, second brother. Boom! The words fell. Zhang Daoxin stood up from his seat and quickly rushed towards the star monument without any hesitation. Bump! No one has reacted yet. Zhang Daoxin's fist has landed on the star monument. Since Zhang Daoxin's back was turned to everyone and his arm position was blocked, they couldn't see clearly what was going on. Although the situation of the star monument cannot be clearly seen, but Zhang Dao's strength at the 8th level of the heart training realm was clearly visible to everyone, and many people couldn't recover for a long time. How is it possible? Why does Jiang Daoxin have the strength of the 8th level of body training? Face this problem. No one in the crowd of onlookers could answer. Brush. Du Qingfeng also stood up from his seat. His face became extremely ugly. He actually looked away this time. But even so, Du Qingfeng still didn't believe that the Jiang family could achieve any good results. He couldn't help but urge, Zhao Ping, what are you doing standing there? Why don't you report your results quickly? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping quickly calmed down. He stammered and said, Jiang Daoxin, strength, 8th level of physical training, achievement, 20,000 kilograms. What, 20,000 pounds? Zhao Ping finished speaking. The scene fell into silence instantly, and everyone held their breath subconsciously, with a look of shock on their faces. Impossible, I don't believe how a loser like Jiang Daoxin can achieve a score of 20,000 pounds. Bai Su suppressed the shock in his heart. He shouted directly. The 8th weight of body training hits 20,000 pounds. This is simply unheard of. Please give me a 5-star review, thank you. Other side. Yun Shixue stood up directly from her seat. His eyes were full of disbelief. At this time, the faces of Xiao Lingshan and others were gloomy and uncertain. They all fell into silence. Even the old man in black has always been calm. His eyes also narrowed slightly. The smile on Feng Haotian's face also faded, revealing a look of deep surprise. He is the city lord of Kamikaze City. He has some understanding of the Jiang family's situation. Jiang Daoxin's talent is not very good, and his previous cultivation level was only at the 3rd level of the body training realm. But now, not seen for a while, Jiang Dao's heart jumped directly to the 8th level of body training, and then thought of Gu Xiao coming to visit the Jiang family. Feng Haotian reacted instantly. He thought to himself, it seems that the Jiang family is not as simple as it seems. No wonder it is related to Prince Gu. Think of this. Feng Haotian immediately made a decision in his heart. He must have a good relationship with the Jiang family in the future. Other side. Gu Xiao also looked surprised, her big eyes full of curiosity, and her eyes kept wandering in the direction of the Jiang family. At the same time, I was also filled with doubts inside. What's going on? Why is this different from the information I got? Brush just then. Du Qingfeng dodged and quickly rushed in the direction of Jiang Daoxin, wanting to personally verify the authenticity of his results. However, Chen Honchuan on the side saw this scene and thought that the other party was going to take action against Jiang Daoxin, so he quickly rushed forward, blocking in front of Du Qingfeng. Chen Honchuan, Du Qingfeng, what do you want to do? If I don't exist, can you be an old man, at this time? Looking at Chen Honchuan's proud face, Du Qingfeng's expression was extremely ugly. Now, there is a conflict between the Luoyun sect and the Jiang family, and Jiang Daoxin will definitely join the Xianqing sect in the end. Invisibly sending such a genius to the opponent. This was a bit difficult for Du Qingfeng to accept. After suppressing his emotions, Du Qingfeng said coldly, Old Ghost Chen, I'm not in the mood to talk about these things with you. I want to verify his results myself. Isn't that okay? Chen Honchuan, if you want to test it yourself, of course you can, but I have to ensure the safety of this little guy. How about we go there together? Du Qingfeng, it's up to you. The words fell. The two of them walked towards the Star Monument. Du Qingfeng had a gloomy face the whole time, feeling as sick as if he had eaten a dead fly. Come to Jiang Daoxin. Chen Honchuan showed a kind smile on his face. He directly ignored Du Qingfeng, who was standing aside. He opened his mouth and asked, Little guy, are you willing to join the Xianqing sect? I can make you an inner disciple. As soon as Chen Honchuan said these words, Du Qingfeng is looking at the Star Monument. He immediately looked sarcastic. He said in a cold voice, Chen Honchuan, I didn't expect that after so many years, your Xianqing sect is still as rigid as ever. Only one inner sect quota is given to such a talented disciple. Subsequently, Du Qingfeng turned his attention to Jiang Daoxin. He opened his mouth and said, as long as you join the Luoyun sect, I will not pursue any crimes committed by the Jiang family and below, and I can guarantee that you will become a core disciple within a short period of time. After the investigation just now, Du Qingfeng discovered this Jiang Daoxin really weighed 20,000 pounds. So, he didn't want to give up this kind of genius to Xianqing Zone. Other side. Chen Honchuan heard these words of Du Qingfeng. His expression changed immediately. He said coldly, what do you know? As long as a disciple has the strength, it will be a matter of time before he becomes a core disciple. If you don't have some experience at the bottom first, what if you directly become a direct disciple? Du Qingfeng, after all, it's just that your Xianqing sect is not capable. The words fell. Du Qingfengjiang cast his eyes on Zhang Daoxin, waiting for his response. The face is the most ugly at this time. They must belong to the three major aristocratic families. Ruojiang Daoxin became the core disciple of Luo Yun sect. Let alone deal with the Zhang family. It would be good if it is not directly annexed by the other party. Other side. Jiang Wenkang and others also showed their emotions. Although Jiang Yu and Yin Shixue had a grudge, the conditions offered by Du Qingfeng were too tempting. If Zhang Daoxin becomes a core disciple, then Yun Shixue posed no threat. But Jiang Wenkang and others were still a little worried. After all, Du Qingfeng had some unpleasant experiences with the Zhang family. And Du Qingfeng's current attitude is also a bit perfunctory. Although he said Zhang Daoxin was a core disciple, there was not much sincerity on his face. After discovering this, Jiang Wenkang and others understood immediately. The reason why Du Qingfeng did this was probably to prevent Zhang Daoxin from joining the Xianqing sect. As for the core disciples, it was probably a scam. Other side. After the initial shock, Yun Shixue's expression calmed down again, but the aura around her was terrifyingly cold. Today one after another I was robbed of the limelight by others. Make her presence less and less. She could tolerate Gu Xiao at first, but now she despises the Zhang family the most. He even jumped out and slapped himself in the face. After discovering Yun Shixue's abnormality, Wang Ning spoke softly, Shixue, you don't need to worry too much, this Jiang Daoxin is just a little stronger, you have an ice body. After you break through to the Divine Sea realm, you will definitely be able to trample this trash under your feet. He pondered for a while. A cruel smile appeared on Wang Ning's lips. He said in a deep voice, besides, as long as Zhang Daoxin joins the Luo Yun sect, I can kill him slowly, and Elder Du will not be able to let him grow up. Wang Ning said this. Yun Shixue also nodded in agreement. But she didn't reply. His eyes were still fixed on Zhang Daoxin not far away. Just as everyone thought. When Zhang Daoxinui agreed to join the Luo Yun sect. But he gave a surprising answer. Zhang Daoxin, I don't care about core disciples. My eldest brother and second brother have said that they will join the Xianqing sect this time. It's useless for you to ask me to be your direct disciple. Zhang Daoxin said this. There was an uproar at the scene. Oh my God, he refused. Is he stupid? If a core disciple doesn't do anything, he becomes an inner disciple. Zhang Daoxin is really a talented person. Du Qingfeng, presumptuous. Other side. Du Qingfeng was also very angry. His face instantly darkened, and a strong aura pressed towards Zhang Daoxin. Crucial moment. A figure blocked Zhang Daoxin's body. Chen Hanchuan, Du Qingfeng, if you, a strong man in the creation realm, attack a junior, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? Du Qingfeng, humph, what's there to be proud of? I think this guy's physique is mediocre, but he's just a little stronger than others. Only you will treat him as a treasure. Other side. Seeing Zhang Daoxin's refusal, the three major aristocratic families couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, Zhang Chen stood up from his seat again. His eyes were fixed on Du Qingfeng. He said calmly, Elder Du, I wonder if the genius of my Zhang family can catch your eye? There was a hint of sarcasm in Zhang Chen's words. This old guy has been targeting the Zhang family, and now he can disgust him. Of course Zhang Chen would not miss this opportunity. Du Qingfeng, humph, I can't see anything like this. Haha. Du Qingfeng finished speaking. Zhang Yu heard a chuckle from the side, and looked at Zhang Chen. The two stood up from their seats at the same time. See this scene. Du Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. There was a hint of sarcasm on his face. In his opinion, Zhang Chen and the two were just trying to please others by grandstanding. Other side. The others saw this scene. His expression also looked very curious. Gu Xiao held her cheek with her hands and kept scanning Zhang Junchen's body with her eyes. See this scene. Bai Su originally wanted to mock Zhang Chen and others, but Zhang Daoxin had the precedent. He finally suppressed the idea. Du Qingfeng, why, you two also want to test? Zhang Chen and Zhang Yu did not reply. Instead, he walked toward the star monument. The aura on his body is still getting stronger. What? After feeling the cultivation level of the two people, Xiao Lingshan and others stood up directly from their seats. His face was full of horror. Bai Zhantong, how is it possible? They both have the 8th level of body training. What is going on? Xiao Lingshan, damn it, the Jiang family must have been hiding their clumsiness on purpose before. We were treated like clowns by them. After scolding angrily, Xiao Lingshan's eyes burst out with murderous intent. Just then, Xiao Lingshan felt that someone was spying on him. He looked up and found that the city lord Feng Haotian was looking at him thoughtfully. Not only that. In his gaze, Xiao Lingshan also sensed a warning. After discovering this, Xiao Lingshan's eyes immediately sank. I had a bad feeling. If the city lord favors the Jiang family, they really don't dare to do anything. The Luoyun sect is indeed powerful. But standing behind Feng Haotian was a dynasty. It is impossible for the Luoyun sect to make an enemy of a dynasty for the sake of a noble family. Yun Xianqiu and Bai Zhantan also discovered this. His face was equally ugly. The old man in black also had a puzzled look on his face, and the weird look on his face became more and more intense. He had read the Jiang family's information before coming here. Judging from the current situation, that information is except for the name. Nowhere is right. What do the people in the Shadow Pavilion do for food? You can make mistakes by asking for information. It seems that you have to give the prince some advice when you get back. Other side. The auras around Zhang Chen and the two men surged wildly, and they waved their fists at the same time. He smashed it towards the star monument in front of him. Boom! Boom! Two loud noises were heard. The others watched intently. His face was filled with anticipation. However, when Zhang Chen looked at his elder brother, he almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. There was such a huge formation. He actually hit a score of 15,000 pounds. On the contrary, he followed suit. Although a lot of power has been suppressed. But he still managed to hit 40,000 pounds. Seeing his doubtful eyes, Jiang Yu smiled slightly. He whispered, "Second brother, this opportunity to show off will be left to you and Dao Xin. Eldest brother, I prefer to keep a low profile." The words fell. Jiang Yu also winked at Zhang Chen. Shit, Lao Lu is actually right next to me, at this time. Look at the eyes of everyone focused on you. Zhang Chen showed a depressed look on his face. Other side. There was no expression on Yun Shishue's face. She was numb from the various slaps she received one after another today. But the murderous intention in her heart was getting stronger and stronger. This time there was no need for anyone to report the results, everyone could see clearly, and the scene fell into silence. Seeing Zhang Chen's results, Gu Xiao's eyes were full of shock, her eyes kept scanning him, and she couldn't help but reveal a smile. After a while, Jiang Yu was the first to break the silent atmosphere. Looking directly at Du Qingfeng, he said in a deep voice, "Elder Du, could my second brother's mediocre talent catch your eye? The special code is unremarkable." The crowd of onlookers almost carried it in one breath. This kind of talent is mediocre, so wouldn't he and others not even be considered trash? Zhang Chen heard his elder brother's pretentious words. The forehead is full of black lines. Hova Du Qingfeng took a long breath and his eyes stayed on Jiang Yu for a while. Then he turned his attention to Zhang Chen who was standing aside. Hoof Du Qingfeng didn't answer. After snorting coldly, he turned to look at the others. He spoke in a deep voice, "The first round of assessment is over, now we proceed to the second round of assessment." The words fell. Du Qingfeng took out a formation disc from his arms and threw it out, forming a small formation immediately. Then he said, "The second item is stress resistance. As long as you can stick to the incense stick for half a time, you will be deemed to have passed the assessment." The words fell. Du Qingfeng turned and left directly, heading towards the gathering place of Luoyun sect. At this time, killing intent surged in his eyes. A pair of fists clenched loudly. He screamed in his heart, "Jiang family, Du Qingfeng, will definitely make you pay the price, and that old man Chen Hanchuan, I will make you regret what you did today, kindness?" Jiang Yu and Jiang Chen also felt this murderous intention. The two brothers looked at each other. There was also a cold light in his eyes, and it was obvious that Du Qingfeng had been put on the must-kill list. Compared to Du Qingfeng's anger, Chen Hanchuan smiled so much that he almost reached his ears. A pair of small eyes squinted directly together. Just now Jiang Daoxin said that the disciples of the Jiang family were all going to join the Xianqing sect, and suddenly they got 3 geniuses for nothing. Anyone who comes will be delighted. Chen Hanchuan came to Zhang Chen and others. He spoke softly, "You two little friends, you have heard what I just said to Dao Xin. As long as you are willing to join the Xianqing sect, I can apply for some additional rewards from the sect." Zhang Chen glanced at his elder brother. He smiled and said, "Please take care of me, Elder Chen." Ha ha ha. Okay, okay. After getting Jiang Chen's response, Chen Honchuan burst into hearty laughter. Just then, Gu Xiao stood up slowly. He opened his mouth and said, "I will not participate in the second round of assessment." Does what Elder Chen just said still count? Upon hearing this, the expression of the old man in black robe changed immediately. He quickly spoke, Princess, you," before the old man in black robe could finish speaking. Gu Xiao spoke first, "Mr. Zhou, I will explain it to my father, so you can rest assured." Listen to what Gu Xiao said. The old man in black robe opened his mouth. In the end, he swallowed the rest of his words. He knew it very well. The ancient prince loved the princess very much. Since he had already made his decision, there was no need for him to waste any more words. Other side. Chen Honchuan heard this. I immediately understood what Gu Xiao meant. He quickly said, "Of course, as long as Princess Xiao is willing to join the Xinqing sect, the benefits I mentioned will not change in any way." Gu Xiao, "Okay, then I will also join the Xinqing sect." The words fell. Gu Xiao even gave Jiang Chen a special look. At the same time, Du Qingfeng saw this scene. His expression became more gloomy. The joints of both fists turned white. Give me a book review. As for the so-called second assessment, at this point it seems a bit dispensable. Jiang Chen and others had no intention of participating. Bump! Over time, people were constantly flying out of the formation, and the auras of those who were ejected were all disordered. A lot of blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Obviously, in the second stress resistance assessment, they have failed. As time passes by, there were fewer and fewer people in the field. Just 2/3 of the time had passed, and half of the people had been eliminated. Puff, under this huge pressure, many people spurted a lot of blood from their mouths, but they still persisted bitterly. If you give up now, all previous efforts will be in vain, and this is a result they do not want to see. Buzz. When the incense burned to the last level, Du Qingfeng quickly moved his arm to take back the array. As the array was removed, the remaining group of people immediately showed expressions of joy, and many people even lay down on the ground, breathing heavily. But many of them still looked calm. It didn't seem to be affected at all. See this scene. Du Qingfeng spoke again, "Anyone who performs well in the second round of assessment can become an outer disciple of the Luo Yun sect. Those who have suffered more than 30% of their injuries can become a handyman disciple." Just then, Chen Honchuan also took a step forward. He spoke loudly, "The same goes for our Xinqing sect. As for which sect you choose, it's up to you to choose." Accepting the three brothers of the Zhang family today is enough for Chen Honchuan. How many disciples can he accept now? He didn't care much anymore. The situation was similar to what they imagined, and most people chose to join the Luo Yun sect. But there are also many people who have joined Xinqing sect. They are very clear about their own strength, and it is not easy to pass the assessment. If you join Luo Yun sect, the days to come will definitely not be so easy. So, Zhuangqingzone became a good choice. Although Xinqing sect's overall strength has declined, it is still an old sect anyway, and there are still many opportunities within it. Looking at the dozens of scarred new disciples in front of him, Chen Honchuan took out a lot of healing elixirs, distributed to everyone. Then he said, "I will give you 3 days to go home and say goodbye. After 3 days, everyone will gather here and I will take you to Xinqing sect." "Thank you, Elder." After receiving the elixir, everyone responded in unison. There was excitement on his face. Subsequently, many people said goodbye to Chen Honchuan. They all rushed towards the outside of the square. The situation at Luo Yun sect was similar. Looking at the people who were leaving, Xiao Lingshan and others had gloomy expressions on their faces, and their eyes looked in the direction of Jiang Chen and others from time to time. They found out. Feng Haoyan unexpectedly appeared at the Jiang family's location, talking and laughing with Jiang Wenkang and others. Like an old friend I haven't seen for many years. See this scene. Xiao Lingshan and Bai Zhantong's expressions darkened, and their expressions looked a little gloomy and uncertain. Yun Qianqiu also looked ugly. The three of them looked at each other. He led his tribe towards the Luo Yun sect. After a brief conversation, everyone from the Luo Yun sect followed the three major families and walked out of the square. Certainly. Before leaving, Du Qingfeng still chatted with the old man in black, but did not leave directly. Anyway, Standing behind the other party is Prince Gu Tianxiong. He still has to give him the face he deserves. As for the city lord Feng Haotian, Du Qingfeng didn't pay much attention to it. As an elder of the Luoyun sect, a small city lord is not enough for him to take seriously. After seeing Luo Yunzong leave, Chen Hongquan turned his attention to Zhang Chen and others. He said softly, I have been at the Xinqing Inn for the past 3 days. If you need anything, you can come to me at any time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen understood immediately. Chen Hongquan made this clear directly. If others dare to go to the Zhang family to cause trouble, just go to him directly for help. Immediately, Zhang Chen quickly said, Thank you, Elder Chen. Seeing Zhang Chen react so quickly, the look of satisfaction on Chen Hongquan's face became even stronger, and he couldn't help but smile. He said loudly, Ha ha ha, you don't need to be seen outside. As a disciple of Xinqing sect, I naturally have to keep your family safe. Okay, it's getting late. I'll take those boys to rest first. You should go back early. The words fell. Chen Hongquan turned his attention to Gu Xiao. He said softly, Princess Xiao, do you want to go there with me now, or come back in 3 days? After all, this is Kamikaze City, which is very far away from the ancient prince's territory. It is unrealistic for Gu Xiao to go back. Therefore, only Chen Hongquan would ask this. Gu Xiao, no need, I still have some things to deal with. I'll come back to you in 3 days. Got Gu Xiao's response. Chen Hongquan walked towards the old man in black. We talked briefly for a while. Then he went to Zhang Wenkang and his party to say goodbye. Sitting behind it all, Chen Hongquan took the group of disciples he had originally recruited and headed towards the Tianqing Inn. He glanced around. Zhang Chen turned his attention to Zhang Yu and others. He said softly, let's go back too. Zhang Yu nodded slightly in response. The words fell. The 3 of them were ready to leave here. Hey, don't you see anyone else here? Just then, Gu Xiao shouted at Zhang Chen and others. There was a hint of anger in his tone. A beautiful woman like herself was standing here and was ignored all the time, which made her feel very speechless. Hearing Gu Xiao suddenly speak, Zhang Chen and the other 2 people turned their heads one after another. He cast his gaze towards her. Zhang Yu and Zhang Daoxin had no intention of speaking. They all started to watch, looking back and forth at Zhang Chen and Gu Xiao. After all, when Princess Xiao first came here, the first time he opened his mouth, he wanted to find Zhang Chen. There must be some relationship between them. Forehead. He looked at Gu Xiao who was looking at him. Zhang Chen spoke softly, Princess Xiao, do you have anything else to do? Looking at Zhang Chen's confused expression, Gu Xiao suddenly felt very angry. He almost went berserk. After suppressing his angry emotions, Gu Xiao said in a deep voice, have you never heard of me? Zhang Chen, I've never heard of it before, but someone in the audience just said that you are the daughter of Prince Gu Tianxiong. Listening to Zhang Chen's answer, Gu Xiao suddenly became angry and didn't know how to continue. There was a feeling of powerlessness in my heart. Tap tap tap. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from behind. Jiang Wenqing and others came over. Seeing his son's confused expression, Jiang Wenqing immediately understood what was going on and walked faster. Without any hesitation, he came to the 2 of them. His eyes turned to Gu Xiao. He said softly, Princess Xiao, if you have anything to do, please go back to the Zhang family and talk about it. He doesn't know anything about Chun'er. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao was slightly startled at first. Then he nodded slightly. He responded, that's fine, that's all. The group of people headed towards the Zhang family. City Lord Feng Haotian did not leave, but followed Zhang Wenkang and others towards the Zhang family. At the same time, with the end of the test, news of the Zhang family's 3 dragons quickly spread throughout Kamikaze City. There was an uproar immediately. What, are you sure you're not joking? The top 3 in this assessment were all taken care of by the Zhang family? Why did I lie to you? Now this news has spread in Kamikaze City, and many people have witnessed it with their own eyes. Do you think this matter can still be false? Yes, but what surprised us was that the best performer was not Zhang Yu, but Zhang Chen. He actually hit a score of 40,000 kilograms. It's really terrifying. On the street, Zhang Wenkang led Feng Haotian and others in front. Gu Xiao glanced at Zhang Chen, then walked towards the old man in black, and the 2 exchanged words in a low voice. Take advantage of this opportunity. Zhang Chen quickly came to Zhang Wenqing. He spoke softly, "Father, what is going on with Princess Xiao? Do you have any interaction with her father?" Jiang Chen asked. Jiang Wenqing was silent for a while. He said softly, "The matter must start more than 10 years ago. At that time, Gu Tianxiong did not have the status he has today." Subsequently, Jiang Wenqing narrated slowly. Turn out to be. Because of the rebellion, Gu Tianxiong was plotted by the enemy forces and suffered serious injuries. But he just relied on his own strength to lead Princess Gu out of the encirclement, but on the way to the outside, the two of them also had a lot of injuries. Although he managed to escape in the end. But Gu Tianxiong also fell into a coma. Because Princess Gu was pregnant, it was even more inconvenient to move. And at the critical moment, Jiang Wenqing and his mother discovered Gu Tianxiong. When Jiang Wenqing saw this scene, he instinctively wanted to stay away. After all, the other party looks like he is being hunted. If he meddles in his own business, he is likely to get angry. But finally, Jiang Chen's mother saw that the other party was pregnant, and out of her instinct as a doctor, she finally succeeded in convincing Jiang Wenqing. Rescued Gu Tianxiong and Princess Gu. That's right. I learned this from Jiang Wenqing. The family that my mother belongs to is considered an ancient medical family, but it has only existed for too long. Many inheritances have been basically cut off. That's why the Su family didn't end up like that. At last, under the treatment of his mother, the injuries of Gu Tianxiong and his wife gradually improved, also because of this life-saving grace. Let Jiang Wen and Gu Tianxiong have some friendship. At that time, Jiang Chen was not born yet. Jiang Wenqing and Gu Tianxiong made an agreement after getting drunk. If two people are of the same sex, let them become brothers and sisters. If it is the opposite sex, then let the two get married. To put it simply, two grown men got drunk. A baby kiss was arranged for Jiang Chen. Soon after Jiang Wenqing learned Gu Tianxiong's true identity, I was also very shocked inside. He didn't expect that he would actually save a prince. Later, the two of them often moved around, and Gu Tianxiong did not look down on Jiang Wenqing because of his status. During the process, Jiang Wenqing was also given a lot of training resources. But Jiang Wenqing also understood. The identity gap between myself and Gu Tianxiong is too big. Frequent movement will not be good for me, and it might even cause trouble. The Jiang family is not weak in Kamikaze City. But compared to those truly big families, their strength is still far behind, and there is no comparison at all. Gu Tianxiong also understood this. Therefore, in his heart, he also acquiesced in Jiang Wenqing's approach. Gu Tianxiong knew very well. His strength can indeed intimidate many people, but he has also taken on many enemies over the years. He cannot protect the Jiang family all the time, so reducing contacts is the best way. At the same time, after learning Gu Tianxiong's true identity, Jiang Wenqing simply ignored the so-called oral engagement. After all, there is a gap in status here, and besides, both parties were drunk at the time, so just listen to what you said. No need to take it seriously. But he glanced at Gu Xiao in front of him. A helpless smile appeared on Jiang Wenqing's face. He said softly, I originally thought that Prince Gu would be like me and regard the agreement made back then as a joke. But now Princess Xiao is here. It seems that the ancient prince has not forgotten the agreement. I don't know what Princess Xiao is here for this time. I hope you are mentally prepared. The words fell. Jiang Wenqing stared at Jiang Chen. At this time, Jiang Chen looked confused. It took a while. Jiang Chen said, in other words, the current Princess Xiao is my fiancé? Jiang Wenqing, you can understand it this way. Other side. Jiang Daoxin and Jiang Yu listened with great interest. I couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Daoxin, no wonder this little princess looks for her second brother as soon as she appears. It turns out she is my second sister. The words are not finished yet. Jiang Daoxin suddenly remembered Gu Xiao's attitude. She couldn't help but mutter, isn't she just like that Yin Shishue who came to see her second brother to break off the engagement? Jiang Dao said what was in his heart. Knowing that he had said the wrong thing, he quickly covered his mouth with his hands, his eyes wandering in front of Jiang Yu and Jiang Chen. However, listen to Jiang Daoxin's words. Jiang Yu didn't react at all, his expression was very indifferent, and he didn't mean to blame him. Jiang Wenqing nodded slightly. He looked at Jiang Chen. She said softly, this is what I want to say, so Chener, you must be mentally prepared. After all, she is the prince's daughter, and she may have to wrong you. Looking at his father's serious expression, Jiang Chen looked indifferent. He said calmly, "It turns out it's just a small matter. Don't worry, father. I will try my best to cooperate." Looking at Jiang Chen's relaxed expression. But it confused Jiang Wenqing. He thought. After Jiang Chen heard the news, he should become very angry. But now, not only did he not show any anger, the mood seems a little happy. Yes. Jiang Wenqing can be sure that it is pleasure. At this time, Jiang Chen was indeed in a happy mood. When the father said that this was his fiancée, he was worried about how to resolve the matter. After all, he and Gu Xiao had never met before, so it was hard for him to accept the sudden appearance of a fiancée. Although Gu Xiao is very beautiful. But this can't change Jiang Chen's determination. After all, there is another beauty waiting for Jiang Chen. Think of this. Jiang Chen touched the jade pendant around his waist. A faint smile appeared on his face. "Mingyue, wait for me." At this time, the old man in black robe looked at Gu Xiao. He said softly, Princess, do you want to speak about Jiang Chen yourself, or do you want me to do it for you?" Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao turned her head to look at Jiang Chen not far away, staring at his handsome face. Think back to the scene during the test. There was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Help and reminder for updates. Gu Xiao pondered for a while. He responded softly, "Uncle Zhou, this matter is not urgent. There are still 3 days anyway. It's not too late to deal with it slowly." The old man in black is named Zhou Tong, and he is Gu Tianxiong's confidant. Hearing Gu Xiao's answer, Zhou Tong's withered face showed surprise. To know. If Gu Xiao hadn't clamored to break off the engagement, there would be no way they would be here today. After all, if Gu Xiao wanted to join the sect, she only needed to ask Prince Gu and report directly to the sect. But now, it's been such a big circle. It was not easy to get to Kamikaze City. Gu Xiao actually hesitated. I have to say, Jiang Chen's performance just now was indeed outstanding. Even he was surprised by the result. Du Qingfeng had some good things to say. Without a strong physique, even if you perform brilliantly in the physical training state, you will gradually become weak in the follow-up. Can't keep up with those who are physically fit. That's why. Only Du Qingfeng would treat Yun Shishue like that, helping her target the Jiang family in various ways, and even not hesitate to fight against Chen Hongquan. Although I was confused inside. But Zhou Tong did not ask the reason, but chose to remain silent. After all, Gu Xiao had to make her own decision on this matter. Under the leadership of Jiang Wenkan, a group of people returned to Jiang's house in a mighty manner. At this time, Gu Xiao stepped back again, looking at Jiang Chen from time to time, but she had no intention of speaking. After entering Jiang Mansion, Jiang Wenqing came to Jiang Chen. After looking at Gu Xiao not far away, he said softly, "There will be nothing to do next. Princess Xiao finally came here, so you can take her to get familiar with the Jiang family. Leave the rest to us." The words fell. Jiang Wenqing took out a small universe bag. He handed it over to Jiang Chen. "Jiang Wenqing, take these spirit stones. If you feel bored at home, you can go out and walk around." The words fell. Jiang Wenqing walked towards the reception hall, after Zhou Tong said hello to Gu Xiao. Also walked into the reception hall. It looked like everyone was almost gone. Jiang Yu gestured to Jiang Daoxin with his eyes. Seeing Jiang Yu's eyes indicated, Jiang Daoxin immediately said, Second brother, my eldest brother and I will leave first. We will come back to you later." The words fell. Jiang Daoxin walked towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu also took advantage of the situation and turned his attention to Jiang Chen. He said softly, "Second brother, I think what the second uncle just said is right. Kamikaze City is not particularly prosperous, but there are many interesting places. You can take the princess to visit." Subsequently, Jiang Yu patted Jiang Daoxin's shoulder. The two of them turned around and left. Wait until the two of them are far away. Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at Gu Xiao beside him, and for a moment he didn't know how to speak. The two of them just stared at each other. After a while of silence, Jiang Chen was the first to break the silent atmosphere. He opened his mouth and said, "You have been traveling all day and you should be tired now. I will take you to rest first. It will be the same tomorrow when we go out for fun." At this time, Jiang Chen just wanted to get this girl settled quickly, then go back to his room and have a good rest. However, listening to Jiang Chen's words, Gu Xiao's brows furrowed slightly, looking a little unhappy. She looked directly at Jiang Chen. He said in a crisp voice, if I guess correctly, Uncle Jiang should have told you everything and what happened just now. Jiang Chen, yes, I said it. Gu Xiao, then what are you thinking now? This princess is your fiancée. He hesitated for a while. Gu Xiao still took the initiative to speak out. Looking at Gu Xiao's appearance, a faint smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. He joked, what I can think of is, of course, marrying you, reaching the sky in one step, and reaching the pinnacle of life from now on. Jiang Chen understood. Now, even if you want to implement this matter, you must act a little bit dandy and not have any sloppiness. As long as Gu Xiao has a bad first impression of him, the divorce can go smoothly. Really? As soon as Jiang Chen said these words, Gu Xiao immediately frowned. She spoke softly, you are so beautiful, why should you reach the top of your life? Did I ever say I would marry you? Jiang Chen, oh? Then what does the princess think? When it comes to this, Jiang Chen's eyes showed a hint of expectation. Gu Xiao immediately snorted. Ao Ran said, to tell you the truth, this princess came to the Jiang family this time just to break off the engagement with you. The words fell. Gu Xiao looked directly at Jiang Chen. In her opinion, after Jiang Chen heard what he said, he would definitely look very sad, and then beg himself not to terminate the engagement. But what shocked Gu Xiao was, Jiang Chen's face was very calm, and it could even be said that there was no disturbance at all. The two of them just stared at each other. After pondering for a while, Jiang Chen responded softly, okay, I agree. Don't worry, I will explain this matter clearly to my father, and he should have no objections to this matter. Listening to Jiang Chen's answer, Gu Xiao on the side was dumbfounded. Gu Xiao, you agreed, just like that? Jiang Chen, yes, I agree. Gu Xiao, it's not, you, me. Jiang Chen's unreasonable answer directly made Gu Xiao unable to deal with it, making him feel like a great failure. As soon as he opened his mouth, the other party actually agreed directly without any hesitation, which made her feel frustrated. Damn it, what's going on with this guy? He's such a beautiful woman and she's already engaged to him. She doesn't know how to seize this opportunity, but she doesn't want it anymore. The thought of this, Gu Xiao felt crazy. Ever since I can remember, this was the first time she was so speechless. Looking at Gu Xiao, who was silent, Jiang Chen spoke again, Princess Xiao, since there is nothing else to do, I will take you to see the bedroom first. Gu Xiao, no, I don't want to see any bedrooms. It's still so early and it's boring to stay in the room like this. Please go out with me for a walk. The words fell. Gu Xiao looked directly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen heard this. There was a look of confusion on his face. He really couldn't understand it. Gu Xiao was fine just now, why is she so angry now? It looks like he is angry. Jiang Chen had to admit it. This Gu Xiao is indeed very beautiful, even with an angry expression, she looks pleasing to the eye. After relaxing for a while, Jiang Chen said softly, okay. Seeing Jiang Chen's reluctant look, Gu Xiao was so angry that she clenched her teeth and almost ran away. Call. After taking a long breath, Gu Xiao stabilized her emotions. Then he turned around and walked out of the house. See this scene. Jiang Chen could only take steps to follow Gu Xiao. Not a moment. The two of them walked out of Jiang Mansion one after another. At this time, although the sky is getting darker, there are still people on the street, and lanterns are lit in many places. Look at this lively street. Gu Xiao's mood improved a lot. She glanced back and forth at the stall and it took less than half a quarter of an hour to get out. She already had a lot of things in her hands. Certainly. What she held in her hands were ordinary objects. It's not worth a few spiritual stones at all. At this time, Jiang Chen just followed him to pay. After passing through the long street, the two came to a more prosperous street. People keep gathering here. Looking at the lantern hanging above her head, Gu Xiao's eyes showed a hint of surprise, full of novelty. He pondered for a while. She turned her gaze to Jiang Chen behind her. He opened his mouth and asked, is your kamikaze city always so lively at night? Jiang Chen shook his head gently. He responded, of course not. The reason why it is so lively today is because of the Lantern Festival, which is held every year during this time and lasts for 2 days. Lantern Festival? Gu Xiao glanced around, looking at the various lanterns, with a hint of understanding in her eyes. Gu Xiao, so besides watching the lanterns, are there no other programs during this Lantern Festival? Jiang Chen pondered for a while. He spoke softly, it's not just about watching the lanterns. At this time, many talented people will gather at Mingyue Lake to recite poems to each other and exchange their thoughts. Reciting poems and composing them correctly? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Gu Xiao showed a hint of curiosity. As the daughter of the ancient prince, she must be proficient in all kinds of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Now I heard that there is such a program. Her interest was immediately piqued. Gu Xiao, then let's go to Mingyue Lake. It's still early anyway, and I want to see what kind of talent he is. Jiang Chen, okay, let's go and have a look. The words fell. Jiang Chen turned around and walked towards the south. Gu Xiao quickly followed him, and the two passed through a deep alley. Came to a huge lake. Take a look. People were coming and going on both sides of the lake at this time, and the excitement was no worse than the square just now. Not only that. At this time, there are many boats in the middle of the lake. In the middle of the lake, there was a huge building boat parked, and those who were riding the small boat, heading towards the building boat. Take a look. Most of the men on the boat were dressed in white robes, their long hair was fixed with a hair crown, and they were holding a folding fan in their hands. It is very similar to the ancient scholar's dress. Gu Xiao looked at the lanterns floating on the lake and the huge boat, and she immediately showed emotion. Seeing Gu Xiao's appearance, Jiang Chen said softly, let's go get a small boat, it's not interesting to just watch here. Gu Xiao, okay, that's what I mean. Subsequently, the two of them walked towards the position where the ship was sent. At this time, there were not many people at the place where the boats were placed. As soon as Jiang Chen and the two appeared here, a middle-aged man came to greet them. He smiled and said, hello, my name is Wang Gang. I am a guy here. Is there anything I can help you with? Gu Xiao, Wang Gang, right? We want a small boat to enter the lake. Please give us a price for the number of spiritual stones. Upon hearing this, there was a puzzled expression on Wang Gang's face. He spoke softly, is this your first time here? Gu Xiao, yes, what's wrong? Wang Gang, that's right. Our place is mainly a place where literati gather. We don't charge any fees, but if you want to get a ship, you must get this poem. Only if you pass our chief's appraisal and determine that your literary level is sufficient, can we send you a ship. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao turned to look at Jiang Chen. Facing Gu Xiao's gaze, an awkward smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He said softly, this is my first time here too. I didn't expect there to be such a rule. Why don't you show them your skills? Listen to Jiang Chen say this. Gu Xiao showed a speechless expression. You are the second young master Jiang. Just when Gu Xiao was about to ask the other party to prepare pen and paper, a surprised voice sounded from behind Wang Gang. Subsequently, a group of thin men rushed up quickly, looking at Jiang Chen with surprise and admiration in their eyes. Jiang Chen, it's me, what's wrong? After getting Jiang Chen's response, the smile on the skinny man's face grew wider. He quickly said, hello, Mr. Jiang, my name is Li Sanchun. Mr. Gang has only been here not long ago. I hope you won't be offended. The words fell. Li Sanchun turned to look at Wang Gang. He opened his mouth and said, Gangzi, hurry up and prepare a boat for second young master Jiang and others. Leave this place to me first. Upon hearing this, Wang Gang hesitated and said, Brother Sanchun, I told you over there that you have to write a poem. Doesn't it break the rules if we do this? Listen to Wang Gang's words. Li Sanchun was immediately furious. He spoke again, just go if I ask you to do it. Where does all this nonsense come from? Haven't you always liked Shui Tiaogu too? This song was written by Mr. Jiang. Do you still have any questions? Wang Gang, what? Shui Tiaogu too was actually written by him. This, sudden. Wang Gang recalled what Li Sanchun called Jiang Chen. He reacted immediately. Knowing Jiang Chen's true identity, he hurriedly said, Master Jiang, please don't be offended. I am blind and can't recognize your identity. I will prepare a boat for you right now. Please wait a moment. The words fell. Wang Gang quickly retreated. At this time, he looked into Jiang Chen's eyes, full of admiration. See this scene. Gu Xiao had a look of surprise on her face. She had investigated Jiang Chen before coming here. Learn from information. Jiang Chen is a playboy with no knowledge and skills. Not to mention his low cultivation level, he only spends his whole day living in debauchery. It's not an exaggeration to say it's trash. But after arriving at Kamikaze City, Jiang Chen suddenly showed off the 8th level of body forging strength, which surprised Gu Xiao. But now, judging from the conversation between these two people, Jiang Chen's attainments in literature seemed to be quite high, otherwise they wouldn't show such expressions of admiration. Suddenly, Gu Xiao seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at Jiang Chen beside him. Could it be that the news of my coming to Kamikaze City was leaked in advance, so Jiang Chen specially arranged for some people to perform with him here to impress me? The thought of this. The more Gu Xiao thought about it, the more it seemed possible. This must be true. Today I have to let Jiang Chen reveal his true colors. The thought of Jiang Chen decisively agreeing to terminate the engagement. Gu Xiao suddenly became furious. Subsequently, she set her sights on Li Sanchun. He spoke in a crisp voice. You just said that he wrote a song called Water Melody Song 2. It seems to be very good. Can you give it to me to take a look at, too? Gu Xiao originally thought, after making this request myself, Li Sanchun would probably refuse. After all, if it was really just an arrangement, even if there were poems, the level would not be much higher, and the whole thing would be revealed at a glance. But what Gu Xiao didn't expect was, Li Sanchun heard that he wanted to watch Shui Diaoge too. It's like finding a soulmate. I couldn't wait to take out a piece of paper. He quickly handed it over to Gu Xiao. Looking at the paper in Li Sanchun's hand, Gu Xiao took it casually. After taking the note, at first, Gu Xiao didn't care, but after looking at it for a while, a look of shock gradually appeared on her face. When will the bright moon appear? Ask the blue sky with wine. I don't know what year it is in the palace in the sky. I want to ride the wind back. It's cold at high places. This matter has been difficult to complete since ancient times. I wish you a long life, and share the beauty of the moon with you even though we are thousands of miles apart. Looking at the expression on Gu Xiao's face, Li Sanchun spoke again. This is what Mr. Jiang wrote specifically for Miss Mingyue. At first, he only wrote a few sentences. The complete version of Shui Tiaogutu was asked by Fairy Shueiyue from Miss Shangguan. As the voice fell, Li Sanchun once again cast his admiring eyes on Jiang Chen. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's face showed a hint of understanding. Fairy Shueiyue is not from Shinfeng City, but she comes to Mingyue Lake every lantern festival. And the boat in the lake. It is contracted by Fairy Shueiyue. The reason why these talents are so active is to pass the test and board the boat. Enjoy the beautiful scenery with Fairy Shueiyue. And, because Fairy Shueiyue also practices the way of sound, she and Shangguan Mingyue become good friends after a few visits. This is also the reason why she can get this article. Miss Mingyue? On the other side, Gu Xiao heard this name. A hint of curiosity appeared on her face. Asked, who is this Miss Mingyue? Li Sanchun said slowly, Miss Mingyue is the most beautiful woman in Shinfeng City, although no one has seen her true appearance. But that proud temperament and those soul-stirring eyes are all fascinating. However, Jiang Ershao should know best. After all, he is the only one who was alone with Miss Mingyue. And, Jiang Ershao is pursuing, Li Sanchun hasn't finished speaking yet. Jiang Chen coughed next to him. As soon as he heard the cough, Li Sanchun reacted immediately. He quickly closed his mouth. Gu Xiao turned his head and glanced at Jiang Chen beside him. He said, why, is there something you can't let me know? Jiang Chen, no, I want to remind you that the boat is ready. Sure enough, Gu Xiao looked back. He found that Wang Gang had already prepared the boat. On the other side, Li Sanchun also began to think. Looking at Gu Xiao's beautiful face, the more he looked at it, the more he felt that he had seen it somewhere. Suddenly, Li Sanchun seemed to have thought of something. A trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He hesitated for a while. Li Sanchun took a step forward. He said respectfully, Mr. Jiang, Princess Xiao, the Lantern Festival has already started for a while, you should get on the boat quickly. As soon as the voice fell, Li Sanchun lowered his head quickly. Hearing what Li Sanchun said, Gu Xiao glanced at him calmly and then retracted her gaze. The other party could recognize her identity. Gu Xiao was not surprised. He pondered for a while. Gu Xiao did not hesitate. His eyes were cast on Jiang Chen on the side again. He said calmly, let's go over and take a look. As soon as the voice fell, Gu Xiao walked towards the boat. Jiang Chen immediately followed. After Jiang Chen and the other two walked away, Li Sanchun breathed a sigh of relief. He showed a relieved expression. Tap tap. Just then, Wang Gang ran towards Li Sanchun quickly. He said, "Third brother, who is the beauty with Jiang Er Shao? There seems to be no such beauty in Shinfeng City, right?" Wang Gang had never seen Shangguan Mingyue, but he had seen Yun Shixue. Although Yun Xishue's appearance also amazed him. But after seeing Gu Xiao, Wang Gang instantly felt that Yun Xishue was nothing special. Su hearing Wang Gang's words, Li Sanchun quickly made a gesture to silence. He whispered, "Shut up, that's Princess Xiao, how can you discuss it? If you want to die, don't take me with you." Wang Gang, Princess Xiao? Hearing these words, Wang Gang shuddered immediately. He quickly shut his mouth. Li Sanchun, okay, don't make a fuss, just do what you need to do, and pretend nothing happened. Wang Gang, okay. After the words fell, Wang Gang and Li Sanchun quickly walked towards the attic. On the other side, after the two boarded the boat, Jiang Chen picked up the oars at the side. Splash as the oars slid. A burst of water flow sounded around. The waves were jagged. Water lanterns floated on the lake from time to time. Under the reflection of the lake, it looked beautiful. As the boat continued to move forward, the distance between the two and the building ship was getting closer and closer. Not only that, there were more boats around. However, these people did not continue to move forward, but kept a relative distance from the building ship. Everyone had a thoughtful look on their faces. The arrival of Jiang Chen and his companions, it quickly attracted the attention of others. However, not all the people who came here were from Shinfeng City, and many people did not know Jiang Chen. When they saw his incompatible outfit, they immediately showed a hint of disdain in their eyes. They started to discuss. Who is this? He came to such a place and even wore a brocade robe. He really doesn't know any rules. Haha, what's so strange about this? At this time of year, some rich kids come here after hearing the news, just to witness the beautiful face of the water moon fairy. It's in vain. If you don't have real skills, no matter how rich your family is, you can't get on the ship. While discussing, many people also noticed Gu Xiao. They immediately showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. However, before those people could say hello, someone recognized the identities of Gu Xiao and his companions. He spoke loudly, "It's the second young Master Jiang and Princess Xiao. I didn't expect them to be here at the same time. It seems that the Jiang family and Prince Gu are really related." Ha! As soon as these words came out, the faces of the people around him changed immediately. Those who were about to talk to Gu Xiao held back what they wanted to say. Jiang Chen was the first in this sect assessment, and his reputation has spread throughout Shinfeng City. There are very few people who have not heard of his deeds. Not to mention Gu Xiao. Not only is she outstanding in appearance, she is also the daughter of the prince. Plus her superior talent for cultivation. No matter where she goes, she can cause an uproar. Although they knew Jiang Chen's identity, they saw that he was riding in the same boat with Gu Xiao. Many people still showed dissatisfaction. He said, "It's nothing great to have some talent for cultivation. Besides, this is a place for poetry, not cultivation talent." That's right. No matter who comes here, they have to follow the rules. I think he is just here to attract attention. There are many outsiders among them. Their family power is not weaker than that of the Jiang family. Therefore, they don't have so many scruples. They dare not offend Gu Xiao. But it's okay to step on Jiang Chen. Listening to the discussions of the people around me, he didn't wait for Jiang Chen to react. Immediately, someone jumped out to reply to the other party on his behalf. I saw. A man in a green shirt turned his attention to those who were discussing. He spoke in a deep voice, what a bunch of ignorant guys. Second young Master Jiang can write quatrains like Shui Tiao Gutu, so what qualifications do you have to talk about him? That's right. You dare to be so arrogant when you come to our kamikaze city. Do you really think that no one can suppress you? At this time the people who spoke for Jiang Chen were all literati from kamikaze city. Although Jiang Chen's style in the past made them very unhappy. But as soon as the song Shui Tiao Gutu came out, it made these people's impression of Jiang Chen much better. Not to mention, these literati in kamikaze city. I have always been overwhelmed by these outsiders. They were already very unhappy inside. Now that Jiang Chen is here too. Of course they want to help their own people. Listening to the rebuttals of the literati from kamikaze city, the sarcasm on the faces of the outsiders became even stronger. Even though we don't come here often, it doesn't mean we don't know about second young Master Jiang. I believe you know better than me what his usual character is like. Do you believe that a playboy who is usually ignorant and incompetent suddenly writes that kind of quatrain? Haha, brother Lu is right. In my opinion, it is very likely that Shui Tiagutu was copied by him, and he did not write it at all. Upon hearing this, the man in green shirt immediately looked angry. He spoke in a deep voice, "You are talking nonsense. If these quatrains were written by others, they would have been circulated in the world for a long time. How could it be written by second young Master Jiang now? Do you, the people of Tianyu City, like to judge a gentleman with a villain's heart?" You, the man in green shirt said this. The man who spoke immediately became angry. At this time, on the contrary, Jiang Chen became an outsider. Watching everyone arguing with each other. Faced with the words of the man in green shirt, everyone in Tianyu City had nothing to say. After all, what the man in the green shirt said is also true. What a literati needs is a name. If he could really write such quatrains, he would want everyone to know. It's impossible to hide it. Therefore, there is a high possibility that this poem was written by Jiang Chen. But even if they figured this out now, they still couldn't admit Jiang's talent. After all, if they did, that's a slap in the face. He pondered for a while. The man's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly turned his attention to Jiang Chen. He spoke loudly, "It's easy for you to convince us. Now that the topic of Fairy Shueihua has been announced, no one has written a poem that satisfies her. Why don't you, second young Master Jiang, compose a poem so that we can all see your ability? If the poem passes the test, I, Yifeng, can apologize in public. But if you can't pass, I won't make it difficult for you. Just say in front of everyone that you are a waste." The words fell. Yifeng looked directly at Jiang Chen. A confident smile on his face. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was able to write that kind of quatrains last time. Must be some bad luck. Therefore, Yifeng didn't think he would lose. At this time, everyone turned their attention to Jiang Chen. Want to see how he would choose. On the boat, a woman was sitting on the window sill. Her beautiful eyes were cast in the direction of Jiang Chen and others. There was a look of curiosity on his face. He whispered softly, "Is this the man that Sister Mingyue likes? Let me take a good look and see what is so special about you." The words fell. This beautiful woman turned to look at the maid behind her. He said softly, "Shower, help me deliver a message, and tell Mr. Jiang the topic by the way." "Shower, okay, miss." Subsequently, the maid named Shower quickly walked out. Tap tap tap, not a moment. Shower came to the board of the ship. He spoke in a crisp voice, "Mr. Jiang, my young lady has heard about you for a long time and has always wanted to see your literary talents. I wonder if Mr. Jiang can satisfy the young lady's wish?" It's Miss Shower. He is Fairy Shueihua's personal maid. Unexpectedly, she even came out in person. It seems she has alarmed Fairy Shueihua. See this scene. The smile on Yifeng's face grew stronger. He couldn't help but speak again. "Second young Master Jiang and Fairy Shueihua have spoken. If you really don't dare, just say that you are a waste in public, and I will not pursue this matter." Jiang Chen ignored Yifeng's proud face. Instead, he turned his attention to Chower on the building boat. He said calmly, "Fairy Shueihua has already spoken, so I will give her face and ask Miss Chower to tell me the topic." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the smiles on the faces of Yifeng and others froze. I agreed, this guy actually agreed. Humph, it's just about saving face. It won't be long before his true colors are revealed. Other side. Gu Shio ignored everyone's comments and just looked at Jiang Chen quietly. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. Actually, she didn't expect Jiang Chen to agree. Seeing Jiang Chen agreed, Chower spoke softly, "In such a beautiful day, drinking and having fun can be regarded as a human pleasure. But we can live so peacefully, it is inseparable from the soldiers guarding the border. Therefore, today's theme should not only be about wine, but also be related to those soldiers defending the enemy outside." Shower's voice fell. The others immediately showed a thoughtful look. The brows were tightly knitted together. Even Gu Shio had a difficult look on his face. If only one of them was written, it would be better. Now it is necessary to link two, and the difficulty has increased several times in an instant. The man in green shirt kept shaking his head. Whispered in his mouth, "It's difficult, it's too difficult." The others also nodded repeatedly. Agreed with his statement. Yifeng and others were smiling, and their faces showed expressions of watching a good show. However, At this time, Jiang Chen was happy. He himself did not know how to write poems, but he had learned a lot of the quatrains of his ancestors before. Now Jiang Chen finally realized it. There are still many benefits to studying hard. Ignoring the sarcastic eyes of Yi Feng and others, Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He slightly raised his head. His black hair fluttered in the wind. Then, Jiang Chen spoke loudly, "Grape wine in the luminous cup, the pipa urges me to drink immediately. Don't laugh at me sleeping drunk on the battlefield. How many people have returned from the battles in ancient times?" This poem is called Two Songs of Liangzhou 1, which was written by Wang Han, a poet of the Tang dynasty. Boom! As soon as Jiang Chen said these words, everyone felt the thunder in their minds. His face showed an incredible expression. Gu Xiao also condensed her beautiful eyes, showing a deep shock in her eyes, and more of it was incredible. Yi Feng, no. Impossible. This, however. Before Yi Feng finished speaking, Jiang Chen's voice came out again, drunk in the lamplight, looking at the sword, dreaming of blowing the horn in the camp. The horse is as fast as Lu, and the bow is as loud as thunder. As for the few sentences Jiang Chen said at this time, they were written by Xin Chiji. Silence. As Jiang Chen's voice fell, the scene fell into silence, and many people opened their mouths wide. They couldn't say a word for a long time. Swish. In the building ship, Fairy Shueiyue stood up directly from her seat, with a deep shock in her eyes. If her current expression was seen by someone familiar with her, they would definitely be shocked. You know, Fairy Shueiyue has always been very cunning. She could react like this. It can be seen how shocked Jiang Chen was to her. After a period of immersion, everyone slowly recovered from the shock, but no one spoke. They just looked at Jiang Chen quietly. Yi Feng staggered at this moment. He quickly took several steps back. Night breeze, impossible, this is absolutely impossible, at this time. There was a hint of horror in his expression. If Jiang Chen had only composed one poem just now, he could have argued again, but the other party actually composed two poems in succession, and the artistic conception of each poem was stunning and brilliant. Now, no matter how thick-skinned Yi Feng is, he didn't dare to talk nonsense with his eyes open. After all, there were so many people watching here, and the Yi family couldn't afford to lose face. Night Breeze knew it very well. If today's matter is not handled well, the news will spread throughout Tianyu City tomorrow, and by then his status in the family will be greatly affected. After all, Tianyu City is not monolithic. Moreover, the Yi family is also fighting openly and secretly. Those people will definitely not let go of such a good opportunity. Think of this. There was a look of determination in Yi Feng's eyes. After stabilizing your emotions, he said in a deep voice, "Mr. Jiang, what happened just now was out of sight. I hope you, sir, will not remember the villain." The words fell. Yi Feng bowed slightly to Jiang Chen. I have to say, Yi Feng's attitude. It really made Jiang Chen look at him. At least this guy could afford to lose and behaved quite honestly. After the others came to their senses, they also cast their gazes over, and the local literati in Kamikaze City looked excited. The man in green shirt glanced at everyone in Tianyu City. He said in a deep voice, "Weren't you very talkative just now? Why don't you speak now?" Upon hearing this, the literati in Tianyu City avoided looking and chose to pretend to be deaf and dumb, but the expressions on their faces were very ugly. Open your mouth now? What's the difference between that and humiliating yourself? When the literati in Kamikaze City saw the scene, they all felt elated, and their mood became very happy. It's as if he is the one winning now. Gu Xiao savored these two poems carefully, with a strange look in her eyes. I started to hesitate in my heart. Dong dong dong, just then. A sound of footsteps attracted everyone's attention. I saw a woman in a white dress slowly walked out of the boat. This woman has a standard oval-shaped face, and her eyes are like stars in the sky, shining with moving light. A small cherry mouth is even more fascinating. Even if it's night now. Her jade-white skin is also particularly noticeable. And the woman who appeared at this time. It is tonight's protagonist, Fairy Shueiyue. Looking at Fairy Shueiyue's exquisite face, even Gu Xiao showed a hint of surprise. But when she turned her attention to Jiang Chen, but he was slightly startled. Because, ever since Fairy Shueiyue came out, the people around her looked at her with more or less fiery eyes. But Jiang Chen didn't change at all, as if what appeared in front of him was just an ordinary person. His expression remained extremely calm. After discovering this, the look of satisfaction in Gu Xiao's eyes became even stronger. Other side. The crowd around him was completely smitten at this time, staring at the figure with admiration. Although Gu Xiao's beauty is not inferior to Shueiyue Fairy, but her identity is there. These people did not dare to show the slightest disrespect. After a short silence, Fairy Shueiyue said softly, "Young Master Jiang is a great talent. He has a luminous cup of grape wine. If you want to drink from the pipa, hurry up. It's a good thing to settle the affairs of the king and the world, and win fame both in life and in life, but the misfortune happened in vain." Fairy Shueiyue sighed. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen, who was not far away. There was a strange look in his eyes. No wonder Sister Mingyue seems to have lost her soul. A man who can compose such quatrains is indeed fascinating. After suppressing the inner emotions, Fairy Shueiyue spoke again, "Master Jiang, I wonder if we can get together on the boat? I have prepared tea." Upon hearing this, the crowd around him instantly became excited. Oh my god, Fairy Shueiyue actually invited Jiang Chen. Then wouldn't we have no chance? Hey, I finally waited for this opportunity. I thought I could talk about life with Fairy Shueiyue, but I didn't expect second young Master Jiang to appear. It's really disappointing. There is nothing we can do. Just based on the two poems just now, no one here can win. Fairy Shueiyue invited Jiang Chen to the boat, which was expected. After discussing for a while, everyone turned their attention to Jiang Chen, wanting to see what he would choose. After all, Princess Xiao was still there. Just then, Jiang Chen actually felt a vague killing intent, as if someone was watching him. After realizing this, Jiang Chen's heart immediately condensed, and he searched around with his peripheral vision, but the murderous intention left as quickly as it came. He couldn't feel the other person's breath at all now. What's going on? Could it be that the people from the three major aristocratic families can't stand it anymore and want to take action in advance? But I thought about it for a while. Jiang Chen felt something was wrong again. After all, Princess Xiao is next to him. As long as the three major aristocratic families are normal, it is impossible for them to take action at this time. And the killing intent just now was very cold and gave me a very dangerous feeling. I didn't look like someone from one of the three major families. After pondering for a while, Jiang Chen understood. I can't stay here any longer. We must return to the Jiang family as soon as possible. Subsequently, Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Fairy Shueiyue. He said in a deep voice, "Thank you for your kindness, Fairy, but I suddenly remembered that there are some important things at home, so I won't bother you anymore. I will personally make amends to Fairy next time." The words fell. Don't give everyone a chance to react. Jiang Chen directly controlled the boat and rowed quickly towards the lake shore, and soon he was far away from everyone. Look at Jiang Chen being so decisive. Fairy Shueiyue didn't react for a moment. The others also looked confused. He was shocked by Jiang Chen's behavior. Just rejected like that? Yes, I don't have any nostalgia at all. Mr. Jiang is really a role model for our generation. He can be so aloof, can be followed immediately. Everyone also reacted. Now that Jiang Chen has left, doesn't it mean that his chance to impress has come? Think of this. Everyone was immediately excited. Fairy Shueiyue recovered from her surprise. He couldn't help but cast his gaze in the direction where Jiang Chen disappeared, and the curiosity in his eyes became even more intense. Subsequently, Fairy Shueiyue said softly, "Since the first place has been selected, I will not give any questions next. However, to thank you all for coming, I will play a song for you next, and I hope you will forgive me." Listen to what Fairy Shueiyue said. There was a deep look of regret on everyone's faces. But as soon as she said these words, the mood of these people immediately improved a lot, with smiles on their faces again and anticipation in their eyes. 100,000 words. Help and encourage more. On the other side. At this time, Jiang Chen and Gu Xiao have returned to the shore. Looking at Jiang Chen's slightly serious expression, Gu Xiao's eyes were full of confusion. She couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Why did you leave suddenly?" "Jiang Chen, nothing. It's getting late, let's go back first." Seeing that Jiang Chen was unwilling to say more, although Gu Xiao felt a little unhappy, she didn't dwell on this matter. Then, the two returned directly along the same route. Not long after Jiang Chen and the others left, the calm lake suddenly rippled. A man in black walked out of it. At this time, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. A hoarse voice came from his mouth, Why did he leave suddenly? Did he really sense my breath? At the same time, a melodious piano sound came from the direction of the building ship. The man in black paused for a while. He quickly chased in the direction where Jiang Chen and the others disappeared. Tap tap tap, walking in the deep path. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. At this time, Gu Xiao also noticed that the atmosphere was a little wrong. She immediately quickened her pace. Swish! At this moment, Jiang Chen, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Bang, because he walked too fast. Gu Xiao bumped into Jiang Chen's back directly. Gu Xiao wanted to criticize Jiang Chen. But seeing his solemn expression, she immediately suppressed this idea. Jiang Chen looked ahead. He said coldly, "Who is it? Come out." As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Gu Xiao seemed to have thought of something. Her face changed immediately. Her face showed a solemn look. Tap tap tap, after a few breaths of silence, a heavy sound of footsteps came out slowly. Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the sound. He immediately saw a man in a black robe. The man was covered in a black robe, with a black ghost mask on his face, and a cold aura emanating from his body. After sensing the other party's peak strength in the Divine Sea realm, Jiang Chen's face became solemn. The black-robed man stopped right in front of Jiang Chen, and glanced at Gu Xiao first. He said in a deep voice, "Boy, it seems that you did find me just now. I am very curious about how you found me." As soon as the voice fell, the black-robed man looked directly at Jiang Chen with sharp eyes. You know his concealment technique. But it can even deceive the creation realm. But now, a cultivator in the body-forging realm can actually discover me. This instantly aroused the interest of the black-robed man. On the other side, after Gu Xiao saw the black-robed man's outfit, he immediately spoke in a cold voice, "Another secret door? What a group of lingering eyes, aren't you afraid of my father's revenge?" Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately understood. This black-robed man is coming for Gu Xiao. And, from what Gu Xiao said now, it is not difficult to tell that this is not the first time they have fought. Ha ha ha, faced with Gu Xiao's threat, the black-robed man laughed unpleasantly. Then he said in a deep voice, "Little princess, it is meaningless to say these things. We are just doing things for money. As for the consequences you mentioned, we can naturally bear them." As the voice fell, the black-robed man cast his eyes on Jiang Chen again. He said in a cold voice, "Boy, as long as you answer the question just now honestly, I can consider letting you go." While speaking, the aura around the black-robed man became stronger and stronger. The temperature around him inexplicably dropped a few degrees. At this time, Gu Xiao's face was embarrassed. A peak powerhouse in the Divine Sea realm. It is not something she can deal with now. Gritting her teeth, Gu Xiao turned her head and looked at Jiang Chen. He said in a deep voice, "He is coming for me. You should find a chance to escape later." After the words fell, Gu Xiao's aura began to rise continuously, and her strength soon rose to the first level of the Sea of Gods. After seeing Gu Xiao's strength, Jiang Chen was not surprised, because he had long discovered that the other party deliberately concealed his strength. The black-robed old man saw this scene. He didn't want to delay any longer. He rushed towards Gu Xiao quickly, and a black dagger appeared in his hand. Swish! Gu Xiao turned her wrist. A green long sword quickly appeared in her hand. Then, she raised the long sword and went forward. At the same time, she shouted, "Go!" Gu Xiao understood. Now her aura was locked by the black-robed old man. If she turned around and ran away at this time, it would be no different from seeking death. Therefore, she could only choose to give it a try. Swish! After the words fell, Gu Xiao quickly rushed towards the black-robed old man. Boom! A sound came out. The weapons of the two men collided quickly. Not long after the weapons were exchanged, Gu Xiao let out a muffled groan, and a lot of blood from Lily flowed out from the corner of her mouth, and her body flew backwards quickly. When the man in black robe saw this scene, not only did he not stop what he was doing, but the aura around him surged again, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He quickly chased after Gu Xiao. Obviously, he planned to kill Gu Xiao as quickly as possible. Looking at the approaching man in black robe, Gu Xiao's eyes showed a look of despair. He couldn't help but slowly closed his eyes. Brush! Not long after I closed my eyes, Gu Xiao heard a burst of sound coming from her ears. Kindness? The expected pain did not come, but she felt like she was being caught. Open your eyes and take a look. Gu Xiao discovered that it was Jiang Chen who caught her. And the strength Jiang Chen exuded at this time. There is actually a person at the third level of the Divine Sea Realm. Boom! In Gu Xiao's shocked eyes, Jiang Chen waved his fist and collided with the dagger in the black-robed man's hand. After a loud noise, Jiang Chen's figure also flew backwards, but Gu Xiao's eyes suddenly condensed. Because Jiang Chen's fist collided with the black-robed man's dagger. Unexpectedly, the opponent's defense was not broken, and only a white mark was left on the fist. Gu Xiao, Jiang Chen, your strength? Other side. The man in black robe also suddenly condensed his eyes. There was a sound of surprise in his mouth. At this time, Jiang Chen ignored Gu Xiao's doubts. Quickly mobilized the energy in the body. He calmed down his chaotic aura. Not a moment. The two landed smoothly on the ground, and Jiang Chen casually put Gu Xiao down. Brush! The man in black robe stopped opposite Jiang Chen. He said in a deep voice, I really didn't expect that such a genius could appear in a small kamikaze city. It seems that you must have some secrets. When talking about this, the man in black robe had a look of greed in his eyes. Brush! The words fell. The man in black robe rushed towards Jiang Chen. Boom boom! As Jiang Chen quickly ran the chaos creation technique, the blood in his body began to surge continuously. There was a roar. Subsequently, Jiang Chen did not retreat but advanced. He took the initiative and rushed towards the man in black robe. Gu Xiao saw this scene. An anxious expression immediately appeared on his face. But before she could speak, Jiang Chen has already made contact with the man in black robe. With the blessing of chaos creation technique, the strength of Jiang Chen's physical body increased exponentially, and with the 9 major cyclones in his body, he did not use any weapons. He fought fiercely with the man in black robe with his bare hands. Looking at Jiang Chen with flying black hair, Gu Xiao was stunned for a moment. His eyes were full of shock. Gu Xiao, how is this possible? He is only at the 3rd level of the Divine Sea Realm, but he can actually confront a monk at the 9th level of the Divine Sea Realm head on. Not only that, Gu Xiao also discovered Jiang Chen's reaction ability was even more terrifying, as if he could predict the opponent's moves in advance. Actually, the reason why this is possible. Naturally, I owe it to my last epiphany. That immersive battle, and the extra battle experiences in my mind. All of these made Jiang Chen grow up tremendously. And, as this period of time continues to digest, Jiang Chen's ability to respond to battles on the spot. It has reached a terrifying level. At this time, the man in black robe became more and more frightened as he fought. The young man in front of him was only at the 3rd level of the Divine Sea Realm, but the depth of his true energy made the man in black robes extremely frightened. Although the man in black robe has a state of suppression, it also felt very strenuous. Man in black robe, damn it, what kind of monster is this kid? How can he be so powerful at the 3rd level of the Divine Sea Realm? Boom boom boom. As time goes on, the face of the man in black robe became increasingly ugly. About 30% of the true energy in his body was consumed. But look at Jiang Chen. He was still in high spirits, and the energy in his body showed no signs of weakening. After realizing this, the man in black robe showed a look of unwillingness in his eyes. I couldn't help but feel a desire to retreat. Too much time has been spent here. With the current situation, it is no longer possible to kill Gu Xiao. If you delay any longer, I might end up here too. After thinking about this, the man in black robe made a decision immediately in his heart. Bump! After a duel, the man in black robe took advantage of this rebounding force and quickly distanced himself from Jiang Chen. After taking a long breath, the man in black robe stared at Jiang Chen with cold eyes. He said in a cold voice, "Boy, anyone who dares to interfere with our secret door will pay the price for today's actions. When I report this matter, your relatives will be assassinated endlessly. I will let you spend the rest of your life in regret. When it comes to this." A strange smile came from the man in black robe. Kindness? Jiang Chen heard this. A strong killing intent burst out from his whole body. The other party actually targeted his own clansmen, which undoubtedly touched Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen, you are looking for death. Kacha, as Jiang Chen finished speaking. The aura around him began to riot, and cracks continued to appear on the ground. At this time, after Gu Xiao felt the aura on Jiang Chen's body, there was a feeling of difficulty breathing. The man in black robe also noticed that something was wrong. The hairs all over his body stood on end, and a life-and-death crisis instantly filled his body. Suddenly, the man in black robe discovered Jiang Chen's eyes were constantly changing. The pupils actually gradually overlapped. Man in black robe, what is this? Looking at Jiang Chen's surging black eyes, the man in black robe could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. He turned around and flew towards the exit. Looking at the man in black robe gradually moving away, Jiang Chen's narrowed eyes slowly opened, and the terrifying aura around him surged again. Ahem! Under the pressure of this terrifying aura, Gu Xiao couldn't help but take several steps back. There was a coughing sound in his mouth. Brush! When Jiang Chen opened his eyes, the terrifying pressure around him instantly dissipated. Subsequently, Jiang Chen spit out 4 words. World-destroying divine light. Boom! As soon as the 4 words Jiang Chen came out, a roar suddenly sounded in Gu Xiao's mind. Vaguely, she saw a terrifying black light burst out from Jiang Chen's eyes, flying out at an incredible speed towards the man in black robe. As soon as this black light came out, Gu Xiao felt that everything around her became silent, and her ears seemed to be deaf. Not only that, the sky in this area quickly turned dark, as if it had been infected by thick ink. Brush! This abnormality went away as quickly as it came. When the light comes again, the figure of the man in black robe has disappeared. Jiang Chen stood not far away without saying a word. Dong 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 at this time. Gu Xiao could clearly hear her heartbeat. That scene just now. The visual impact on her was too great. Ahem! Just then, a cough came from Jiang Chen's mouth, and his body began to shake. See this scene. Gu Xiao immediately greeted him. He stretched out his arm to support Jiang Chen. Only then did she realize it. Jiang Chen's eyes were tightly closed, and his whole body was trembling slightly. Gu Xiao, are you okay? Hear Gu Xiao speak. Jiang Chen shook his head gently. A hoarse voice came from his mouth. It's okay, I just received some backlash. It's not suitable to stay here for a long time. I'll go back to Jiang Mansion first. Gu Xiao, okay, I understand. The words fell. Gu Xiao supported Jiang Chen and left here quickly. While walking, Gu Xiao glanced at Jiang Chang from the corner of his eye from time to time, with a strange look in his eyes. Especially thinking about the scene where Jiang Chen saved himself. Gu Xiao couldn't help but blush on her cheeks, and there was a soft color in her eyes. This is only a short day. Jiang Chen's feelings in her heart changed again and again. Gu Xiao suddenly felt. It seems pretty good to have such a fiancé. Although she had many questions in her mind. But Gu Xiao also understood. Now is not the time to ask these questions. He quickly suppressed his curiosity. Other side. Jiang Chen kept thinking in his heart. The physical body is still too weak. If the strength of the physical body is not increased as soon as possible, it will be impossible to bring out the power of the double eyes, actually. If Jiang Chen hadn't withdrawn his power quickly this time, the backlash he would have suffered would have been even more serious. But it's also time for today's battle. It made Jiang Chen understand his own shortcomings and set a clear direction for his future cultivation. At the same time, he also deeply realized the power of Chongtong. A strong man at the 9th level of the Divine Sea Realm was killed on the spot by his attack. This terrifying force. Jiang Chen was full of expectations for Chongtong. Looking at the Jiang mansion that gradually came into view, Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at Gu Xiao beside him. He spoke softly, Princess, can you keep today's matter a secret for me? Suddenly he was stared at by Jiang Chen's eyes. A look of panic appeared on Gu Xiao's face. After stabilizing your emotions, he quickly responded, no problem. Seeing Gu Xiao's big reaction, Jiang Chen's eyes showed a hint of doubt. But since the other party agreed so happily, Jiang Chen didn't dwell too much on this matter. Subsequently, the two quickly entered Jiang Mansion. After returning to the mansion, Jiang Chen did not disturb others, and took Gu Xiao to the room prepared for her. Jiang Chen, you should rest early. If you have anything to say, just tell the two little girls outside the door. I won't bother you anymore. Ahem, the voice fell. Jiang Chen couldn't help but cough. Seeing this scene, Gu Xiao couldn't help but show a worried expression. Said, how are you? Do you need me to take you back? I don't think you are in a good condition. Jiang Chen shook his head gently. Said, no, I have almost recovered now. I just need to go back and take a simple rest. The voice fell. Jiang Chen turned and walked out of the door. Gu Xiao opened her mouth. In the end, she didn't say anything again. After Jiang Chen's figure completely disappeared, she slowly closed the door. As for the two little maids outside the door, they were called back by Gu Xiao to rest. Under the light, Gu Xiao sat quietly at the desk, holding a brush in her hand, and began to write slowly. The beautiful handwriting continued to emerge, and Gu Xiao's expression at this time seemed particularly serious, and her arms kept waving. Pata gently put down the brush in her hand. Gu Xiao looked at the content on the paper, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. What she wrote at this time? It was the two poems that Jiang Chen wrote in Mingyue Lake. After a while of silence, Gu Xiao picked up the pen again, relying on the memories in her mind. She also wrote Shui Tiaogu too. Looking at the three poems in front of her, thinking of the scene of Jiang Chen saving herself, Gu Xiao felt that her heartbeat accelerated a lot. Her cheeks were also slightly hot. Gu Xiao, what's wrong with me? I actually thought about that guy, as she spoke. Gu Xiao herself didn't dare to say anything more, and a hint of shyness appeared on her face. At the same time, there was a trace of panic in her heart. Gently shook her head. Gu Xiao quickly calmed down her emotions, and then began to practice the mental method to treat the injuries left in her body. After all, she had just endured a direct attack from the black robed man, and many hidden injuries were left in her body. On the other side, after Jiang Chen returned to the room, he quickly entered the practice. The chaos creation art was running wildly, and the injuries in his body were constantly healing. At the same time, Jiang Chen also made an unexpected discovery. When he used the world-destroying divine light, he had clearly drained the true qi from the 9 cyclones, but now in the cyclones, some true qi was gathered again. From the end of the battle to now, Jiang Chen has not actively absorbed any true qi. This discovery surprised him a little. System, what's going on? Ding! The cyclone is different from the dantian. The true qi gathered in the dantian needs to be actively absorbed, but even if the cyclone is not operated manually, it can absorb true qi autonomously all the time. Of course, the speed of autonomous absorption is slow, far less than the speed of active absorption by the host, which is a normal phenomenon. After listening to the system's explanation, Jiang Chen's eyes showed a touch of joy. After calming down, Jiang Chen quickly entered a state of concentration, actively mobilized the 9 cyclones in his body, and absorbed the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. After practicing for a while, Jiang Chen directly ended his practice. As if he thought of something, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Creaky. After a while, Jiang Chen directly opened the door and walked out. Dong dong dong. Hearing someone knocking on the door, Gu Xiao's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. He said in a deep voice, "Who is it?" "It's me, Jiang Chen." As soon as he heard Jiang Chen's voice, Gu Xiao immediately stood up. After a while, he came to the door. Creaky. After opening the door, Gu Xiao immediately spotted Jiang Chen's figure, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. They had just separated for a while, but Jiang Chen's condition had improved a lot, and he looked very energetic, not like he was injured at all. However, after a moment of silence, Gu Xiao asked, "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly come back? Is there something wrong?" "Jiang Chen, I'll bring you something." As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Chen took out a porcelain bottle from his arms and handed it to Gu Xiao. When she saw the contents of the porcelain bottle, Gu Xiao's eyes suddenly condensed, and a look of shock appeared on her face. She quickly took the porcelain bottle. After looking up and down for a long time, Gu Xiao showed an expression of disbelief. She quickly said, Is this dragon blood pill?" "Jiang Chen, yes, this is dragon blood pill." In fact, Jiang Chen didn't know much about elixirs, but he was not surprised that Gu Xiao could recognize this elixir. After all, the other party's identity was there. Her own knowledge must be extraordinary. After receiving Jiang Chen's affirmative answer, Gu Xiao's face was more shocked, and she carefully opened the bottle. After finding out the grade of the elixir, the expression on his face changed again and again. "Gu Xiao, it's the best dragon blood pill. Do you really want to give it to me?" Looking at Gu Xiao's reaction, Jiang Chen asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is this thing very precious?" Looking at Jiang Chen, who looked confused, Gu Xiao felt like she was almost speechless. But he still explained, not only is it precious, the refining of the dragon blood pill is very cumbersome, and the current recipe of the dragon blood pill is also somewhat incomplete, and it cannot exert much medicinal power at all. But the one you took out is different. Not only does it reach the 4th grade, but its flaws have been perfected. It is a perfect dragon blood pill. This thing has a price but no market at all. Listen to what Gu Xiao said. There was a look of surprise in Jiang Chen's eyes. He really didn't expect it. The elixir that his elder brother took out was so precious. But this is exactly what Jiang Chen wants. Because things are more precious, the more benefits you can get. Think of this. Jiang Chen responded calmly, "Oh, I see, then take it quickly, it will just be enough to heal your injuries." "Gu Xiao, I have made its value so clear, and you still want to give this elixir to me?" "Jiang Chen, it's just a pill, please accept it." Looking at Jiang Chen's serious expression, Gu Xiao couldn't help but feel moved in her heart. If he is willing to give away such a precious elixir, does he have any interest in me? Think of this. Gu Xiao's cheeks turned red inexplicably. His expression also became awkward. Kindness? When Jiang Chen saw Gu Xiao's appearance, a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. Other side. Gu Xiao also realized that she had lost her composure and quickly calmed down her emotions. Said in a low voice, "Thank you." The words fell. Gu Xiao quickly lowered her head. He didn't dare to look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced at Gu Xiao. He said, "Princess, please go to bed early and I won't disturb you anymore." Gu Xiao heard this. Still didn't dare to look up at Jiang Chen. He responded in a low voice, "Okay, okay." Creak with the sound of the door closing. Only then did Gu Xiao dare to lift her head. At this time, her cheeks were flushed. He stared at the porcelain bottle in his hand. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. Other side. Not long after Jiang Chen left Gu Xiao's room, the system notification sounded in my mind. Byte. Congratulations to the host for sending a 4th grade dragon blood pill, triggering a 10-fold critical strike reward, and obtaining a 4th grade pill, Xianlong pill, kindness? After hearing about this reward, a look of astonishment appeared on Jiang Chenlu's face. System, you couldn't have made a mistake, right? What I sent out was a 4th grade elixir. Even if it's only a 10-fold reward, it wouldn't still be a 4th grade elixir, right? Host, rest assured, the black dragon pill is definitely worth 10 dragon blood pills, and there is real dragon blood among them. Although it is just ordinary dragon blood, it is also a rare treasure. Besides, this is not an ordinary 4th grade elixir. Oh? Listen to what the system says. Jiang Chen's face immediately showed a look of surprise. Subsequently, he speeded up his movement and returned to the room after a while. After closing the door, Jiang Chen took out the elixir rewarded by the system. Jiang Chen, after seeing this elixir. Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but condense slightly. I saw. There are many lines on the surface of this elixir. And, with the appearance of this elixir, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be pulled. They quickly gathered in the direction of the elixir. With the continuous influx of spiritual energy, some cloud dot-like patterns appeared on the surface of the elixir. It turned out to be an elixir pattern. No wonder the system said this elixir was simple. It turned out to be because of this. To know if pill lines can appear, the efficacy of the medicine can be increased by at least 40%. In addition, this is a 4th level top grade elixir. Its efficacy will be even more terrifying. He pondered for a while. The exploration interface of Jiang Chen's rapid mobilization system. Name, Xianlong Dan. Characteristics, refined with dragon blood. It contains a large amount of energy and blood, and has the effect of strengthening the body and expanding the meridians. After reading the information about Xianlong Dan, a smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Great, with this elixir, the problem of double pupil backlash should be solved. Think of this. Jiang Chen quickly adjusted his breath. After taking a long breath, Jiang Chen swallowed the black dragon pill in one gulp. Boom! Not long after I swallowed the pill, the blood in the body began to surge. Hiss! What followed was a heartbreaking pain. Under the severe pain, Jiang Chen couldn't help but suck in a breath of air. Kacha kacha. At this time, there were constant sounds coming from Jiang Chen's body. His physical body was shaking continuously. Boom! With continuous refining, Jiang Chen felt a surge of energy and blood. It is constantly moving inside my body. Pang pang as the blood continues to flow in. Jiang Chen's body actually swelled a bit. Clothes were stretched out. I persisted for a while. Jiang Chen's clothes were instantly shattered, and his strong muscles were instantly exposed to the air. At the same time, those muscles seemed to come alive, they began to tremble, and they continued to expand. Jiang Chen was not idle here either. He was running the chaos creation technique crazily, refining the extra energy and blood in his body. The reason for the current situation. It is caused by too much energy and blood. Under Jiang Chen's continuous refining, the swollen body slowly lost weight. Not only that, Jiang Chen also discovered it at this time. His meridians expanded by about 1/3. That endless flow of energy and blood. It made him feel like he had endless energy all over his body. Jiang Chen, what a terrifying effect. My physical body's strength has at least doubled. If I use the world-destroying divine light now, I will definitely not suffer any backlash. After feeling it for a while, Jiang Chen discovered. Not only did his injuries recover, but his strength also broke through to the 4th level of the Divine Sea Realm. Boom, he pondered for a while. Jiang Chen ran the chaos creation technique with all his strength, and a large amount of true energy gathered towards him crazily, and the depleted true energy of the 9 major cyclones became full again. Other side. The main hall of the Yun family. At this time, Du Qingfeng sat in the main seat. Wang Ning and Yun Shishue sat next to him. At this time, as the head of the family, Yun Shenxiu. Then he sat on the elder's seat. It is worth mentioning. Bai Zhantong and Xiao Langshan were also among them. But the atmosphere in the hall seemed a bit dull. Yun Shenxiu pondered for a while. He turned his attention to Du Qingfeng. He spoke in a deep voice, "Elder Du, the Jiang family is too arrogant. Now they are related to the ancient prince. I am afraid they will be even more lawless in the future." Yun Shenxiu said this. Others immediately followed suit. Xiao Langshan, that's right, those little beasts in the Jiang family are arrogant and don't take you, Elder Du, seriously at all. Bai Zhantong didn't say anything. But his eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. As Xiao Langshan's voice fell, the hall fell into silence again. Du Qingyun slowly put down the teacup in his hand. He said in a deep voice, "It's not difficult to deal with the Jiang family, but now not only is there the old guy Chen Hongchuan who was interfering, but even Princess Xiao is involved. Before we figure out the relationship between the Jiang family and the ancient prince, we can't touch the Jiang family for the time being." After hearing this, although Yun Xianxiu and others were a little unwilling, but they could only nod in response. After thinking for a while, Xiao Lingshan spoke again, "Elder Du, if the Jiang family and Prince Gu don't have much intersection, can we just do it directly?" After hearing this, the others all turned their eyes to Du Qingfeng. However, Du Qingfeng shook his head again. He said, "If those guys from the Jiang family hadn't joined Xianqing sect, your decision would indeed be fine, but it's not possible now. It's not easy to recruit such a few geniuses. Chen Hongchuan will definitely not let them get into trouble. Although Luo Yun sect is powerful, if Xianqing sect fights to the death, the consequences are not something I can bear." As soon as Du Qingfeng said this, Yun Shenxiu and others also became solemn. At this time, Wang Ning stood up from his seat. He said loudly, "In fact, there is a way." "Oh?" After hearing this, Yun Shenxiu and others immediately showed curiosity. Wang Ning did not keep it a secret. He continued, 1 month after recruiting disciples, there will be a competition between the 2 sections. As long as the 3 brothers of the Jiang family are eliminated during the competition, all problems can be solved. After all, the reason why Chen Hongchuan helped the Jiang family was just because he saw the talents of Jiang Chen and others, but a genius who died midway is the most worthless. As soon as Wang Ning said this, everyone immediately understood what he meant. Their eyes lit up. Dear readers, give a good review. Please help me urge for more updates. Poor guy, asterisk. Du Qingfeng also nodded at this time. He spoke softly, Wang Ning is right. This is indeed the best way at the moment. With Shishue's talent, her strength will definitely improve a lot in a month. It won't be difficult to deal with those boys from the Jiang family by then. Yun Shenxiu and others nodded repeatedly. That originally ugly face. There was also a smile at this time. After talking for a while, everyone slowly left the hall, other side. Divine Wind City, Ningxiang Tower. In a woman's boudoir. At this time, Fairy Shueiyue sat alone in isolation, and Shower stood quietly next to her. And on the table directly in front of them, there is a piece of paper. and the content recorded on the paper. It was Jiang Qianlong's poem not long ago. Fairy Shuiwe, Shower, what do you think of these two poems? I heard my lady ask. Shower didn't respond immediately, with a thoughtful look on his face. After pondering for a while, Shower said solemnly, Mr. Jiang has such literary talent, Shower dare not lie. Fairy Shuiwe, haha, listen to what Shower said. A smile appeared on Fairy Shuiwe's face. He looked up at the bright moon outside the window. He said softly, yes, this kind of literary talent is indeed rare. When Mingyue mentioned him at first, I had some doubts. But now it seems that I was too short-sighted. The words fell. Fairy Shuiwe picked up a writing brush. He began to write on the paper in front of him. After putting down the brush in his hand, Fairy Shuiwe picked up the paper. Subsequently, she turned her attention to Shower. He said softly, send this letter. I believe Mingyue will be very happy when she sees the contents. Shower, okay, miss. The words fell. Shower was about to turn around and leave. Just then, Fairy Shuiwe spoke again, by the way, after you finish sending the letter, get ready. It's time for us to leave Kamikaze City. Shower, I know, I'll get ready right away. Crunch, the door is closed. The surroundings fell into silence again. Time flies. The day passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Mansion. Creek Gu Xiao walked out of the room. At this time, there was a smile on her face. After refining the dragon blood pill last night, Gu Xiao not only recovered from all her injuries. His own strength has improved to a small level. It just came out not long ago. An old man walked towards Gu Xiao. At this time, the old man came over. It was Gu Xiao's protector, Zhou Tong. Kindness? After feeling the aura on Gu Xiao's body, there was a look of surprise on Zhou Tong's face. At this time, Zhou Tong discovered. Not only has the strength of my young lady improved, but the power of blood and energy around her has become even more surging. It's only been a day since I last saw you. My own lady has undergone such a big change. I watched it for a while. Zhou Tong still couldn't suppress his curiosity. Asked, Miss, what is your strength? Gu Xiao smiled slightly. Responded softly, I gained some insights while practicing, so my strength has improved a lot. Uncle Zhou, why are you here so early? Is there something wrong? What happened last night? Gu Xiao did not plan to tell Zhou Tong. After all, she promised Jiang Chen to keep this matter a secret. Hearing Gu Xiao's answer, Zhou Tong had a suspicious look on his face, but he didn't dwell too much on this matter. After pondering for a while, he spoke softly, Miss, when we talked last night, although Mr. Jiang didn't say it explicitly, he also implicitly said that everything will be done according to your wishes, Miss, kindness? Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao understood the meaning immediately. His brows furrowed slightly. Jiang Chen was very willing to terminate the engagement, and now Jiang Wenqing also had the same attitude. At this time, Gu Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration in her heart. After suppressing the boring thoughts, Gu Xiao shook her head slightly. He opened his mouth and said, there is no rush in this matter. After all, my father has decided on the marriage. Even if the engagement is to be terminated, I have to let him do it once. Hear this answer. A look of astonishment immediately appeared on Zhou Tong's face, and he didn't know how to answer for a moment. To know. Prince Gu had made it clear before coming. It is up to Gu Xiao to make the decision himself, and he will make compensation to the Jiang family when the time comes. Before coming, Gu Xiao had been grinding for a long time. Only then did Prince Gu agree to this. But in less than a day, Gu Xiao's attitude changed so much. Opened his mouth. Zhou Tong still swallowed what he wanted to say. At this time, Gu Xiao secretly squeezed her little fists. The more Jiang Chen behaves like this, the less this princess will be able to do what he wants soon. Gu Xiao found a reasonable reason for herself. Tap tap tap. Just then, a sound of footsteps sounded from behind the two of them. Gu Xiao looked back. Immediately found Jiang Wenqing's figure. After a while, Jiang Wenqing came close to Gu Xiao, smiled and said, Princess, I have prepared the food, now let's go together. Hearing this, Gu Xiao responded softly, I know, Uncle Jiang, you can just call me Xiao, calling me princess seems too distant. Jiang Wenqing, haha good. Then, under the leadership of Jiang Wenqing, the three walked towards the direction of the hall. As soon as they entered the hall, Gu Xiao found Jiang Chen's figure, and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. At this time, Jiang Chen's face was ruddy, and he didn't look like a wounded person at all. At the same time, Gu Xiao also found Jiang Chen's strength once again became the 8th level of the body forging realm. On the other side, seeing Gu Xiao looking at Jiang Chen as soon as she came, Zhang Daoxin and Jiang Yu looked at each other. A smile appeared at the corner of their mouths. Then, the two of them cast their eyes towards Jiang Chen. They showed a meaningful look. Seeing the two people's attitude of not caring about the big deal, Jiang Chen's forehead showed a black line. Ahem. After Jiang Wenqing saw this scene, he coughed. He kept winking at Jiang Chen. But before Jiang Chen could speak, Gu Xiao took the initiative to move forward 2 steps and sat down on the left side of Jiang Chen. Jiang Wenkong and others saw this scene and couldn't help but smile. Soon, everyone took their seats one after another. There was a burst of laughter in the hall. While others were talking, Gu Xiao cast her eyes towards Jiang Chen. She said softly, "Thank you for the pills." Hearing this, Jiang Chen showed a faint smile on his face. He responded in a low voice, "You're welcome, as long as it's useful to you." After taking a deep look at Jiang Chen, Gu Xiao quickly moved her eyes away. The banquet did not last too long. After the banquet, Jiang Wenqing slowly stood up and cast his eyes on Jiang Chen. He said softly, "Chener, there are some things that need to be dealt with in the shop. You should accompany Xiao well and never neglect her." Jiang Chen looked at his father's serious expression. He nodded slightly in response. The words fell. Jiang Wenqing turned to look at Gu Xiao. He smiled and said, "Niece Xiao, please bear with me a little longer. If you need anything, just tell Xiaochen. I've already given instructions to the housekeeper. Gu Xiao, if Uncle Jiang has something to do, just go and do it. There is no problem on my side." Got Gu Xiao's response. After Jiang Wenqing explained a few sentences, he left the Jiang family with Jiang Wenkong and others. Other side, Zhou Tong walked in from outside the hall. Before and after arriving at Gu Xiao, he spoke softly, "Princess, the prince has received news. Now that you have joined the Xinqing sect, my mission is over. Therefore, I am going back today. The princess must be more careful in the future, kindness?" Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao was slightly startled at first. Then he responded, "Zhou Buofan, be careful. I will take care of myself. You tell my father not to worry. Those in Xinqing sect don't dare to do anything." Zhou Tong nodded lightly. Then he turned his attention to Jiang Chen, who was standing aside. He opened his mouth and said, "Little friend Jiang, I would like to thank you in advance for asking you to take more care of me, princess." Jiang Chen nodded. He responded, "Uncle Zhou, you're welcome. I will definitely do my best to do whatever I can." Jiang Chen didn't say too much. Zhou Tong naturally understood the meaning, but Jiang Chen's answer was enough. After talking for a while, Zhou Tong did not stay here longer. He left Kamikaze City directly. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer people in the hall, Zhang Daoxin couldn't help but turn his attention to Jiang Yu. Looking at Zhang Daoxin's eyes, Jiang Yu nodded at him. "Get up slowly from your seat." He turned his gaze to Jiang Chen, who was standing aside. He spoke softly, "Second brother, let's leave first. I still have something to teach Dao Xin." Jiang Chen, "Okay, you go." A smile appeared on Zhang Daoxin's face. He spoke softly, "Second brother, let's go first." "Goodbye, princess." Gu Xiao looked at Zhang Daoxin. He nodded slightly in response. As Zhang Daoxin left, only Jiang Chen and Gu Xiao were left in the hall. Jiang Chen originally thought, today Gu Xiao will let him take her out. But what Gu Xiao said next? But it made Jiang Chen slightly stunned. "Gu Xiao, I'm going back to practice first. My cultivation improved a lot yesterday, but I still need to stabilize it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen naturally couldn't be more happy. He responded immediately, "Okay, if anything happens, just ask Xiaotsui to notify me." Kindness. After nodding in response, Gu Xiao stepped out of the house. Looking at the empty hall, there was a hint of thinking in Jiang Chen's eyes. Dragon Elephant Sky Suppressing Fist can be transmitted directly, but I am not in a hurry now. I can take advantage of this time to develop the potential of the double pupil. After returning to the room, Jiang Chen closed the door casually. "System, I want to use Epiphany." Ding, the Epiphany is preparing, as the system's voice fell. Jiang Chen's vision immediately went dark. When he opened his eyes again, the surrounding environment changed again. The protagonist is still the same boy with double eyes as last time, but this time his opponent has changed. His opponent looked downright bizarre. Some have wings on their backs. Some are completely covered in magma. Although these humanoid creatures look very strange, the aura on their bodies is extremely terrifying. But what surprised Jiang Chen the most was, faced with the siege of these strange creatures, the boy with double eyes still performed with ease. The stern face was full of pride. There was a moment of trance. Jiang Chen found that his position had changed again. With the last experience. This time Jiang Chen acted very calmly. At this time, Jiang Chen was in the first-person perspective again. Entered into this battle. Boom, the roar kept coming. Jiang Chen felt every move carefully. After a period of fighting, humanoids are becoming increasingly rare. There was a sound. The last humanoid creature also died in the hands of the man with double eyes. At this time, Jiang Chen's vision gradually became blurred. He knows. I am about to exit the state of enlightenment. Brush. When Jiang Chen opened his eyes again, his consciousness has returned to his body, and there are many strange memories in his mind. Chaining the sky and locking the earth, wherever you look, you can see the sky and the earth. This move can imprison the void and block all actions of the opponent. The stronger the strength, the longer it will last. That's right. In this epiphany, Jiang Chen understood the second secret technique of Chongtong. Is it blocking the enemy's movement? If used together with the world-destroying divine light, it can indeed produce unexpected effects. Think of this. Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile. Time flies. The appointed day arrived in a blink of an eye. The Jiang family and others sent Jiang Chen and others to the agreed location. At this time, Chen Hongquan looked at Jiang Chen and others. A smile appeared on his face. Then he said, "Okay, now that everyone is here, we should set off now." The words fell. Chen Hongquan took out a recorder from his arms. Subsequently, a melodious flute sound came out. Chirp! The sound of the flute had just come out. A cry came out from the clouds instantly. Ho-hoo, not a moment. A strong wind blew around, and a huge shadow appeared on the ground. Look at this sudden shadow. Everyone immediately raised their heads and looked towards the sky. I saw. A huge black hawk was approaching, and the sudden strong wind was caused by its flapping wings. Feeling the violent aura on Black Hawk's body, many newcomers' faces instantly turned pale. Subconsciously he took several steps back. Boom! After a while of circling, Black Hawk landed firmly on the ground. Subsequently, under the gaze of everyone, this Black Hawk continues to grow in size. Looking at Black Eagle, whose figure continued to grow, the surprise in everyone's eyes became even stronger. Wait until Black Eagle's size stabilizes. Chen Hongquan turned his attention to everyone. He opened his mouth and said, "Everyone lines up in 2 teams and climbs on the back of Black Eagle one by one. We will head to Xianqing sect now." Chen Hongquan finished speaking. The others immediately began to take action. Although they were a little afraid of Black Hawk in their hearts, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. After all, can soar in the sky on a Black Eagle. Just thinking about it makes people feel excited. Jiang Chen turned to look at Jiang Wenqing, who was looking aside. He said softly, "Father, please take care of yourself. If there is anything that cannot be solved, you can send someone to notify me." Jiang Wenqing, just don't worry. After you go to Xianqing sect, remember not to act on your own initiative. The most important thing is to work hard to improve your cultivation. Jiang Chen, I understand, father. Subsequently, Jiang Chen and Gu Xia walked towards Black Eagle. Jiang Yu and the other 2 followed soon after. Please help me give a good review. The first show costs less than 3 yuan a day, and I'm almost starving to death, asterisk. Not a moment. All the entry-level disciples boarded the back of the Black Eagle. Brush Chen Hongquan's figure flashed. Quickly come to the top of Black Eagle. He said in a deep voice, "Let's go." As Chen Hongquan finished speaking, the Black Eagle that was lying on the ground slowly stood up and spread its huge wings instantly. Then he waved quickly. Thump thump as the Black Hawk continues to flap its wings. Everyone is getting further and further away from the ground. The strong wind kept beating on everyone's faces. After rising to a certain distance, an energy shield quickly appeared on Black Eagle's body, isolating the surrounding wind. With the emergence of shields, everyone's expressions instantly relaxed a lot. Chirp after uttering a cry. Black Hawk rushed forward quickly. The speed is very fast. Looking at the receding scenery around them, everyone's faces showed excitement. At this time, even Jiang Chen looked surprised. Looking around curiously, Gu Xiao's expression was very calm. Jiang Yu's reaction was similar to hers, and then he sat cross-legged and started practicing. Jiang Daoxin seemed a little heartless, so he took the prepared food and started eating. Watching Jiang Yu close his eyes and relax, Jiang Daoxin came directly to Jiang Chen. He said softly, "Second brother, princess, I have prepared a lot of food. Do you want some?" Jiang Chen, "No, you can keep it for yourself." Gu Xiao also shook her head slightly. Declined Jiang Daoxin's kindness. At this time, to the left of Jiang Chen and others, a group of people gathered together. A man in brocade robe saw Gu Xiao and Jiang Chen standing together, with a gloomy look in his eyes. Seeing the ugly look on the brocade-robed man's face, one of the men immediately showed a flattering expression. He said softly, "Mr. Su, only you can be worthy of such a stunning beauty as Princess Xiao. Do you need me to warn that boy?" Upon hearing this, the other people also spoke in agreement. "Yes, sir, you have a thunder body, and Jiang Chen is just a mortal body. Although his results are indeed very good, he still cannot compare with young master. Listen to the compliments from the crowd around you." The face of the man in brocade robe looked much better. After withdrawing his gaze, he said in a low voice, "No need, the woman I like must be conquered by myself. Su Tian, don't even bother to use such despicable methods." Listen to Su Tian say this. There was another round of compliments from everyone. Master Su's magnanimity is indeed extraordinary. After joining the Xianqing sect, he will definitely rise to the top and become a peerless strong man. Not bad. Not bad. After retracting his gaze, Su Tian also found a seat and sat down. Actually, Su Tiannai is the son of an aristocratic family, but it is not under the jurisdiction of Tianlong dynasty. The reason why he chose to join Xianqing sect this time, it was because he found out that within the Xianqing sect, there was a forbidden area called Tianlia, which contained the origin of thunder and lightning. The purpose of Su Tian's trip is to find the origin of thunder and lightning. As long as you can successfully get the source, his heavenly thunder body can be fully activated, and his strength will be doubled by then. When I think of that scene, Su Tian couldn't help but reveal a smile. Boom! Just then, a roar caught everyone's attention. Look up. I found that there were dark clouds right in front of me, and thunder and lightning kept flashing among the black clouds. See this scene. Many disciples had a look of fear on their faces. Because, judging from the current situation, the area covered by black clouds is exactly where he and others must pass. Looking at the ugly faces of everyone, Chen Honchuan spoke slowly, "Don't worry, everyone, this is just an ordinary thunder and lightning. It cannot break through the Black Eagle's shield at all. You will not be in danger." Listen to what Chen Honchuan said. Everyone's ugly faces looked much better. Other side. Gu Xiao looked at Jiang Chen's calm expression. He couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you look scared at all?" Jiang Chen smiled slightly. He opened his mouth to respond, "Didn't Elder Chen say that thunder and lightning can't hurt us, so what's there to be afraid of?" "Yeah." Hearing Jiang Chen's answer, Gu Xiao obviously didn't believe it, but when she thought of Jiang Chen's initial burst of strength, she immediately showed a clear expression. Actually, what Gu Xiao didn't know was, Jiang Chen was at the moment of enlightenment. Jiang Chen had seen scenes that were several times more terrifying than this one. Such a small scene really couldn't make him feel any psychological fluctuations. Buzz! Just then, there was a noise behind Black Hawk. Everyone immediately went out looking for fame. I saw. A flying boat was approaching, and Du Qingfeng was standing on the bow, looking at the Xianqing sect people indifferently. Yun Shishue was standing on the deck. She saw Jiang Yu and others at a glance, and a cold look appeared in her eyes. But, after a quick glance, Yun Shishue withdrew her gaze. At this time, there were many disciples on the flying boat. They were all looking at Yun Shishue with their peripheral vision. But when she saw Wang Ning beside her, the group of people quickly retracted their gazes. Bow. Du Qingfeng turned his attention to Chen Honchuan. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said sarcastically, "Old Ghost Chen, your Xianqing sect won't be able to get through this, right? Do you need me to give you a ride?" Looking at the mocking look on Du Qingfeng's face, Chen Honchuan glanced at him. He said in a cold voice, "No need, you should take care of yourself. This kind of trivial matter can't trouble me, Xianqing sect." Hoof listened to what Chen Hanchuan said. Du Qingfeng snorted coldly. He spoke again, really? I'll wait and see. The words fell. The warship slowly picked up speed. He rushed directly towards the black cloud. Chen Hanchuan saw the scene. He gently patted Black Eagle's head. After getting Chen Hanchuan's signal, Black Eagle quickly rushed towards the black cloud. Boom as it gets closer. Muffled thunder kept coming from the sky, and thunder light kept flashing in front of everyone's eyes. Even though Chen Hanchuan had made it clear that there would be no danger from this thunder and lightning, many people still showed fear and their faces became much paler. Chen Hanchuan saw the scene. He spoke loudly, when you embark on the road of spiritual practice, you are destined to compete with heaven and earth. This journey will definitely be full of ups and downs. If you can't even overcome this fear, then what's the point of talking about the avenue? As a monk, you should have a fearless heart, so that you can go further. After listening to Chen Hanchuan's words, many disciples looked thoughtful. Although their faces were still pale, their fear had weakened a lot. See this scene. Chen Hanchuan's face looked much better. At this time, the happiest person is Su Tian. Thunder and lightning surged in the clouds. There was a lot of thunder and lightning surrounding him. He found out. His cultivation speed has accelerated a lot. And, with the movement of the exercises, Su Tian discovered he can actually absorb the power of thunder and lightning in the clouds. At this time, raindrops kept falling from the sky. After rushing into the dark clouds, the surrounding light became very dim, and everyone's vision was greatly disturbed. Boom! The sound of thunder continued. The rain in the sky is getting heavier and heavier. But, has a black hawk or a shield? Those raindrops from the sky. You can't meet people at all. After a period of adjustment, the fear on everyone's faces slowly receded, and they began to look around curiously. At this time, Chen Hanchuan also noticed Su Tian's actions, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Although the opponent's heavenly thunder body is not perfect, he can still be regarded as a rare genius. Actually, Su Tianning joined Xianqing's sect. Chen Hanchuan was also quite surprised. After all, Du Qingfeng's conditions were not bad at that time. Other side, Du Qingfeng also noticed the situation of Xianqing's own, and the smile on his face immediately faded a lot. Snort after snorting coldly, Du Qingfeng quickly withdrew his gaze, increased the speed of the ship a few points, and rushed out in the other direction. Chirp Black Hawk also suddenly accelerated. It flew in the opposite direction of the warship. Hoo-hoo-hoo! The sound of strong wind kept ringing in everyone's ears. Puff, after half a stick of incense, Black Eagle led everyone out of the thundercloud area, and the sun fell on everyone again. At the same time, Black Hawk's speed is also increasing, and the surrounding scenery has turned into an afterimage. Other side, Su Tian slowly opened his eyes. His expression seemed a little unfinished. The effect of a little bit of thunder and lightning is so obvious. If I can get the origin of thunder and lightning, I can definitely be reborn. Think of this. Su Tian's eyes showed a hint of excitement. At this time Jiang Chen also lost interest. After finding a place, I started to close my eyes and relax. Time flies. The rest of the people also gradually became quiet, and the whistling wind kept passing by everyone's ears. Unknowingly, they had been on Black Hawk for half a day. When everyone was bored, several towering mountain peaks appeared in their sight. Various buildings are located on these peaks, and there is a winding stone staircase on each peak. There are thickets of ancient trees and lingering mist. It looks like a paradise on earth. After seeing this scene, everyone immediately showed excitement. Become energetic instantly. They all stood up and looked around. Chirp! The Black Hawk roared. Then began a rapid downward dive. Jiang Yu also ended his training at this time. He took a step forward and came to Jiang Chen. Boom! After a loud noise, the Black Hawk stopped smoothly on a platform. At the same time, everyone found out. There were many people around the platform, looking at them with smiles on their faces. Followed closely, there was also a burst of discussion. The last group of junior brothers have arrived. This time, don't compete with me. I have reserved their points first. Why did you make a reservation? Do you think we will let this good opportunity pass? Besides, they still have a 1-day protection period, so your reservation is of no use. Yes, if you want points, you have to rely on your strength to speak, not just your words. Listening to these strange discussions, everyone on the Black Eagle looked puzzled. Especially when they saw the fiery gazes of those people, they felt even more confused. After Chen Hanchuan saw the people around him, he spoke loudly, "Okay, stop hanging around here and go do what you need to do. Otherwise, don't blame me for sending you to Sigua Cliff." Chen Hanchuan finished speaking. The expressions of those around him immediately changed. One of them said, "Elder Chen, we are just here to get acquainted with our junior brothers and sisters. Since you have spoken, we will leave now." "Yeah, let's leave now." The words fell. The people around them fled quickly and disappeared without a trace after a while. Their movements looked unusually skillful. Obviously this isn't the first time. After the group of disciples left, Chen Hanchuan turned his head and looked at everyone. He opened his mouth and said, "Come with me, I will take you to the entrance registration now." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly jumped off the Black Eagle's back. Wait until everyone lands. Black Eagle's wings suddenly spread with force. Instantly disappeared into the clouds. Chen Hanchuan, "Okay, come with me." Subsequently, Chen Hanchuan led everyone along the trail. Walked towards the attic at the top of the mountain. He pondered for a while. Chen Hanchuan spoke again, "After becoming a handyman disciple, you will have 100 points in your identity token. If you want to exchange for any resources in the sect, you need to use the points." Listen to what Chen Hanchuan said. Everyone understood immediately. Points are the universal currency of Xianqing sect. Jiang Chen pondered for a while. He asked, "Elder Chen, how do we get points, and what about the protection period they mentioned just now?" Hear Jiang Chen ask this. The others also had curious looks in their eyes. Chen Hanchuan spoke slowly, "Points can be exchanged by completing tasks. As for the protection period, after completing the entry procedures, you will have a 1-day protection period, and then there will be a 1-day plundering period," as Chen Hanchuan slowly narrated. Everyone finally understood what was going on. Within the protection period, no one can take action against you. When the 1-day protection time has passed, as long as they are not promoted to core disciples, they can attack the new students and plunder the points and the tokens. Likewise, if you are strong enough, you can also plunder your opponent's points. Certainly after the looting period. Those with high cultivation cannot rob those with low cultivation, but those with low cultivation can challenge monks with high cultivation. This is a kind of protection in disguise. Therefore, the plundering period is a feast for these old disciples. After listening to Chen Hanchuan's narration, everyone's faces were immediately filled with ugliness. Jiang Chen and Jiang Yu looked at each other. A smile couldn't help but appear on the corner of his mouth. Actually, regarding the plundering period of Xianqing sect, Jiang Chen can also understand. This is a rule of the sect. I just want myself and others to deeply understand the cruelty of the spiritual world and the importance of strength. After all, if the strength is strong enough, even during the plundering period, no one would dare to take action. Looking at the ugly faces of the others, Chen Hanchuan said nothing and led the way with an indifferent expression. Everyone is not stupid. After thinking for a while, I immediately understood the meaning. Although their faces were still full of embarrassment, many people showed a fighting spirit in their eyes, and even looked forward to the predators. It didn't take long. Under the leadership of Chen Hanchuan, everyone walked into the attic and received their own identity tokens. Most of them are handyman disciples. There are not many outer disciples, and the inner disciples. Except for the 3 Jiang Chen brothers and Gu Xiao. There is also Su Tian. After receiving the token, Jiang Chen discovered that the number above was 500. The amount for outer disciples is 200. Brother, give me a good review. I can't hold on any longer, asterisk. Ahem. After everyone calms down. A cough came from Chen Hanchuan's mouth. After hearing the sound, everyone immediately raised their heads. They all cast their eyes towards him. Chen Hanchuan, okay, someone will arrange accommodation for you next. If you have any questions, just ask them directly. Tap tap tap. Chen Hanchuan had just finished speaking. There was a sound of footsteps outside the door. A man and a woman stepped in. Hello, Elder Chen. After entering the main hall, the two of them greeted Chen Hanchuan in unison. Chen Hanchuan, okay, I'll leave these new junior brothers to you too. Let's take them to get familiar with the environment first. Chen Hanchuan finished speaking. The two nodded slightly. I saw. The friar stepped out. He opened his mouth and said, "Common servant disciple, follow me. I will take you to your residence now." When the servant disciples heard this, he followed him out immediately. Subsequently, the female monk also took a step forward. A faint smile appeared on his face. He said softly, "Follow me." After looking at each other, Jiang Chen and others followed the woman out of the hall. Walked forward for a while. The woman spoke again, "My name is Zishi, you can call me Senior Sister Z. If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask me. As long as I know something, I will try my best to answer your questions." As Zishi's words fell, Su Tian immediately took a step forward. A spring dot-like smile appeared on his face. He said calmly, "Senior Sister Z, do the outer disciples and inner disciples live in the same area?" While talking, Su Tian kept looking at Zishi with his peripheral vision. I have to say, although the other party's appearance is not as good as Gu Xiao, she is still a rare beauty. Looking at the other party's tall figure and proud breasts, a fiery color flashed in Su Tian's eyes. I heard this question from Su Tian. Zishi smiled slightly. He opened his mouth and responded, "Yes, the outer disciples do live in the same area as the inner disciples, but if you want to obtain a high-quality cave, it is inseparable from your own strength." Subsequently, Zishi told everyone the rules. After becoming an outer disciple, you are eligible for a separate cave. The location of the cave is also very particular. The closer to the cave in the inner circle, the richer the concentration of spiritual energy in it. But the cave is not fixed. Everyone is qualified to challenge. As long as they defeat the original cave owner, they can replace him. This is why Zishi said, high-quality caves are related to one's own strength. After all, if there is no strength, even if you get the best cave, it's impossible to hold on. Wait until everyone has digested the information. Zishi spoke again, "Since you have just joined the sect and have the benefits of being a new student, I will place you in the top 10 caves. The follow-up protection period has passed. If someone comes to challenge you, just do what you can. I heard that I could live in the first 10 caves." Everyone's faces immediately showed joy. Jiang Chen also nodded slightly. He had to admit it. Xianqingzong's move is really high. Let the freshmen live in a top-level cave from the beginning. If they are later driven to a lower-level cave, the gap in my heart must be huge. Therefore, in order to regain the top cave abode again, everyone will definitely practice hard. This drives the sect's strength to continue to grow. Judging from the current rules, Jiang Chen personally thinks it is very applicable, and the effect it can produce must be very good. Logically speaking, if it continues to operate like this, Xianqing's sect will not only become stronger and stronger, but at least it will not decline. But what Jiang Chen couldn't figure out was, the real fact is exactly the opposite. The Xianqing sect's strength has been continuously weakening in recent years. This made Jiang Chen feel suspicious. At this time, looking at Jiang Chen who looked thoughtful, Gu Xiao had a look of doubt in his eyes. He couldn't help but whisper, "What's wrong with you?" Hear Gu Xiao's voice. Jiang Chen shook it gently. He responded, "It's nothing, just a little distracted." Zhang Daoxin followed Zhang Yu, looking around curiously, stuffing some food into his mouth from time to time. After taking a look at Jiang Chen who was walking in front, Zhang Daoxin turned his attention to Zhang Yu who was aside. He spoke softly, "Brother, the princess is here to break off the engagement with my second brother, but the situation doesn't seem right." Zhang Yu smiled slightly. He opened his mouth and responded, "Why, don't you hope that the princess will terminate the engagement?" Zhang Daoxin, "No, that's not what I meant. I'm just curious." Zhang Yu, "Okay, you have to believe Brother Chen, he is very smart and nothing will happen to him." Listen to Zhang Yu say this. Zhang Daoxin nodded slightly. Then a smile appeared on his face. He whispered in a low voice, "Actually, I think the second brother and the princess are quite compatible. It would be great if they could get together." Zhang Daoxin's voice fell. Zhang Yu also nodded slightly. Just then, the people in front stopped. Zishi turned around and looked at everyone. He said softly, "This is Qingyun Peak, and it is also where you will live in the future. Of course, if you are promoted to core disciples, you can get a better cave." Everyone looked in the direction Zishi pointed. They immediately found a lot of caves. Each cave has a corresponding number outside. The number gets smaller as you go inside. Without much hesitation, Zishi led a few people to walk inside. As they continued to go deeper, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air became much richer. After feeling this change, The expectation in everyone's eyes became stronger. Zishi's work efficiency was very fast. It didn't take long. He arranged accommodation for the 6 outer disciples. Gu Shio was arranged in cave number 4. After saying hello to Jiang Chen and others, she walked into the cave. As for the first 3 caves, they were booked by Jiang Chen and his 3 brothers. After arranging everything, Zishi did not stay here for long, but turned around and left directly. Jiang Chen took the jade talisman and walked to the front of cave number 1. Buzz boom as Jiang Chen injected his true energy, the stone door of the cave slowly opened, and a stream of pure spiritual energy gushed out instantly. Tap tap tap. Jiang Chen stepped directly in. After entering the cave, Jiang Chen showed a look of surprise on his face. It is worthy of being cave number 1. The concentration of spiritual energy is at least 5 times stronger than outside. If you can practice here all the time, you can really save a lot of time. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen no longer wasted time. He started practicing immediately. Boom. As the chaos creation art continued to operate, a large amount of spiritual energy in the cave gathered towards Jiang Chen crazily. As these spiritual energies continued to pour in, Jiang Chen felt that his pores were dilated a lot. He felt warm all over. At this time, a vortex appeared next to Jiang Chen, and the spiritual energy in the cave rushed into his body crazily. After absorbing it for a while, Jiang Chen felt that the 9 major cyclones in his body were basically saturated. To his surprise, I have been absorbing it crazily for so long, but the concentration of spiritual energy in the cave has not weakened much. Other side. The rest of the people are also practicing crazily. After all, there is only one day. You have to race against time. At night, Jiang Chen closed his eyes slightly and sat cross-legged on the stone platform, silently comprehending the Piao Miao sword art. At this time, Jiang Chen relied on the Sea of Consciousness. Started simulating Piao Miao sword art. The current Miao Miao sword technique was redeemed by Jiang Chen with chance points, and its grade is the top grade of Xian level. Fluttering white clothes. Jiang Chen's soul was holding a long sword in the Sea of Consciousness and waving it constantly, and the speed of the sword was fast and slow. It looks very ordinary. But there are those terrifying airwaves around. But the terrifying ability of this sword skill is vividly displayed. After half a stick of incense. After Jiang Chen took a long breath, he slowly opened his eyes, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. After this period of understanding, he basically mastered the key points of Piao Miao sword art. I have to say, direct transmission through the system. It really saves a lot of time. After replenishing the deficient spiritual energy in the body, Jiang Chen did not continue to practice. Boom. The door opens. Jiang Chen walked towards room 3. Not long after he walked out, he noticed a lot of people. Jiang Chen could feel it clearly. Many people saw their own figure. There was a hint of greed in his eyes. And this look is still undisguised. See this scene. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. To know. Among the inner disciples, the one with the highest cultivation level is only at the peak of the Divine Sea realm. If it were before, Jiang Chen may have some trouble facing the peak of the Divine Sea realm. But after taking Xianlong pill, Jiang Chen's strength has been greatly improved, and now this strength can no longer threaten him. In other words, among the inner disciples, Jiang Chen is basically invincible. And, in Zhuangqing Zone, just break through to the realm of creation. You can become a core disciple. The Divine Sea realm and the creation realm don't sound far away, but the difficulties involved are unimaginable. Among the 100 cultivators at the peak of the Divine Sea realm, it is already quite good to have 10 break through to the creation realm. Therefore, every creation realm is very important to the sect. Not a moment. Jiang Chen arrived in front of cave number 2. Boom. He didn't wait for Jiang Chen to take action. The stone door of Jiang Yu's cave opened. Jiang Chen took advantage of the situation and walked in. Kaka followed Jiang Chen into the cave. The stone doors slowly closed together. As the stone door closes, there was a burst of discussion around. This Jiang family is really not simple. They actually produced 3 geniuses at once. Isn't this a hidden family? Oof, what a hidden family. They're just a small family in Kamikaze City. They don't even have the physique, so they can't be considered real geniuses at all. That's right. I heard that the Jiang family brothers have been blessed with supernatural powers since childhood. This may be the main reason why they stand out. They are not geniuses. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people immediately showed their understanding. Subsequently, someone said again, "Hey, I don't care if they are talented or not. I only care about their points now, which is a big fortune." When it comes to points, the others also had fiery looks in their eyes. Actually, I'm also quite curious as to why Princess Xiao, with her status, would join the Xianqing sect. Upon hearing this, just speak immediately. No matter why you come here, it's not our concern. The sixth prince has been pursuing Princess Xiao. Now that Princess Xiao is here, the sixth prince will definitely not miss this opportunity. You'd better suppress your thoughts. I think you know the sixth prince's methods better than I do. Upon hearing this, the man who originally spoke couldn't help but his eyes narrowed, and his body trembled involuntarily. After stabilizing your mood, he spoke softly, "Brother Long is joking, I won't do anything stupid. Okay, let's leave here first. There are many people targeting them. Let's go back and discuss countermeasures first." Subsequently, the person hiding in the darkness slowly left. Inside the cave, Jiang Chen and Jiang Yu sat opposite each other. There is a pot of hot tea in front of them. At this time, Jiang Chen discovered his eldest brother's strength has actually broken through to the first level of the Divine Sea Realm, and his Azure Dragon body has been activated by 20%. He looked at Jiang Chen, who was directly opposite him. Jiang Yu said softly, "Second brother, you came all the way to see me at night. Did something happen?" Jiang Chen shook his head slightly. He responded, "It's nothing serious, I just want to hear what your plans are, brother." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu immediately understood the meaning. A faint smile appeared on his face. He spoke softly, "What you want to ask is about the right to plunder, right?" Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Actually, if it weren't for Jiang Yu's behavior last time, Jiang Chen wouldn't have made this trip. Ahem. Seeing Jiang Chen's profound expression, Jiang Yu couldn't help but cough twice, with an embarrassed expression on his face. After stabilizing your mood, Jiang Yu spoke softly, "Fight for the inevitable, this is my attitude." As soon as Jiang Yu said these words, Jiang Chen knew what he was thinking immediately. Just when Jiang Chen was thinking, Jiang Yu spoke again, "Brother Chen, your current strength is probably not as simple as the 8th level of the body forging realm, right?" The words fell. Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Hear this. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. He responded softly, "I really can't hide it from you, big brother." Jiang Yu can see his own strength. Jiang Chen didn't feel surprised. After all, the other party was fused with the Emperor's remnant soul. The knowledge must have been extraordinary. Say it again. Not long ago, he passed on the technique of hiding cultivation to Jiang Yu and others, and various factors came together. It's not difficult to guess. Got Jiang Chen's response. A look of understanding appeared on Jiang Yu's face. Subsequently, the cave fell into silence. The two brothers looked at each other. A smile appeared on his face at the same time. Subsequently, the two brothers chatted for a long time. At midnight, Jiang Chen walked out of Jiang Yu's cave. Boom! As Jiang Chen left, the cave fell into silence. Jiang Yu did not continue practicing. He murmured softly, "Xianqing sect is just a starting point. From now on, we three brothers will definitely be able to stand proudly at the top of the 9 heavens." When it comes to this, Jiang Yu showed a sharp look on his body. Unknowingly, the night passed like this. There is still some time before the protection period ends, so no one will bother Jiang Chen and others. As time goes on, more and more people gathered outside the cave. Jiang Chen and others also stopped practicing. I chose to walk out of the cave. Bao, please help me update. Looking at the crowd gathered outside, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all. He glanced around indifferently. The rest of the people also walked out of the cave one after another. Other side. Jiang Yu brought Jiang Daoxin to Jiang Chen. At the same time, Gu Xiao also stepped over. After the surrounding crowd saw Gu Xiao, there was a fiery look in his eyes. But no one dared to come forward and strike up a conversation. But there was a hint of gloating in their eyes when they looked at Jiang Chen. Subsequently, various discussions continued to spread. The relationship between Princess Xiao and the Jiang family seems a bit complicated. The 6th prince is coming back soon. If he knows about this, he will definitely not let it go. Yes, the exploration should be over. Fortunately, all the powerful ones have passed. today is an advantage for us. As soon as these words came out, many people around nodded in agreement. Subsequently, a burly man took a step forward. He spoke loudly, "Everyone, the number of people today is limited, so let's allocate them first to avoid conflicts later. In our Shanghai society, we only need points from one inner disciple, and you will divide the rest among yourself." Isn't this request too much? The burly man just finished speaking. Someone immediately spoke. In this case, I, the Tianyun Club, will also need one inner sect point, and you can divide the rest among yourselves. Our Xingquan Association also wants one, not a moment. Everyone then determined their goals. It is worth mentioning, no one dared to set their sights on Gu Xiao. See this battle. The faces of Su Tian and others were extremely ugly. Actually, their original plan was to find a place in advance to avoid the limelight, but the other party blocked the door directly. There was simply no chance left for them. Feel the strength of this group of people. Su Tian couldn't see any chance of victory at all. Other side. Zhang Daoxin looked at the crowd around him. Instead of showing any signs of nervousness, he actually started eating in front of everyone. Gu Xiao looked at Zhang Daoxin's reaction. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes. After all, Zhang Daoxin's first impression on Gu Xiao was either eating or on the way to eat. What puzzled her the most was, this guy ate mostly ferocious beast meat, and instead of getting fatter, he actually lost a lot of weight. And he didn't seem to have enough to eat. After noticing the gaze on Gu Xiao, a shy smile appeared on Zhang Daoxin's face. He spoke softly, "Princess, would you like some too? I have a lot more prepared." Gu Xiao shook her head gently. He responded, "You can keep it for yourself, I'm not hungry." Hearing Gu Xiao's answer, Zhang Daoxin did not force himself. After a reply, "I started eating on my own again. Look at the eager crowd around you." Gu Xiao frowned slightly. But recalling Jiang Chen's terrifying strength, the expression on her face instantly relaxed a lot, and she looked into the eyes of everyone. Instead, he showed a hint of pity. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a bit. Gu Xiao glanced around and found that the strongest among this group of people was only at the 6th level of the Divine Sea realm. Compared with the man in black robe last time, his strength is not even the slightest difference. Just then, the bald man took a step forward and turned his gaze to Su Tian aside. He said in a deep voice, "Boy, I have read your information. As long as you are willing to join the Biluo Club, I can leave you 200 points. I hope you will seize this opportunity. After all, not everyone in our Biluo society can join." Upon hearing this, Su Tian's face showed a hint of excitement. After all, there are 200 left. It's much better than having none at all. And I learned from the discussions around me. The Biluo society is also among the best in Xianqing sect, and the strength of the president is also top-notch among the core disciples. After hesitating for a while, Su Tian turned his attention to the bald man. He spoke softly, "I am willing to join the Biluo society." After hearing this reply, a smile appeared on the bald man's face. He said calmly, "Wise choice, you will definitely feel lucky for your choice today. After making your choice, Su Tian has no ink marks." He walked towards the bald man. Under everyone's gaze, the bald man asked Su Tian to take out the token. The tokens of both sides touched slightly. The number on Su Tian's token changed to 200. When the others saw the scene, their eyes also showed emotion. He spoke quickly. "We also want to join the guild, can we also save some points?" Upon hearing this, the people around him immediately smiled. The burly man said calmly, "Of course there is no problem with this, but the outer disciples can only keep 50 points. The burly man finished speaking. The remaining crowd immediately agreed to the proposal without any hesitation. See this scene. Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. Judging from the current situation, the incentive rules formulated by the sect are no longer in name only. The current scene feels like picking out goods at a wet market, and the taste has completely changed. No. The protection period has not expired yet. The so-called plundering period has ended early. However, Su Tian and others discovered a problem. The burly man and his group did not seem to have any intention of inviting Jiang Chen and others. After realizing this, Su Tian and his group looked at the show with their eyes. As time passed by, the smile on the burly man's face grew stronger and stronger. Tap tap tap, the protection period has just ended. The bald man couldn't wait to take a few steps forward. Subsequently, He turned his attention to Jiang Chen. He smiled evilly and said, "Boy, I heard that your grades are the best in Kamikaze City. You are a rare genius. But you are very unlucky, because my favorite thing, Lu Biao, is genius. Do you want to hand over the points yourself now, or do you want me to do it myself?" The words fell. The aura around Lu Biao began to increase, and his eyes were full of pride. Watching Lu Biao speak first. Others were not in a hurry. They all stayed where they were and watched the show. Su Tian saw this scene. There was also a hint of joy in his eyes. "I asked you to steal my young master's limelight, and you will feel better now." Subsequently, Su Tian turned his attention to Gu Xiao. There was a look of greed in his eyes, but this look of greed was quickly suppressed by him. Other side. As Lu Biao finished speaking, Jiang Chen slowly raised his head and looked at Lu Biao. He said calmly, "I have a habit of not handing over the things I get in my hands." Ha ha ha. As Jiang Chen finished speaking, a burst of laughter immediately burst out from Lu Biao's mouth. He said coldly, "In the past, there were many people who were as arrogant as you, but since I taught them a lesson, they have become more honest. I hope you can maintain your pride and don't let me down too much." The words fell. Lu Biao's aura began to riot. Seeing Lu Biao's real move, the curiosity on the faces of the others became stronger. Feeling the opponent's strength of the 5th level of the Divine Sea Realm, Jiang Chen's face did not change much, and his expression was still indifferent. Seeing Jiang Chen's attitude, Lu Biao felt insulted and his face suddenly became gloomy. "Lu Biao, Jiang Chen, you can't refuse today's challenge. If you are willing to hand over the token, I can let you suffer less." Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Jiang Chen. Want to see how he would choose. On the other side, Jiang Yu turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen. He whispered, "How about I do it?" When he said this, Jiang Yu's face showed an extremely confident look. Hearing this, Jiang Chen shook his head slightly. He whispered, "No, I can handle it." As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Chen walked out directly. The conversation between Jiang Chen and the other person just now. The others heard it clearly. What a arrogant kid. Lu Biao's cultivation is the 5th level of the Sea of Gods, and he is only the 8th level of the body refining realm. How dare he look down on him like this? He is such an ignorant guy. He really thinks that he is great just because he has some achievements. He will be in trouble later. At this time, Lu Biao's face also darkened. He said coldly, "Good, very good. You, Jiang Chen, are the first newcomer who dares to anger me like this. Let me see what strength you have." Tada. After the words fell, Lu Biao took slow steps. He walked towards Jiang Chen. While walking, the aura on Lu Biao's body was also constantly increasing. Swish as the distance between the two sides continued to close. Lu Biao's figure flashed. He rushed directly towards Jiang Chen. Swish. Just see. Lu Biao waved his fist. He smashed towards Jiang Chen's chest. Although he was very unhappy with Jiang Chen, Lu Biao still suppressed his strength a little. Although the sect allowed the plundering of points, if someone died, the consequences would be very serious. Boom. However, what happened next? It shocked the people around, and their faces were full of disbelief. Facing Lu Biao's fierce punch, Jiang Chen slowly raised his palm and caught the opponent's punch steadily. Seeing this scene, there was a burst of exclamations around. How is this possible? Caught it, Jiang Chen actually caught Lu Biao's attack. What happened? When did the body building realm become so strong? No, Jiang Chen's strength is not the body building realm. He actually has the cultivation of the Sea of Gods. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were immediately fixed. Su Tian's expression also changed suddenly. His fists could not help but clench together. On the other side, Lu Biao showed a look of astonishment on his face. His eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Biao, you, swish. However, before Lu Biao finished speaking, Jiang Chen swung his other fist quickly and blasted towards Lu Biao at a very fast speed. Lu Hu, damn it. Feeling the terrifying fist wind, Lu Biao's face suddenly changed. Immediately, he did not dare to be negligent at all, and quickly raised his arm in front of himself, barely blocking Jiang Chen's punch. Boom. However, as soon as the arms of both sides collided with each other, Lu Biao's face suddenly changed, and a muffled groan came out of his mouth. Tap. Not only that, Lu Biao's figure quickly retreated dozens of steps, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Wow! Seeing this scene, there was an uproar around. At the same time, The other union leaders suddenly changed their faces and took 2 steps forward, their eyes full of solemnity. You know. Among the people who came this time, Lu Biao's strength is in the top 3. But now, Lu Biao and Jiang Chen fought for only 2 rounds. He was injured by the opponent. After stabilizing his body, Lu Biao stared at Jiang Chen. Although Lu Biao was also very shocked that Jiang Chen had the first level of the Divine Sea Realm, he could barely accept it. What Lu Biao couldn't accept was, he was the 5th level of the Divine Sea Realm, but he was injured by the opponent in a blink of an eye. Of course, the reason why he only showed the first level of the Divine Sea Realm was naturally intentional by Jiang Chen. After all, if the 4th level of the Divine Sea Realm was directly exposed, the span was too large, and it was likely to be targeted by someone with ulterior motives. On the other side, Zhang Yu saw this scene. He couldn't help but show a touch of satisfaction in his eyes. Zhang Daoxin also stopped what he was doing, with a look of joy on his face. He turned his eyes to Zhang Yu, who was standing beside him. He said excitedly, "Brother, second brother is too amazing. It has only been a few days, and he has broken through to the Sea of Gods." Zhang Yu smiled slightly. He said softly, "As long as you do what I say, you can also break through to the Sea of Gods in no time." Hearing this, Zhang Daoxin nodded in response. Other side. Jiang Chen glanced at Lu Biao and slowly walked towards him. Jiang Chen's movement. Lu Biao's face immediately condensed. He subconsciously took 2 steps back. After noticing his own reaction, Lu Biao had an ugly look on his face. "I feel a little embarrassed. It had been 2 years since I joined the Xinqing sect, and now I was scared off by a move from the new student. If this place is not restored today, not only the reputation of the Xinghai society will be affected, you will also become a joke." Figured this out, Lu Biao had a ruthless look on his face. He roared angrily, "Damn it, stop looking down on others." The words fell. Lu Biao rushed towards Jiang Chen again. After knowing that Jiang Chen's strength is not simple, this time Lu Biao no longer had any left behind, and the strength of the 5th level of the Divine Sea Realm fully exploded. A head of black hair flew in the wind. Boom! Lu Biao suddenly exerted force on his back foot. He rushed towards Jiang Chen directly. A roar came from his mouth, stone fist. As Lu Biao's roar came out, a layer of light yellow gas appeared on his fist. The skin on his hands turned into a bronze color. At this time, everyone saw the change in Lu Biao. There was a burst of shock immediately. It's the Huang.level low.grade martial art, Stone Fist. Lu Biao has a deep knowledge of this martial art. He is not far from the Deshang realm. I didn't expect Lu Biao to use this trick directly. It seems that he is serious about it. However, facing Lu Biao's move, Jiang Chen did not retreat but advanced, speeding up his progress. Subsequently, Jiang Chen also raised his arm and faced Lu Biao's fist. Realizing that Jiang Chen was planning to confront him, Lu Biao's face showed a hint of joy. Boom! In the blink of an eye, their fists collided. Subsequently, a terrifying wave of air spread out in all directions. Readers, please help me to update. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. After a roar, the 2 of them were just deadlocked in place. Kacha kacha. Just then, a faint sound reached everyone's ears. As soon as I heard this sound, the crowd of onlookers immediately smiled. They all turned their attention to Jiang Chen. They understand very well. The sound just now was the sound of bones breaking. Judging from the current situation, it must have come from Jiang Chen. After all, just now, Lu Biao used martial arts. Not only did Jiang Chen not use any martial arts, his own cultivation level was lower than the opponent's. Therefore, no one would think that Jiang Chen could have an advantage. Ahem, however, just when everyone was making various speculations, Lu Biao coughed, his face turned pale, and cold sweat continued to flow from his forehead. And, after a while, Lu Biao's arm slowly dropped. The body was trembling slightly. Subsequently, Lu Biao raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen. His eyes were filled with horror. It was difficult to speak. Your body, other side. The rest saw this scene. Immediately his eyes narrowed. No one spoke for a long time. Jiang Chen glanced at Lu Biao. He said calmly, "Are you going to hand over the points yourself, or should I do it myself?" Upon hearing this, Lu Biao raised his head with difficulty, his face looking horribly ugly. He pondered for a while. Lu Biao said in a deep voice, Jiang Chen, please be careful as a human being. I am a member of the Shanghai Society. It will not do you any good to offend me. How about we each take a step back and pretend that what happened today never happened? What do you think? The words fell. Lu Biao looked at Jiang Chen. On the other side, the others were convinced when they saw Lu Biao. The look of shock on his face became even stronger. At this time, Su Tian saw this scene. There was a look of disbelief. After retracting his gaze, Su Tian raised his head slightly. He looked at Gu Xiao not far away. But Su Tian discovered this. Gu Xiao's eyes were always on Jiang Chen. After discovering this, his fists clenched. Other side. Facing the threat of Lu Biao, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all. Brush. Just as Lu Biao thought. Just when Jiang Chen agreed to his proposal, the other party suddenly stretched out his palm and grabbed the token from his waist. Lu Biao, you, seeing Jiang Chen actually take action directly. Lu Biao's expression suddenly changed. But because the distance between the two parties was too close and he was injured, Lu Biao had no time to escape. No surprises. Lu Biao's token was taken away directly from Jiang Chen. His eyes glanced at the token. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. I couldn't help but complain, you are so poor. The reason why I say that. It's because the other party's token is in it. The points are only a little over 300. Hearing Jiang Chen's complaint, Lu Biao's face immediately stiffened. Jiang Chen, forget it, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. The words fell. Jiang Chen then transferred the points from the opponent's token directly to his own token. Pap do it all. Jiang Chen threw the opponent's token back. Lu Biao looked at the token in front of him. His face was horribly ugly. He raised his head and glanced at Jiang Chen in front of him. Lu Biao gritted his teeth and said, okay, very good. I, Lu Biao, have remembered what happened today. We can't change the situation. The words fell. Lu Biao casually picked up the token and covered his injured arm with his other hand. He turned around and left here without looking back. The rest of the Shanghai club saw Lu Biao leaving. He immediately took steps to follow him. After all, Lu Biao lost. There's no point in them staying here. The rest of the union saw this scene. They all fell into silence. Jiang Chen glanced at everyone. He said calmly, does anyone else want my points? As soon as Jiang Chen said these words, no one dared to speak at the scene. They all fell into silence. After pondering for a while, the bald man took a step forward. He glanced at Jiang Yu and the others, and then turned his attention to Jiang Chen, who was not far away. There was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. The bald man hesitated for a while. He spoke in a deep voice, I never expected that there would be a genius like you among the freshmen. I will give up on trying to plunder my destiny this time. The words fell. The bald man turned and looked at Su Tian and others. He spoke again, let's go. Su Tian glanced at Jiang Chen. He turned around and left with the bald man. Followed the bald man's departure. The other unions no longer stayed, and turned around and left with the newly recruited disciples. Facing the departure of these people, Jiang Chen didn't say anything to stop him. Not a moment. The crowd around them has almost left. Just then, a man walked towards Jiang Chen with a faint smile on his face. Arriving near Jiang Chen, the man spoke softly, hello, junior brother Jiang, I'm here in Long Outyan, I wonder if you have any thoughts on joining a guild, oh? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was slightly startled. After coming back to his senses, Jiang Chen shook his head gently. He opened his mouth to respond, thank you, senior brother Long, for your kindness. I have no idea of joining the guild yet. Hearing Jiang Chen's answer, Long Outyan couldn't help but show a look of regret. But there was still a faint smile on his face. He spoke softly, since junior brother hasn't had an idea yet, I won't say much more. If junior brother has an idea at some point, you can consider the Xian Club. Seeing each other smile, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't show off his face. Respond, okay, I will consider it, at the same time. Jiang Yu and others also came over. Looking at the three people who suddenly approached, Long Outyan had a completely familiar attitude. He immediately introduced himself to the three of them. After talking for a while, the smile on Long Outyan's face faded a lot. He stared at Jiang Chen. He spoke solemnly, junior brother Jiang, you offended Lu Biao today. He will definitely not let it go. He will definitely cause trouble for you afterwards. You have to be more careful. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen responded softly, "Thank you, senior brother, for reminding me. I will pay attention." Looking at Jiang Chen's somewhat indifferent expression, Long Outyen spoke again, "Junior brother, don't be careless. There are many strong people in the Xinghai Association. Lu Biao is in the middle and lower reaches of the Xinghai Association. Now, the exploration of the secret realm should be almost over. It won't be long before the strong men from the Xinghai Society will return to the sect. You must be careful about them." As soon as Long Outyen said these words, Jiang Chen's expression turned serious. Seeing Jiang Chen's reaction, there was a look of satisfaction on Long Outyen's face. "Long Outyen, junior brother, you can take advantage of this period to use your points to exchange for some training resources." Jiang Chen, "Thank you, senior brother, for reminding me." Seeing Jiang Chen react so quickly, the smile on Long Outyen's face couldn't help but be a little brighter. Jiang Chen understood. The other party's proposal was entirely for his own sake. Using the points in advance before those people come back can indeed avoid a lot of trouble. Chatted for a while. Long Outyen turned around and left. After pondering for a while, Gu Xiao took a step forward. He spoke softly, "What the senior brother just said is right. You can't take it lightly. It is indeed a good choice to go to the Kung Fu Pavilion to change some Kung Fu techniques now." Listen to what Gu Xiao said. Zhang Daoxin nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Zhang Daoxin said in confusion, Princess, don't you plan to go?" Gu Xiao turned to look at Zhang Daoxin. He shook his head slightly. He responded, "I have my own skills. The skills and martial arts that the inner disciples come into contact with have no effect on me." Listen to what Gu Xiao said. Zhang Daoxin immediately understood that emotions were the skills of the Xianqing sect that others looked down upon. Actually, to that so-called Kung Fu Pavilion, Jiang Chen was not interested either. After all, he has a systematic opportunity store. As long as he has enough opportunity value, there is no shortage of skills. Had a few conversations. Gu Xiao did not stay here for long. She said hello to Jiang Chen and others, then turned and walked towards her cave. After Gu Xiao left, Zhang Yu turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen beside him. He said softly, "There is nothing to do now, let's go to the Kung Fu Pavilion to have a look, kindness?" Upon hearing this, there was a look of doubt in Jiang Chen's eyes. To know, Zhang Yu has absorbed the Emperor's remnant soul, so logically speaking, he has no shortage of skills. After all, before coming to Xianqing sect, Zhang Yu left a lot of skills to the family. And the lowest grade is the yellow grade. The highest level is the middle grade Xian level. To know, with the permission granted to inner disciples, they can only have access to Xian level primary martial arts at most. Looking at Jiang Chen's doubtful eyes, Zhang Yu spoke softly, "Don't underestimate the Xianqing sect. It has been passed down for so long, and it is definitely not as simple as it seems. Jiang Chen, since eldest brother has said so, let's go over and have a look." Subsequently, the three of them walked along the path towards the Kung Fu Pavilion. After half a stick of incense, Jiang Chen and others arrived in front of a magnificent attic. At this time, there are people constantly coming and going in front of the attic. From their young faces, it is easy to tell that these are all freshmen who have just entered the building. Looking at the sparse crowd around, Zhang Yu couldn't help but say, "There are so few people. It seems that the secret realm Long Outyen mentioned is not simple. The sect actually transferred so many disciples there." Listen to Zhang Yu say this. Jiang Chen also showed an expression of approval, "They come all the way. Although I also met some disciples on the way, they were basically new students and I didn't meet many veteran students." At this time, Zhang Daoxin looked left and right, full of curiosity about the surrounding environment. Not a moment. The three of them arrived at the entrance to the attic. Ahem, as soon as the three of them got close, there was a cough from the front. Jiang Chen looked around in search of the sound. Immediately, a white-haired old man was spotted. At this time, the old man was lying on a wooden chair. He was basking in the sun with a contented look on his face. Creak, the old man stood up slowly. The wooden chair creaked. The old man glanced at Jiang Chen and the others. He slowly said, "If you want to enter the Kung Fu Pavilion, come here and register." As the old man spoke, Jiang Chen and others immediately walked towards him. At the same time, Jiang Chen brought up the system's exploration interface and began to check the old man's information. Name, Chen Tianxian, cultivation, 7th level of breaking the void realm, current dilemma, the state of mind was damaged when asking, causing the cultivation to enter a bottleneck state and unable to break through the current state, kindness? After seeing this information, Jiang Chen's heart condensed slightly. Fantasy novels don't deceive me. The old man guarding the gate is really a big shot. I didn't expect that when I came here today, I met a strong man in the shattering void realm. Although he was shocked inside, Jiang Chen controlled his emotions very well and did not show the slightest abnormality on his face. Under the guidance of Chen Tianxian, Jiang Chen and the others completed the information registration. He glanced at the tokens of Jiang Chen and others. Chen Tianxian spoke slowly. Chen Tianxian, just call me Mr. Chen. You need to note that inner disciples can only enter the 3rd level of the Kung Fu Pavilion, and can only choose 2 martial arts or techniques at a time. Do you understand? The words fell. Chen Tianxian turned his attention to Jiang Chen and others. After noticing his gaze, the 3 people immediately responded in unison, I understand. Yeah, after getting responses from 3 people, a smile appeared on Chen Tianxuan's face. Subsequently, Chen Tianxian slowly lay back on the seat, his eyes narrowed together, as if he was asleep. The 3 of them looked at each other. He walked toward the entrance. Tap tap. As soon as he entered the attic, Jiang Chen smelled a faint scent of sandalwood, and there was a constant breeze blowing around him. The 1st floor has a large area. There are huge counters on both sides of the passage, and a variety of books are placed on the counters. The 3 of them did not stay together. It didn't take long to enter the 1st floor. Then we started to explore separately. Jiang Chen didn't have much need for the technique, so he was not in a hurry to go to the 2nd level. Instead, he wandered around on the 1st floor. Learned from Chen Tianxian. To exchange for the 1st level of skills requires 50 points, the 2nd level requires 100 points, and the 3rd level requires 200 points. Iron Mountain Palm is a low-grade Huang-level skill. After practicing to the Deshang state, the palms are like black iron, with the power to crack mountains and crack rocks. Exhalation technique is a low-level Huang-level skill. When practiced to the extreme, one can completely restrain one's own breath and enter a state of suspended animation. The mountain sword technique, Huang Jie's low-grade technique. After wandering around for a while, Jiang Chen stepped up to the 2nd level. The level of the skills on the 2nd level was much higher. The lowest level is all Huang-level middle-grade skills. The area here is much smaller than that on the 1st floor, and the surrounding wooden cabinets are only half of those on the 1st floor. Watched for a while, Jiang Chen lost interest again and walked towards the 3rd level. At this time, there were also several people on the 2nd floor who were selecting exercises and watching Jiang Chen walk towards the 3rd floor. There was a look of envy in his eyes. Buzz just arrived at the entrance to the 3rd floor. Jiang Chen's token began to vibrate. Stab. Not a moment. The closed light curtain cracked a hole, just enough for a pedestrian to pass through. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. He took a step forward and walked in. Once you enter the 3rd floor, Jiang Chen's face showed a look of surprise. The decoration of the 3rd floor is similar to that of the first 2 floors, except for books. There are also a lot of jade talismans. Each jade talisman records a kind of martial arts or martial arts. There are about 50 jade talismans here, all placed on a wooden stand. Remove the jade charm. There are about 40 books. Other than that, there are many animal bones on the wooden frame at the bottom. Although there are not many things on the 3rd floor, the room area is very different from that on the 1st floor, and it looks empty. 10 positive reviews, more updates will be added. The author uses a mobile phone to code words. It is easy to make typos with 9 keys. I have corrected them one by one. Thank you everyone for pointing out the mistakes in the paragraphs. After pondering for a while, Jiang Chen walked towards the wooden cabinet, his eyes scanning the jade talisman on the wooden cabinet. I have to say, the 3rd level martial arts skills are very good. The lowest grade is the top yellow grade, and there are many mysterious grades. Tap tap. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from behind, and Jiang Chen immediately turned his head and looked behind him. I saw. A man was walking towards Jiang Chen. When he saw Jiang Chen's figure, the man's expression was also slightly stunned. After coming to his senses, his face immediately sank. The person who came was no one else. It was Su Tian, who joined the Tianyun Association. He glanced at Jiang Chen. Su Tian walked to the other side without saying a word. He began to select seriously. Feeling the hostility from Su Tian, Jiang Chen frowned slightly, a little confused. Tap tap just then. A sound of footsteps sounded again. Jiang Daoxin walked in from the entrance. After seeing Jiang Chen, Jiang Daoxin smiled. He said softly, "Second brother, I didn't expect you to come to the third floor so soon. Did you gain anything?" Hearing Jiang Daoxin's question, Jiang Chen shook his head gently. Then he asked, "Why didn't I see my eldest brother? Has he chosen it?" "Jiang Daoxin, my eldest brother is on the second floor now. He doesn't seem to have any intention of coming up. He picked a martial arts book there, but it seems to be a fragment." When he said this, Jiang Daoxin couldn't help scratching his head with his hand, with a deep puzzlement on his face. After all, when he was at the Jiang family, Jiang Yu took out a lot of high-grade martial arts, and now he actually chose a low-grade fragment. This made Jiang Daoxin full of doubts. However, Jiang Chen knew clearly. His eldest brother was very extraordinary. Now he chose that incomplete martial arts book, he must have his own ideas. After figuring this out, Jiang Chen immediately turned his gaze to Jiang Daoxin beside him. He whispered, "Okay, don't think so much, go and take a look at these exercises to see if there is anything you need." Hearing Jiang Chen say this, Jiang Daoxin immediately nodded in response. Then, he walked towards the wooden cabinet next to him. After Su Tian glanced at Jiang Daoxin, he carefully selected again. Jiang Chen looked around again for a while. He walked to the left side of the counter and slowly scanned the jade talisman. As time passed, many people came to the third floor one after another. Seeing so many people suddenly appear, Jiang Daoxin walked to Jiang Chen. He whispered, "Second brother, the group of people entering the third floor now seem to be freshmen. I remember that there didn't seem to be so many people when I went through the procedures." "Jiang Chen, there's nothing strange. Xianqing sect recruits disciples in batches, and there are 4 dormitory areas. If they are all gathered together, there will definitely be more people." Hearing this, Jiang Daoxin showed a look of understanding. Then, Jiang Daoxin spoke again, "Second brother, there is nothing I need here. I want to go to the resource pavilion next to it. Do you want to go with me?" "Jiang Chen, you go first, I'll come find you later." Hearing Jiang Chen say this, Jiang Daoxin nodded gently. Then he walked towards the exit. After Jiang Daoxin left, Jiang Chen set his eyes on the wooden shelf again. Remnant Shadow Step is a low-grade Shin-level martial art. When it is fully cultivated, it can increase its speed by 3 times and can create afterimages to confuse opponents. Up to 3 afterimages can be created. After taking a look at the introduction of this martial art, Jiang Chen put it back again, and he had no interest in it. 9-layer Wave Ruler is a low-grade Shin-level martial art. Monkey Stealing Peach Technique is a Shin-level. After reading the introduction of Monkey Stealing Peach Technique, Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth, and his forehead was full of black lines. He really didn't expect it. Xianqing sect actually included such a set of skills, which was really disgraceful and unbearable to look at. However, Jiang Chen had just put the martial arts back to its original place. A male voice came from the side. "Brother, do you no longer need this martial arts? Can I take a look?" Hearing someone talking, Jiang Chen immediately turned his head and looked over. Only to see a skinny man walked over. Although he was not particularly handsome, he was the kind of person who was pleasing to the eye. He would find it quite pleasing to the eye as he looked at him. Not only that, this guy's eyes sparkled. He could tell at a glance that he was a smart person. Facing his question, Jiang Chen shook his head gently. He responded, "Please do as you please." Hearing this, the skinny man immediately smiled. He said softly, "Thank you, brother. I am Xiao Lu. What's your name?" "Shirley?" Hearing this name, Jiang Chen showed a look of surprise on his face. But he still responded, "Jiang Chen. Xiao Lu, so it's brother Jiang, nice to meet you." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Lu turned his eyes to the Monkey Steals Peaches, and when he saw the introduction on it, his eyes suddenly lit up. He couldn't help but sigh, "Good. Good. Good. I didn't expect that the sect has such elegant martial arts, which are tailor-made for a gentleman like me." Elegant? Gentleman? When Jiang Chen heard Xiao Lu say these words, he quickly looked over, and black lines kept appearing on his forehead. A godly gentleman. He after noticing Jiang Chen's gaze, Xiao Lu chuckled and quickly put away the martial arts, with a satisfied look on his face. After doing all this, Xiao Lu looked up at Jiang Chen again. He said softly, "Brother Jiang Chen, thank you so much for what happened today. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to choose a martial arts method that suits me so quickly. I, Xiao Lu, owe you a favor. If I can help you in the future, just let me know. I'm leaving now." After hearing what he said, Jiang Chen nodded immediately. He felt that this guy was simply a weirdo. After getting Jiang Chen's response, Xiao Lu Chao turned around and left impatiently. Jiang Chen did not dwell on this matter. After thinking for a while, he was ready to leave the third floor. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to leave, his eyes accidentally glanced at an ancient book, which immediately aroused his interest. Then, Jiang Chen squatted down. He pulled out a broken book from the bottom of the wooden cabinet. And on the cover of the book, there were 3 big characters: Han Yuan Ju. Pupu. Jiang Chen shook the book gently. There was a burst of smoke and dust flying around. After cleaning the dust on Han Yuan Ju, Jiang Chen slowly turned the first page. Han Yuan Ju is a gradeless technique, which can refine the vital energy. After reading the introduction of the technique, Jiang Chen showed a touch of surprise on his face. This thing is an auxiliary technique. It can refine various complex energies in the body. But what disappointed Jiang Chen was that this Han Yuan Ju was incomplete, with only the first 2 levels of cultivation techniques, which had no effect on the cultivators of the Divine Sea realm. It was a completely useless technique. I think this is also the reason why it was classified as a non-grade technique. However, just when Jiang Chen looked disappointed, the system notification sounded in my mind. Ding, a defective high-quality auxiliary skill has been detected. Repairing the first 5 levels of this skill requires 1000 chance points. Do you want to enable the repair function, kindness? High-quality auxiliary skills? Hear this beep from the system. There was a hint of surprise in Jiang Chen's eyes. But instead of starting to repair the function, he turned and walked towards the exit. Just then, a male voice came from behind Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, you have stayed on the 3rd floor for so long, and you just chose a miscellaneous book on the bottom of the table. The taste is really unique." I heard someone talking behind me. Jiang Chen slowly turned his head and looked behind him. It was discovered that the person speaking was Su Tian. When Su Tian spoke, the tone was deliberately raised a few points. The rest of the people heard what Su Tian said. He immediately cast his gaze over. "Isn't this the gradeless skill Han Yuan Ju? Why would Jiang Chen choose such a useless skill? I seem to remember that this technique is placed on the 1st floor. I don't know who brought it here to pad the bottom of the table at this time." Su Tian on the side heard this. The smile on his face became even stronger, and his eyes looking at Jiang Chen were full of sarcasm. However, faced with Su Tian's sarcasm, Jiang Chen's eyes were full of indifference. After glancing at the other party, walked directly towards the 2nd floor. "Su Tian, you," seeing that Jiang Chen ignored him, Su Tian suddenly became furious. "But when I think of the opponent's strength..." Su Tian did not say what he said next. Creak creak, he clenched his fists together tightly. There was a creaking sound. Humph. After snorting coldly, Su Tian withdrew his gaze, turned around and walked towards the wooden frame again. Jiang Chen went straight down and soon reached the 1st floor. After scanning around, he did not find Jiang Yu and others. He pondered for a while. He walked directly towards Chen Tianxian. Hearing someone approaching, Chen Tianxian slowly opened his slightly closed eyes and glanced at Jiang Chen. He said calmly, "After you have chosen, come and register. One thing you must remember is that you must not leak the skills." "Jiang Chen, old Chen, this disciple understands." Facing Su Tianxian, Jiang Chen responded respectfully. "Kindness." Chen Tianxian nodded with satisfaction, and then turned his attention to the book in Jiang Chen's hand. "Kindness?" When he saw the book in Jiang Chen's hand, Chen Tianxian showed a look of astonishment in his eyes. "Chen Tianxian, you've been here for so long and you just chose something like this?" "Jiang Chen, well, I think this martial arts is quite good. Listen to Jiang Chen say this." Chen Tianxian frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, Chen Tianxian spoke again. "This auxiliary technique may be somewhat useful for the body. Forging realm, but you are now at the Divine Sea realm, so it will not be of any help to you. It's not easy for newcomers to gain points. You are in the golden period of training, so there is no need to waste time on this technique." Listen to Chen Tianxuan's words. Jiang Chen also understood. The other party is thinking about himself and doesn't want him to waste time on this. But understanding is understanding. Jiang Chen still had to take this technique away. After all, the system has said that it can repair this technique, and it is definitely not a simple technique that can make the system speak actively. Think of this. Jiang Chen said softly, Mr. Chen, I understand everything you said. Don't worry, I won't waste my time on this. Seeing Jiang Chen so persistent, Chen Tianxian shook his head slightly. He said softly, okay, just register and hand over the 300 points, kindness? 300 points for one listen. There was a look of astonishment on Jiang Chen's face. He couldn't help but said, Mr. Chen, I just heard them say that this technique was originally placed on the first level. Why did you still charge me 300 points? A ham listened to Jiang Chen say this. Chen Tianxian couldn't help but cough twice. Then he spoke softly, it's true that this technique was placed on the first floor before, but now you take it out from the third floor, so naturally it costs 300 points. The words fell. A faint smile appeared on Chen Tianxuan's face. He spoke again, if you don't want this technique, I can give you a chance to choose another technique. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately understood the other party's intention. A smile appeared on his face. He spoke softly, thank you, Mr. Chen, for your kindness, but I still want to try this technique. The words fell. Jiang Chen handed the identity token towards Chen Tianxian. See what Jiang Chen wants. Chen Tianxian stopped trying to persuade him. After all, what he should do has been done. Subsequently, Chen Tianxian took Jiang Chen's token. After seeing Jiang Chen's name, he couldn't help but said, your name is Jiang Chen, what is the relationship between Jiang Yu and you? Jiang Chen, he is my eldest brother. Hearing Jiang Chen's answer, there was a strange look in Chen Tianxuan's eyes. After taking a deep look at Jiang Chen, he couldn't help but muttered, it turns out they are two brothers, no wonder they have unique eyesight, kindness? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen reacted immediately. He remembered Jiang Daoxin saying that his eldest brother seemed to have also selected a fragment, and now he had selected another one. No wonder Chen Tianxian showed such an expression. After completing the registration, Chen Tianxian handed the technique to Jiang Chen. He said calmly, okay, just remember to return it after 3 months. You can leave with the skills. Jiang Chen, disciple understands. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianxian leaned back and lay back on the wooden chair again, his eyes slightly narrowed together. Jiang Chen pondered for a while. Stepped forward towards the direction of the resource pavilion. Jiang Daoxin said not long ago that he was going to the resource pavilion. Tap tap tap, not a moment. Jiang Chen arrived in front of the resource pavilion. The resource pavilion and the Kung Fu pavilion were not very far apart, so Jiang Chen didn't spend much time. There are many more people here than in Gongfa pavilion. But he didn't wait for Jiang Chen to enter the resource pavilion. Then I saw the figures of Jiang Yu and others. At this time, they were preparing to leave the resource pavilion, other side. Jiang Daoxin and the two also discovered Jiang Chen's figure, and immediately accelerated their forward speed and walked towards Jiang Chen. Arriving near Jiang Chen, Jiang Daoxin was the first to speak, second brother, the eldest brother and I have exchanged a lot of resources. See if there is anything you need. While talking, Jiang Daoxin raised his arm and handed the storage bag in his hand towards Jiang Chen. Facing the storage bag handed over by Jiang Daoxin, Jiang Chen waved his hand. He spoke softly, keep it for now and talk about it when you get back. After talking for a while, Jiang Chen walked into the resource pavilion and used his remaining points to exchange for a lot of medicinal materials. Do it all. The three brothers walked towards the dormitory area together. After returning to the dormitory area, Jiang Chen handed all the medicinal materials to Jiang Yu. After all, he can refine elixirs, and these things can only be valuable in his hands. Boom! After returning to the cave, Jiang Chen directly mobilized the system. Prepare to learn the Earth.level martial arts Dragon Elephant Sky Suppressing Fist. Little brothers, help me watch a free advertisement. Please help with reminders. After quickly adjusting his breath, Jiang Chen immediately sat cross-legged. Dragon Elephant Heaven and Suppressing Fist has been prepared. Do you want to start the transmission? Start. Boom! As Jiang Chen finished speaking, a strange message instantly appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Subsequently, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly darkened, and when he opened them again, his consciousness had arrived in a strange place. Jiang Chen was already used to the scene before him. After all, this is not the first time he has experienced this. Just then, there was a murmur in Jiang Chen's mind. Dragon Elephant Heaven. A suppressing fist, a low-grade earth-level technique, gathers the power of chi and blood throughout the body, and condenses the souls of thousands of dragon elephants. When it is fully practiced, it can break mountains and shatter the earth with a raised hand, and can overturn rivers and seas with a raised hand. Roar. The murmur just disappeared. Jiang Chen heard a roar. I saw. A man in white robe appeared in front of Jiang Chen. At this time, the man in white robe had his back to Jiang Chen, slowly raised his arm and began to wave it continuously. Roar. Every time the man punched, a dragon-like roar would be heard in the air, and the terrifying aura would spread crazily. Not a moment. Jiang Chen's perspective changed again. He found out. He entered the man's body and was comprehending the Dragon Elephant Heaven. A suppressing fist from a first-person perspective. Terrifying power gathered in both fists, and Jiang Chen could clearly feel the energy and blood rushing wildly inside the man's body. A terrifying force spurted out from both fists. Ho-ho kacha-kacha, the shadow of the fist flew. A large number of cracks continued to appear on the ground, and there were constant roars coming from the surroundings. Smoke and dust were everywhere within a radius of several thousand feet. Boom. This body seemed to be tireless, swinging punch after punch, becoming more and more powerful. After half an hour, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, with a look of joy on his face. Kacha-kacha, as he slowly stood up. Suddenly there was a sound of bones ringing around him. Boom. Ho-ho. Jiang Chen started to operate the Dragon Elephant Suppressing Heaven Fist according to the memories in his mind. The terrifying power of blood surged crazily in the body. There were even more roars in the cave. Thankfully, the sound insulation effect of this cave is very good, so it did not attract the attention of others. Who, after taking a long breath, Jiang Chen showed a look of satisfaction on his face. Take a short break. Jiang Chen took out the Hun Yuan Ju system. Start repairing. Successfully deducted 1,000 chance points. The first 5 layers of Hun Yuan Ju are being repaired. The first layer of repair is completed. The first 5 layers of Hun Yuan Ju have been repaired successfully. Do you want to use the transmission function? Hear this question from the system. Jiang Chen's face showed a look of surprise. System, can you directly transmit this kind of skill obtained from the outside to me? The transmission function can be enabled for the exercises or martial arts scanned by Ben Tongzi. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. He immediately responded, start transmitting. Hun Yuan Ju is starting to be transmitted. As the system's voice fell, a large amount of information poured into Jiang Chen's mind. This time, he did not leave his body, but followed the information in his mind and began to practice. As the Hun Yuan Ju continued to operate, Jiang Chen felt his body heat up slightly. All kinds of energy in the body began to riot. Jiang Chen discovered. With the continuous operation of Hun Yuan Ju, the complex energy in the body is continuously purified. Although there is no change in cultivation, but his own combat power has improved a lot. Boom. At this time, the energy and blood in the body surged wildly. Jiang Chen discovered. His meridians are constantly shrinking, and after some tempering, they have become smaller by about 1/3. At the same time, under the tempering of Hun Yuan Ju, the energy and blood were decreasing at this time, but the color became darker red. Under this series of changes, Jiang Chen felt it clearly. At this time, the power contained in the body can be easily gathered together, and the original feeling of astringency disappears. Let's use an analogy. In the past, Jiang Chen could only use 90% of his strength, but after tempering it with the Hun Yuan Ju, he could only exert his strength. He can now exert 10% of his power. It's such a strange exercise, no wonder it is valued so much by the system. With the blessing of this auxiliary exercise, I will no longer have to worry about impurities in my body. Think of this. Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile. System, if I give this technique to Big Brother and the others, can I get a critical hit reward from it? These repaired skills cannot trigger critical strike rewards, and the method of obtaining rewards by borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha can only be used 5 times within 2 months. You have used it 4 times so far, and there is only 1 chance left in 2 months, borrowing flowers to offer to the Buddha, the act of transferring something given by others to another person. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's face immediately showed a look of astonishment. Gone after a while of silence, Jiang Chen spit out one word. His original plan was to use this loophole to nest a doll, but unexpectedly the system blocked the road. System, if I redeem things in the chance store and give them to others, will they be counted among these 5 times? This host can rest assured that the two exist independently of each other, and their times are not mixed into one. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt much better. He pondered for a while. Jiang Chen wrote out the first 5 levels of Hunyuanju system. Didn't you say that there are 9 levels of Hunyuanju in total? Why aren't the later ones repaired? The host's chance value is not enough to enable the repair of the last 4 levels, and your current strength is not enough. Even if Hunyuanju is repaired to the 9th level, you will not be able to use it. Have to? I asked casually. Instead, he was despised by the system and said he was too weak. Jiang Chen suddenly showed a speechless expression. Unknowingly, the night passed like this. Dong dong dong. Early morning. 3 loud bells broke the silence. After hearing the bells, everyone quickly walked out of the cave. Boom. Not long after I walked out of the cave, I heard some veteran students talking constantly. The sect issued the assembly order so early. It seems that the results of the secret exploration have come out. Now we can earn points again. Stop talking, hurry up and leave. Let's go to the mission hall to see the situation first. Not bad, I can just take advantage of this opportunity to complete this month's mission. Other side. Not long after Jiang Chen came out, he discovered the figures of Jiang Yu and Jiang Daxin, who were walking towards him. At the same time, Gu Xiao also walked out of her cave. Several people looked at each other. He also walked towards the mission hall. As we got closer to the mission hall, more and more people gathered around, and the atmosphere became lively. Except for the handyman disciples. Most of the disciples from the outer sect and the inner sect came. At this time, in the center of the square stood an old man in gray robes. After seeing the old man, the people around him showed respectful expressions on their faces and stood on the periphery talking quietly. Jiang Chen, we meet again. Just then, a male voice came from behind Jiang Chen. I heard someone calling me. Jiang Chen immediately looked for fame and left. I saw Lu Biao led a group of people towards him. At this time, the dejected look on his face had long since disappeared, replaced by a look of endless confidence. Jiang Chen glanced at him. After using the system to check Lu Biao's information, there was a look of understanding in his eyes. Turn out to be Lu Biao's strength actually broke through to the 6th level of the Divine Sea Realm. I think this is also the reason why he has changed so much. Tap tap tap. Lu Biao quickly came to Jiang Chen. After glancing at the old man in gray robe not far away, he whispered, Jiang Chen, I will repay you twice as much for the shame you have brought to me. Things between us will never end. The words fell. Lu Biao glanced at Gu Xiao with his peripheral vision. Subsequently, he turned his attention to Jiang Chen again, with a meaningful smile on his lips. Jiang Chen originally thought Lu Biao would deliberately make things difficult for him. But what he didn't expect was, after Lu Biao glanced at himself, he led the people away and walked towards the other side of Guangcheng. It seems that he came this time. It's just a harsh word. But when I think of Lu Biao's meaningful smile, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He couldn't help but cast his gaze on Gu Xiao not far away. Not long ago. Learn from the rest of the population. There is a 6th prince in the Xianqing sect. It seems that he has been pursuing Gu Xiao. It is not difficult to guess from Lu Biao's expression just now that he is likely to use this against himself, over time. The giant square was basically full of people. Quiet. Just then, a low roar came from the mouth of the gray-robed old man. As soon as these 2 words came out, everyone felt thunder exploding in their ears. Close your mouth immediately. See this scene. There was a look of satisfaction on the old man's face. Ahem. After coughing twice, the old man in gray robe said calmly, I, Yang Jingqi, is the 6th elder of Xianqing sect. I called you here today because I want to talk about the secret realm of the abyss. The secret realm of the abyss? As soon as they heard these 4 words, the crowd around them suddenly became commotion, and their eyes were full of excitement. After everyone calms down, Yang Jingqi spoke again. After this exploration, we have successfully found the entrance to the abyss secret realm. Now we have reached an agreement with Luo Yun's sect and will send disciples to enter it to explore. I will release some collection tasks this time. You can take advantage of this opportunity to enter the secret realm to complete this month's task indicators and earn corresponding points at the same time. Upon hearing this, the disciples immediately burst into cheers. To know. After becoming an outer disciple. Although you don't have to do chores like handyman disciples, you have to complete 3 tasks every month. Certainly. When completing the task, the sect will naturally give corresponding points, which is a win-win situation. Quiet. Yang Jingqi said this. Everyone fell silent again. Yang Jingqi, next, I will tell you some details that you need to pay attention to. Please listen carefully to me. Subsequently, Yang Jingqi began to talk. Turn out to be. The mysterious realm was discovered by the two sects together. After a period of exploration, the entrance to the secret realm was found. I found out after some testing. This secret realm has a bone age limit, and only monks with a bone age of no more than 30 can enter it. And there is a suppression formation in the secret realm, and the highest level of the first level can only use the peak strength of forging. And in the second level, the highest one can use the peak strength of the divine sea realm. Therefore, the reason why Yang Jingqi called all the inner and outer disciples here was to let them explore the first level of secret realm. As for the exploration of the second level, naturally, it is left to those core disciples. After all, the outer sect disciples are basically all in the body.forging realm, and even if the inner sect disciples are in the divine sea realm, their cultivation is not too high. Not suitable for entering the second level. Ahem, wait until everyone has digested the information. Yang Jingqi coughed twice again. Then he spoke loudly. Okay, that's all I have to say for today. You go back and prepare first, and then go to the secret realm with me tomorrow. The words fell. Yang Jingqi immediately jumped into the air. Quickly flew towards the main peak. After a while he disappeared. As Yang Jingqi left, the surrounding crowd gathered in small groups, talking among themselves in low voices. At this time, Zhang Yu on the side came back from his thoughts. A smile couldn't help but appear on the corner of his mouth. Other side. Jiang Chen's eyes also flashed with light. Yang Jingqi just said that there are countless opportunities in the mysterious realm of Xin Yuan. As long as you can find the opportunity, your own system can function, and this secret realm is simply your own blessed place. At this time, Zhang Daoxin looked at the smiles on Jiang Chen and the others' faces, and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Tap tap tap. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from the left side of Jiang Chen and others. Following closely, there was also a gentle male voice. Xiao, I didn't believe it at first. I didn't expect you to come to Xianqing sect. Why didn't you tell me in advance? I can pick you up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and others immediately looked in the direction of the voice. Only to see a man in a golden robe came towards them. The man was about 20 years old, very handsome, with a pair of sword eyebrows, and about 8 feet tall. A head of black hair fell freely on his shoulders. After seeing the man's face clearly, Gu Xiao couldn't help but frown. At this time, Jiang Chen glanced. The other party's information popped up immediately. Name, Zhao Tianga. Identity, the 6th prince of the Tianlong dynasty. Cultivation, 1st level of the creation realm. Constitution, Qingfeng body. Bloodline, none. After reading the other party's information, Jiang Chen couldn't help but glance at Gu Xiao on the left. He had thought that the 6th prince would come, but he didn't expect that he would come so soon. At the same time, Jiang Chen found the figure of Lu Biao. At this time, he was standing not far away and watching him and others, with a gloating expression on his face. But Lu Biao didn't come here. After staring at him and others for a while, he followed a purple-robed man with a respectful look and left. At this time, Gu Xiao glanced at Zhao Tianga indifferently. He spoke in a deep voice. 6th prince, you are too polite. I am just a princess of a different surname. How dare I trouble you to receive me in person? That's right. The royal family of the Tianlong dynasty is surnamed Zhao. Gu Tianxiong was a prince of a different surname. The reason for this preferential treatment, it was naturally related to his strong strength. Moreover, Gu Tianxiong's military exploits were also very outstanding, and he made many contributions to the Tianlong dynasty. Facing Gu Xiao's cold attitude, Zhao Tianga's face froze slightly, but soon returned to normal. He said softly, Xiao, you are being polite. As the voice fell, Zhao Tianga turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen on the side. He said calmly, you are Jiang Chen, I heard that Lu Biao was defeated by you. Although his strength is not very good, you, a freshman, can achieve this step. You are indeed a talent. As the voice fell, Zhao Tianga cast a touch of admiration at Jiang Chen. However, in his expression, there was more pride. Please help me urge for more updates. I have been writing books for so long, but I have never asked for more than 2,000 updates. Others ask for gifts, but I ask for updates in various ways. Facing Zhao Tiange's arrogant attitude, Jiang Chen glanced at him and did not reply. While Jiang Chen was pondering, Zhao Tiange looked away from him and looked at Jiang Yu and Jiang Daoxin beside him. After observing for a while, there was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Then he spoke proudly, I think you also understand that if you join the union in Xianqing sect, you will have great convenience in obtaining training resources, and your own safety can also be guaranteed. When it comes to this, Zhao Tiange paused deliberately. Jiang Chen saw his appearance. He said calmly, I wonder what the sixth prince wants to say. Hear Jiang Chen ask this. Zhao Tiange couldn't help but smile. He opened his mouth and said, after my prince's observation, I found that your three brothers' talents are quite good, so I fell in love with them. Therefore, I want to accept you as my generals. As soon as Zhao Tiange said these words, the group of people behind him, he immediately showed envy. There were constant discussions. Oh my god, the sixth prince wants to accept them as generals. This is a great honor. What a piece of shit luck. Who says it's not the case? Last time, a strong man with half a step in the realm of creation wanted to become a warrior, but the sixth prince didn't agree. The three of them have reached the sky in one step. With the sixth prince as their backer, they can walk sideways in the inner sect. Listen to the discussion of the people around you. The smile on Zhao Tiange's face became even bigger. The proud look in his eyes also became more intense. Actually, not so long ago, Zhao Tiange heard from other people that the relationship between Jiang Chen and Gu Xiao seemed to be unusual, which made him very unhappy. But within the sect, even if Zhao Tiange has a great background, he would not dare to kill an inner disciple easily. The sect may turn a blind eye in other places, but if the same sect kills each other, the consequences will be severe. It took a lot of effort to achieve the power it has today. Of course, he would not let his efforts over the years go to waste just because of an inner disciple. After all, this is his team fighting for the throne. Moreover, Gu Xiao is still here. With her temper, he would definitely not let himself take action against Jiang Chen. Therefore, taking Jiang Chen and others as his generals is a good way to get the best of both worlds. Only these three people are under my control. At that time, you won't be able to do whatever you want, you can even use Jiang Chen. Help yourself pursue Gu Xiao. Of course, Zhao Tiange is so persistent in pursuing Gu Xiao not just for her beauty. It was more to win Gu Tianxiong into the group. Gu Tianxiong is not only an important minister of the Tianlong dynasty, but his strength is also among the top. If he can bring such a heavyweight into his camp, the success rate of the fight for the throne can be at least 70%, plus his preparations over the years. It can basically be said to be foolproof. Therefore, Zhao Tiange is bound to win against Gu Xiao. Other side. Zhao Tiange finished his words. The faint smile on Jiang Chen's face suddenly faded, and Jiang Yu slowly raised his head to look at Zhao Tiange. There was a strange look in his eyes. Although Jiang Daoxin was very unhappy, seeing that his eldest and second brothers didn't speak, he didn't want to offend Zhao Tiange. Gu Xiao on the side did frown. He said in a deep voice, Sixth Prince, what do you mean? Zhao Tiange, Xiao, my proposal is for their own good. As long as he becomes my general, Lu Biao will never dare to cause trouble to Jiang Chen and the others. Isn't this enough? The words fell. Zhao Tiange showed a spring-like smile. Only. At this time, it was deep in his eyes. A cold look flashed across her face quickly. Subsequently, Zhao Tiange turned his attention to Jiang Chen and others. The others saw this scene. They also cast their gazes over. In their opinion, as long as the three brothers of the Zheng family are sound, they will not refuse this proposal. After all, the advantages of becoming a warrior outweigh the disadvantages. However, in the eyes of everyone's expectations, Jiang Chen responded calmly, thank you for your kindness, Sixth Prince. We three brothers are used to freedom and don't like to be subordinated to others. Upon hearing this, the group of people behind Zhao Tiange were dumbfounded, with incredible expressions on their faces. Rejected, this guy refused directly. It's really shameless. This is an opportunity that many people dream of, but he doesn't know how to cherish it. Yes, if you give me this opportunity, I will definitely agree to the Sixth Prince without hesitation, at this time. After Zhao Tiange heard Jiang Chen's answer, the smile on his face stiffened slightly. A coldness flashed deep in his eyes. But he quickly adjusted his mood. The smile returned to his face again. He said softly, since you don't want to, I will naturally respect your choice. However, whether your eldest brother and the others are willing or not, it is up to them to decide. Am I right? While talking, Zhao Tiange slowly turned his head and looked at Jiang Yu. Zhao Tiange, Jiang Yu, not interested. Zhao Tiange hasn't said anything yet. Jiang Yu rejected him directly and coldly. Faced with Jiang Yu's attitude, Zhao Tiange almost went berserk, but in the end he controlled his emotions. However, the fist in his sleeve was creaking. Before Zhao Tiange could make the next move, Zhang Daoxin took the initiative to speak. I'm not interested either. I just want to follow my elder brother and second brother, not to be a general. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Daoxin might feel a little hungry, so he took out some food and started eating again. He mumbled a few words vaguely. After a long breath, Zhao Tiange's face regained a smile, as if nothing had happened. He said softly, it's the prince who is abrupt. Since you have already made a choice in your heart, I won't say much. Tap tap tap. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps came into everyone's ears. I saw a little maid walk towards this side quickly, and she walked directly towards Gu Xiao. Before and after coming close to Gu Xiao, he said softly, Princess Xiao, the seventh elder asked me to invite you over. She wants to talk to you. The seventh elder? After thinking for a while, Gu Xiao reacted immediately. The seventh elder and her father are old acquaintances. Now he sent someone to find her. She knew it without thinking. It must be her father's idea. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen immediately took the opportunity to say, everyone, if there is nothing else, we will leave first. Then, Jiang Chen and the other two greeted Gu Xiao and walked directly to the accommodation area. Gu Xiao followed the little maid and left. Looking at the people who left, Zhao Tiange just stood there quietly, and the atmosphere around him was a little depressing at this time. The others saw this scene. They all lowered their heads. No one dared to speak. After taking a long breath of relief, Zhao Tiange said in a deep voice, let's go. The words fell. Zhao Tiange walked towards the Ziyuan pavilion. Seeing that Zhao Tiange's mood had eased a lot, a man in green clothes sped up his walking speed. He stepped closer to Zhao Tiange. He spoke respectfully, Sixth Prince, those boys are too arrogant. Do you want me to send someone to teach them a lesson? As soon as the man in green said these words, Zhao Tiange shook his head gently. He said in a cold voice, no need, Lu Biao is determined to retaliate. He will definitely not let go of what happened last time. Let Xinghai Hui go and deal with it first. The words fell. Zhao Tiange showed a sneer on his face. He said in a deep voice, when the three brothers understand the situation of Xianqing's sect, they will understand what a stupid decision it was to reject my invitation from Zhao Tiange today. The man in green nodded repeatedly. He said flatteringly, the sixth prince is wise. The sixth prince is wise. The others also quickly spoke in agreement. Other side. Jiang Chen and the other three walked along the path and soon arrived at the dormitory area. But just kept getting closer. The three of them noticed something was wrong. At this time, in front of the cave of Jiang Chen and others, a lot of people have gathered. After seeing the figures of Jiang Chen and the others, the group of people immediately took the initiative to surround him. Among this group of people, Jiang Chen saw Lu Biao's figure. Tap tap tap. Lu Biao stepped forward and came to Jiang Chen. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said proudly, Jiang Chen, you are finally back. I have been waiting for you here for a long time. Before Jiang Chen could respond, a man in white robe stepped up to Lu Biao. He spoke sarcastically, Lu Biao, this Jiang Chen is only at the first level of the Divine Sea Realm. I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms, but you were defeated by him. The more you practice, the more you go back. The man in black robe spoke. The smile on Lu Biao's face suddenly froze. After calming down, Lu Biao turned to look at the man in white robe. He spoke in a deep voice, Wang Qing, I don't want to have any argument with you today. Don't forget what senior brother Duan told you. If you delay your business, you will definitely feel better when you go back. As soon as Lu Biao said these words, a cold snort came from Wang Qing's mouth. Although he was very unhappy inside, he didn't speak anymore when he heard the other party mention senior brother Duan. Instead, he turned his attention to Zhang Yu and others. Wang Qing is also a member of the Xinghai Society. During this period, he and Lu Biao had been competing for the captain position in the meeting, so the relationship between the two parties was very tense. Now there is an opportunity to suppress the opponent. Wang Qing certainly didn't want to miss it. But when he thought of his senior brother's explanation in the coming period and Lu Biao's current attitude, he could only suppress this idea. At the same time, many people also noticed Lu Biao and others, and gathered around them one after another, forming a crowd. Other side. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He glanced at Lu Biao in front of him. He said in a cold voice, "Why, didn't I teach you enough lessons last time, and now you are rushing to give me points?" "Lu Biao, you," Jiang Chen finished his words. Lu Biao's face immediately darkened. His expression looked very ugly. Just then, Jiang Yu on the side also said calmly, "If I remember correctly, the plundering period seems to have passed, and you no longer have permission to take action again." Ha ha ha. However, Jiang Yu just finished speaking. Wang Qing burst out laughing. He turned to look at Jiang Yu. He spoke proudly, "We came here specifically to compete for the cave, not to snatch the points in your hands, so the rules are invalid for us." Within the Xianqing sect, the points challenge is subject to cultivation limitations, and high cultivation levels cannot challenge low cultivation levels. But there is no limit to the robbery in the cave. As long as you are an outer sect disciple or an inner sect disciple, you have the right to challenge, and there are no restrictions on your cultivation level. Certainly, faced with other people's challenges, if you feel you are defeated, you can also take the initiative to admit defeat. Just give the cave to the other party. While talking, Wang Qing looked at Jiang Yu with his eyes and felt the strength of the opponent at the first level of the Divine Sea realm. Eyeballs moved rapidly, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. He turned to look at Lu Biao aside. He chuckled and said, "I won't fight with you today. I'll leave Jiang Chen to you to deal with it. I'll challenge his eldest brother. Anyway, they have the same strength. Do you have any objection to this arrangement? Of course, if you are afraid that you are not your opponent, we can also change our opponents." When it comes to this, Wang Qingmu showed a hint of sarcasm. Actually, the reason why Wang Qing said this was naturally to deliberately provoke Lu Biao. He did not want to confront Jiang Chen. Although he has been running against Lu Biao, Wang Qing has to admit that the opponent's strength is not much different from his own. Lu Biao was defeated so completely last time. This made Wang Qing feel a sense of fear in his heart. Although Wang Qing's strength has indeed improved a lot recently, but in order to ensure nothing goes wrong, he still doesn't want to face Jiang Chen. After all, ever since Lu Biao was defeated by Jiang Chen in the competition for positions, he is now gradually gaining the upper hand. Therefore, Wang Qing just wants stability now. Anyway, it's just a formality, really. As soon as Wang Qing said these words, Lu Biao was immediately angered by him. He said in a deep voice, "Humph, no need. I came here specifically to wash away the shame of that day myself." Hear Lu Biao's answer. The corners of Wang Qing's mouth rose again. Just then, a man with a cold face stepped forward. He glanced at Lu Biao and Lu Biao. He said in a cold voice, "Let's handle things nicely. Senior brother Duan is still waiting for news. The Xinghai society is majestic and cannot be violated." Saw the figure of this man. Lu Biao and Wang Qing immediately showed a look of awe. He opened his mouth to respond, "Brother, we understand." "Yeah," the man responded softly. He glanced at Jiang Chen and the others with contempt. He spoke again, "I leave this to you, I still have some things to deal with." "Wang Qing, senior brother Chen, don't worry, we will handle it well." Lu Biao on the side also nodded quickly. After getting responses from the two people, the cold man turned around and left. Other side, Jiang Chen also took advantage of this opportunity. He glanced at the gloomy man. "It was only when I saw it that I discovered it. The other party actually has half a step of cultivation in the creation realm, and is also a core disciple. Within the Xianqing sect, there are two ways to become a core disciple. The first is to break through to the realm of creation, in which case you can directly become a core disciple. As for the second type, it is to pass the assessment set by the sect and be promoted to a core disciple. Obviously, this cold man belongs to the latter. Wait until the cold man walks away. Don't wait for Lu Biao to take action." Wang Qing took the lead and took a step forward. Looking at Jiang Yu in front of him, he said in a cold voice, "Do you want to accept my challenge now, or do you want to move out of the cave on your own?" While talking, a sinister smile appeared on Wang Qing's face. When the others saw Wang Qing starting to get angry, their eyes suddenly showed anticipation. His eyes kept glancing back and forth between the two of them. "Handsome reader, please help me watch a free advertisement. Tap tap just as everyone thought. When Zhang Yue chose to give up resistance, he took 2 steps forward and came to Wang Cheng. See this scene. The crowd around him immediately became excited. I accepted the challenge. Zhang Yue actually directly agreed to Wang Cheng's challenge. He must be too courageous. As expected, he and Jiang Chen are brothers. Their personalities are really similar, but I don't know what his strength is. Wang Cheng's strength is top-notch among the inner sects of the southern district. He will definitely have no problem dealing with Zhang Yue. Other side. Wang Cheng looked at Zhang Yue and walked out directly. His expression was slightly startled at first, and then he showed a cruel smile. He said in a deep voice, "You are very courageous and very confident. I hope your strength is as strong as your courage." The words fell. The smile on Wang Cheng's face gradually faded, and the aura around him continued to increase, revealing his 6th level strength in the Divine Sea realm. The others saw this scene. They all took a few steps back to give the 2 of them enough space, mainly because they were afraid that they would be accidentally injured. At this time, Zhang Daoxin felt the other party's terrifying aura, and his eyes showed worry. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at Jiang Chen. Zhang Daoxin, second brother, will the eldest brother be okay? Jiang Chen, don't worry, big brother is not as weak as you think. You have to have confidence in him. Jiang Chen said this. The worried look on Zhang Daoxin's face relieved a lot. Shush at this time. The aura on Jiang Yu's body was also rising continuously. Under the gaze of everyone, his strength actually reached the 2nd level of the Divine Sea realm. What, this? Jiang Yu's strength is actually higher than Jiang Chen's. What is going on? The new students this time are too fierce. There are several in the Divine Sea realm. Who says it's not the case? The situation in the other 3 major districts has been similar recently. Several Divine Sea realms have appeared among the freshmen, and some of them even have special physiques. As soon as he saw Zhang Yu's strength, everyone could no longer suppress the shock in their hearts. A discussion started on the side. At this time, Wang Cheng also frowned. But soon he smiled again. Wang Cheng, 2nd level of the Divine Sea realm, your strength is indeed very good among the new students. It's a pity that you met me today. Brush, the words fell. Wang Cheng actually took the initiative to attack Zhang Yue. At this time, Wang Cheng's eyes were filled with coldness. Boom! Seeing Wang Cheng rushing towards him, Zhang Yue suddenly exerted force on his back foot and rushed towards him. Bump! In the blink of an eye, the 2 fists collided. After one blow, Wang Cheng's originally indifferent expression suddenly condensed, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Wang Cheng, how is it possible, your body, brush? However, Wang Cheng hasn't finished speaking yet. Zhang Yu's other fist had already hit him. Bump! Shush! With the help of the reaction force of this punch, Wang Cheng quickly distanced himself from Zhang Yue. It all happened so fast. When everyone reacts, the first confrontation between the 2 has ended. Wow! Looking at the current situation, the surrounding people were in an uproar, their eyes filled with disbelief. Although Wang Cheng might have just been testing. But Zhang Yue not only did not suffer a loss, but also seemed to take advantage of it, which was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Other side. Li Biao watched this scene. His brows couldn't help but frown slightly. He thought, Jiang Chen is the only one in the Jiang family who is more powerful, but I didn't expect that Zhang Yue is not simple either. Although Zhang Yu's strength surprised Lu Biao, he quickly returned to normal and looked very calm. I have worked with Wang Cheng for so long. He knew the opponent's strength very well. It was just a simple test and it meant nothing at all. Really? Lu Biao had just finished his idea. Wang Cheng, not far away, started to move again. I saw. He quickly rushed towards Zhang Yue, his whole body was enveloped in light yellow energy, and a strong wind blew around him. I saw. Wang Cheng raised his palm. Zhang Yue swung towards the front, and with the wave of his palm, the surrounding wind couldn't help but increase a bit. This is the Huang. Level high. Grade martial art, Qingfeng Palm. I really didn't expect that Wang Cheng would practice it to the level of Xiaocheng. Now Zhang Yue is in trouble. Wang Cheng has the strength of the 6th level of the Divine Sea realm. Coupled with this small skill Qingfeng Palm, even if he faces the 7th level monks of the Divine Sea realm, he is still powerful. Other side. Seeing Wang Cheng using Qingfeng Palm directly, Lu Biao couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. Looking at Wang Cheng getting closer and closer, Zhang Yu's true energy swam rapidly around his body, directly wrapping his body. Both fists are constantly gathering energy. Zhang Yu, Tiangang Fist. Boom, a soft chuckle came out. Jiang Yu suddenly exerted force on his back foot and rushed towards Wang Qing at an extremely fast speed. Purple gas kept emerging from both fists. What he used at this time? It was a martial art called Yin Yang Fist, which was a low-grade Shin-level martial art. Although the grade was not particularly high. But the power it released was very good. Especially when combined with Jiang Yu's Sanglong body, it could achieve the effect of one force defeating 10 skills. The wind was howling. There were constant humming sounds around. Under the gaze of everyone, the two collided again. Bang bang as soon as they collided, Wang Qing felt a huge force coming towards him, his pupils suddenly shrank, and a muffled groan came out of his mouth. But Wang Qing's reaction was also very fast. He quickly circulated his own true energy to calm the surging breath, and then waved his palm again. He slapped Jiang Yu's chest. Wang Qing, Paiyun palm. As Wang Qing said this, the surrounding gusts quickly gathered together, accompanied by Wang Qing's palm, and bombarded Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, earthly evil fist. As Jiang Yu's second fist technique came out, a faint evil spirit appeared around him. At this time, Wang Qing was closest to Jiang Yu. He could clearly feel the changes in the other party, and the evil spirit in front of him made him breathe slowly. Damn, what kind of monster is this guy? Not only is his physical strength terrifying, but the martial arts he uses are also full of weirdness. Can this really be possessed by a small family? Although he was full of doubts in his heart. But Wang Qing did not intend to stop at all, and madly circulated the true energy in his body, increasing his power again. Boom! The attacks of the two people collided again. In an instant, the terrifying airwave spread out instantly, and many people with low cultivation turned pale instantly and quickly retreated to the back. However, the next scene. But it made everyone's eyes full of shock. Thump, thump, thump. See. Wang Qing quickly retreated to the back, his face flushed, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At this time his eyes were full of shock. The aura around him was even more chaotic. Ahem, Wang Qing, Jiang Yu. While before Wang Qing finished speaking, the injuries in his body could no longer be suppressed, and he immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. What? How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the crowd of onlookers immediately exclaimed, and Lu Biao showed an incredible expression on his face. He subconsciously took 2 steps back. He was very clear about Wang Qing's strength. Even if he had the 6th level of cultivation in the Divine Sea realm, it would be very difficult to defeat the opponent, and it could even be said to be impossible. Although Lu Biao was not on good terms with Wang Qing. But he had to admit, the opponent's strength was indeed very good, at least among the inner disciples in the southern area. There was basically no one who could defeat him. Of course. The reason for this is that some of the talented inner disciples have broken through to the realm of creation and become core disciples. Some directly participate in the challenge. And those who want to be the chicken head naturally don't want to leave the inner gate, so they stay here. At this time, there was silence all around, and everyone looked at the 3 brothers of the Zheng family in horror, and no one dared to mock them. Now even Wang Qing has been defeated. Even if Lu Biao takes action again, it is meaningless. After all, he lost so thoroughly last time. Even if his strength has improved recently, the chance of winning is not great. And now in addition to Jiang Chen, there is also a big brother Jiang Yu, and the strength shown by the other party now is not something Lu Biao can contend with. At the same time, Zhang Daoxin looked at his big brother so powerful, and the worry on his face disappeared instantly. He couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. On the other side, Jiang Yu glanced at Wang Qing indifferently. He cast his eyes to Lu Biao behind him. Danma said, "Don't waste time, you two should go together, it's too slow to go one by one." Wow! As soon as Jiang Yu said this, the originally silent crowd suddenly burst into an uproar, and looked at Jiang Yu in shock. Did I hear it right? He actually wants to deal with Wang Qing and the others alone. Isn't this too arrogant? Yes, this Jiang Yu is a bit arrogant. Now he wants to deal with Lu Biao and the others at the same time. This is going to be a good show. No matter what the final result is, when today's events are spread, Shanghai Club will definitely lose face. Listening to the discussions of the crowd around, Lu Biao and the others looked even uglier. At this time, they felt a little dilemma and froze in place for a while. Jiang Yu could not be defeated without going together. If the two of them really went together, even if they succeeded in defeating Ren Zhangchen in the end, they would become the laughingstock of the academy. After all, dealing with a newcomer To ask two old students to join forces is undoubtedly to rub their faces to the ground. At this time, south of the dormitory area, three people stood on the ancient tree, looking at Jiang Chen and others not far away, with surprise in their eyes. The leader was a man in black. The man had a resolute face and bronze skin. A pair of eyes were like the stars in the vast sea. The whole body exuded a powerful aura, and the people around him looked at him with deep admiration. And Long Outyan, who had talked with Jiang Chen and others at the beginning, was standing next to the man in black. After a moment of silence, the man in black slowly said, "Outyan, you really have a good eye. I haven't seen Jiang Chen take action, so I can't make a judgment, but Jiang Yu is indeed a rare talent." Hearing what the man in black said, Long Outyan immediately smiled. He replied, "President, if Jiang Chen and the other two are brought into the Ziyun Association, the strength of the union will definitely be greatly enhanced." The man in black in front of him. It was the president of the Ziyun Association, Duan Feng. As Long Outyan finished speaking, Duan Feng nodded gently in response. He said, "That's what I meant. I wanted to help them solve the problem this time and invite them to join the association. But now it seems that the three brothers don't need our help and can successfully resolve the current troubles." Hearing this, the others behind Duan Feng were shocked. One of them couldn't help but say, "President, do you think that Jiang Yu can deal with two people at the same time?" As he said this, the others also turned their eyes to Duan Feng. Facing the eyes of everyone, Duan Feng nodded gently. "Duan Feng, don't underestimate Jiang Yu. From the battle just now, he obviously still has some strength left and didn't use all his strength. Lu Biao and the other two are in trouble this time. What a pity, The people who were still in shock heard Duan Feng's words that he was about to say but stopped. Their faces showed doubts. Long Outyan said softly, "President, what's the pity?" Duan Feng retracted his gaze. He whispered, "It's a pity. Geniuses with this kind of talent generally don't like to be inferior to others. The possibility of recruiting them into the club is basically zero. After all, you invited them in the first place." As Duan Feng finished speaking, a thoughtful look appeared on Long Outyan's face. He nodded gently. Then he said, "President, no matter what, we have to give it a try. Besides, there are no restrictions on them to join the Ziyun Club. I think Jiang Chen and others should agree." Duan Feng, "That's good. I'll leave this matter to you. If there are any problems that cannot be solved, just tell me. You are fully responsible for the rest." Long Outyan, "Okay, President." On the other side, looking at Wang Cheng and others who were silent, Jiang Yu frowned slightly. He said in a deep voice, "Why, didn't you two hear what I said? If you don't want to do it, get out of the way." Looking at the indifferent expression on Jiang Yu's face, Wang Qing was immediately furious, feeling insulted, and the aura around him rioted again. "Wang Qing, Jiang Yu, don't get carried away. I will definitely teach you a lesson today." After the words fell, Wang Qing turned his head and looked at Lu Biao on the side. He said in a deep voice, "Since he said so, we don't have to worry about anything. Let's take him down first." Lu Biao immediately understood. He took a step forward quickly and stood side by side with Wang Cheng, staring at Jiang Yu in front of him. Seeing that the two really planned to attack together, the others shut their mouths at this time and didn't mean to talk anymore. Zhang Daoxin saw this scene. He was immediately angry. "Zhang Daoxin, second brother, they are too bullying. Let's help the eldest brother and teach these two guys a lesson." Looking at Zhang Daoxin with an angry face, Zhang Chen gently patted his shoulder. Speaking softly, "Don't worry, believe in the strength of the eldest brother, just watch carefully here." Looking at Zhang Chen's indifferent face, although Zhang Daoxin was still a little worried, but I still managed to control my emotions. Looking forward to handsome readers urging me to update. Other side. Wang Cheng and Wang Cheng looked at each other and rushed toward Jiang Yu at the same time. The others saw this scene. They all observed attentively. Boom, not waiting for Wang Cheng and others to approach, Jiang Yu suddenly exerted force on his hind legs and rushed towards them at an extremely fast speed, causing a sonic boom in the air. Lu Biao, Thunder Fist. With the roar came out. There was a crackling sound on Lu Biao's arm, the purple arc flashed continuously, and the harsh sound echoed in the air. Wang Cheng also endured the pain. He waved his fist and hit Jiang Yu. At this time, both of them were extremely angry inside, so they took action without any reservation, erupting with terrifying pressure. Everyone's scalps were numb when they saw it. Facing the terrifying all-out attacks from the two men, Jiang Yu's whole body was quickly covered by light yellow gas. Subsequently, Jiang Yu quickly waved his fist at an incredible speed and fought fiercely with Wang Qing. Boom boom boom, the three of them just got together. The roaring sound continued to echo in everyone's ears. Looking at the scene of their battle, many people opened their mouths slightly. His face was full of disbelief. At this time, facing the simultaneous attacks of the two men, Jiang Yu not only did not fall at a disadvantage, but even had a faint tendency to suppress them. The terrifying speed of punching. Everyone was amazed when they saw it. What kind of boxing technique is Jiang Yu using? It's extremely fast. Forget it, the power is so terrifying. Yes, judging from the current situation, the boxing technique he is using now starts at the Xian level, at the lowest level, other side. Zhang Daxin looked at Jiang Yu, who kept attacking. He whispered, "Second brother, the eldest brother is not using the afterimage fist, right? Is this martial art so powerful?" Listening to Zhang Daxin's question, Jiang Chen slowly spoke, "Didn't my brother give you this martial arts book a long time ago? Haven't you practiced it yet?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Daxin scratched his head in embarrassment. He responded, "I feel that this boxing technique is too light and is not my favorite style, so I haven't practiced much." Too light? Facing Zhang Daxin's answer, Jiang Chen didn't know what to say for a while. Thinking for a while, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Due to his physical constitution, Dao Xian will eat a lot of things to strengthen himself, and his physical strength is much stronger than ordinary people. If paired with the Dragon Elephant Sky Suppressing Fist, it will definitely be very good. Think of this. Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile. "Zhang Daxin, second brother, what's wrong with you, at this time?" Zhang Daxin's voice came from the side. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Zhang Daxin. He shook his head slightly. He opened his mouth and responded, "I have thought of something. I will tell you after Big Brother is over. Now let me watch carefully." "Zhang Daxin, I understand, second brother." The words fell. Zhang Daxin once again turned his attention to Jiang Yu and others. Boom, in the blink of an eye. The three of them had been fighting for several rounds, and no one dared to breathe at this time. His eyes were fixed on the three people fighting. Over time, Wang Qing's condition became worse and worse. Facing Jiang Yu's continuous attacks, they began to retreat towards the rear. "Wang Qing, damn it, damn it." Being pressed and beaten by Jiang Yu, Wang Qing felt aggrieved at this moment, and Li Biao's condition was not much better. Just then, Jiang Yu's energy quickly increased, and a cold and stern look appeared in his eyes. He shouted angrily, "Tianlong fist. Swipe." I saw. Jiang Yu swung his fist at Wang Qing's chest at an extremely fast speed. "Wang Qing, Jiang Yu, how dare you!" Puff, however. Wang Qing hasn't finished speaking yet. Jiang Yu's fist had already landed on his chest, and the huge force immediately caused Wang Qing's blood to spurt out. Touch. Subsequently, Wang Qing's body quickly flew backwards. It hit the ground hard. "Lu Biao, damn!" Seeing Wang Qing flying backwards, Lu Biao's expression immediately changed. Both of them couldn't take down Jiang Yu. Now Wang Qing was severely injured. There is no way he can be the opponent's opponent. But before Lu Biao could prepare, Jiang Yu had already turned around and rushed towards him. No one has arrived yet. The breath of terror has already hit my face. Looking at Jiang Yu, who was very close at hand, Lu Biao understands. It was too late to escape now, so he immediately circulated the Jinqi in his body like crazy and put his hands horizontally in front of him. Touch-ah, kacha, however. When Jiang Yu's fist fell, a sound of broken bones was heard immediately. In severe pain, Lu Biao couldn't help but let out a scream. Not only that, he felt pain in his internal organs, and he kept coughing out blood from his mouth, looking extremely miserable. At this time, Lu Biao no longer had the confidence he had before, with a look of fear in his eyes, and he retreated crazily towards the rear. However, at his current speed, there is no way to compare with Jiang Yu. After a while, Jiang Yu caught up with Lu Biao, swinging his fist towards his chest, at an incredibly fast speed. "How dare you!" At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came out. When Lu Biao heard this cold voice, his eyes immediately showed a hint of excitement, and the fear disappeared. He shouted, "Brother, save me!" Swish! Just when Jiang Yu was about to touch Lu Biao, a man in black robes suddenly appeared in front of him. The black-robed man glanced at Jiang Yu with contempt. He raised his fist and went up to meet him. Boom thump after the blow. The black-robed man stood firmly in place, but Jiang Yu quickly retreated dozens of steps before stopping. Although his breath was a little fluctuating. But Jiang Yu was not injured. And the black-robed man who appeared at this time. It was the cold man who left here not long ago. All right? When the black-robed man saw this scene, a hint of surprise immediately appeared in his eyes. After Lu Biao saw the black-robed man, he quickly said, "Brother Yang Yi, this guy's strength is too strange, you must, shut up." Before Lu Biao finished speaking, he was scolded by the black-robed man. That's right. Yang Yi is the name of the black-robed man. Seeing Yang Yi's cold eyes, Lu Biao immediately shut his mouth. On the other side, Jiang Chen saw Yang Yi suddenly appear, and immediately walked quickly towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Daoxin followed closely behind. After a while, the three brothers of the Jiang family gathered together. Confronted with Yang Yi. Seeing this scene, the people around were all surprised and suspicious. Now even the core disciples have taken action, which is completely beyond their expectations. Ahem, although Jiang Yu was not seriously injured, but the backlash still made him cough a few times. His face turned slightly pale. Looking at Jiang Yu and the other two. A hint of coldness flashed in Yang Yi's eyes. He said in a deep voice, "They were able to take my attack head-on. No wonder Wang Qing and the others lost to you." As soon as the words fell, Yang Yi's mouth corners could not help but rise a little, revealing a cruel smile, and the aura around him slowly surged. Jiang Daoxin saw this scene. He immediately said angrily, "Why, do you still want to attack us? Aren't you afraid of the punishment of the sect elders? Or is it that your Xinghai club is just like this, and likes to bully others by taking advantage of your power?" From the discussions of the people around him, Jiang Yu knew the identity of the other party's core disciple, so he directly brought out the sect's rules. Facing Jiang Yu's questioning, Yang Yi's eyes became colder again. He spoke in a deep voice, "Whether the sect punishes you or not is not your concern. You should worry about yourself now. Originally, I only planned to let Wang Qing and the other two teach you a lesson, but now I have changed my mind. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I don't mind doing it myself." As soon as the voice fell, Yang Yi slowly took a step forward, and the aura around him pressed towards Jiang Chen ran. Feeling the pressure coming from the other party, Jiang Chen and Jiang Yu took a step forward at the same time, blocking Jiang Daoxin behind them, and looking directly at Yang Yi in front of them. There was no fear on his face. Looking at the actions of Jiang Yu and the others, Jiang Daoxin showed a touch of emotion. He understood. At present, his strength was too weak. The reason why the eldest brother and the second brother did this was that they didn't want to let the pressure from the other party hurt him. After figuring this out, for the first time, Jiang Daoxin urgently wanted to become stronger. Seeing the actions of Jiang Chen and the others, Yang Yi's eyes showed a hint of murderous intent, and the aura around him became much colder. He said in a cold voice, "Are you going to fight me?" Boom! Jiang Chen and the others did not reply. But the aura around him was surging wildly. Under the gaze of everyone, Jiang Yu instantly reached the third level of the Sea of Gods. How is this possible? Did he not use his full strength when fighting with Wang Chang and others just now? Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? No, look, Jiang Chen's strength is not right, the third level of the Sea of Gods, not the fourth level of the Sea of Gods. This Jiang Chen actually hit his strength. Are all the freshmen so powerful now? Yang Yi saw this scene. His brows could not help but frown slightly. He really didn't expect it. This Jiang Yu's talent is so terrifying that he can win from the joint efforts of two people while hiding his strength. Jiang Chen also surprised him. Lu Biao said not long ago, this Jiang Chen's strength is only the first level of the Sea of Gods. But now it has directly become the fourth level of the Sea of Gods. If Yang Yi had known that the other party had this talent earlier, he would not have let Lu Biao and others come to cause trouble. After all, if they were recruited into the Xinghai Club, at least there would be two strong men in the creation realm. It can greatly improve the overall strength of the Xinghai Club. And, with the combat power they have shown now, after breaking through to the creation realm, they must be the stronger ones. But now, the Xinghai Club has completely offended Jiang Chen and others, and it is impossible to recruit them again. Thinking of this, Yang Yi felt a nameless anger rising in his heart, and glanced coldly at Lu Biao behind him. If he hadn't reported the news indiscriminately, it would be difficult to get to the current situation. Sensing Yang Yi's gaze, Lu Biao's face suddenly became extremely ugly, but he didn't dare to show any disrespect. He could only quickly lower his head. Tap tap. Just then, Zhang Daoxin took 2 steps forward and stood side by side with Jiang Yu and the others. Facing the pressure of Yang Yi's half-step creation realm, Zhang Daoxin's forehead was constantly sweating, but his eyes were extremely firm. Without waiting for Zhang Chen and others to ask, Zhang Daoxin spoke first. Brother, second brother, although my strength is not as good as yours, there is no coward in the Jiang family. The 3 of us brothers will fight side by side today. Looking at Zhang Daoxin's sincere expression, Zhang Chen and the others nodded gently. The 3 brothers looked at each other. A faint smile appeared on their faces at the same time. Boom boom at the same time. Under this huge pressure, the energy that Zhang Daoxin usually accumulated was surging wildly at this time. As the energy was constantly refined, Zhang Daoxin's figure became thinner again. However, the people around him were indeed shocked at this time. Because Zhang Daoxin's strength was actually increasing, and he was only half a step away from the Divine Sea realm. He had no intention of stopping. Boom! As a wave of air spread out, Zhang Daoxin's strength actually broke through to the Divine Sea realm. Zhang Daoxin has also reached the Divine Sea realm. When did it become so easy to break through the Divine Sea realm? Looking at the 3 people standing side by side, the eyes of the onlookers were full of surprise. These successive changes made them a little overwhelmed. On the other side, Yang Yi's face was also very ugly at this time. He really didn't expect it. Zhang Daoxin actually used his own pressure to break through the realm. And, seeing the eager eyes of Zhang Chen and the other 2, Yang Yi couldn't help but clench his fists a little bit and slowly took a step forward. Yang Yi, good. Brotherly love is really deep. It seems that you have chosen to resist to the end. Then let's see your skills. Boom! Crack, the voice fell. Yang Yi suddenly exerted force on his back foot. A large number of cracks suddenly appeared on the ground. Then, he rushed towards Zhang Chen and the other 2 with a huge wave of air, and the fear scale quickly spread to the surroundings. Facing this terrifying wave of air, the disciples gathered around retreated one after another, and a pale color appeared on their faces. Their breathing became much more rapid. Looking at Yang Yi coming towards them, Zhang Chen and Jiang Yu looked at each other. They rushed out first. Roared. Jiang Chen's blood and qi surged wildly, and a roar like a dragon or an elephant sounded in his mind. Then, Jiang Chen suddenly increased his speed, swung his fist and rushed towards Yang Yi, and the air was filled with roars. At this time, Jiang Chen used. It was the first move of Dragon Elephant Shocking Heaven Fist. Divine Elephant breaking the sky. Feeling the breath of Zhang Chen, Yang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. On the other side, Jiang Yi's long hair fluttered in the wind, and his forward speed suddenly increased, and his eyes were full of coldness. Zhang Daoxin followed closely behind. Swish! Just when Yang Yi was about to touch Zhang Chen, an old man suddenly appeared in the middle of the 2 people, slowly stretched out his arms. They went to Zhang Chen and the other 2 respectively. Boom boom boom! After a burst of roars, the attacks of the 2 were steadily taken by the old man. Seeing this old man who suddenly appeared, the scene suddenly fell into silence. Yang Yi's face changed slightly, and he retracted his palm. He could not help but take 2 steps back. Please help Dian Dian to urge the update. After stabilizing your body shape, Yang Yi spoke softly. Hello, Elder Chen. That's right. The old man who appeared at this time was none other than Chen Hanchuan. When he heard Yang Yi say hello, Chen Hanchuan glanced at him indifferently, without any fluctuation in his expression. He turned around and glanced at Zhang Chen behind him. He opened his mouth and asked, Boy, are you okay? Faced with Chen Hanchuan's concerned questions, Zhang Chen responded, Thank you, Elder Chen, for your concern. The disciple was not harmed. Chen Hanchuan took a deep look at Zhang Chen. He said softly, Well, it's fine. After a reply, Chen Hanchuan slowly put his hands behind his back and turned his gaze to Yang Yi. Only, what no one noticed was, the palm of Chen Hanchuan's hand that received Zhang Chen's attack was shaking slightly, and the palm of his hand was even redder. Other side. Jiang Yu looked at Chen Hanchuan, who suddenly appeared and restrained his breath. He took a step forward and came to Zhang Chen. Not a moment. Zhang Daoxin also rushed over. He pondered for a while. Chen Hanchuan said coldly, Yang Yi, as a core disciple of our sect, you actually ignored the sect's regulations and secretly attacked the inner sect disciples to violate the sect's laws. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, just think about it for 3 days on the cliff face. There is no need to go to the mysterious realm of the divine abyss. Um? Upon hearing this, Yang Yi's expression immediately changed. This time in the mysterious realm of the divine abyss, it is a good opportunity to enhance one's own strength. If you miss this opportunity, the cultivation base will definitely fall. If he was really sent to Sigua Cliff, his own losses would be huge, and Yang Yi simply couldn't bear it. Think of this. Yang Yi immediately clasped his fists and saluted. He spoke respectfully, Elder Chen, what happened today is indeed my fault. I am willing to give you 1,000 points as compensation. And, starting from today, the Xinghai Union will no longer cause trouble for Jiang Chen and the others. What do you think? When it comes to 1,000 points. There was a hint of pain in Yang Yi's eyes. The words fell. Yang Yi stared at Chen Hongxuan in front of him, faced with Yang Yi's answer. Chen Hongxuan did not respond to him immediately. Instead, he turned his attention to Zhang Yu and others aside. He said softly, what do you think of this? Zhang Chen did not speak. He turned to look at Zhang Yu. The others didn't dare to breathe at this time, and looked at Zhang Yu curiously, wanting to see what he would choose. After glancing at Yang Yi, Zhang Yu said in a deep voice, 1,000 is not enough. As Zhang Yu spoke, Yang Yi's face immediately changed, and his whole expression looked extremely gloomy. After suppressing his emotions, Yang Yi said in a deep voice, Zhang Yu, although I violated the sex rules first, I have never fought against you. 1,000 points is the biggest concession I have made. That's it. A cold look flashed deep in Yang Yi's eyes. However, what Yang Yi didn't expect was, I just said these words. Chen Hongxuan on the side said calmly, Zhang Yu is right. After all, there are 3 of them. You giving 1,000 points is indeed a bit too little. Let's do this. Xinghai will give out another 500 points. Let's forget about today's matter. What do you think? When it comes to this, Chen Hongxuan turned his head and looked at Zhang Yu. Facing Chen Hongxuan's gaze, Zhang Yu did not make any excessive demands and nodded slightly. It was considered that he agreed to his proposal. After asking Zhang Yu to agree to his proposal, Chen Hongxuan turned his attention to Yang Yi, who was standing aside. Look at the eyes of the people around you. Yang Yi gritted his teeth. He said in a deep voice, okay, 1,005, 1,005. The words fell. Yang Yi threw his token towards Chen Hongxuan. After receiving the token, Chen Hongxuan stepped forward to Zhang Yu. He was given 1,500 points from the token. Subsequently, Chen Hongxuan returned the token to Yang Yi. He said in a deep voice, I have not made a big mistake today. I will give you a chance to correct it. If there is a next time, don't blame me for being rude. Do you hear me clearly, at this time? Although Yang Yi was very unhappy inside, he could only suppress his emotions. He opened his mouth and responded, disciple understands. Lu Biao and others spoke when they saw Yang Yi. He immediately echoed, I'll understand later, other side. Zhang Chen saw this scene. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He really didn't expect it. As an outer sect elder, Chen Hongxuan was so powerful that Yang Yi and others obeyed him. Logically speaking, as a core disciple, Yang Yi would not be dealt with by the elders of the outer sect even if he violated some of the sect's rules. But the surrounding crowd saw this scene. Instead of showing any surprise, he acted very calmly, as if all this was natural. From this point of view, Elder Chen's identity is not as simple as an outer sect elder. Just when Zhang Chen was thinking, Yang Yi slightly arched his hands towards Chen Hongxuan. He said softly, Elder Chen, since the matter has been resolved now, we won't bother you anymore. Chen Hongxuan, well, remember what I said just now. If there is a next time, don't blame this elder for being ruthless. Yang Yi, disciple will keep it in mind. After the voice fell, Yang Yi took the members of Xinghai Club away from here. When he turned his head, a hint of coldness appeared in the depths of his eyes, but Yang Yi quickly returned to normal and walked out of the dormitory area. The rest of the people saw that there was no excitement to watch. They also turned around and walked towards the cave. After a while, only Zhang Chen and others were left around. Then, Chen Hongxuan kept scanning the 3 people, and the satisfaction in his eyes became stronger and stronger. After a while of silence, Chen Hongxuan slowly said, okay, today's matter ends here. If the core disciples dare to attack you in the future, just come to me directly. Tomorrow we will enter the secret realm. You should take advantage of this time to practice well and don't slack off. Jiang Chen, old Chen, we understand. Well, hearing Jiang Chen's answer, Chen Hongxuan smiled. Then he said softly, okay, I have some things to deal with, so I won't chat with you anymore. After a few words, Chen Hongchuan turned and left. After walking to a place where no one was, he raised his slightly numb palm. Looking at the faint blood-red mark, Chen Hongchuan couldn't help showing a look of surprise. These guys from the Zhang family really gave me a surprise. I don't know what kind of skills he practiced, but it can be so powerful. It's really incredible. When he thought of the cultivation of Zhang Chen and others, Chen Hongchuan couldn't help laughing while walking. Other side. As Chen Hongchuan left, Zhang Chen withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Zhang Yu and Zhang Yu. He spoke softly, "Brother, go to my place first. I have something to give you." Listen to Zhang Chen say this. Although Zhang Yu was a little surprised, but not too surprised. As they got along with each other during this period, he also realized that his second brother was not simple. But Zhang Yu didn't ask too much. After all, everyone has their own secrets. As long as Zhang Chen is his younger brother, it is enough. He didn't care about the rest. He pondered for a while. Zhang Yu turned his head and looked at Zhang Daxin. He said softly, "Dao Xian, you go with Brother Chen first. I'll go back to the cave to get you something." Zhang Daxin, "Okay, big brother." As soon as Zhang Yu said these words, Zhang Chen on the side also reacted. Zhang Yu took away a lot of elixirs not long ago, and he must have gone back to get the elixirs now. After nodding slightly, Zhang Chen took Zhang Daxin and walked towards his cave. Soon after, Zhang Yu also came to Zhang Chen's cave. Just as Zhang Chen expected, he had a lot of pills in his hand. "Zhang Yu, this is the 4th grade Tongyuan Dan. It not only provides a large amount of energy, but also increases the speed of spiritual energy absorption. With its help, your cultivation speed can be increased by at least 30%. While talking, Zhang Yu handed the porcelain bottle in his hand towards Zhang Chen and the others. Facing the porcelain bottle handed over by Zhang Yu, Zhang Chen and the other two were not polite either. He took it casually. After doing all this, the three of them sat down around the table. Zhang Chen has no ink marks. He took out several notebooks from his arms and handed them to Zhang Daxin and Zhang Yu. "Take the note and read it." There was a look of surprise in Zhang Yu's eyes. Hunyuanju, Dragon Elephant Shocking Fist. Looking at the names on the handwritten note, Zhang Yu's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. Zhang Daxin also picked up the note. His eyes focused on the Dragon Elephant Shocking Fist. After only a few glances, Zhang Daxin immediately fell silent, his eyes full of excitement. At this time, Zhang Yu was looking at Hunyuanju. After some observation, the surprise in his eyes became more and more intense. "Zhang Yu, Brother Chen, your technique is so strange. Originally I planned to give you a body tempering technique, but it seems that it is no longer needed now. This is enough. However, this technique seems to be incomplete, and the follow-up will be a troublesome matter. Zhang Chen, brother, don't worry, give me some time, this problem can be solved." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's eyes showed a glint. He opened his mouth and said, "If this is really the case, then we three brothers can use this Hunyuanju as the main and auxiliary technique." Seeing Zhang Yu looking at this auxiliary technique like this, Zhang Daxin suddenly became interested. After the three of them talked for a while, Zhang Chen raised his head and looked at Zhang Yu, who was standing aside. He said softly, "Brother, I heard what Dao Xian said. Did you choose an incomplete technique from the second level?" "Kindness." Zhang Yu nodded slightly. He took out a book from his arms. He said softly, "This technique has no value, but there is something else in it." The words fell. Zhang Yu once again took out an animal skin from his arms. Looking at the animal skin, Zhang Chen's eyes showed a hint of surprise and he picked it up casually. "Look at the strange lines on it." Zhang Chen said softly, "Brother, this animal skin seems incomplete." "Zhang Yu, you guessed it right, there are 3 of these animal skins. As long as you can collect them all, you can get a complete map. If my guess is correct, the characters recorded on this animal skin should be related to a strong person in the Dao realm." As Zhang Yu finished speaking, both Zhang Chen and Zhang Chen had looks of shock on their faces. In the Dao realm, that is the emperor of the human race, commonly known as the imperial realm. Now this animal skin is actually related to the emperor. If this news gets out, it will definitely make countless cultivators go crazy. And now, Zhang Yu took it out without any scruples, which shows how much he trusts Zhang Chen and the two of them. The two didn't stay here for long. After the 3 of them talked for a while, Zhang Yu and the two stood up and left. They will enter the secret realm tomorrow, and they want to take advantage of this time to enhance their strength. By the way, let's learn the martial arts skills given by Jiang Chen. However, what they don't know is, as the news of Wang Cheng and others' defeat spread, suddenly there was an uproar in Xianqing sect. Many trade unions began to inquire about their information. Zhuangqingzong Back Mountain. Chen Honchuan was sitting on a stone bench, and directly opposite him sat an old man with gray hair. He pondered for a while. The old man spoke softly, "Old Chen, you really gave me a surprise this time. You actually attracted such 3 little guys." Listen to what the old man said. An awkward smile appeared on Chen Honchuan's face. He opened his mouth to respond, "Lao Hong, to tell you the truth, I was also surprised. Not long ago, the 3 of them were still in the body forging realm, but now they have broken through to the Divine Sea realm. I was wrong this time." Chen Honchuan finished speaking. The old man opposite him was also slightly shocked. He said softly, "You mean, before entering the sect, these 3 little guys only cultivated the body training realm?" Facing the old man's question, Chen Honchuan nodded slightly. Got a positive reply from Chen Honchuan. There was a glint in the old man's eyes. He whispered, "In just a few days, their cultivation has improved so much. If they haven't hidden their cultivation in advance, they have special physiques." He pondered for a while. Mr. Hong raised his head and looked at Chen Honchuan. He opened his mouth and asked, "Old Chen, what kind of situation do you think these 3 little guys from the Zheng family are in now?" Facing Mr. Hong's question, this time Chen Honchuan hesitated. Chen Honchuan was silent for a while. He said softly, "It's really hard to answer now. I can't see through these 3 little guys. They obviously don't have any physical characteristics, but their fighting abilities are extremely terrifying. That Zhang Yu is only at the 2nd level of the Divine Sea realm, but he can actually win in the joint effort of Wang Cheng and Lu Biao. Moreover, compared to him, his second brother Jiang Chen also doesn't give in too much. Their fighting power is difficult for even monks with good physiques to achieve. It's really unbelievable." As soon as Chen Honchuan said these words, the old man suddenly fell into silence, his eyes flashed with surprise, and he seemed a little happy. Chen Honchuan looked at the silent old man. He spoke again, "Lao Hong, do you need me to call these 3 boys over so that you can investigate them carefully?" Heard Chen Honchuan's suggestion. The old man shook his head slightly. He said softly, "No need. There are too many forces targeting Xianqing sect now. If we pay close attention, we will put them in danger. Everything will continue as usual. You can protect them secretly. Maybe these 3 little guys from the Zheng family can change Xianqing sect's current predicament." Seeing that the old man valued Jiang Chen and others so much, there was a look of surprise in Chen Honchuan's eyes. After coming back to his senses, responds solemnly, "Okay, I understand." After talking for a while, Chen Honchuan got up and left the back mountain. Handsome readers, please click for updates, don't forget. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Today, the sect did not need to issue a gathering order, and everyone consciously gathered towards the mission hall. Jiang Chen and the other 2 were also in the crowd. However, they clearly felt. The inner and outer disciples around them looked at the 3 of them with a trace of awe. After thinking for a while, Jiang Chen immediately understood the reason. It must be because of the spread of yesterday's incident that these people's attitude towards him and others changed so much. At this moment, Jiang Chen found Su Tian in the crowd. Usually, this guy would always find an opportunity to ridicule him when he met him, but today he avoided him from a distance. Sensing Jiang Chen's gaze, Su Tian's face froze slightly, and he seemed a little uncomfortable. After glancing at Jiang Chen unwillingly, Su Tian accelerated his pace. He disappeared in the crowd in a short while. On the way forward, Su Tian couldn't help but clench his fist. He originally looked down on Jiang Chen, but after only being in Xianqing sect for a while, the gap between him and him became larger and larger. This made Su Tian very difficult to accept. The origin of heavenly thunder, I want to obtain the origin of heavenly thunder as soon as possible. By then, I don't know who dares to look down on me, Su Tian. Thinking of this, Su Tian's eyes showed confidence again. After a while, everyone came to the mission square. At this time, the 6th elder Yang Zhengqi stood in the center of the square, and his eyes were indifferently scanning the surroundings. Seeing that almost everyone had come, Yang Zhengqi said leisurely, "I have explained the secret realm very clearly, and the sect missions you can accept have now been sent to the token. Get ready, we will leave now." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately showed shock. At the same time, Jiang Chen took out the identity token. Sure enough, a lot of information was discovered. Collection task: collect 10-second. Grade Shenyang flowers, task reward, 100 points. Treasure hunting mission: find the third. Grade black iron, mission reward, 200 points. Hunting mission: looking at these densely packed missions, Jiang Chen was amazed. However, what puzzled Jiang Chen was that today was the day to go to the secret realm, but none of the core disciples showed up. Not only that, even Lu Biao and others did not show up. However, not long after, Jiang Chen learned from the discussions around him. Those core disciples did not fail to come, but they left in advance with their own people. Chirp chirp. Whoosh whoosh. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking, there were bursts of chirping sounds from the sky, and a gust of wind blew around. After hearing the noise, everyone immediately looked up at the sky. They saw dozens of huge blue birds slowly landed, and with the waving of their huge wings, smoke and dust suddenly rose around. Since they had ridden the Black Hawk not long ago, everyone looked calmer when they saw these giant blue birds. A Hamyang Zhengqi coughed twice. He spoke loudly, "This is the blue wind bird. Not only do they have a long flight time, but they are also very gentle. This time when we go to the Divine Abyss secret realm, the blue wind bird will take your place. I won't say any more nonsense. Now we will set off immediately with 30 people in a team." As Yang Zhengqi's voice fell, everyone immediately took action. After quickly forming a team, they all walked towards the blue wind bird. At this time, Zhang Daxin came close to Jiang Chen. Hearing this, Jiang Chen said calmly, "Don't worry, there will be no danger in Xianqing sect. With the status of Prince Gu, it is normal to know an elder. If I'm not mistaken, this should be arranged by Prince Gu." As Jiang Chen narrated, Zhang Daxin's face showed a look of understanding. "Jiang Chen, let's go up first." Then, the three of them walked towards the Qinjiang on the left. In fact, regarding Gu Xiao's departure, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel relieved. After all, he already has someone he likes, and he doesn't want to have anything to do with Gu Xiao. This situation now, it is undoubtedly the best situation. After a while, Jiang Chen Sancheng climbed onto the back of Qinjiang. As Jiang Chen and the other two arrived, the eyes of the others immediately came over and looked them up and down. Their eyes were full of curiosity. Following closely, there was also a burst of discussion. "It's the three brothers of the Jiang family. I heard that Yang Yi was defeated by them. I don't know if this is true. It shouldn't be false. After all, this matter has caused a lot of uproar, and Xinghai Club has also fallen silent. It's basically true. I really didn't expect that there would be so many geniuses in the South District. I don't know who is better than Gu Changfeng in our North District." When he said this, these people turned their heads subconsciously, looked at a man not far away. There was a touch of awe in his eyes. Listening to the discussion of the people around him, Jiang Chen followed their gaze. Immediately, a proud man in white came into view. Name: Gu Changfeng. Identity: inner disciple of Xianqing sect. Cultivation: 3rd level of Shanghai realm. Physique: red young body. Red young body. After seeing this information, Jiang Chen was slightly shocked. He really didn't expect Xianqing sect could actually recruit such a genius. After all, when Chen Haiquan was recruiting students, the biggest impression Jiang Chen had was that no one was willing to join Xianqing sect. But from the current situation, the situation is not as simple as it seems. Noticing Jiang Chen's gaze, Gu Changfeng slowly turned his head. He glanced at Jiang Chen indifferently. Then, he retracted his gaze, turned his head to look in other directions. Whoosh! Just then, the blue wind bird flapped its huge wings. It slowly took off. As the blue wind bird moved, the crowd's discussion also stopped. Swish! Yang Zhengqi slowly took off and landed on the blue sky bird closest to him. "Yang Zhengqi, let's go." Swish! As Yang Zhengqi's voice fell, the blue sky bird flapped its wings faster again and rushed into the sky. After rising to a certain height, the blue sky bird stopped its upward trend and flew forward quickly. Whoosh! The fierce wind whistled past everyone's ears. Buzz! After flying for a while, a blue cloud shield quickly appeared around the blue sky bird, isolating the outer wind. The blue sky bird flew at a high speed. Everyone's face was full of expectation. After the last flight experience, Liang Chen was not so curious this time. After finding a relatively flat seat, the three brothers sat together and talked with each other. speeding all the way. Unknowingly, 3/4 of an hour passed. Tweet just then. The blue skylark chirped. Then his figure declined rapidly. As soon as this incident happened, the people sitting cross-legged immediately stood up and quickly looked around, their faces full of curiosity. Take a look. Below is a dense forest thick with ancient trees, surrounded by thick white mist. Boom boom boom, not a moment. Dozens of blue skylarks stopped steadily on the ground. Brush Yang Jingqi rose into the sky. He said loudly, "Everyone line up in 2 lines, and I will take you into the misty mountains." As soon as Yang Jingqi finished speaking, everyone on Qin Jiang's back moved quickly. Not a moment. More than 300 people quickly divided into 2 teams. Yang Jingqi, okay, follow me closely and don't fall behind, otherwise you will get lost in this misty mountain range. Seeing Yang Jingqi speaking so solemnly, everyone's faces also showed a solemn look. Tap tap tap. Subsequently, Yang Jingqi walked towards the entrance of the misty mountains. The disciples saw this scene. He immediately followed him. As they continued to go deeper, the surrounding fog became thicker and thicker, and everyone's faces couldn't help but reveal a solemn look. Thankfully, apart from the thick fog, there was nothing unusual about the mountains, although a few ferocious beasts would appear from time to time. But the strength is not strong. It poses no threat to anyone at all. After traveling for a while, the surrounding fog gradually faded. A huge valley appeared in front of everyone. And deep in the valley, a lot of people have gathered. Judging from the other party's clothes, he is a disciple of Luo Yun sect. After seeing those people, Yang Jingqi spoke again, "Don't be stunned, come with me." The words fell. Yang Jingqi accelerated his forward speed. Everyone saw the scene. He also sped up and followed him. As the people from the Xianqing sect continued to approach, those from the Luo Yun sect also noticed them and immediately turned their attention towards them. "Old Ghost Yang, your Xianqing sect is still as slow as ever. If you don't come again, I plan to take my disciples and enter the mysterious realm of the divine abyss first." Just then, a thin old man stepped out. A low voice came from the mouth. There was even a hint of coldness in his eyes. Humph! After seeing this old man, Yang Jingqi snorted coldly. He opened his mouth and replied, "Wang Yunfeng, you can enter the Xinyuan secret realm at any time. I don't seem to beg you to wait for us, right?" Listening to Yang Jingqi's unceremonious answer, the old man's face froze slightly. The smile has faded a lot. The old man in front of him is named Wang Yunfeng. He is the 5th elder of the Luo Yun sect and has the 2nd-level strength of the Cave Heaven realm. After pondering for a while, Wang Yunfeng said coldly, "Humph, do you think I want to wait? If the sect master hadn't personally ordered it, I would have taken them into the secret realm of Xinyuan." The words fell. Wang Yunfeng ignored Yang Jingqi and turned to look at the disciples behind him. He spoke proudly, "Okay, come and take a look. These are the geniuses of Xianqing sect. Let's get to know each other." When it comes to the word genius, Wang Yunfeng deliberately increased his tone. His eyes were full of sarcasm. As soon as the group of people behind him heard this, they immediately took 2 steps forward, their eyes constantly scanning Jiang Chen and the others. But the eyes of these people are similar to Wang Yunfeng. His eyes were full of disdain. See this scene. Yang Jingqi frowned slightly. The Luo Yun sect leader was waiting here specifically not just to mock the Xianqing sect with a few words. Feel it slightly. Yang Jingqi could clearly feel that when the disciples of Luo Yun sect looked at the people of Xianqing sect, there was a cold murderous intent in his eyes. After realizing this, Yang Jingqi reacted immediately. The other party waited here specially because he wanted to target the more talented disciples of Xianqing sect in advance. It is convenient to kill in the secret realm of Xinyuan. After all, in the secret realm, life or death does not matter. The 2 sects have been fighting openly and secretly over the years, and entering the secret realm of the divine abyss this time is an excellent hunting opportunity. Therefore, Luo Yun sect will definitely not miss this opportunity. Figured this out, Yang Jingqi's face immediately darkened. Take advantage of this gap. Yang Jingqi was also looking at the group of disciples of Luo Yun sect. He found out, these disciples of Luo Yun sect, it is much stronger than Xianqing sect. If the 2 sides really meet, the situation will be very unfavorable to our side, other side. Jiang Chen was also looking at everyone in the Luo Yun sect. Kindness? Just then, Jiang Chen discovered Yun Shishue's figure. At this time, she stood proudly behind the Falling Rain sect, with a look of cold pride on her face. After exploring for a while, Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. After not seeing each other for a while, Yun Shishue not only became colder and arrogant in temperament, but her strength also broke through to the first level of the Divine Sea Realm. This speed surprised Jiang Chen. At the same time, many male disciples of Luo Yun sect would look at Yun Shishue from time to time, with deep admiration in their eyes. But after seeing the man next to Yun Shishue, those people immediately suppressed their admiration. Then they showed a deep awe. And the man next to Yun Shishue was Wang Ning. After seeing these two people, Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at Jiang Yu on the side. He thought his elder brother would have some emotional fluctuations when he saw this former fiancé. But what surprised Jiang Chen was his elder brother's expression was very indifferent, as if he didn't know the other person, and there was no emotional change at all. On the other side, Yun Shishue also found Jiang Yu at this time. Her eyes immediately turned cold. Noticing the change in Yun Shishue's face, Wang Ning followed her gaze. He found the three brothers of the Jiang family at a glance. He was slightly stunned for a while. Wang Ning showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Turning his head to look at Yun Shishue, he whispered, "Shishue, the three little beasts of the Jiang family are here as expected. We can take advantage of this trip to the secret realm to get rid of the three of them together." As soon as the voice fell, Wang Ning's eyes showed a strong murderous intent. Hearing Wang Ning's words, Yun Shishue nodded gently in response. Coldly said, "I was thinking of this. I wanted to do it again at the exchange meeting between the two sections. I didn't expect them to be so eager to die. It's not my fault." When he said this, Yun Shishue's aura became colder again. Then, the two of them turned their eyes away from Jiang Yu and others and began to look at the other disciples of Xianqing sect. The three brothers of the Jiang family were just incidental. Their main purpose this time was to hunt down other talented disciples of Xianqing sect. On the other side, Yang Jingqi was silent for a while. He spoke in a deep voice, "Wang Yunfeng, I don't care what Luo Yun sect is planning. I don't have time to waste with you now." As soon as the voice fell, Yang Jingqi turned his head and looked at the disciples. He spoke loudly, "Everyone follow me." Then, Yang Jingqi took a step and walked into the valley. As Yang Jingqi moved, the people of Xianqing sect immediately followed. Wang Yunfeng saw this scene. Instead of speaking to stop Yang Jingqi and others, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. After all, today's goal has been achieved. Next, just act according to the plan. After Yang Jingqi and others left, Wang Yunfeng turned to look at the people behind him. He spoke in a deep voice, "You have also seen the situation in Xianqing sect. You don't need me to tell you what to do next, right?" When it comes to this, Wang Yunfeng's whole body couldn't help but feel a little cold. As Wang Yunfeng finished speaking, everyone nodded quickly. They responded in unison, "Don't worry, Elder Wang, we understand." Wang Yunfeng, "Ha ha ha, okay. Come on, let's go there too." The words fell. Wang Yunfeng led everyone to follow. Not a moment. Everyone came to avoid passage. Yang Jingqi stared at the passage. He said softly, "At the entrance to the mysterious realm of the divine abyss, after entering the passage, you will be randomly teleported to various places on the first floor. Although there are opportunities to be found in the secret realm, it is also accompanied by endless dangers. You must be more careful. You have also seen the attitude of the Luo Yun sect just now. This time you are not only facing the dangers in the secret realm, but you also have to beware of the evil hands of the Luo Yun sect. Do you understand?" Looking at the serious look on Yang Jingqi's face, everyone responded in unison, "Understood." Kindness. Yang Jingqi nodded with satisfaction. Tap tap tap. Just then, Wang Yunfeng came over with everyone from Luo Yun sect. He glanced at Wang Yunfeng. Yang Jingqi spoke again, "Okay, remember what I just told you. Now you can enter the secret realm of Xingyuan one by one." After receiving instructions from Yang Jingqi, everyone took action immediately, and Su Tian took the lead. There was a strong look of anticipation in his eyes. Wang Yunfeng saw this scene. He turned to look at Yun Shishue and others. He said softly, "You guys can go too." After nodding, everyone from Luo Yun sect also walked towards the entrance. As for Yang Jingqi and Wang Yunfeng, they stopped outside the secret realm. Except for them, there are several elders around. They are responsible for guarding this passage. But The faces of these elders were very relaxed. After all, this secret realm is jointly controlled by the two major sects, and the rest of the small forces only have their brains intact. They won't come here to cause trouble. Not to mention, there is still mist surrounding the mountains, and it is very difficult to get in without a familiar person to lead the way. Wang wang wang. As the buzzing sound continued, there were fewer and fewer people near the passage. Jiang Yu glanced at Jiang Chen and the two men beside him. He said softly, "Let's go too, be more careful after entering the secret realm." Jiang Chen nodded gently. Jiang Daoxin replied, "Okay, brother." The words fell. The three of them walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. Buzz. As soon as they approached the entrance to the secret realm, a huge suction force came out instantly, sucking the bodies of the three people in. As soon as he entered the passage, the surroundings were suddenly shrouded in darkness. Jiang Chen felt that his body was falling continuously, but he could not see clearly the surrounding environment. It fell not long ago. A glimmer of light appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. Boom. After a loud noise, Jiang Chen felt his legs touch the ground, but the force of the fall was too great. His body was embedded in the ground. Kakaka. Under the huge force, a large number of cracks appeared in the surrounding rock walls, and smoke and dust suddenly filled the area. Boom. Jiang Chen's legs suddenly exerted force, jumped directly out of the ground. Subsequently, Jiang Chen began to look at the surrounding environment. He found out. In front of him was a swamp with some sparse ancient trees growing around it, which looked almost the same as the outside world. It is worth mentioning the concentration of spiritual energy in this secret realm. It is actually much higher than the outside world. Just when Jiang Chen was looking around, suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my mind. The host has entered the mysterious realm of the divine abyss. Do you want to enable the opportunity exploration function? Kindness? Opportunity search function, what does this mean? Listen to the system's explanation. A smile immediately appeared on Jiang Chen's face. There was no hesitation. The system responded immediately. Start exploring opportunities. The opportunity exploration is beginning, the exploration begins, while systematically exploring. Jiang Chen did not stay where he was. After hesitating for a while, he headed southwest. Just left not long ago. The system prompts came to my mind. Elixir level, 1st to 9th grade, precious medicine, miracle medicine, magic medicine, elixir. After hearing this prompt tone, Jiang Chen's forward steps immediately stopped, with a look of surprise on his face. He really didn't expect it. Less than 30 breaths of time before and after. Systematic exploration actually yielded results. There was no hesitation. Jiang Chen immediately changed direction and walked towards the location pointed by the system. Keep going. Jiang Chen is getting closer and closer to the opportunity. Boom boom boom. Just then, a sound of fighting reached Jiang Chen's ears. After hearing the noise, Jiang Chen immediately accelerated his pace. Brush. As soon as Jiang Chen rushed out of the dense forest, he saw 4 figures. Judging from the clothing, one of these 4 people is a disciple of Xianqing sect. The other 3 are disciples of Luoyun sect. At this time, the disciples of the Xianqing sect were being besieged by the 2 men, while the remaining disciple of the Luoyun sect had his hands folded in front of his chest. He looked at the 3 fighting men calmly. Kindness? After seeing the fellow disciple who was under siege, a look of surprise appeared on Jiang Chen's face. This person is no one else. It was Xia Lu, who Jiang Chen met in the Kung Fu Pavilion. And on the rock wall not far away, there is a purple vine entangled. At the top of the vine, it has a dark purple fruit. The fruit's purple light flows. It is constantly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, and a faint aroma fills the air. Kindness? As soon as Jiang Chen appeared, it quickly attracted everyone's attention. The man who had not taken action immediately turned his head, his eyes instantly locked on Jiang Chen. The 3 fighting men also stopped at this time. After Xia Lu saw Jiang Chen's figure, there was a look of surprise on his face. He said, "Brother Jiang, we meet again." Seeing Xia Lu speak, a smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. He nodded slightly in response. Other side, the 3 people from Luoyun sect looked at each other, taking advantage of the gap between the 2 of them talking. Surrounded them. Kindness? After seeing the actions of the 3 people, Xia Lu's expression immediately changed. He quickly turned his attention to Jiang Chen, who was standing aside. He quickly said, "Brother Jiang, the 3 of them are here to deal with me." Get out of here quickly and don't get implicated. The words fell. Xia Lu immediately turned to face the three people, and the aura around him began to surge. Haha, none of you can leave today. I won't let go of the points I got. Just give them to me. Swish, brush, the leading man finished speaking. He led the other two people to speed up. Block Jiang Chen's escape route directly. The leading man's name is Li Xiao. He is an inner disciple of Luo Yun sect. On the other side, Xia Lu saw this scene. His face suddenly became extremely ugly. Then, Xia Lu turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen on the side. He whispered, Brother Jiang, you shouldn't be here. Luo Yun sect is hunting down Xinqing sect disciples. This is a trap. Seeing Xia Lu's face full of sorrow, Jiang Chen smiled. He said, Brother Xia Lu, the situation is not as bad as you said, there is no need to be sad. As for Xia Lu, Jiang Chen had a good impression of him. Although this guy was a little weird. But from letting himself go first just now and the worry on his face now, it can be seen that he was not a bad person. At least he did not choose to drag Jiang Chen down with him. Of course. There is another more important reason why Jiang Chen showed up directly. After all, Xia Lu is the only disciple of Xinqing sect here. If he wants to use the Thunder Fruit to trigger a critical hit later, he needs to have someone to give it to. In this way, Xia Lu naturally became the only candidate. At this time, after hearing what Jiang Chen said, Xia Lu's expression did not ease. Instead, it became even uglier. Xia Lu, Brother Jiang, although there are cultivation restrictions here, one of them is at the peak of the body refining realm, and the other two are at the peak of the 9th level of the body refining realm. Now we are 3 against 2, we have no chance of winning. As soon as Xia Lu said this, Li Zhao's face was full of smiles. He said in a deep voice, Boy, you are a little self-aware. Although my cultivation in the Sea of God realm is suppressed, it is not something that ordinary body refining realm cultivators can simulate. When he said this, Li Xiao showed a cruel smile on his face. The other two also smiled at this time. There was a playful look in their eyes. Ha! However, what puzzled Li Xiao was, after saying so much, the man named Jiang Chen was still indifferent, and his expression did not change at all. Li Xiao first looked back at the black thunder fruit. Then he turned his eyes to the other two. He said in a deep voice, Get rid of these two guys first, the black thunder fruit is about to mature, there is no need to waste time. Okay, senior brother. As soon as the voice fell, the three people from Luo Yun sect launched an attack at the same time. Xia Lu, damn it. Seeing this scene, Xia Lu couldn't help but curse. Then, he quickly circulated his own true energy. He went up to Li Xiao. Li Xiao, it's just the 9th level of body forging. You want to take my attack head on, you really don't know how to live or die. Boom as the voice fell. Li Xiao's momentum surged again. Swish. However, just as the two fists were about to collide, Jiang Chen, who had not reacted, suddenly moved. In a flash, Jiang Chen directly passed Xia Lu, swinging his fist towards Li Xiao. Boom, a roar sounded. Xia Lu and the other two not far away were stunned immediately. All this happened too fast. They had no time to react. However, what surprised them even more was, Jiang Chen actually blocked Li Xiao's attack. Seeing this scene, Xia Lu's face suddenly brightened, and his originally sad face dissipated a lot. Then, Xia Lu quickly reacted, and took advantage of the other two people's daze to launch an attack immediately. Sweep the Yin leg. God Monkey picks peaches. With the sound of explosion, Xia Lu quickly kicked the legs of the man on the left. Bang! Because the other party was still in shock, there was no defense at all, and Xia Lu's kick hit the bullseye. Before the man could scream, Xia Lu's palm had already approached the other person, and quickly grabbed the other person. In an instant, two shrill screams were heard. Then, the two people quickly clamped their legs. Their bodies were directly entangled together. Their faces turned purple. One of them raised his head with difficulty and looked at Xia Lu. He gritted his teeth and said, Little boy, you actually used a dirty trick, it's really, really dirty. Hearing what the other party said, Xia Lu didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, a smug look appeared on his face. Xia Lu, you are right, my name is Xia Lu. I didn't expect that my name is so famous. I haven't even introduced myself yet, but you know it. Hearing Xia Lu's shameless answer, the two Luo Yun sect disciples were very angry. But now their lower bodies hurt so much. They had difficulty moving their bodies. On the other side, seeing Xia Lu's shameless attack, Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. As for Li Xiao, he felt a chill in his crotch for no reason. But he quickly retracted his thoughts. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen in front of him. He said in a cold voice, "You are also at the peak of body forging. Could it be that your original cultivation was also at the Divine Sea Realm?" While speaking, Li Xiao quickly retreated to the back and came to the other two people, staring at Jiang Chen and the others with murderous intent. At this time, facing the questioning of the leader, Jiang Chen still chose to ignore it. On the other side, after the two disciples calmed down for a while, they stood up with difficulty. Although his complexion was still ugly, but his condition was much better than before. At the same time, Xia Lu also took 2 steps forward, standing side by side with Jiang Chen. He said excitedly, "Brother Jiang, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I was short-sighted just now." At this time, the worry on Xia Lu's face was swept away, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. He said softly, "Your strength is not bad. You can seriously injure 2 people at the same time in a short period of time." In fact, the reason why Jiang Chen said this, the original intention was to tease Xia Lu. But what Jiang Chen didn't expect was, this guy really thought he was praising him, and his face showed a strong sense of pride. He said proudly, "Brother Jiang, you are too kind. I am indeed much stronger than ordinary people, but not as exaggerated as you said. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning." Although he said so, but the pride on Xia Lu's face, anyone who is not blind can see it. "Have you two finished your last words?" At this moment, Li Xiao's cold voice came out again. Then, he cast his eyes on Jiang Chen. He said coldly, "If I'm not mistaken, you should be a new defensive mover in Xianqing sect, right?" Jiang Chen glanced at him. He said calmly, "So what?" After getting this response from Jiang Chen, Li Xiao's eyes showed a glimmer of surprise. "Li Xiao, a newcomer with the cultivation of the Divine Sea Realm, I think he is also a rare genius in Xianqing sect. As long as I kill you here today, I will definitely get a big reward." When he said this, Li Xiao's eyes showed a fiery color. Then, he cast his eyes on the 2 people beside him. He said in a deep voice, "Give me your best efforts, and after killing these 2 people, I will give you 200 more points each." As soon as Li Xiao's voice fell, the other 2 people immediately looked excited. Just now, they were just ambushed by Xia Lu. If they fought head-on, they would be absolutely confident that they could win. Therefore, in their opinion, these 200 points were almost like picking them up for free. Watching the auras of the 3 people gradually getting stronger, the expression on Xia Lu's face became much more solemn. "Kill!" As a roar came out, the 3 of them launched an attack at the same time, with murderous intent in their eyes. Soul, destroying palm. Broken army fist. At this time, Li Xiao and the other 3 are killing each other. There is no holding back. Boom! Looking at the 3 people coming towards him, the blood in Jiang Chen's body surged wildly, and a large amount of energy and blood rushed towards his arms quickly. Subsequently, he directly used the first form of Dragon Elephant Suppressing Heaven Fist. The gods break the sky. On following Jiang Chen's punch, there was a faint roar in the air. Other side, Xia Lu saw Jiang Chen rushing towards Li Xiaonan. He immediately focused on the other 2. There was no hesitation. Xia Lu speeded up his speed. Stopped these 2 people. Looking at the oncoming Xia Lu, the 2 of them felt an inexplicable coldness in their crotches, and the speed of their infuriating energy slowed down a lot. After suppressing the discomfort in my heart, the 2 men immediately turned their gazes coldly, and swung their fists towards Xia Lu. "Boy, go to hell." Facing the 2 people's all-out attack, Xia Lu did not dare to be careless and used all his special skills. Boom! At this time, Li Xiao and Jiang Chen collided. Kindness? As soon as his fist touched Jiang Chen, Li Xiao's pupil suddenly shrank, and a look of horror appeared on his face. After realizing the terrifying power, Li Xiao immediately wanted to distance himself from Jiang Chen. However, as soon as Li Xiao came up with this idea, Jiang Chen seemed to know what he was thinking in advance. Once again, his speed increased a lot. Kacha! All of a sudden, Li Xiao let out a shrill scream, and his arms quickly bent backwards. Comes with it, there was also a sound of bones breaking. At the same time as his body flew upside down, Li Xiao spurted a mouthful of blood, and the aura around him continued to decline as I did. Boom! Subsequently, Li Xiao hit the ground hard. There was a roar. Ahem! As soon as his body landed on the ground, Li Xiao couldn't help but cough up a few mouthfuls of blood again, and his face became frighteningly pale. Brother! The other two saw this scene. His expression immediately changed. He quickly abandoned Xiao Lu beside him. He rushed towards Li Xiao. After seeing Li Xiao's tragic situation clearly, the two people couldn't help but have a look of horror on their faces. They really didn't expect it. The senior brother who was so arrogant just now was beaten into a dead dog by the opponent's punch, without any strength to fight back. Brother, how are you? He quickly helped Li Xiao up. Their faces were full of worry. At this time, Li Xiao did not respond to the two of them, but still stared at Jiang Chen. After realizing that Jiang Chen was walking towards him, he immediately urged, "Hurry, take me out of here quickly, otherwise I will die here today." Seeing Li Xiao so anxious, the two of them did not dare to hesitate anymore. He helped Li Xiao up and prepared to leave. Brush, however. They had just helped Li Xiao up. The way back was blocked by Xiao Lu. See this scene. Li Xiao's face suddenly became extremely ugly. After barely stabilizing the injury, he turned to look at Jiang Chen. He said, "Boy, this time we admit defeat. As long as you let me go, the Xianlei fruit will also belong to you. What do you think?" However, facing Li Xiao's proposal, Jiang Chen didn't make any response and kept walking towards them. "Li Xiao, boy, you have to think carefully. I am an inner disciple of Luo Yun sect. If something happens to us today, you will definitely be retaliated by Luo Yun sect. As long as you promise to let us leave, today's incident will be treated as if it never happened. I advise you to think about it carefully." The words fell. A murderous intent flashed deep in Li Xiao's eyes. Facing Li Xiao's proposal, Jiang Chen sneered. He said in a cold voice, "Don't worry about this, no one will know what happened today, because you were killed by ferocious beasts, and it has nothing to do with Xianqing sect." The words fell. Jiang Chen's speed suddenly increased. Quickly rushed towards Li Xiao and the others. Xiao Lu understood immediately, and the true energy in his body surged rapidly, and he rushed towards Li Xiao and the others with murderous intent on his face. "Li Xiao, damn it, they are trying to silence me. Let's run away separately. We must spread the news." Swish, brush, brush. Li Xiao finished speaking. The three people immediately ran away in different directions. Jiang Chen, Dragon Elephant Chaiyang. Ho! As Jiang Chen roared, he rushed towards the three of them at an extremely fast speed. No, puff puff puff. Jiang Chen's speed was so fast that Xiao Lu only saw an afterimage. Wait for him to react. Li Xiao and three others had fallen into a pool of blood, with a huge hole in their chests. Gudong. See this scene. Xiao Lu couldn't help but swallowed. His eyes were full of shock. Xiao Lu knew that Jiang Chen was strong, but he really didn't expect him to be so strong. After coming to his senses, Xiao Lu quickly came to Jiang Chen. He whispered, "Brother Jiang." "Oh no, Brother Jiang, thank you for saving my life today. From now on, my life will be yours. Just tell me if you have anything to do." As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Lu bowed solemnly to Jiang Chen. Looking at Xiao Lu with a sincere face, Jiang Chen couldn't help but show a look of surprise. After stabilizing his emotions, Jiang Chen whispered, "Okay, don't waste time here, I'll go collect the Xianlei fruit first." Xiao Lu, "Okay, I'll listen to Brother Jiang." Seeing this guy's attitude of recognizing himself as the eldest brother, Jiang Chen couldn't help but waved his hand gently. He said, "You don't have to be like this, we are from the same sect, and it's right to help each other." Xiao Lu, "Brother Jiang, I understand what you said, but my decision just now will not change at all." Seeing this guy insist on his own opinion, Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He came directly to the bottom of the Xianlei fruit. The Xianlei fruit was ripe at this time, and a strong fragrance filled the air. Swish! Jiang Chen exerted force on his back foot, and his body quickly soared into the air, grabbing the Xianlei fruit in his hand. As the Xianlei fruit was picked, the vine withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at the Xianlei fruit with purple light surging, Jiang Chen's eyes showed a hint of expectation. Then, Jiang Chen turned and looked at Xiao Lu. He handed the Xianlei fruit to him. Looking at the Xianlei fruit handed over by Jiang Chen, Xiao Lu's face was full of astonishment. "Jiang Chen, take it." Hearing this, Xiao Lu shook his head quickly. He said, "This is what you deserve, big brother. I can't take it." "Jiang Chen, just take it if I give it to you. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" "Xiao Lu, no, I absolutely can't take it. Jiang Chen tried to persuade him. But Xia Lu refused to take it. This made him very depressed. After a long breath, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, if you still recognize me as your big brother, take this Xianlei fruit, otherwise don't mention it in the future. As Jiang Chen's voice fell, Xia Lu hesitated for a while. He took the Xianlei fruit from Jiang Chen's hand. Xia Lu, thank you, big brother. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's depressed expression was relieved a lot. Really, it's so troublesome to give an opportunity. Following Xia Lu, he took the Xianlei fruit. The system prompt sounded immediately in Jiang Chen's mind. Demon flame fruit, it grows in the land of extreme sunshine, contains a large amount of fire attribute energy, and has a very significant effect on tempering the body of monks. Kindness? After hearing the reward given by the system, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. The mood seemed very good. Although the critical hit rate this time is not particularly high, the demonic flame fruit can temper the body, which is exactly what Jiang Chen needs now. With the continuous development of the power of double pupils, Jiang Chen deeply understood the importance of the physical body. Now here are 10 magic flame fruits. Just in time to continue tempering his physical body. Boss, where should we go next? Just when Jiang Chen was deep in thought, Xia Lu's voice came from the side. After withdrawing his thoughts, Jiang Chen said softly, did you come in early? You should be more familiar with this place than me, right? Hearing what Jiang Chen said, Xia Lu showed an awkward smile and stared at Jiang Chen in front of him. He opened his mouth and responded, Boss, it's true that I entered here early, but it's not much earlier than you. Ever since I discovered this Xianlei fruit, I have been waiting here for it to mature. I know nothing about other places, actually. I really want to talk about it. Xia Lu was also quite unlucky. He wasted a lot of time here waiting for the thunder fruit to mature. If Jiang Chen hadn't appeared, he might even die here today. After listening to Xia Lu's narration, Jiang Chen nodded slightly in response. Then he looked around for a while. He said in a deep voice, since there is no target, let's head towards the inner circle. There will definitely be more opportunities there than in the outer circle. Xia Lu, okay, just do as the boss says. Regarding Jiang Chen's proposal, Xia Lu didn't have any objections. That's all. The two of them immediately rushed towards the inner circle. On the way forward, Jiang Chen also asked Xia Lu why he was so persistent in recognizing himself as his eldest brother. His answer made Jiang Chen slightly stunned. From Xia Lu's narration, we learned that the reason why he came to Xianqing's sect was because his old man forced him to come. And, before coming, the old man gave special instructions, saying that although his trip would be a bit dangerous, he would definitely meet the noble person in his life. Be sure to seize the opportunity. After calming down for a while, Xia Lu spoke again. My grandfather said this was calculated for me by an old man known as Tianjizi. I didn't believe it at first, thinking that Tianjizi was just an old magician, but now I believe it. If you hadn't suddenly appeared today, big brother, I would have become a dead person. Looking at the sincere look on Xia Lu's face, Jiang Chen felt a little speechless. I feel that Xia Lu and his grandfather have a really big heart. If Xia Lu really dies, I wonder if he will regret it. Jiang Chen didn't dwell too much on this matter. Subsequently, the two of them quickened their pace. However, what Jiang Chen didn't know was, they just left with their front feet. Jiang Yu appeared on the back foot where they had just been. Looking at the 3 burnt corpses on the ground and the withered vines on the rock wall, Jiang Yu showed a look of regret. It seems that I arrived a step too late. The treasures here have been taken away in advance. Nothing gained though. But Jiang Yu's face was not too disappointed. Jiang Yu recognized from the withered vine that it was just a mysterious thunder fruit. Although it was of great value, it did not have much effect on him now. After swallowing the green spiritual fruit in his hand, Jiang Yu was about to turn around and leave. Kindness? Just then, Jiang Yu felt a weak fluctuation, and he immediately walked towards the withered vine. Brush after feeling it for a while, Jiang Yu stretched out his palm. Quickly dig towards the location of the vines. As he continued to dig deeper, the fluctuating reaction became stronger and stronger, and the other party seemed to be aware of Jiang Yu's movements. Started to flee downwards. After realizing this, Jiang Yu's eyes immediately showed a glint of light, and the speed in his hands increased a lot again. Boom! As the true energy continued to gather towards his hands, Jiang Yu dug faster and faster. The distance to the fleeing thing is getting closer and closer. Call out. It seemed that he sensed that there was no way to escape. The thing quickly turned around and rushed out of the dirt. I want to take the opportunity to escape from here. Brush. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. That thing just burst out of the dirt. Jiang Yu pinched him. Kindness? After seeing clearly what is in your hand, Jiang Yu couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment in his eyes. I couldn't help but mutter, it's just a body-forging realm insect. I thought it was something extraordinary. That's right. At this time, Jiang Yu grabbed it in his hand. It was a big fat green worm. At this time, its fat body was struggling. But when he noticed the disappointment in Jiang Yu's eyes and the disdain in his mouth, this big fat worm was immediately unhappy. You are a big fat worm, your whole family is a big fat worm. I am a 9-colored silkworm, I can stand shoulder to shoulder with dragons and phoenixes. You are just a little cultivator, how dare you disrespect me, believe it or not, I will make you pay. While speaking, this guy who called himself the 9-colored silkworm stared at Jiang Yu with his little eyes. He exuded a sense of pride. Ha! Seeing the worm in his hand suddenly speak human words, Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment, and then showed a touch of surprise. 9-colored silkworm? After hearing these 4 words, Jiang Yu began to search. As far as he knew, the 9-colored silkworm is one of the ancient exotic beasts, and its status can be compared with dragons and phoenixes. The 9-colored divine silk spit out is a rare treasure. Rumor. In ancient times, a peerless strongman used 9-colored divine silk to refine an inner armor. With this inner armor, he actually withstood the full force of the emperor-level strongman. It was because of this. Let the world understand the heaven-defying nature of the 9-color heavenly silkworm. Looking at the green worm in front of him, Jiang Yu really couldn't connect it with the 9-color heavenly silkworm. After a while of silence, Jiang Yu said softly, 9-color heavenly silkworm, you? Then I am the reincarnation of the emperor. While speaking, Jiang Yu shook his arm quickly. Boy, what are you doing? Stop it for me, I'm almost dizzy. However, what made Jiang Yu speechless was, as soon as he stopped the action in his hand, the big green worm immediately started to chatter. I think you have good talent. As long as you agree to be my pet, I will return to the peak. Hey boy, what do you want to do? Jiang Yu, I feel a little hungry. You look quite fat. Let's eat it. While speaking, a blue flame burst out from Jiang Yu's hand and immediately wrapped the big green worm. I'm dying. I'm going to die, huh? Jiang Yu was surprised to find that, although the big green worm screamed miserably, there was no injury on its body. There was even a hint of mockery in its eyes. After discovering this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but become more curious about this thing. As for burning this guy with flames, it was just a simple experiment. There was no intention to hurt it. Thanks to past events follow the wind, always accompany me, for sending explosive updates, for all. Thinking for a while, a flash of light flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. Subsequently, he forced out a drop of blood essence from his body and drew it in the air with his fingers. See this scene. The big green insect immediately understood Jiang Yu's intention. He couldn't help but sarcastically said, Boy, you better save it. You are not the first person who wants to sign a contract with me, but no one has succeeded. Moreover, they paid their lives for it. Stop doing these meaningless things and just be my man's favorite. He seemed to have absolute confidence in himself, facing Jiang Yu's oncoming mark. The big caterpillar has no intention of avoiding it. Kindness? However, when that drop of essence and blood falls, the big green insect's indifferent expression suddenly changed. A look of horror appeared. He lost his voice and said, This is the soul contract, how is this possible? You are just a young monk in the one-god sea realm. Why do you know this secret technique? While screaming, the big caterpillar began to struggle violently. However, at this time, the big green insect's body was tightly grasped by Jiang Yu. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not escape from Jiang Yu's hands. Other side. Jiang Yu was even more surprised when he saw the big green insect and recognized the soul contract at a glance, and he also paid a lot of attention to this guy. Let's not talk about the identity of the big green insect. This knowledge alone is enough to prove that it is extraordinary. With the continuous erosion of the blood runes, there was a look of despair in the big green insect's eyes. He wailed, No, my 9-colored silkworm's great reputation has fallen into the hands of a young monk from the first divine sea realm. I'm not willing to accept it in the whale of the 9-colored silkworm. The soul contract was connected with it, and the souls of one person and one insect immediately established a connection. After the big caterpillar noticed this, instantly I felt hopeless. Jiang Yu looked at the big caterpillar limp in his hand, slowly raised his other arm and poked its body with his fingers. He said calmly, "Okay, you will be my soul beast from now on, and your name will be Daching." Jiang Yu just finished speaking. Daching immediately narrowed his eyes. The limp body quickly shot up. He said in a sharp voice, "What? I am the mythical beast 9-colored silkworm. If you give me such an unflattering name, I will be killed and not humiliated." He didn't even wait for the big caterpillar to finish speaking. Jiang Yu said, "Okay, since you said so, then I will meet your request." The words fell. Jiang Yu slowly activated the soul energy in his body. After signing the soul contract, death of the person contracted. All in the mind of the signer. Kindness? Sensing the stinging pain in his mind, the big green insect's face immediately changed, revealing a horrified expression. He immediately shouted, "Hey wait a minute, I think the name Daching is quite good. I was just joking with you just now. Don't take it seriously." Jiang Yu, really? Daching, yes, what I just said is true. This name is oh no, I like it very much. After getting this answer, Jiang Yu couldn't help but have a smile on his face. He said softly, "Okay, I will believe you just once." Subsequently, Jiang Yu then stepped towards the inner circle. Daching, hey boy, don't you have anything to ask me? For example, my glorious deeds, Jiang Yu. No Daching, why, aren't you curious? While walking, Daching's voice came from time to time. Jiang Yu finally understood. This guy is a total chatterbox. The noise made Jiang Yu's head spin. Other side. Jiang Chen and Xia Lu moved forward. As the two of them continued to move inward, the strength of the surrounding ferocious beasts gradually became stronger. It is worth mentioning. The two of them have been traveling for so long. No one else was found. Kindness? Just then, the system prompt sounded again in Jiang Chen's mind. The opportunity search is completed. 15 miles to the southwest, a Millennium Fire Ganoderma plant was found. Kindness? Millennium Fire Ganoderma? After hearing this prompt from the system, Jiang Chen couldn't help but show a look of joy on his face. Millennium Elixir. That is comparable to a 5th grade treasure medicine. Seeing Jiang Chen suddenly stop, a look of curiosity appeared on Xia Lu's face. "Xia Lu, boss, what's wrong?" Jiang Chen pondered for a while. He said softly, "It's nothing, let's keep walking." The words fell. Jiang Chen changed the direction of travel. Although Xia Lu was a little confused. But he didn't ask. He followed quickly with quick steps. Swish, brush, ho-ho. The two of them continued to move forward in the dense forest. Roars could be heard from time to time, and the environment became much quieter. Kindness? Just then, Jiang Chen noticed several figures appearing in front of him. At this time, those people were moving forward quickly. His eyes were full of excitement. At the same time, Xia Lu on the side also noticed something unusual. He spoke in a low voice, "Boss, this is the Luo Yun sect. They seem to have discovered something. What should we do?" Jiang Chen, hide your aura and follow him first. Listen to Jiang Chen say this. Xia Lu nodded quickly in response. He quickly restrained his breath. Subsequently, the two followed the group. He quickly rushed towards the dense forest. Ho-ho, it didn't take long to move forward. There were constant roars coming from directly ahead. Be aware of this. Jiang Chen winked at Xia Lu, and the speed of the two of them slowed down a lot. Boom, the roar kept coming. The two of them were getting closer and closer to the scene of the incident. Not a moment. A group of people appeared in their sight. I saw. Dozens of disciples guarding Luo Yun sect were holding weapons. Two ferocious beasts are besieging them. They were two giant pythons that were tens of feet tall. Each of them had two heads, and their bodies were covered in pitch-black scales. The aura of violence swept across the entire place. And what surprised Jiang Chen? The strength of these two-headed pythons. They are all at the first level of the Divine Sea Realm. Except for the disciples of Luo Yun sect. Jiang Chen also saw Su Tian's figure. Only, there were two Xianqing sect disciples in front of them. At this time, Su Tian and others were not in good condition. They all had injuries more or less on their bodies, and the expressions on their faces were very ugly. Judging from the current situation, The two sides were obviously in a confrontation. Scanned for a while, Jiang Chen once again cast his gaze in the direction of the giant python. I saw. On the hill behind the giant python, there is a red Ganoderma lucidum growing. The Ganoderma lucidum looks like it has been soaked in blood. It gives people a very evil feeling. Other than that, as the red Ganoderma lucidum continued to sway, the surrounding spiritual energy was actually drawn towards it. Other side. After Xiao Lu saw the Ganoderma lucidum, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He whispered, "Boss, this Ganoderma lucidum looks extraordinary. Should we take action?" If it were before, when Xiao Lu saw so many Luoyun sect disciples, he would definitely not dare to have such an idea. But after seeing Jiang Chen's powerful strength, Xiao Lu became more courageous. Now the giant python is being held back by people from the Luoyun sect. It's a good time to fish in troubled waters. Facing Xiao Lu's proposal, Jiang Chen responded softly, "Don't worry, the Luoyun sect is so confident, they must have some trump cards." There were two ferocious beasts in the Divine Sea realm in front of them, but there were still a few people from the Luoyun sect who chose to watch, and their expressions were even more indifferent. Therefore, now is not a good time to take action. And, judging from the current situation, the realm suppression in the mysterious realm of the Divine Abyss does not seem to have any effect on the local ferocious beasts. Boom boom, the fierce fighting continues. Under the siege of dozens of Luoyun sect disciples, these two ferocious beasts had cultivation levels in the Divine Sea realm. Didn't get any benefits. Just then, a man in black robes flew from a distance. With the arrival of the man, the Luoyun sect disciples who were confronting Su Tian and others immediately stepped forward to greet them, with a faint smile on their faces. He spoke loudly, "Senior Brother Li, you are finally here. Why don't you see Senior Brother Wang and the others?" The man's name is Li Quan, an inner disciple of Luoyun sect. His original strength was the 5th level of the Divine Sea realm. He is one of Wang Ning's subordinates. But, now enter the first layer. The strength that Li Chuanning can exert is at the peak of the body training realm. Faced with this disciple's inquiry, Li Quan responded calmly, "Senior Brother Wang still has something to do, so he asked me to come over." The words fell. Li Shan turned his attention to Ganoderma lucidum not far away. A smile couldn't help but appear on the corner of his mouth. He said softly, "You have done a good job this time. You have found such a good thing. Senior Brother Wang will definitely be very happy." Upon hearing this, the man immediately looked happy. He quickly responded, "This is what we should do. As long as we can help Senior Brother Wang, it will be all worth it." Other side. Su Tian watched as he and others were ignored by the other party. His face looked very ugly. "But our strongest strength is only at the 9th level of the body forging realm, which is very different from the strength of the Luoyun sect. There is no ability to resist at all." At this time, the faces of the people behind Su Tian turned pale, with a look of deep fear on their faces. Luoyun sect already had the advantage. Now here comes another strong man. This makes them feel threatened by death. Just then, Li Quan withdrew his gaze. He turned to look at the man beside him. He said calmly, "Zhao, you two go over to help and get rid of those two beasts as soon as possible." Zhao He is exactly the name of that disciple. Listen to what Li Quan said. Zhao He turned his attention to Su Tian and others. He said softly, "Brother, what should they do?" A sneer appeared on Li Quan's face. Hansheng said, "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, none of them can escape." Zhao He, "I understand, Senior Brother." The words fell. Zhao He and another disciple flashed and rushed towards the giant python, and they were instantly engaged in a fierce battle with the giant python. Roar with the participation of Zhao He and the two men, the two giant pythons were instantly beaten back and forth, and roars continued to be heard from their mouths. Watching the originally stalemate situation change, a man next to Su Tian said in a low voice, "Master Su, what should we do next? If we keep dragging on like this, we will be the ones who die when they get rid of those two giant pythons." "Yes, Mr. Su, what should we do?" As the man spoke, immediately, someone spoke up and agreed. Su Tian's face was gloomy, and he glanced at Li Quan who was not far away, his whole expression solemn. After pondering for a while, Su Tian said in a deep voice, "The only way now is to escape separately. The other party has locked onto our aura. Whether you can escape depends on your ability." The words fell. The aura around Su Tian began to surge, his spirit was highly concentrated, and his eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings, looking for the perfect escape route. When the others heard this, his face suddenly turned ugly. But they also responded quickly. They all began to choose escape routes. Other side. Li Quan looked at the reactions of Su Tian and others, and couldn't help but reveal a cruel smile. Roar boom. Just then, the giant pythons let out a roar, and one of the giant pythons had both heads pierced and fell heavily to the ground. After twisting for a while, the body completely lost its vitality. As soon as this movement came out, Li Quan's attention was also attracted. See this scene. Su Tian immediately looked happy. He shouted, "Escape!" The words fell. Su Tian's back foot suddenly exerted force and flew out in the opposite direction to Li Quan. The others' reactions were not slow either. They all scattered and fled. Li Quan, it's not that easy to escape. Bang bang bang. Li Quan finished speaking. Su Tian and others immediately retreated, and several Luo Yun sect disciples appeared in front of them again. It was precisely because of the attacks of these Luo Yun sect disciples. Only then did a few people retreat again. At this time, the faces of Su Tian and his group were gloomy, and one of them was trembling all over, with a look of despair on his face. It's over. There are so many people from Luo Yun sect. We will definitely die now. As soon as he said this, the rest of the people were also full of despair. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Li Quan's eyes were full of disappointment. He said in a deep voice, "It seems that you have no other backup plan. I have waited in vain." On the other side, Xia Lu saw this scene. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen on the side. His eyes were full of admiration. He said softly, "Brother, you still have a long-term vision. If you had taken action just now, we would be surrounded now." When he said this, Xia Lu couldn't help but reveal a trace of relief in his eyes. At this moment, Xia Lu was surprised to find that there were so many people from Luo Yun sect, but Jiang Chen not only did not choose to escape, but also slowly moved towards the direction of the giant python. Seeing this scene, Xia Lu's face showed a trace of anxiety. "Brother, what are you doing? Isn't it courting death to rob Ganoderma lucidum in this situation? Forget it. At most, the person dies and the bird flies to the sky. Today I, Xia Lu, will sacrifice my life to accompany the gentleman." Thinking of this, Xia Lu's eyes suddenly became extremely firm. He immediately followed quickly. On the other side, as one of the giant pythons was killed, the other one did not last long and died in the siege of the crowd. Ignoring the corpse of the giant python, Zhao He walked towards the Ganoderma lucidum. Looking at the fiery red Ganoderma lucidum in front of him, Zhao He's eyes showed a touch of excitement. After quickly stabilizing his emotions, Zhao He stretched out his palm and grabbed the Ganoderma lucidum. Swish, however. Just when Zhao He was about to catch the Ganoderma lucidum, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from the left, which made him look surprised. After coming to his senses, the Ganoderma lucidum in front of him disappeared directly. And right in front of him, a handsome stranger appeared. The man who suddenly appeared at this time was Jiang Chen. Zhao He glanced around. He immediately found the fire Ganoderma. At this time, the Ganoderma was firmly held in the hand of the strange man. See this scene. Zhao He's eyes immediately condensed. He said angrily, "Who are you?" As soon as Zhao He roared, the attention of the others was immediately attracted. They all turned their attention to Jiang Chen. Brush. The other disciples of Luo Yun sect reacted quickly. Not long after Zhao He yelled out of the station, they quickly dispersed in all directions and blocked all escape routes. "Su Tian, Jiang Chen, it's you." Just then, Su Tian also saw Jiang Chen's figure and immediately shouted out, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. As soon as Su Tian said these words, Li Quan's eyes lit up immediately and he quickly turned his gaze in Jiang Chen's direction, looking a little excited. "Li Quan, so you are Jiang Chen. It really took no effort at all. This is really an advantage for me." The words fell. Li Quan actually abandoned Su Tian and others and walked toward Jiang Chen, murderous intent surging around him. Just then, Xia Lu rushed to Jiang Chen's side. Looking at the Luo Yun sect disciples who were constantly surrounding them, their faces were filled with solemn expressions, and their eyes were warily looking at the crowd around them. At the same time, Zhao He's eyes were also filled with light. He really didn't expect it. The man who suddenly appeared in front of him was actually one of the three brothers of the Jiang family. Wang Ning has already explained it. As long as you kill one of the three brothers of the Jiang family, you can get a 4th grade realm breaking pill. And this realm. Breaking pill is used when breaking through the realm of creation. With this elixir, it can increase the chance of breaking the mirror by up to 30%. Therefore, countless people from Luo Yun sect flocked to him. After all, the refining materials for the broken mirror pill are relatively rare, so the price has always been high. Now you can get one by killing someone. Almost no one can resist this temptation. Looking at the murderous people, cold sweat broke out on Xiaolu's forehead. Not a moment. Li Quan came to Zhao He. He said in a deep voice, "Kill him." "Zhao He, I understand, senior brother." The words fell. Zhao He winked at the crowd around Chong Yao. He said in a deep voice, "Do it." Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Zhao He said this, the group of people who had just besieged the giant python immediately moved and rushed towards Jiang Chen and the two of them. "Xiaolu, damn it, you don't have martial ethics." Seeing this group of people directly launching a siege, Xiaolu immediately let out a strange cry. Boom. However, facing the crowd that gathered around him, Jiang Chen advanced instead of retreating. After putting away the Ganoderma lucidum, he waved his fist towards Zhao He. At this time, the blood in Jiang Chen's body surged, a terrifying force gathered towards his fists, and a sonic boom sounded in the air. Xiaolu took action when he saw Jiang Chen. He immediately gritted his teeth. The running energy rushed forward. Zhao He looked at Jiang Chen, who was coming towards him, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "Zhao He, you dare to take action, you are really looking for death." He could feel it clearly. Jiang Chen's current strength is the same as his own, at the peak of the body forging realm, but Zhao He has no fear. On the contrary, there is some expectation. As long as he can take down Jiang Chen first, Li Quan will definitely give him a lot of resources even if he can't get the mirror breaking pill. Think of this. Zhao He's running speed accelerated a lot again. Boom, in the blink of an eye. Their fists collided. "Zhao He, you just uttered a word." Zhao He immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the expression on his face became distorted. The body flew out at an extremely fast speed. Boom, there was a loud noise. Zhao He hit the ground hard. How is this possible? See this scene. The expressions on everyone's faces immediately changed, and their steps stopped, with a look of fear in their eyes. Several Luo Yun sect disciples surrounded Su Tian and others. His expression also changed suddenly. Ahem, the smoke cleared. Zhao He's figure slowly appeared. At this time, his right arm became twisted and blood spurted out from his mouth. It looked extremely miserable. "Xiaolu, I'll go. It seems I still underestimated my eldest brother's strength. I didn't expect him to be so strong." Other side. Li Quan couldn't help but pause slightly as he moved forward, with a solemn look on his face. Subsequently, he turned to look in the direction of Su Tian and others. He said in a deep voice, "You guys come here too, get rid of this guy first, and then we'll deal with the rest soon." Looking at Jiang Chen's explosive fighting power, Li Quan didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. As soon as the Luo Yun sect disciples heard this, they immediately abandoned Su Tian and others and quickly rushed towards Jiang Chen. See this scene. Su Tian's eyes showed a hint of joy, and he glanced at Jiang Chen, who was not far away. He said in a deep voice, "Let's go." The words fell. Su Tian and others left here without looking back. "Xiaolu, hey, how could you do this?" Looking at Su Tian and others who ran away directly, Xiaolu couldn't help shouting immediately. However, faced with Xiaolu's shouting, Su Tian and his group not only had no intention of stopping, but instead sped up their escape. Ha ha ha! Li Quan witnessed all this. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Li Quan, stop shouting, it won't be long before they come down to accompany you." As soon as the voice fell, Li Quan and the others looked at each other and launched an attack on Jiang Chen again. On the other side, 3 Luo Yun sect disciples flashed and rushed towards Xiaolu, their eyes full of cruelty. Boom boom, in an instant. A fierce battle broke out immediately, but among these 3 people, only one was at the peak of the 9th level of the body forging realm. The other 2 were both at the 8th level of the body forging realm. Xiaolu could still barely cope with it. After a while, Li Quan rushed to Jiang Chen. His eyes were full of coldness. Clang! See? Li Quan quickly drew out the long sword in his hand and stabbed directly at Jiang Chen, and a burst of sword sounds suddenly came from the surroundings. Looking at the oncoming long sword, Jiang Chen immediately activated the chaos creation art, and a surge of power immediately covered his whole body. Jiang Chen looked calm. With the blessing of the chaos creation art, his physical strength increased exponentially. Boom Jiangchen suddenly exerted force on his back foot and immediately used the Dragon Elephant Heaven suppressing fist and rushed towards Li Quan. Sensing Jiang Chen's intention, Li Quan's eyes showed a hint of sarcasm. He said coldly, "It's really stupid. You actually want to use your physical body to resist the attack of spiritual weapons. Weapon level classification: ordinary weapon, spiritual weapon, magic weapon, treasure weapon, Taoist weapon, holy weapon, imperial weapon." While speaking, Li Quan's true energy surged again. The distance with Jiang Yu was getting closer and closer. Boom! In an instant, the long sword collided with Jiang Chen's fist. However, when the two just collided, Li Quan's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was full of disbelief. "Li Quan, how is this possible? I saw." Facing his strongest sword, Jiang Chen's fist did not have any scars, which made Li Quan unacceptable. There was no time to think about it. Li Quan felt it clearly. A huge force rushed along the long sword, which made his face change again. Add one more chapter. The chapter was sent by mistake. I didn't save any manuscripts for updating 2 books a day. I updated 3 chapters today. It's really adding insult to injury. It's so hard for me. Thinking of Zhaoyi's tragic situation just now, Li Quan did not dare to be careless in the slightest and quickly retreated to the rear. At the same time, Li Quan used all his strength to activate the true energy in his body to resist the damage caused by the huge force. Boom! Boom! But even so, Li Quan still withstood most of the attacks, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled sound. "Senior brotherly! See this scene!" The other disciples of Luo Yun's sect immediately shouted. They really didn't expect it. Even Li Quan didn't get any advantage from Jiang Chen. After quickly stabilizing the body shape, Li Quan said in a deep voice, "I'm fine. This guy is very strong. You all should be careful." The words fell. Li Quan slowly raised his sword and pointed it at Jiang Chen. He said in a cold voice, "Jiang Chen, if you hand over the Ganoderma lucidum honestly now, I can give you a treat. If you persist in your obsession, don't blame me for being rude." Although Jiang Chen's strength surprised Li Quan. But it was just a surprise. Although his realm was suppressed to the body.forging realm, he originally had the strength of the divine sea realm, and some methods can still be used now. To deal with a powerful monk like Jiang Chen, still no problem. However, Li Quan found out. At this moment, Jiang Chen looked at him like he was looking at a clown, his eyes full of sarcasm. Li Quan, seeking death. After roaring angrily, Li Quan rushed towards Jiang Chen again, following his move. The other disciples of Luo Yun's sect also took action. They now had the advantage of numbers. There is no fear at all. Other side. Xiaoyui was still entangled by the 3 of them, and as time went by, it became more and more difficult for him to fight. Boom 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 at the same time. Li Quan and others fought fiercely with Jiang Chen. Everyone thought, Jiang Chen is just a little more powerful. With Li Quan in front, they could easily take it down with their numerical advantage. However, after a battle, everyone immediately discovered that they were wrong. How wrong? At this moment, Jiang Chen was like a humanoid tyrannosaurus. Rampage through the crowd. All of a sudden, there were screams all around. Every time Jiang Chen makes a move, it can seriously injure one of them. The two sides had just fought each other not long ago. Many people were already lying on the ground, and wailing sounds continued to come from their mouths. What's even more difficult for them to accept is, in this high-intensity battle, Jiang Chen not only showed no signs of exhaustion, but instead became more energetic as he fought. Looking at his classmates who kept falling, the indifferent look on Li Quan's face had long since disappeared, and his eyebrows were filled with solemnity. No, my cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 2 more people were blown away by Jiang Chen, and blood continued to pour out of the air. See this scene. Li Quan was so angry that he was shaking all over. He said angrily, "Jiang Chen, you dare to destroy my junior brother's cultivation. You are looking for death." That's right. Anyone injured by Jiang Chen, his cultivation was directly destroyed by him. At this time, the group of people on the ground, there was a look of despair between his eyebrows. In this world where martial arts is the most important thing, having no cultivation is simply worse than killing them. Moreover, now that he was in a secret realm, with all kinds of ferocious beasts wandering around, Jiang Chen's move was simply murderous. Buzz! While Li Quan roared angrily, the true energy in his body poured into the long sword crazily, and a sword roar suddenly sounded all around. Subsequently, the long sword slowly floated in the void. After a crazy vibration, the long sword split into four. Li Quan, go! As soon as Li Quan finished speaking, the four long swords galloped towards Jiang Chen. Li Quan was using a sword skill at this time, which was a low-level Shan-level martial skill called Phantom Sword Art. After practicing this sword technique to great perfection, the long sword can be divided into 9 parts. Encircle and kill the enemy in all directions. During the cultivation process, each time a long sword is divided into 2, its power will be increased by 50%. Although Li Quan can only condense 4 long swords now, he can also unleash twice his own strength. It is considered his strongest attack currently. Kindness? Facing the 4 long swords coming towards him, Jiang Chen quickly knocked back a distance after knocking away the 2 people in front of him. Boom! Subsequently, Jiang Chen's arm suddenly swelled and he swung his fist towards the oncoming sword. At this time, Jiang Chen was using the 3rd form of the Dragon Elephant Suppressing Heaven Fist, breaking the elephant and imprisoning the dragon. This move can quickly condense the energy and blood in one place, and then condense this power in one place instantly. Deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Bump! As Jiang Chen kept swinging his fists, 2 of the 4 long swords instantly shattered, and Li Quan's face turned pale. It is difficult to use Shin-level martial arts in this realm. Now it's getting backlash. Li Quan's situation suddenly became more critical. Li Quan, damn it, didn't senior brother Wang say that his talent is average? Why is his combat power so terrifying? Oh, kindness. Wow! Just then, the other 2 long swords were also attacked by Jiang Chen. One of them was directly broken, and the long sword itself was blown away. Li Quan could no longer suppress the injuries inside his body. A mouthful of blood immediately spurted out from his mouth. Other side. The group of disciples of Luo Yun sect. I wanted to take advantage of Li Quan's sword skills to attack. Launch an attack on Jiang Chen. But before they could get close to Jiang Chen, Li Quan's martial arts skills were cracked and he suffered a strong backlash. See this scene. Everyone immediately stopped moving forward, quickly retreated back, and distanced themselves from Jiang Chen. Subsequently, everyone gathered towards Li Quan's position. Other side. When the 3 people fighting Xiaolu saw this scene, they did not dare to fight anymore and quickly distanced themselves from him. But, at this time, the expressions of the 3 of them were not very good. The 2 with lower cultivation levels covered their crotches with their hands and looked at Xiaolu with gritted teeth. Facing the 2 people's cannibalistic gazes, Xiaolu cast a provocative look at them. There was a proud smile on his lips. Second brother, I finally found you. Just when everyone was confronting each other, a shout came from behind Li Quan and others. After hearing this cry, Jiang Yu went out looking for fame. Zhang Daoxin's figure was immediately discovered. At this time, Zhang Daoxin was running towards this side very quickly, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. After seeing Zhang Daoxin's figure, the burly man immediately looked happy. He turned to look at Li Quan beside him. He spoke excitedly, Senior brotherly, this guy is Jiang Chen's younger brother. If we capture him, Jiang Chen will be at our mercy. Upon hearing this, Li Quan's eyes lit up immediately. Han Shang said, it's really a turn of events. It seems God is on our side. You guys, be careful of Jiang Chen. I'll catch this kid. Li Quan finished speaking. The others responded in unison, okay, senior brother. But at this moment, a heartbreaking scream suddenly came out, and Li Quan couldn't help but stop. His eyes quickly moved in the direction of the scream. Take a look. Everyone's mouths immediately twitched. I saw. At this time, there was a person stepping on Zhang Daoxin's feet, and the scream came from that person. As for the man at Zhang Daoxin's feet, it was Zhao He who was seriously injured by Jiang Chen not long ago. At this time, Zhao He's face turned purple and his expressions twisted together. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. After struggling for a while to no avail, Zhao He struggled to speak. You stepped on my waist. While the words are not finished yet, Zhao He spurted out a mouthful of blood. Kindness? Someone is heard talking. Zhang Daoxin immediately lowered his head and looked at his feet. After seeing Zhao He's clothes clearly, he said softly, people from Luo Yun sect. Subsequently, Zhang Daoxin not only did not move his foot away, but stepped on harder. Click Zhao He, no, you dare. Before he finished speaking, blood spurted out of Zhao He's mouth, and the aura around him continued to weaken. Zhang Daoxin's kick just now. He actually trampled Zhao He's Dantian to pieces. He was already injured and had been relying on his true energy to maintain it. But now, his own cultivation was abolished, Zhao He could no longer stabilize his injuries, and his vitality became weaker and weaker. Other side. After Li Quan came to his senses, his eyes immediately turned cold. He said in a cold voice, seeking death. Boom, the words fell. Li Quan's back foot suddenly exerted force. He rushed towards Zhang Daoxin at extremely high speed. Although he is injured. But Li Quan's eyes were full of confidence. He'd already explored it. This Zhang Daoxin is only at the 9th level of the body forging realm. It is not difficult to defeat him with his own strength. Think of this. A cruel smile appeared on Li Quan's lips. Other side. Watching Li Quan rush towards Zhang Daoxin. Instead of taking action to stop Jiang Chen, a strange expression appeared on his face. To know. Zhang Daoxin's true strength is in the Divine Sea realm, even if the first level of the Divine Abyss secret realm is suppressed. He can also display his peak cultivation level in the body forging realm. But now, Zhang Dao's state of mind deliberately hides his realm. Its purpose is self-evident. I always thought that this guy Dao Xin was honest, but I didn't expect that he was also a 6th grader. He must have fallen out with the old college student. Yes, that is definitely the case. Li Quan moved forward very quickly, and the distance between him and Zhang Daoxin was getting closer and closer. Brush at this time. Li Quan had a grin on his face. He took out his palm and grabbed Zhang Daoxin. However, what Li Quan didn't expect was, facing his own attack, this kid actually waved his palm to face him. Look at him like that. Well, it seems like he is planning to slap himself in the face. That's right. Zhang Daoxin's actions at this time. Exactly what you do when you're going to slap your mouth. See this scene. Li Quan immediately became furious, and the strength in his hand became a little stronger again. Kindness? However, as the distance between the two got closer, Li Quan found that something was wrong. The speed of Zhang Daoxin's waving arm seemed slow, but Li Quan actually had the illusion that he could not avoid it. Be aware of this. Li Quan waved his sword. He actually planned to kill Zhang Daoxin directly. Now Li Quan has no intention of capturing the other party alive if this slap falls. He has lost all faith in this life. But Li Quan had just swung his long sword halfway. A loud slap came out. As soon as this sound came out, Li Quan felt a deep pain on his cheek. The huge force deformed his cheeks. After a shrill scream, Li Quan's body immediately flew out, blood spurted out of his mouth, and his teeth were scattered all over the floor. Boom! Subsequently, Li Quan hit the ground hard. Suddenly smoke and dust were everywhere. It can be seen from this. Zhang Daoxin's blow was so powerful. How is this possible? See the scene. The other disciples of Luo Yun's sect were dumbfounded, their eyes full of disbelief. Xia Lu also opened his mouth at this time. He took a step forward and came to Jiang Chen. Surprised, brother, your brother is so strong, but Li Quan didn't even take one of his moves. To know. Although Li Quan was injured at this time, his own strength was so great that ordinary people were no match for him. Just when everyone was shocked, Zhang Daoxin actually took a step towards Li Quan. Looking at Zhang Daoxin who was getting closer, Li Quan raised his head with difficulty. Li Quan, what do you want to do? No. Before Li Quan finished speaking, Zhang Daoxin's fist immediately came down and hit his lower abdomen. Senior brotherly. When the rest of the Luo Yun sect saw this scene, their expressions immediately changed and they couldn't help but scream. But Zhang Dao's heart was so fast that before Li Quan could resist, his dantian was already broken. Don't talk about others. Even Jiang Chen saw this scene. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. My third brother usually looks simple and honest, but I didn't expect him to be so decisive in fighting. He didn't give his opponent any chance to counterattack. After defeating Li Quan, Zhang Daoxin clapped his hands lightly, no longer paying attention to Li Quan, who was like a dead dog, and turned to look at Jiang Chen on the side. When his eyes met Jiang Chen, a simple smile appeared on Zhang Daoxin's face again. Seeing Zhang Daoxin's expression change so quickly, Xia Lu couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. Then, Zhang Daoxin walked towards Jiang Chen, and the group of people from Luo Yun's sect saw him getting closer and immediately dodged to both sides. He quickly made way. He ignored the eyes of others. Zhang Daoxin walked close to Jiang Chen. He spoke softly, second brother. Hearing Jiang Daoxin speak, Jiang Chen nodded slightly in response. Then he said, Daoxin, have you seen the eldest brother? Hearing Jiang Chen ask this, Jiang Daoxin shook his head gently. I didn't meet my eldest brother either. I rushed over when I heard the noise here. I didn't expect to meet you, my second brother. As the voice fell, Jiang Daoxin scratched the back of his head with his hand, with a faint smile on his face. Looking at Jiang Chen and the other two chatting as if no one was around, the rest of the people in Luo Yun's sect were embarrassed. But now the situation has reversed, and they have gone from the original advantage to the disadvantage. At this time, they dare not breathe. After a few people looked at each other, slowly moving their feet to retreat to the back, obviously wanting to take the opportunity to escape from here while Jiang Chen and the other two were talking. Xia Lu had been watching the few people, and he noticed them just after they retreated a few steps. Xia Lu, boss, they want to run. Boy, you, as soon as Xia Lu said this, the faces of those people immediately sank. Their eyes were full of gloom. Jiang Chen and the other two also stopped communicating and turned to look at the few people left. On the other side, the group of people whose cultivation was destroyed by Jiang Chen, now with a look of despair on their faces, struggled to get up from the ground. They stared at Jiang Chen with resentment. At this time, being stared at by Jiang Chen and his brothers, the group of Luo Yun sect disciples subconsciously took 2 steps back. Cold sweat continued to appear on their foreheads. Baozi, please urge for more. After looking at each other for a while, a group of thin men in Luo Yun's sect gritted their teeth. He said in a deep voice, Jiang Chen, as long as you are willing to let us go, we are willing to take out the elixir as compensation. What do you think? As soon as the thin man said these words, the rest of the Luo Yun sect also turned their attention to Jiang Chen, their eyes filled with nervousness. These people were really scared. The 2 most powerful senior brothers have been eliminated. If Jiang Chen chooses to take action at this time, they will have no power to fight back. Jiang Chen glanced at everyone indifferently. He said in a cold voice, destroy your cultivation and leave all the storage bags. I can spare your lives, kindness? Jiang Chen finished his words. The faces of the Luo Yun sex group immediately changed. The skinny man said, Jiang Chen, keep a fine line in your life, do you have to do things so absolutely? Jiang Chen, if we were the losers, you would definitely be more ruthless. It would be a mercy to spare you your life. Jiang Chen is not a good person. When these people attacked him just now, they were deadly, but now he can spare their lives. This is the greatest tolerance. Faced with Jiang Chen's conditions, the skinny man almost spit out a mouthful of blood. The secret realm of Xin Yuan is full of dangers. There are countless poisonous insects and beasts of all kinds. If his cultivation was really abolished, it would be better to die directly, at least that way he would not have to suffer other tortures. Slenderman, since you are so aggressive, then we can only fight to the death. The words fell. The skinny man's whole body immediately surged with vitality, and a look of determination appeared on his face. The remaining people saw this scene. The true energy in the body is also running extremely fast. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Dry skinny man, do it. Boo-hoo! As the skinny man roared, several people behind him immediately rushed towards Jiang Chen. However, just rushed out not far. These people realized that something was wrong, and their faces showed disbelief. Brother, you, only then did they find out. While he and others were rushing out, the skinny man who threatened to fight to the death changed direction. He abandoned everyone and ran away. It's not that easy to run away. Leave my storage bag behind. Boom! Just then, Jiang Daoxin, who was on the side, let out an angry roar, suddenly exerted force on his hind legs, and quickly chased after the skinny man. It can be seen from Jiang Daoxin's roar that he has regarded the skinny man's storage bag as his own. Jiang Chen and Xia Lu looked at each other. He rushed towards the remaining people. As for Jiang Daoxin, Jiang Chen wasn't too worried. That kid has a Taotai divine body, so he has no problem dealing with that guy. Follow the thin man and run away. The few remaining people lost all fighting spirit in an instant. They all scattered and fled. No, screams kept coming. Everyone in Luo Yun's sect fell down one after another. His own cultivation level dissipated directly. After a while, wailing sounds continued to be heard on the ground, and all the disciples of the Luo Yun sect fell down. Brush after dozens of breaths. Jiang Daoxin turned back. At this time, in his hand was a pale man. Pata then he threw the man in his hand aside, and Jiang Dao happily walked towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Daxin, second brother, this guy is quite fat. There are really a lot of good things in the storage bag. While talking, Jiang Daxin handed the storage bag towards Jiang Chen. Facing the storage bag handed over by Jiang Daxin, Jiang Chen waved his hand and refused. Jiang Chen, keep it yourself, I won't need it. Subsequently, Jiang Chen glanced at the people lying on the ground. He spoke again, clean the battlefield first, there is no need to waste time here, that's all. The three of them began to loot the storage bags of everyone in the Luo Yun sect. Now that all their cultivation has been lost, those people have no power to resist at all, and everything is going smoothly. Seeing that the resources they had worked so hard to collect were just snatched away by Jiang Chen and others, everyone in the Luo Yun sect was so angry that their eyes were bloodshot. Ahem. Li Quan leaned on the boulder and looked at Jiang Chen who was coming towards him, his eyes filled with resentment. After coughing twice, Han Shang said, Jiang Chen, don't be too proud. Senior brother Wang will avenge me. None of the three brothers from the Jiang family can escape. While talking, the arms behind him slowly stretched out. A cold light flashed deep in his eyes. Jiang Chen glanced at Li Quan. He responded calmly, really? It's a pity that you can't see that scene anymore. Brush, the words fell. Jiang Chen quickly stretched out his left foot. He stepped on Li Quan's left arm. Kaka, a sound of bones breaking followed. A shrill scream came from Li Quan's mouth, and beads of sweat continued to fall on his forehead. Li Quan, Jiang Chen, even if I die, I won't let you get better. Seeing that Jiang Chen saw through his plan, Li Quan stopped hiding it and raised his arm while holding back the pain. At this time, Li Quan held a red ball in his hand, and a terrifying aura continued to emanate from it. Jiang Chen, bring it to you. Ignoring Li Quan's cannibalistic gaze, Jiang Chen grabbed Li Quan's storage bag, then kicked him away and quickly retreated backwards. Although Li Quan wanted to hug Jiang Chen tightly, but now he had no cultivation and no ability to fight back. Li Quan, Jiang Chen, you, boom. Li Quan hasn't finished speaking yet. The red ball suddenly exploded, making a deafening roar. The area was suddenly filled with smoke and dust. Jiang Daxin, second brother. Xia Lu, boss, watched the scene. Jiang Daxin and the two men immediately let out an exclamation. He rushed towards the direction of the smoke. I'm fine. Just then, Jiang Chen's voice came out from the thick fog, and then his figure slowly emerged. See this scene. The nervous expressions of Jiang Daxin and the two men relaxed a lot. That's when they discovered. As that force spread crazily, many people in the Luo Yun sect were affected and died in the explosion. Jiang Chen looked at the surviving Luo Yun sect disciples. He said in a cold voice, since I promised to spare your lives, I won't break my promise. Let's go. Listen to Jiang Chen say this. The group of people helped each other to their feet. After taking a deep look at Jiang Chen, stumbling towards the perimeter. An ant lives an ignoble existence, but now it is a foregone conclusion that he will improve his cultivation. As the saying goes, it is better to live than to die. Now they just want to leave the secret realm quickly. To ensure your own safety. However. Not long after this group of people entered the dense forest, the roars and screams of various beasts continued to be heard. Be aware of this. Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile. These people had no cultivation at present and it was impossible for them to get out of the secret realm of the divine abyss. The Sodot called let go. It's just to let them die in another way. After ensuring that all the life breath disappeared, Jiang Chen slowly withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Jiang Daxin and the others. He said softly, let's go, continue to explore inward, and complete the task by the way. While talking, Jiang Chen casually took out the Ganoderma lucidum. But he didn't wait for Jiang Chen to speak. A group of people walked over quickly. When they glanced at the Ganoderma lucidum, there was a fiery look in their eyes. When you see the leader. Xia Lu's eyes immediately turned cold. He said in a deep voice, do you still have the nerve to come back? It was no one else who came at this time. It was Su Tian and others who escaped not long ago. Not a moment. A group of 6 people came to Jiang Chen and others. Seeing Su Tian and others reappearing, Jiang Chen also stopped in his tracks and looked at them indifferently. At this time, Xia Lu on the side couldn't help it anymore. Before Su Tian and others could speak, he immediately took a step forward. He said in a cold voice, what are you doing back here? Didn't you run very fast just now? Facing Xia Lu's ridicule, Su Tian's face froze slightly, looking a little embarrassed. But he quickly controlled his emotions. A faint smile appeared on his face. He spoke in a deep voice. The situation was critical just now, and we had no choice but to leave. We just wanted to find our fellow disciples to help us. Xia Lu heard this. I was immediately offended by this guy. He really didn't expect it. How can people be so shameless? Xia Lu, what about the helpers you are looking for? Why are only a few of you back? Facing Xia Lu's question, Su Tian also entered the state at this time. The expression on his face was extremely calm. Yu said, we searched for a while and found no other classmates. Because we were worried about your safety, we had no choice but to come back to help you. The words fell. Su Tian glanced at Ganoderma lucidum from time to time. Other side. Faced with what Su Tian said, Xia Lu didn't believe a word of it. Just when he was about to speak again, Zhang Chen waved his hand gently. Stopped his behavior. Subsequently, Zhang Chen stared at Su Tian. He said calmly, if that's the case, thank you very much, but now that the danger has been lifted, you can just stay and cool off. Let's go. The words fell. Zhang Chen turned around and left. Wait, seeing Zhang Chen preparing to leave directly, Su Tian immediately stopped him. Zhang Chen, why, do you have anything else to do, at this time? Zhang Chen's tone couldn't help but become a little colder. Feeling the change in Zhang Chen's mood, the faces of the other people showed a look of fear. Actually, they didn't leave at all just now. They had been watching from a distance, and they were very aware of Zhang Chen's terrifying strength. Although Su Tian was a little afraid, the temptation of Ganoderma lucidum was too great and he didn't want to miss it. After suppressing the fear in my heart, Su Tian spoke again, we don't need other things, but you can't take away this Ganoderma lucidum. In fighting for this Ganoderma lucidum, several of us suffered quite a lot of injuries. Now you just take it away like this. Isn't it a bit unjustifiable? As soon as Su Tian said these words, Xia Lu almost didn't scold her directly. Zhang Chen, do you want this Ganoderma lucidum? While talking, Zhang Chen raised the Ganoderma lucidum in his hand. At this time, Su Tian looked at the fiery red Ganoderma lucidum with greed in his eyes. Su Tian calmed down. He spoke again, we won't take advantage of you. As long as you are willing to hand over the Ganoderma lucidum, I can compensate you with a third-grade elixir. The words fell. Su Tian stared at Zhang Chen. Other side. The other people also looked forward to it. After a while of silence, Zhang Chen burst into laughter. He spoke sarcastically, I didn't expect you to be ugly, but I thought you were quite beautiful. I'll give you 10 breaths. If you still won't leave the storage bag behind. Su Tian, Zhang Chen, how dare you? Zhang Chen, 10 Su Tian, you still want to take action against us, aren't you afraid of the sex punishment? 9. 8. 5. Seeing Zhang Chen's increasingly stronger aura, Su Tian's expression became very ugly. But let him just give up Ganoderma lucidum. I still felt very unwilling inside. Think of this. Su Tian spoke again, Zhang Chen, brush. Su Tian hasn't finished speaking yet. Zhang Chen quickly reached out his arm, grabbed Su Tian's neck, and slowly lifted him up. Zizi facing Zhang Chen's sudden attack, although Su Tian was on guard, he was still caught off guard. There is no resistance at all. At this time, arcs of electricity continued to surge around Su Tian's body, trying to get rid of Zhang Chen's shackles. But he has this little strength. It was impossible to cause any harm to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, what do you want to do? Why don't you put Master Su down quickly? Faced with Zhang Chen, he suddenly took action. The other people were slightly stunned. After reacting, he immediately scolded him. Then he quickly rushed towards Zhang Chen. Boom boom boom. However, before these people could meet Zhang Chen, Zhang Daoxing and Xia Lu on the side took action directly. There was a noise. Several people immediately flew out. Suddenly there was a wailing sound. At the same time, after knocking these people down, Xia Lu skillfully collected the storage bag. Other side. Su Tian's face turned red and he was still struggling there. Kindness? Just when Zhang Chen was about to take action, a jade pendant around Su Tian's waist caught his attention. Brushed. Zhang Chen grabbed the jade pendant in his hand and threw Su Tian aside. Su Tian looked at the jade pendant in Zhang Chen's hand. His expression immediately changed. He quickly struggled up from the ground. He rushed towards Zhang Chen. Su Tian, give me back the jade pendant. Touch. However, in response to Su Tian, it was Zhang Chen's ruthless kick. He hit the ground hard again. Zhang Chen looked directly at Su Tian on the ground. He said in a deep voice, Where did you get this jade pendant? Faced with Jiang Chen's question, Su Tian did not hesitate to answer, but kept asking for the jade pendant. Jiang Chen, let me ask you where this jade pendant came from, at this time. Jiang Chen also lost his patience and directly grabbed Su Tian's neck, murderous intent surging around him. Feel the burning murderous intent. Su Tian immediately became excited. He quickly responded, This was given to me by one of my clan brothers. I don't know where it came from. Jiang Chen, if you don't tell the truth, you will stay here forever. The words fell. The strength in Jiang Chen's hands continued to increase. Other side. Looking at Jiang Chen's appearance, Jiang Daoxin looked shocked at this time. He has never seen his second brother be so out of sorts. Feel Jiang Chen's increasing strength. Su Tian was finally afraid. He quickly spoke, I said. Hovu after taking a few deep breaths. Su Tian spoke quickly, I snatched the jade pendant. The original owner is a disciple of the Su family with a foreign surname. His father is, following Su Tian's narration. Jiang Chen also roughly understood the whole story. The original owner of the jade pendant was named Chen Hao. His mother was from the Su family and his father was a son-in-law. Decades ago, Chen Hao's parents suddenly disappeared, and their status became lower and lower. Su Tiankai accidentally discovered this jade pendant and learned that it was left by the couple. Greed immediately arose. Subsequently, he used some means to get the jade pendant. Jiang Chen, where is Chen Hao now? Su Tian, in the Su family in Yanbei. Su family in Yanbei? After getting the information you want, Jiang Chen slowly turned around. He said, Dao Xan, take the storage bag, let's leave here. Seeing Jiang Chen walking away with the jade pendant, Su Tian opened his mouth, but in the end he still didn't say what he said next. Forget it, it's just a jade pendant. Anyway, after observing it for so long, I didn't find anything special about the jade pendant. At least the storage bag was saved. Think of this. Su Tian's ugly face softened a lot. However, Su Tian just finished this idea. But he found Jiang Daoxin walking towards him. Help Dian Dian to update, please. Looking at Jiang Daoxin who was condescending, Su Tian gritted his teeth and said, What else do you want to do? Jiang Daoxin, I'm not doing anything, I'm just here to get what belongs to me. Su Tian, something that belongs to you? What is it? Brush. Just when Su Tian looked confused, Jiang Daoxin suddenly reached out his palm and grabbed the storage bag on his waist. See this scene. Su Tian's expression suddenly changed. He said angrily, What do you want to do? While talking, Su Tian grabbed the storage bag with his hands. Jiang Daoxin, bring it to you. As Jiang Daoxin's arm exerted force, Su Tian was pulled directly and staggered, and the storage bag in his hand was also snatched away. Su Tian, no, return my storage bag. Looking at Jiang Daoxin who was gradually going away, Su Tian let out a shrill cry. The whole person rushed towards Jiang Daoxin. Seeing Su Tian rushing towards him, Jiang Daoxin turned around and kicked him away. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxin quickly chased after Jiang Chen. Xia Lu on the side saw this scene. I couldn't help but feel secretly embarrassed. As expected of the boss's younger brother, he has a really unique way of doing things. After withdrawing his thoughts, Su Tian also took steps to follow. At this time, Jiang Chen walked in front without saying a word, his eyes constantly looking at the jade pendant in his hand, his eyes full of thinking. He pondered for a while. Jiang Chen took out a jade pendant again from his arms. After careful comparison, the two jade pendants looked exactly the same, as if they were originally a pair. And this jade pendant that Jiang Chen took out, it was the only thing his mother had left. The Su family? My mother's surname is also Su, and now such a jade pendant appears. Is there really any connection between her and the Su family? But think about it carefully. Jiang Chen felt that this possibility was unlikely. Although the strength of the Su family in Yanbei is not weak, but it's not that strong. If the Su family is really related to his mother, the group of mysterious people who took action against his mother's family, they should not let them go. By the way, I seem to remember my father saying that my mother had a biological sister, but she was taken away when she was very young. Could this jade pendant belong to my aunt? The more Jiang Chen thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. After his mother's accident, Chen Hao's parents also disappeared, which seemed a bit unusual. Forget it, let's not think about it so much now. I'll understand it when I go to Su's house. Think of this. Jiang Chen put the jade pendant away casually. Just then, Jiang Daoxin caught up with Jiang Chen. He asked in confusion, second brother, is this jade pendant related to second aunt? I seem to remember that you also have one. Although Jiang Daoxin looks carefree. But there is also a careful side. Looking at Jiang Daoxin's concerned eyes, Jiang Chen nodded lightly. He opened his mouth and said, it should have something to do with it, but I'm not sure yet. I'll go check out the situation after a while. Jiang Daoxin, second brother, don't worry, second aunt will be fine. Actually, I really want to see my mother, but my father refuses to say anything. He always says that I am too weak when it comes to this. Jiang Daoxin's eyes turned slightly red. Jiang Chen gently patted Jiang Daoxin's shoulder. He comforted, in this case, you must work hard to become stronger in the future, and then the third uncle will naturally tell you everything. Jiang Daoxin, yes, I understand, second brother. Jiang Dao nodded seriously. His eyes were full of determination. Actually, I really want to talk about it. Jiang Daoxin's situation was even worse than Jiang Chen's. Not only had he never seen his mother, but no one in the Jiang family had seen her except Jiang Wenyuan. Several years ago. Jiang Wenyuan's talent for cultivation. It can be said that he is the strongest among the three brothers of the Jiang family. But he is not interested in power and often wanders alone. He is the most unrestrained of the three brothers. Available on a certain day. Jiang Wenyuan returned to the Jiang family with serious injuries, and his cultivation was almost broken. Jiang Dao's heart was also brought back that time. Since then, Jiang Wenyuan never left Kamikaze City again. Drinking wine all day long. Jiang Wenkang and others also asked Jiang Wenyuan, but he remained silent about Jiang Daoxin's mother. As time went by, no one asked. Jiang Chen understood. The reason why Jiang Daoxin has the Taotai divine body must have a lot to do with his mysterious third aunt. At this time, Xiao Lu followed silently. He didn't speak to disturb Jiang Chen, and the other two walked forward for a while. Jiang Chen took out the Ganoderma lucidum from the storage bag and handed it to Jiang Daoxin. Jiang Daoxin, second brother, you, looking at the Ganoderma lucidum handed over by Jiang Chen. Jiang Daoxin's face was full of astonishment. He quickly waved his hand. He opened his mouth and said, second brother, keep this Ganoderma lucidum for yourself. I have gained a lot in this little time, and it will be enough for me to use for a while. Jiang Chen, just take it if I tell you to. Do I have to beat you up? Don't you want to know about the third aunt? Seeing Jiang Chen's unquestionable expression, Jiang Daoxin hesitated for a while, then stretched out his hand to take the Ganoderma lucidum. Jiang Daoxin, thank you, second brother. As they got along with each other during this period of time, Jiang Daoxin became more and more understanding of the tempers of his two brothers. Therefore, I didn't make any more excuses. Anyway, it was given to me by my own brother. Just take it. Seeing Jiang Daoxin taking the Ganoderma lucidum, Jiang Chen showed a look of satisfaction on his face. Bite. Congratulations to the host for sending a Millennium Fire Ganoderma lucidum, triggering a 10,000 times critical strike reward, and obtaining a Millennium Ice Heart Lotus, purple, with an original chance value of 10,000. 10,000. Your Ice Heart Lotus grows in extremely cold places, contains a large amount of ice power, and has the special effect of enhancing the power of the soul, kindness. Purple reward? After seeing the rewards given by the system, Jiang Chen felt happy in his heart. He didn't expect that his luck would be so good this time, and he would directly trigger a 10,000. Fold reward. The three of them walked forward. I also did a lot of tasks along the way, relying on the treasure hunting function of the system. Jiang Chen and the two of them harvested a lot of elixirs. But because the core disciples entered it first, most of the opportunities were snatched away. So the harvest wasn't very good. Jiang Chen directly distributed these elixirs obtained along the way to Jiang Daoxin and the others, although he received some critical hit rewards. But the multiples are not very high. As the three of them continued to approach the inner circle, I met more and more people. But judging from the current situation, Xianqing sect is basically at a disadvantage, and several groups of fellow disciples they encounter are injured. And many corpses of fellow disciples were also found along the way. Looking at the miserable situation of his classmates, the eyes of Jiang Chen and others couldn't help but become cold. As Jiang Chen and others continued to go deeper, several groups of Luo Yun sect disciples took action against them. But in the end they were all killed ruthlessly. At the same time, behind Jiang Chen and the others were many people, all of whom were Xianqing sect disciples who were rescued along the way. At this time, this group of people looked into Jiang Chen's eyes with a strong look of admiration. As more and more people from the Xinqing sect gathered together, the Luoyun sect also discovered that something was wrong and chose to hide. After all, not long after Jiang Chen and the others arrived, many disciples of the Luoyun sect would have died if they had not hidden themselves. I am afraid that I will be destroyed by Jiang Chen and others. Looking at his fellow disciples following him, Jiang Chen simply led them to start sweeping the first floor. After everyone discovered this, not to mention how excited I was inside. To know. Originally, the Luoyun sect had the absolute initiative, but with Jiang Chen's actions, their lives were simply miserable. And Jiang Chen and others are like bandits, and they will basically kill any Luoyun sect disciple who is found. Then they looted all their belongings. At last, the remaining Luoyun sect disciples had to venture into the second level to seek help for their own safety. In a dense forest, Jiang Chen looked at the group of fellow disciples directly in front of him. He said, "The first floor is basically safe. You can explore here by yourself. I am going to the second floor." As Jiang Chen finished speaking, everyone responded in unison, "Senior brother Jiang, we understand." After talking for a few words, Jiang Chen and Jiang Daoxin walked towards the entrance to the second floor. As for Xia Lu, he chose to stay on the first floor. After all, where his own strength lies, entering the second level will only become a burden to Jiang Chen. Therefore, it is better to stay on the first floor and use the resources here to enhance your own strength. As the two of them continued to move forward, the surrounding environment is also constantly changing. I saw. The surroundings were gradually shrouded in fog, and a crimson light curtain appeared directly in front. Learn from others. Just pass through the light curtain in front of you. You can enter the second level of the Abyss Secret Realm. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen and Jiang Daoxin speeded up again and rushed towards the light curtain. Soon, the two came to the light curtain. Their bodies were not hindered at all, and they passed through easily. Kindness? Once you enter the second floor, Jiang Chen immediately showed a look of surprise. He found out the aura concentration here. It is about 30% stronger than the first level. Jiang Daoxin turned to look at Jiang Chen. He said softly, "Second brother, what should we do next?" He glanced around. He said in a deep voice, "Brother should have entered the second level as well. Let's look for him while exploring." Jiang Daoxin, "Okay, listen to my second brother." Subsequently, Jiang Chen chose a direction. Keep going deeper with Jiang Daoxin. On the way forward, Jiang Daoxin would come up with some elixirs from time to time. Send it directly to your mouth. Look at Jiang Daoxin's swallowing speed. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but secretly clicked his tongue. To know. In general, no monk would choose to swallow the elixir directly. After all, this move not only absorbs limited medicinal power, also a huge waste of time. But Jiang Chen discovered it. Those restrictions were of no use to my third brother. Jiang Daoxin not only absorbed the medicine quickly, but also wasted very little medicinal power. And the awakening level of Jiang Daoxin's Taotai divine body. It has reached 30% at this time. Shush, the two of them walked forward. The surrounding trees are becoming increasingly rare. System, I've been on the second level for a while, but why don't you get any hints about finding opportunities? Damn, why didn't you tell me earlier? Faced with this answer from the system, Jiang Chen was speechless. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Second brother, what do you think that is? Just then, an exclamation came from Jiang Daoxin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately looked in the direction Jiang Daoxin pointed. I saw. A large piece of magma appeared directly in front, in the center of the magma. There was a dark black vine stretching out. Gudu, the vines take root in the magma. The whole body exudes a faint layer of fluorescence. At the top of the vine, there is a purple fruit. The magma splashing around continued to scatter on the fruit, but the magma did not cause any harm to the fruit. Instead, it makes it more shiny. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. A message popped up immediately. Name, Xiantian red flame fruit, grade, 4th grade, characteristics, contains a large amount of fire attribute energy, has the effect of cleaning marrow and cutting bones, can slightly enhance bone strength, and improve its own attribute affinity. Enhance the strength of bones? I really didn't expect that this 4th grade Xintian red flame fruit would actually have bone tempering effects. It was really an unexpected discovery. While exploring information, the two of them kept getting closer to the magma, and a wave of heat hit their faces, mixed with a gentle fragrance. Other side. Looking at the spirit fruit that continuously absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Jiang Daoxin's eyes showed a hint of excitement. He found out. Not only can this thing actively absorb spiritual energy, it can also survive in such a harsh environment. It must be a treasure. Jiang Daoxin, second brother, you wait here, I will help you pick that fruit. The words fell. Jiang Daoxin was ready to rush towards the fruit. Although the fruit is in the center of the magma, the area of the magma is not too large. Now you can use the cultivation of the divine sea realm. It was very easy to pick a fruit from it, but just when Jiang Daoxin was about to do it, Jiang Chen suddenly grabbed him. Ha! Jiang Daoxin looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled look. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He whispered, don't be impulsive, there seems to be something in this magma, observe it for a while first. As Jiang Chen's voice fell, Jiang Daoxin immediately probed his consciousness, and after feeling the weak fluctuation, a trace of fear appeared on his face. This fruit in front of him is so conspicuous, but it has been preserved until now, it is obvious that there is a beast guarding it. If he rushed over just now, even if he could take the attack of the beast, he would be dragged into the magma. It would definitely be very disadvantageous to him. Although the divine sea realm can use Dangqi to protect the body, if he is in this kind of magma, he can't hold on for too long. What's more, there are unknown beasts in the magma. If it attacks, the speed of qi consumption will be even faster. After understanding this point, Jiang Daoxin couldn't help but take a few steps back again. But looking at the fruit, he was still a little unwilling. After all, there is no reason to let go of the fat meat in hand. Jiang Daoxin, second brother, what should we do now? Facing the current situation, Jiang Daoxin really couldn't think of any good way, and scratched his head habitually. Jiang Chen glanced around. When he saw the boulders all around, his eyes lit up slightly. He whispered, the best way now is to force the things in the magma out. As long as it is solved, the fruit will naturally be easy to catch. Following Jiang Chen's gaze, Jiang Daoxin immediately understood what to do. Without waiting for Jiang Chen to speak, he walked towards the boulders. Jiang Daoxin, get up! Boom! In a burst of noise, Jiang Daoxin lifted a huge rock and then walked towards the lava. Swish! Then, Jiang Daoxin suddenly exerted force with his arms. He quickly smashed the huge rock in his hand into the lava. With the blessing of huge strength, the boulder smashed into the magma, and a large amount of magma spurted out in all directions. Boom! A roar came out instantly. Gudu gudu, but it was tumbling for a while. The surrounding magma calmed down again, as if nothing had happened. On the contrary, the spiritual fruit became more translucent. Brush without any pause, Jiang Daoxin once again raised a huge stone and smashed it into the magma. Jiang Chen observed for a while. He also lifted a huge boulder casually. Throw it towards the magma directly in front. All of a sudden, with the cooperation of the two, there was a constant roar on the surface of the magma. It seemed that they were angered by Jiang Chen and the two of them, and a violent aura instantly filled the air. Boom! Just when the boulder was about to fall into the magma, a huge tail suddenly appeared and whipped it away. Subsequently, a ferocious head emerged from the magma. It stared at Jiang Chen and the two of them with its extremely scarlet eyes. After seeing this head, there was a hint of surprise in Jiang Daoxin's eyes. He said in surprise, what a big lizard. That's right. The ferocious beast that appeared in the magma at this time was a huge fiery red lizard, its whole body covered in scales. A huge tail swung randomly behind him. All 7 auras of the divine sea realm appeared. Roar boom! He observed Jiang Chen and the two of them for a while. The giant lizard let out an angry roar, jumped out of the magma, and hit the ground heavily. After seeing the whole picture of this guy clearly, Jiang Chen finally knew what it was. This kind of giant lizard is called a fire lizard. Because it lives in magma all year round, its scales are extremely hard. The body also contains a large amount of fire poison. Very difficult to deal with. Looking at the red giant lizard that was dozens of feet tall, Jiang Dao's eyes were full of solemnity, and the aura around him began to riot. At this time, Jiang Chen slowly took a step forward. After the two brothers looked at each other, they launched an attack on the fire lizard. Roar! Seeing Jiang Chen and others taking the initiative to attack, the fire lizard's eyes were full of anger and he let out a roar. The fire lizard had just observed that the strength of the two people in front of him was not very good at all. This is also the main reason why it dares to jump directly out of the magma. Brush! Seeing the two people getting closer and closer to him, the fire lizard quickly waved its huge tail towards them. Boom! After being hit by the giant tail, Jiang Chen and Jiang Daoxin quickly retreated, and their breathing became much faster. It seems that it is not its enemy at all. See this scene. The fire lizard suddenly became more confident, looking at Jiang Chen and the two men with greed in his eyes. During this time, it has swallowed several human monks, and its own strength has been greatly improved. Now, Xiantian Qian fruit is only one step away from maturity. Now as long as Jiang Chen and the two are swallowed and then take the Xiantian red flame fruit, the fire lizard will have absolute confidence and its own strength will definitely be greatly improved. Boom boom boom. I saw. The fire lizard moved its huge claws and rushed towards Jiang Chen and the two of them, causing smoke and dust everywhere. At this time, what Salamander didn't notice was, as it got further and further away from the magma, Jiang Chen and Jiang Daoxin looked at each other. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. However, the two of them still did not exert any force. Instead, they chose to fight and retreat at the same time, looking as if they were about to lose at any time. However, hit and hit. The fire lizard finally noticed something was wrong. The two humans in front of them showed signs of losing from the very beginning, but now they have been fighting for so long. They still look like this. The problem is that I haven't taken advantage of it. When I thought that the Xiantian red flame fruit was about to mature, the salamander immediately stopped and was about to turn around and walk towards the magma, letting the two humans go first. However, just as he was about to leave, Jiang Chen and the two men suddenly exerted their strength and finally managed to lure him out so far. You definitely can't just put it back. Roar. Seeing that these two ants dared to take the initiative to attack, the giant lizard let out a roar and waved its giant claws to meet them. However, when the giant claw collided with Jiang Chen's fist, the flame lizard's huge pupils suddenly shrank, and roars continued to come from its mouth. Jiang Daoxin quickly ran behind the giant lizard and blocked its retreat. At this time, the monitor lizard still doesn't understand. I was fooled by these two guys, and I immediately became furious and launched an attack crazily. However, although the giant lizard's physical body is powerful, it can't get any advantage from Jiang Chen and the two brothers. Roar. After attacking for a while to no avail, the giant lizard directly opened its bloody mouth, and a burst of crimson water spurted out in an instant. It quickly sprayed out towards Jiang Chen and the two of them, instantly covering them. See this scene. Jiang Chen immediately frowned. He knows. This should be the fire poison of the monitor lizard. However, what Jiang Chen did not expect was that these fire poisons were directly refined by the Hunyuan Ju not long after they entered his body. I really did not expect that the Hunyuan Ju would have such an effect. Even toxins can be refined. Just at this moment, Jiang Chen discovered. Jiang Daoxin suddenly opened his mouth and sucked the poisons into his stomach, with a look of unsatisfied expression on his face. The devouring magical power of the Taotai body? This special ability to devour everything is really terrifying. It seems that the third brother has gradually adapted to his own physique. Swish! After retracting his thoughts, Jiang Chen quickly rushed towards the fiery lizard, and Jiang Daoxin was not willing to lag behind, raising his fist and smashing at the giant lizard. At this time, the giant lizard looked at his poison mist and found that it had no effect. His face suddenly changed and his expression became impatient. It was fine that the physical body could not take advantage, but even the innate magical power had lost its effect. Now it just wanted to escape back to the magma. However, before the giant lizard could make any move, Jiang Chen and his accomplice attacked, and roars were heard continuously. The shrill roars were heard continuously. Puff puff puff. Under the attack of Jiang Chen and his accomplice, the defense of the fiery lizard was broken after a short while, and a large amount of blood spurted out. Roar. Boom. With an unwilling roar, the fiery lizard fell heavily on the ground, and after struggling for a while, it became motionless. Puff! Jiang Chen quickly retracted his palm, holding a beast core in his palm. Pa pa pa. Just then, a round of clapping sounded behind Jiang Chen and his accomplice. Then, a round of footsteps followed. After a while, a group of 3 people came close to Jiang Chen and his accomplice, and the leader kept looking at Jiang Chen and his accomplice. His eyes were full of teasing. Look at the oncoming man. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. The visitor is none other than someone else. It was Yang Yi from the Shanghai Society. He originally had half-step creation realm strength, but was suppressed by the power of the second level of rules. At this time, his strength was limited to the peak of the Divine Sea realm, and the 2 members of the Shanghai Society beside him. Their strength is at the 6th level of the Divine Sea realm. Jiang Chen's face quickly returned to calmness. He said calmly, "What do you want?" Faced with Jiang Chen's question, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Yang Yi's mouth. He opened his mouth and asked, "I am your senior brother after all. Can't I come to you if I have nothing to do?" The words fell. A cold light flashed deep in Yang Yi's eyes. "Brother, what do you think that is?" Just then, one of the men discovered the red flame fruit not far away. He immediately shouted out, "Oh!" After hearing the shouting, Yang Yi immediately followed the sound, and when he saw the dark purple dazzling fruit, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. "Yang Yi, I really didn't expect that there is a Xian red flame fruit here, which I just needed when I broke through the realm of creation." The words fell. Yang Yi was ready to collect this red flame fruit. "Hurry up, I smell the elixir. If it's too late, it won't be our share." Just then, an urging sound reached everyone's ears. After hearing this sound, Yang Yi took back his raised steps and turned his head to look in the direction of the source of the sound. I saw. A handsome man in white robe came towards me, with a big caterpillar lying on his shoulder. What shocked everyone? It was not the man who spoke, but the big caterpillar on his shoulder. Looking at the surprised eyes of everyone, the big green insect's eyes were full of pride. Arrogantly opened his mouth. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen handsome bugs? A bunch of guys who have never seen the world." The words fell. There was a look of contempt in the big green insect's eyes, as if he deserved as much beating as he wanted. Yang Yi suppressed the surprise in his heart. He said in a deep voice, "Jiang Yu, I didn't expect you to come too." That's right. It was Jiang Yu who appeared at this time. "Brother!" After seeing Jiang Yu's figure, a smile appeared on Jiang Daxin's face and he immediately shouted. Jiang Yu smiled slightly, nodded lightly at Jiang Chen and the others, and then quickened his pace. Not a moment. Jiang Yu came to the two men and ignored Yang Yi who was standing aside. The three brothers began to talk. Kindness? The big caterpillar saw this scene. His eyes quickly swept over Jiang Chen and the two of them. Then he said proudly, "Since you are Xiao Yuzi's brothers, you can hang out with me from now on. With my help, your achievements will be kindness?" The words are not finished yet. Daqing's pupils shrank suddenly, his eyes fixed on Jiang Daxin, and his original proud expression suddenly disappeared. This kid is actually the body of the Taotai god. Why does it appear in the small place of Hanwu Tianyu? Why does this physique appear? What is going on? After suppressing the shock in his heart, the big green insect once again turned its attention to Jiang Chen who was standing aside. Started to look at it carefully. I'm crazy. After observing carefully for a while, Daqing couldn't help but cursed secretly. This is fate. Fateless one, the will of this world is crazy. It doesn't matter if there are three freaks, they are still brothers. Don't you intend to leave a way for others to survive, at this time? The big green insect was shocked inside. He immediately fell into a state of silence. See this scene. Jiang Yu showed a look of confusion. He knew very well that this guy was not talking nonsense. Now he took the initiative to keep silent. It's really surprising. After taking a look at Daqing, Jiang Yu withdrew his gaze and did not dwell on this matter. After all, this guy is always talking nonsense. Jiang Yu is used to it. Other side. Jiang Chen was also looking at the big caterpillar at this time. After seeing the other party's message, there was a look of shock in his eyes. Race, 9-colored celestial silkworm. Status, seriously injured and under repair. Ranking on the mythical beast list, 20. The mythical beast 9-colored silkworm? Jiang Chen really didn't expect it. This big bug that seems to be full of energy is actually the 20th one on the list of mythical beasts. It's really unbelievable. At the same time, Jiang Yu's luck also surprised Jiang Chen. After not seeing him for a while, he actually got a divine beast. Other side. Seeing that he was ignored, Yang Yi looked a little gloomy at this time, staring at Jiang Yu coldly. He said in a deep voice, "Why, you don't even know how to say okay when you meet your fellow disciples? You don't understand any etiquette." Facing Yang Yi's sudden words, Jiang Chen and the other two people turned to look at him at the same time, but no one spoke. The atmosphere seemed a bit depressing. After a while of silence, seeing that the three of them had no intention of speaking, Yang Yi winked at the man on his left. After getting Yang Yi's signal, the man immediately nodded in response and quickly turned his head to look in the direction of the magma. Now the Xiantian red flame fruit is fully ripe. It is a good time to pick it. Swish. However, As soon as the man took his steps, the daching on Jiang Yu's body also moved, and it turned into a green light. It quickly flew towards the Xiantian red flame fruit. Daching's speed was too fast, and the member of the Xinghai Club had no time to react. In a flash. Daching appeared on Jiang Yu's shoulder again, and the Xiantian red flame fruit in the magma was taken by him. In addition, Daching directly ate the vine of the red flame fruit, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. He muttered, "Not bad. Not bad. The energy contained in the vine of this red flame fruit is not bad, and my strength has recovered a little bit." The voice fell. Daching threw the Xiantian red flame fruit to Jiang Chen. "Yang Yi, how dare you, do you really think I don't exist?" Seeing this scene, Yang Yi could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and he roared, and the peak strength of the Divine Sea realm gushed out. A terrifying aura swept the whole place. The other two also surrounded them at this time, staring at Jiang Chen and the other two with cold eyes, and a battle was about to break out. Facing the pressure of Yang Yi and others, the three Jiang Chen brothers did not show any fear, and their eyes met with Yang Yi, and the true energy around them surged rapidly. Boom! Crack, crack, crack. At this critical moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the southeast, and the ground shook slightly, and cracks continued to appear around. Facing this sudden change, the momentum of everyone immediately converged, and they quickly turned their heads to look in the direction of the roar. I saw. There was continuous smoke coming out of the southeast mountain range, and various roars continued, and soon a raging fire ignited. Boom boom. Under this huge fire, countless beasts began to flee frantically, and a beast tide suddenly formed. Then, the ground continued to vibrate. Crack boom. Just then, a large number of dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, and then rain continued to drip from the sky, and it was getting heavier and heavier. The surrounding fire was quickly controlled. Just then, Yang Yi seemed to feel something and quickly took out a jade talisman from his arms. After reading the information in it, his face was a little gloomy. Yang Yi glanced at Jiang Chen and the other two unwillingly. He said coldly, "You are lucky. I will let you go today. You won't be so lucky next time. Let's go." As soon as the voice fell, Yang Yi turned around and left. Yang Yi left. The other two people also quickly followed. The direction they were heading to was exactly where a violent explosion occurred not long ago. Looking at the three people who suddenly left, Jiang Yu had a thoughtful look on his face. There was silence for a while. Jiang Daxin looked at Jiang Yu and the others. He opened his mouth and asked, "Big brother and second brother, should we follow over and have a look? There seems to be a treasure over there." However, before Jiang Chen and others could speak, Daching on the side was the first to respond. "Now it is useless in the past. The ban will not be lifted for at least 2 days. They are just wasting time." As soon as Daching opened his mouth, Jiang Yu immediately turned his head and looked at it. Jiang Yu actually believed in what Daching said, even though this guy wasn't very strong. But the knowledge is indeed extraordinary. Other side, Jiang Chen, who knew Daching's true identity, believed in what he was saying now. After pondering for a while, Jiang Chen spoke softly, "In that case, let's take advantage of this period of time to improve our own strength." Jiang Yu, "Well, that's good. Best to decide later." The three brothers quickly rushed into the dense forest, killed a ferocious beast, and directly occupied his cave. After looking at the Xiantian red flame fruit in his hand for a while, Jiang Chen threw it towards Jiang Yu. "Jiang Yu, second brother, what are you doing?" Jiang Chen, "Brother, it is too wasteful to take this thing like this. You should put it away first. Then we will collect some elixirs and use them in elixirs, which will be more effective." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu pondered for a while. He nodded slightly. He opened his mouth and said, "That's fine. Now that we have the Xiantian red flame fruit, we can refine a furnace of iron bone pill." The words fell. Jiang Yu took out a lot of elixirs from the storage bag and looked at Jiang Chen and the two of them. He said softly, "Take a look and see if you need any of these elixirs. Just take them." Jiang Daxin, "Brother, I still have a lot here. My second brother just gave me 1,000-year-old elixir. Do you want to try some too?" Jiang Yu shook his head slightly. He responded, "Take it yourself. It is best to take the whole plant of this elixir, otherwise the efficacy of the medicine will be greatly lost." Other side. Daching looked at the Ganoderma lucidum in Jiang Daxin's hand. Immediately his eyes lit up. He quickly said, "He doesn't want it. I want it." Boy, as long as you give me this Ganoderma lucidum, I will protect you from now on and no one will dare to bully you. Looking at Daching with an excited face. A faint smile appeared on Zhang Daxin's face. He said softly, I can't give you this Ganoderma lucidum, but I can give you some elixir. What do you think? While talking, Zhang Daxin took out the elixir from the storage bag. After looking at those elixirs, although Daching was a little disappointed, but he still said, okay, the elixir is the elixir. It's rare for you to be so wise. When I regain my strength, I will definitely teach you a great magical power. The words fell. Daching immediately jumped down from Jiang Yu's shoulder, landed on an elixir and started to eat it. Other side. Jiang Chen heard the system prompt tone again. Shenjin fruit contains a large amount of metallic energy and has the effect of washing bone marrow impurities. The effect is very significant. The disadvantage is that it hurts a little after taking it. A little pain? See these two words. Jiang Chen felt a chill in his heart for no reason. The small pain the system gave him last time was still fresh in his memory. There was silence for a while. Jiang Chen took out 3 demon flame fruits from the storage bag. As soon as this fruit appears, Daching's eyes lit up immediately. He spoke in surprise, 5th grade demon. Demonic flame fruit, where did you find this thing? The words fell. Daching immediately jumped towards Jiang Chen. He quickly said, Xiaoqinzi, let's discuss it. How about you give me one of these demonic flame fruits, and when I regain my strength, how about I give you a big opportunity? Anyway, the first dose of this thing is effective. Taking too much is just a waste. Looking at Daching's serious look, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. He opened his mouth and said, what a great opportunity this is, can you reveal some information to me first? Looking at the smile on Jiang Chen's face, Daching was immediately unhappy. He spoke again, do you think I will lie to you? I am the mythical beast 9-colored silkworm. I remember back then, Jiang Chen, stop. Stop. Stop, stop. I'll give you one, but don't forget the great opportunity you mentioned. Subsequently, Jiang Chen gave one of the demonic flame fruits to Daching. Seeing that Jiang Chen gave it to him so easily, Daching was stunned for a while, then a look of joy appeared on his face. I took a bite immediately. He said vaguely, Xiaochen, don't worry, the opportunity one mentioned will definitely not disappoint you. Take advantage of this time. Jiang Chen also gave away the other 2 demonic flame fruits, and now the 3 brothers have formed a tacit understanding. Just take what your brother gives you. Don't ask questions and don't put off. Certainly. The only drawback is that, since the magic flame fruit is a critical hit reward item, therefore, it will not trigger the critical hit effect. After Jiang Yu took the magic flame fruit, he took out a lot of elixirs from the storage bag and distributed them to Jiang Chen and the others. After everything was ready, the 3 of them found a stone cave each. The journey of retreat began. Who after a long breath, Jiang Chen did not intend to take the magic flame fruit, but took out the black gold fruit first. System, are you sure you didn't lie to me? If you take this thing first and then take the magic flame fruit, the pain will be much less? Stare. Host, please rest assured, I definitely didn't lie to you. If you take the magic flame fruit first, the impurities in the bones will be more difficult to cleanse after the body is strengthened. At that time, if you take the black gold fruit again, not only will the effective use be greatly reduced, but the pain will also increase exponentially, which can be said to be more than worth the loss. After listening to the system's narration, Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. He had to admit it. Although this system is sometimes unreliable, the information it gives is fine. After figuring this out, Jiang Chen immediately put the black gold fruit into his mouth. It's just a little painful, I can still bear this little pain. Before Jiang Chen finished pretending, he groaned and his whole body began to tremble slightly. As the black gold fruit entered his stomach, a surge of energy gushed out instantly, and this energy was like a wild horse running wild, wandering wildly in Jiang Chen's body. After rushing for a while, this energy penetrated into Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. There were constant crisp sounds coming from the bones. As time passed, Jiang Chen's face became more and more solemn, and sweat kept dripping from his forehead, and his expression looked very painful. At this time, in addition to the severe pain, there seemed to be countless ants crawling crazily inside the bones. The itching was maddening. After a while, waves of biting sensations instantly spread throughout his body, and Jiang Chen felt as if his heart was being eaten by thousands of ants. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had the same experience as the previous 2 times. Although the pain this time was extraordinary, it was barely within his acceptable range. As time goes by, the pain in the body gradually weakens, but the brittle sounds of the bones around the body become more and more frequent. Subsequently, a feeling of comfort spreads throughout the body, and the remaining medicinal power turns into streams of pure energy. It quickly spreads around the body. All of a sudden, Jiang Chen only felt warm all over his body, and a sense of comfort spread throughout his body instantly. With the influx of this energy, the aura around Jiang Chen is constantly getting stronger, and his strength is rising rapidly. The peak of the 4th level of the Divine Sea Realm. 5th level of Divine Sea Realm. The 5th level peak of the Divine Sea Realm, at last. Jiang Chen's strength is at the peak of the 5th level of the Divine Sea Realm, and is only half a step away from the 6th level of the Divine Sea Realm. There was no further hesitation. Jiang Chen quickly took out a demon flame fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! All of a sudden, the blood in Jiang Chen's body boiled rapidly, and the temperature around his body began to rise. A burning sensation instantly covered his whole body. There was silence for a while. A large amount of energy quickly spewed out from the dantian, and the 9 cyclones were turning crazily. Jiang Chen's muscles were constantly contracting. Boom! There was a constant roar in the blood. Subsequently, a surging power of qi and blood filled the air, and as the power of qi and blood continued to spread, Jiang Chen's long hair flowed automatically behind him. Feeling that his body was getting stronger, Jiang Chen once again took out a lot of elixirs from his storage bag and put them into his mouth. At this time, Jiang Chen discovered the situation today is pretty much what the system says it is. Since he had taken the black gold fruit in advance, it was indeed much easier for him to refine the demonic flame fruit. And the medicine is also absorbed very quickly. What a pity! If there is no limit on the quantity of demonic flame fruit, my physical body will definitely be able to improve to another level, but Jiang Chen learned from the system. Although taking the second demonic flame fruit cannot temper the physical body, the energy in it can be absorbed normally. As the energy in his body continued to be consumed, Jiang Chen took out another demonic flame fruit and swallowed it directly. A surging energy spurted out again. 6th level of Divine Sea Realm. 7th level of Divine Sea Realm. Since most of the medicinal power was absorbed by the physical body, Jiang Chen's realm did not improve much this time. System, with my current strength, can I refine that ice lotus? The system answered very simply. Is there no other way? Jiang Chen still didn't give up. Now that his foundation has been firmly laid, as long as he has enough energy, it is not a problem to break through the realm. His current cultivation level is acceptable. If you take the demonic flame fruit again, the energy you can obtain is very limited, and it is completely a waste of energy. It is better to use the demon flame fruit to exchange for other resources. After all, the demonic flame fruit has a price but no market. Even if you sell it, you can still get a huge sum of spiritual stones. Therefore, Jiang Chen set his sights on Shui Lian. After a short silence, the system prompt sounds again. Although it is impossible to refine the entire ice lotus, the host can try to refine its leaves. You should be able to barely bear the potency. Ice lotus leaves? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately took out the ice lotus. Kakaka. As soon as the ice lotus appeared, the temperature around the cave dropped rapidly, and ice crystals continued to appear around Jiang Chen. This ice lotus is crystal clear, constantly exuding cold air all over its body, and has 3 spiritual leaves growing on its trunk. It is swaying slightly at this time. It gives people a very beautiful feeling. He pondered for a while. Jiang Chen casually took off the smallest spiritual leaf, and then took the ice lotus back. All this is done in an instant. The main reason is that the coldness of this ice lotus is too strong. Jiang Chen didn't dare to let it stay by his side for too long. Looking at the spiritual leaf in his hand, Jiang Chen adjusted his breath and slowly put it into his mouth. Hiss as the ice lotus leaves enter the stomach. Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a breath of air. At this time, a large amount of cold air spread crazily throughout the body, followed by a severe pain. The body is like an inflated rubber ball. It seemed like it was going to explode at any moment. Even though Jiang Chen had experienced a lot of extreme pain, he still couldn't help but let out a low roar. The main thing is that the pain this time is not limited to the physical body, but a large part of it is also blessed by the soul. And this ice lotus has the effect of enhancing perception, doubling the pain. It can be said to be a super double. Jiang Chen couldn't help but clenched his teeth together. The body can be described as a mixture of ice and fire. Not only do they have to suffer physical and soul pain, but they also have to be distracted from refining those violent medicinal powers. In this dual-purpose situation, it made Jiang Chen feel physically and mentally exhausted. At this time, Jiang Chen not only activated the chaos creation art, but also the Hunyuan art was running wildly. Under the continuous refining of the two exercises, the swelling feeling of the body was relieved a lot. Although he was tortured by both the body and the soul, Jiang Chen also gained a lot. He only refined less than 1/10 of the medicinal power, and his own cultivation level was improved by a small realm. And the speed of this rise is still increasing. After enduring the initial wave of pain, the violent aura around Jiang Chen gradually stabilized. He began to break through the realm with all his heart and soul. 8th level of the Divine Sea Realm. 9th level of the Divine Sea Realm. Jiang Chen's cultivation reached the peak of the Divine Sea Realm after refining less than 50% of the medicinal power, which surprised him a little. Jiang Chen thought, with the remaining medicinal power, he should have no problem breaking through the Divine Sea Realm. However, but as soon as Jiang Chen came up with this idea, the 9 cyclones that had been silent all the time reacted. They began to riot. Then, the 9 cyclones actually exerted their strength at the same time. They began to plunder the remaining power. In a short while, about 10% of the energy was divided. At this time, the 9 cyclones were like gluttons. Enjoying this gluttonous feast, Jiang Chen discovered, as the energy in the 9 cyclones continued to increase, his own strength also increased significantly. The strength around him became more solid. As time went by, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. A solemn look appeared on his face. He found the energy in his body had disappeared, but these 9 cyclones were only filled with about 1/3. It is worth mentioning that, as the energy was completely absorbed, the 9 cyclones gradually calmed down. Jiang Chen felt it slightly and found that his strength was still at the peak of the Divine Sea Realm and was not affected at all. It seems that if you want to break through to the creation realm, you must fill these 9 cyclones. Originally, Jiang Chen was a little confused as to why he had 9 cyclones, but his cultivation speed was no slower than that of others. Now he finally understood. All the energy requirements of these cyclones were stuck in the last realm. If he wanted to continue to impact a higher realm, he had to make up for the missing energy. After a while, Jiang Chen looked at the remaining spiritual medicine in the storage bag and swallowed them all to fill the energy lacking in the cyclone. Unknowingly, a day passed. As Jiang Chen continued to refine, the spiritual medicine in the storage bag was almost consumed. After checking his own state for a while, Jiang Chen was delighted to find that, after taking the leaf of the ice lotus, his soul power was greatly enhanced. Before, his spiritual sense could only extend outward about 10 feet, but now it can extend outward for more than hundreds of feet. It has increased by nearly 10 times. And, as Jiang Chen continued to refine, the diffusion range continued to increase, and the distance was finally fixed at 150 feet. With his eyes slightly closed, Jiang Chen immediately extended his spiritual sense. He kept looking at the surrounding environment. As the spiritual sense continued to spread, the surrounding environment appeared in Jiang Chen's mind one by one. However, it didn't take long to explore. Jiang Chen felt a slight sense of fatigue coming over him, and he immediately retracted his consciousness. The strength is still too weak. After exploring for less than 20 breaths, the soul power can't keep up. However, Jiang Chen was not discouraged. The soul power of the Sea of God's realm is weak. To be able to achieve this step in this realm is already a rare existence. Now Jiang Chen only needs to accumulate energy continuously. As long as he breaks through the creation realm and opens up the Sea of Consciousness, his soul power will grow explosively and reach an incredible strength. If it weren't for the lack of time, Jiang Chen wanted to continue refining the ice lotus. After retracting his thoughts, Jiang Chen stepped out of the small stone cave. As soon as he arrived at the main cave entrance, Jiang Chen saw De Qing, who was curled up on a pile of grass at this time, and dark purple light continued to flow around his body. And the magic flame fruit had disappeared at this time, leaving only a dark brown fruit core on the ground. Seeing that Zhang Daoxin and the other two were still practicing, Jiang Chen slowly moved the boulder at the entrance of the cave, and then disappeared into the dark night. After a while, Jiang Chen returned to the cave again, holding a few fat rabbits in his hands. Then, Jiang Chen lit a fire, put the processed rabbits on it. At the same time, Jiang Chen took out a vessel from his storage bag, poured some clean water into it, and then put a lot of beast meat. After a while of tinkering, Jiang Chen added a lot of seasonings in bits and pieces, and a rich fragrance instantly filled the entire cave. Gudong Zizizi looking at the broth constantly boiling in the fire, and the sizzling rabbit meat, Jiang Chen showed a touch of satisfaction. I didn't expect that you have such skills and can make low-level beast meat so delicious. At this time, Daqing's voice came from behind Jiang Chen. Swish, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Daqing jumped directly onto Jiang Chen's shoulder, staring straight at the pot of broth, his face full of anticipation. Looking at Daqing's appearance, Jiang Chen showed a strange look on his face. He couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Aren't bugs vegetarians? Why are you drooling?" "Daqing, you are the bug. I told you that I am a divine beast. Do you understand divine beasts? Don't look at me with that worldly perspective. I have traveled through all walks of life. I have eaten all kinds of delicacies, even rare and exotic animals." When he said this, Daqing's eyes were full of pride. "Jiang Chen, before you brag, can you wipe the saliva from the corner of your mouth? It's almost on my clothes." Daqing, who is bragging? What I just said is true. I tell you, after quickly covering up his embarrassment, Daqing started talking about his glorious deeds again. His expression was so passionate. However, when Daqing was talking, his eyes always glanced at the fire from time to time, which made Jiang Chen want to laugh. Tap tap tap. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps behind him, and Jiang Daxin and Jiang Yu walked out of the small stone cave. When Jiang Yu saw the things next to the fire, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He whispered, "Brother Chen, it seems that you have been out of retreat for a long time, and you have prepared so many things." Jiang Chen smiled slightly. He responded softly, "Not much earlier than you. Come and sit down, it will be ready soon." The two of them were not polite. They sat down around the fire immediately. Taking advantage of this gap, Jiang Chen used the system to look at the two. After 2 days of retreat and cultivation, Jiang Daxin's strength broke through to the 6th level of the Sea of Gods. The awakening level of the Taotai divine body has risen again. His eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Chen discovered, even if Jiang Daxin did not practice any skills, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth would gather towards him. His body seemed to have its own consciousness. It absorbed and refined the energy on its own. To put it simply, as long as he found a place with abundant spiritual energy, Jiang Daxin would lie down and do nothing, and his strength would continue to increase. When his eyes swept over Jiang Yu, Jiang Chen could not help but reveal a hint of surprise. My elder brother's original cultivation was at the 2nd level of the Divine Sea Realm, but now he has directly broken through to the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Sea Realm. The speed of his strength improvement is almost catching up with his own. However, when he saw another message, Jiang Chen immediately understood what was going on. His elder brother's emperor's residual soul had been completely refined by him. No wonder the elder brother's strength increased so quickly. It turned out that he had refined the emperor's soul. "Jiang Chen, almost done, eat quickly." As Jiang Chen opened his mouth, Jiang Daxin couldn't wait to start eating. "Daqing, I want it too. At this time, Daqing on the side was no longer reserved, and quickly jumped onto Jiang Yu's shoulder, urging him non-stop. Jiang Yu took out a container. He directly filled this guy with a bowl. Then, in the surprised eyes of the three people, Daqing began to eat voraciously, just like a starving ghost reincarnated. As if he had never eaten in his life. "It's delicious, so delicious. Your cooking skills are comparable to that guy who calls himself the god of food." On the other side, Jiang Daxin looked at Daqing's exaggerated eating. He couldn't help but look up at Jiang Yu. He couldn't help but say in surprise, "Brother, you, how long have you been starving it? Why is it like a starving ghost?" At this time, Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. A black line appeared on his forehead. He responded, "During this period of time, this guy ate more than me. This should not be a problem of hunger, but it is just like this. The face of the divine beast is lost." Ha ha ha. As Jiang Yu said this, Jiang Chen and the others immediately burst into laughter. It didn't take too much time. The food prepared by Jiang Chen was eaten up. Break after Daqing made a noise, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face, not caring about the strange looks of Jiang Chen and others. "As if I didn't see it." After a moment of silence, Jiang Yu turned his head and looked at Daqing on his shoulder. He said softly, "How long will it take for the restriction you mentioned to be lifted?" Daching, tonight at the latest, but judging from the current situation, it should be lifted a little earlier. Seeing that Daching knew this place so well, Jiang Chen on the side couldn't help but become interested. He immediately asked, "What is in the restriction? Do you know about this?" As Jiang Chen spoke, Jiang Daxin and the others also turned their eyes to Daching. "Daching, it seems to be an ancient tomb. I just observed it from the outside for a while. As for what is inside, I don't know, but I can be sure of one thing." When he said the last sentence, Daching's face showed an extremely confident look. "Oh?" Jiang Daxin was immediately intrigued by him. He quickly asked, "What can you be sure of?" He glanced at the three people with pride. Daching said leisurely, "I can be sure that there must be treasures in the ancient tomb." As soon as these words came out, Jiang Chen and the other two twitched their mouths slightly, and Jiang Daxin's face turned darker, and he turned to look at Jiang Yu on the side. He whispered, "Brother, can I beat it?" Daching's answer now. It was almost the same as not saying anything. But this family still looked very smart. It deserved a beating as much as it deserved. On the other side, when Daching heard that Jiang Daxin wanted to beat him, he immediately became alert, and his little eyes rolled around. He quickly said, "Don't mess around, because you are Xiaoyu's younger brother, I don't want to hurt you. Hey! Hey! Let me go!" He had just said half of the words. Daching was directly lifted up by Jiang Yu and looked at the meaningful eyes of Jiang Chen and others. Daching immediately stopped being arrogant. He said quickly, "Don't worry, as long as you enter the ancient tomb, no matter what treasures there are, I will find them for you, just follow me when the time comes." Looking at the suspicious eyes of Jiang Chen and others, Jiang Yu nodded gently. He responded, "Daching is right, its nose is really powerful, and it is very good at finding treasures." Nose? Looking at the strange eyes of Jiang Chen and the others, Daching seemed to guess their thoughts, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He said immediately, "What are you looking at? I am a divine beast. Do you understand divine beasts?" I pound, Daching's reaction directly amused Jiang Chen and the other two. Jiang Yu, "Okay, stop making trouble, let's go over and take a look first. If we go too late, we will have nothing to do." Jiang Daxin, "Okay. Then." The three brothers quickly walked out of the cave and walked towards the location where the roar was heard not long ago. Crack crack. Although the fire was controlled in time, many trees were still affected and burned black. As they approached the destination, more and more trees were burned black. At first glance, the ground was full of burnt branches, and there were constant crackling sounds when walking on them. After walking for a while, Jiang Chen and the other two found many corpses of ferocious beasts. Judging from the dried blood, they were obviously killed not long ago. After observing for a while, Jiang Chen and the other two stopped at the same time, staring at the dead tree in front of them, and the surroundings suddenly became extremely quiet. After a stalemate of dozens of breaths, a cold voice came from behind the dead tree. "Really, why don't you come here and die honestly?" Then, a figure appeared in the sight of Jiang Chen and others. Crack. Just then, there was a noise again around, and several people appeared on the dead trees on both sides, quickly surrounding this side. He glanced at Jiang Chen and the others. The leading man showed a cruel smile on his face. "We have found a few more disciples of Xianqing sect. Senior brother Wang's method is really useful. Waiting for the rabbit is indeed a lot easier." During the time he was talking, the other people quickly spread out in all directions, forming a trend of encirclement, surrounding Jiang Chen and the other two. At this time, a man in a green robe looked happy. He quickly stepped to the side of the leading man. He whispered, "Senior brotherly, these three people are the three brothers of the Jiang family, but senior brother Wang has been looking for them." The leading man's name is Li Feng. The peak aura of the divine sea realm is fully revealed. It is not difficult to see from the vast aura around him that his original strength is definitely the creation realm. As the green-robed man finished speaking, Li Feng immediately showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. He said coldly, "It's really easy to get it, this is a bargain for me. It seems that I can withdraw the team early and focus on the core disciples of Xianqing sect next." The voice fell. Li Feng turned his head and looked at the man in green robe. He said, "Zhao Zhong, the highest cultivation level of these three guys is only the second level of Shanhai realm, so you can do it." Hearing this, Zhao Zhong's expression immediately lit up. He quickly responded, "Thank you, senior brotherly." Zhao Zhong understood. He had the strength of the 8th level of the divine sea realm. At this time, Li Feng asked him to take action, which was obviously giving him an opportunity. As long as he succeeded in killing Jiang Chen and others, he could also gain a lot of benefits from it. The other 3 people from Luoyun sect saw this scene, and they couldn't help but show a trace of envy in their eyes. But they also understood. Zhao Zhong had followed Li Feng for the longest time, and he was a confidant. It was understandable to give him this opportunity. At this time, the 3 people showed a trace of determination in their eyes, and secretly decided in their hearts that they must follow Li Feng well in the future. Sensing the changes in everyone's emotions, Li Feng's mouth corners slightly raised a few points. He wanted this effect, which could not only achieve his own goals, he could also gain benefits from it. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Boom! Zhao Zhong suddenly exerted force on his back foot. He rushed towards Jiang Chen and the other 2 instantly, with a strong killing intent gushing out instantly, and the surroundings suddenly became windy. Seeing this scene, Li Feng nodded with satisfaction. Swish, however. Before Zhao Zhong got close, Zhang Daoxin on the side rushed out quickly, slowly raised his fist, and rushed towards Zhao Zhong. Feeling Zhang Daoxin's surging blood and energy, Jiang Chen immediately understood. This kid used the Dragon Elephant Heaven suppressing fist. After noticing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a hint of expectation. His 3rd brother was born with supernatural power since he was a child. Now the Taotai physique is constantly awakening. He also wants to see how powerful can this Dragon Elephant Heaven suppressing fist be in Zhang Daoxin's hands. At this moment, Li Feng and others found something wrong. As the distance between the 2 sides continued to narrow, Zhang Daoxin's strength continued to rise, and soon he went from the 1st level of the Divine Sea Realm, directly became the 6th level of the Divine Sea Realm. Kindness? After noticing Zhang Daoxin's sudden surge of aura, Zhao Cheng's expression changed slightly, but he quickly calmed down his emotions. The aura around him surged again. Although Zhang Daoxin's strength surprised him, it was just an accident. He has the strength of the 8th level of the Divine Sea Realm, and he can easily defeat a 6th level monk of the Divine Sea Realm. But, in order to ensure nothing went wrong, Zhao Zhong still used his martial art Xin Sha Palm. This martial art is a low-grade Xian level skill. Anyone who is hit by this palm will have the power of Yin Evil quickly invade the opponent's body, making them miserable. It can be said, this is a very sinister technique. In the blink of an eye, the 2 collided. As soon as their fists collided, Zhao Zhong's expression instantly became distorted. One eyeball almost popped out of his head. Kakaka. At this time, Zhao Cheng's blood surged all over his body, and his throat felt inexplicably sweet. Zhao Chong, you, pfft. Zhao Zhong wanted to say something, but as soon as he uttered a word, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Boom! Subsequently, a shrill scream was heard, and Zhao Zhong's body flew backwards and hit the ground heavily. What? How is this possible? Seeing Zhao Zhong flying backwards, Li Feng's eyes immediately narrowed and a ferocious look appeared on his face. The main reason is that Zhao Zhong's appearance is really miserable. Not only his clothes are torn apart, but his chest is even more dented. There was blood flowing out of the mouth and nose. It looks like it's about to die at any moment. What's even more difficult for them to accept is, Zhang Daoxin, the initiator, looked calm at this time, as if nothing had happened. Zhang Daoxin received a punch from Zhao Zhong head-on, but his body didn't even move. Ahem, with the help of another person, Zhao Zhong stood up from the ground with difficulty, staring at Zhang Daoxin. His eyes were full of disbelief. Zhao Zhong, how is it possible? The evil spirit has entered your body. Why is nothing wrong with you? Zhao Chong remembered it very clearly. When he flew out upside down, he injected a large amount of sinister energy into Zhang Daoxin's body. But now, Zhang Dao's heart was as if nothing had happened. This was hard for him to accept. The evil spirit, is this what you are talking about? I saw. Zhang Daoxin slowly opened his palm, and there was a ball of black gas in the palm of his hand. At this time, the mass of gas is constantly swimming. Look at the black gas that is as cute as a kitten. Not to mention Zhao Chong. Even Li Feng was shocked. Immediately afterwards, in everyone's surprised eyes, Zhang Daoxin actually opened his mouth and took a breath. He took the initiative to inhale the evil spirit into his mouth. Suck it in? Li Feng and others discovered. After Zhang Daoxin inhaled the evil person, not only did he not suffer any harm, his overall strength also increased a little. Li Feng saw this scene. The expression in his eyes gradually became serious. He noticed something was wrong. This Jiang Daoxin is really weird. He is completely different from the person Wang Ning said. Their strength is very different. Think of this. He turned to look at Zhang Chen and the two men who were not far away. The contempt in his eyes faded a lot, revealing a look of solemnity. Now that Jiang Daoxin's strength was so strange, he became wary of Zhang Chen and the two of them. His expression became much more serious. At this time, when the other three people from the Luoyun sect looked at Zhao Zhong, there was a hint of sympathy in their eyes. The envious look on their faces disappeared and was replaced by a look of joy. Fortunately, Li Feng didn't ask them to come up just now. Otherwise, he would be the one who would be beaten to death now. Zhao Zhong quickly took a lot of pills. Although his injuries were stabilized, his face was still extremely pale. The breath is also very disordered. From time to time he would cough up a few mouthfuls of blood. Just then, Li Feng took 2 steps forward. He turned to look at the other 3 disciples. He said in a cold voice, "You guys work with me to get rid of them as soon as possible so that we can join up with senior brother Wang and the others." Upon hearing this, the other 3 nodded immediately in response. Their strength is around the 7th level of the Divine Sea Realm. Although Jiang Daoxin's strength surprised the 3 of them, they were now attacking together, with Li Feng personally leading the team. They have nothing to fear. Li Feng, do it! The words fell. Li Feng rushed directly towards Jiang Daoxin. After the other 3 hesitated for a while, they decided on Zhang Chen and the other 2. Swish, brush, brush subsequently. The 3 people moved quickly and rushed towards Zhang Yu and the other 2. Zhang Chen looked at the 3 people coming towards him. He turned to look at Zhang Yu. He said softly, "Brother, leave these 3 people to me. You go and help the 3rd brother." Zhang Yu, okay. To Zhang Chen's strength, Zhang Yu still believes it. Even though his strength has improved a lot now, he also feels a sense of threat from Zhang Chen. Kindness? The 3 of them were delighted when they found out that Zhang Chen was planning to deal with them alone. "You are really looking for death." After a sarcastic remark, the 3 of them quickly surrounded Zhang Chen. Then they attacked Zhang Chen at the same time. Facing the attack of the 3, Zhang Chen was instantly wrapped in the aura, and a strong breath gushed out instantly. Damn, he also hides his strength. Run, run! After feeling the terrifying strength of Zhang Chen, the 3 of them immediately made strange noises and retreated madly to the back. They reacted quickly, but Zhang Chen was faster. He caught up with them in an instant. Puff 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 as Zhang Chen's fists continued to swing, the 3 of them flew backwards in an instant, screaming continuously. Puff puff puff, the ground was suddenly filled with smoke and dust, and Zhao Zhong, who was standing aside, was stunned at this time, with his mouth wide open. His face was full of fear. On the other side, Zhang Yu wanted to help Jiang Daoxin. But after he fought with Li Feng, Zhang Yu found Jiang Daoxin was not at a disadvantage at all. After discovering this, Zhang Yu did not step forward immediately, but chose to watch from the side. After all, this was a free sparring partner. It was just right to enhance Jiang Daoxin's combat experience. Jiang Daoxin had a hard time fighting at first, but as time went on, he became more and more handy. On the contrary, Li Feng became restrained and looked very frustrated. Ha! Soon, the movement over Zhang Chen's side caught his attention. Boom! After fighting with Jiang Daoxin, Li Feng used this force to distance himself from him, and then turned his head to look in the direction of Zhang Chen and others. At first glance, Li Feng's pupils shrank immediately. As the smoke and dust dissipated, Li Feng found the 3 people on the ground at a glance. It was only a dozen breaths, and they were not only covered in blood, but also had a weak breath. As if they were about to die at any time. Warm tips: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Seeing this scene, Li Feng's heart immediately chilled. He knew he had hit a wall this time. The information Wang Ning gave was all wrong. The 3 brothers of the Jiang family were more terrifying than each other. Jiang Daoxin alone was enough to give him a headache. Now Jiang Chen was obviously stronger than Jiang Daoxin. Both brothers were so strong. As the eldest brother, Zhang Yu must be even more terrifying. After understanding this, Li Feng's heart was half cold, and he lost all his fighting spirit in an instant. Now there was only one thought in his mind. That was to escape from here quickly. Judging from the current situation, there was only one way to deal with Zhang Chen and others, that was to join forces with other core disciples to attack together. After making a decision in his heart, Li Feng's eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, looking for the best escape route. Now he only had one chance. Li Feng understood. If he was held back by Jiang Daoxin, and Jiang Chen and the other two attacked together, he would definitely be in danger. However, just as he looked around with his peripheral vision, the big green caterpillar lying on Jiang Yu's shoulder immediately raised its head. He said, "Boy, that sly guy wants to escape. You must be careful, don't let him take our storage bag away." Upon hearing this, Jiang Daoxin's eyes immediately locked on Li Feng. He responded, "Don't worry, he can't take our storage bag away, I've been watching him." Seeing a big green caterpillar speaking human language, Li Feng was slightly startled. But he soon calmed down. It is not uncommon for fierce beasts to speak human language. As long as they break through the realm of creation and open up the sea of consciousness, they can basically speak human language. Another type has special abilities. Although their own strength is not very good, they can also master human language in advance. In Li Feng's opinion, the big green caterpillar in front of him belongs to the second case. After all, its strength is only the first level of the Sea of Gods. After discovering that Jiang Daoxin's breath locked on him, Li Feng's face became very ugly. The look towards Daoxin was full of murderous intent. But he still couldn't suppress the doubts in his heart. He said in a deep voice, "Jiang Daoxin, don't spit blood on me. When did I take your storage bag? Today is the first time we meet. We didn't have any intersection before, right?" Looking at Li Feng with an angry face, Jiang Daoxin showed a serious look on his face and raised his hand to point at the storage bag on Li Feng's waist. He said seriously, "That's my storage bag." Li Feng looked down. He almost spit out a mouthful of blood. This guy actually said that his storage bag was his, and he looked very serious. "It's just shameless. Li Feng, this is obviously my storage bag, when did it become yours?" At this time, Li Feng almost roared. "Jiang Daoxin, it was yours before, but now it's mine. You don't have to delay time. No one will come to save you today, and I won't give you this opportunity." Swish, the voice fell. Jiang Daoxin rushed towards Li Feng quickly. Looking at Jiang Daoxin coming towards him, Li Feng's face immediately became extremely gloomy, and he could only passively welcome the opponent's attack. He really didn't expect it. This silly-looking guy actually saw his intention to delay time, which really surprised him. As the battle continued, Li Feng's expression became anxious. He found that Jiang Chen and the other two were walking towards this side. If they were directly besieged by 3 people, there would be no chance at all. But then, Li Feng couldn't help showing a hint of joy in his eyes. Jiang Chen and the other two actually stopped not far away, and did not mean to help, which made Li Feng lose hope. As long as I can capture this Jiang Daoxin, I can not only escape successfully, but also threaten them with this. Thinking of this, Li Feng's eyes immediately became fierce, and the aura around him began to rise wildly, and the terrifying strong winds spread out immediately. The area where the two were located was suddenly filled with smoke and dust. Puff, as the true qi continued to circulate, 2 flames rose from Li Feng's palms, and then continued to grow. As the 2 flames continued to rise, the temperature around them also rose a few degrees. Jiang Daoxin only felt a wave of heat rushing towards him. On the other side, Zhao Zhong looked at the 3 fellow disciples whose vitality had dissipated, and a hint of despair appeared in his eyes. But when he saw the flame in Li Feng's hand, a hint of hope appeared in his desperate eyes. Zhao Zhong knew clearly. The martial arts that Li Feng was using now was a Xian-level middle-grade martial arts called Fire Art. This martial arts had been cultivated to the small success realm by Li Feng. He once used this fire art with the cultivation of half a step into the realm of creation to injure a powerful person in the realm of creation. Although it was only a minor injury, but it was enough to prove the power of this technique. After all, the gap between the half-step creation realm and the real creation realm is not a little bit, and it is generally difficult to jump to the next level. Zhao Zhong understood. With his current physical condition, the chance of escaping is very slim, and it can be said that he is doomed to die. But Zhao Zhong is Li Feng's confidant after all, and he immediately understood his current plan, and his heart was excited. Only when Li Feng's plan succeeds, today's deadly situation can be solved. It can be said that the hope of survival now lies in Li Feng's hands. On the other side, swish, as the 2 flames in his hands continued to rise, Li Feng quickly opened his arms, and the flames in his palms quickly spread out. Li Feng, fiery fire burning the sky. Puff whoosh. As Li Feng's voice fell, the two flames in his hands sprayed out and quickly surrounded Jiang Daxin, forming a small sea of fire. Success! Seeing Jiang Daxin surrounded by his own flames, Li Feng's eyes immediately showed a touch of joy. Collect! A roar came out. Li Feng's hands suddenly closed together, and as his arms contracted, the flames immediately began to shrink. It directly trapped Jiang Daxin in place, and then began to burn his body continuously. However, after a while, Li Feng's face did change suddenly. Facing his burning flames, Jiang Daxin was not affected at all. Li Feng, what kind of monster is this kid? Why is my fire art useless to him? However, the next scene. It directly broke Li Feng's defense. I saw. Jiang Daxin opened his mouth and sucked suddenly, and his flames were directly sucked into his mouth. As the flames continued to pour in, Jiang Daxin's belly bulged slightly, but soon returned to normal. After a while, all the flames were absorbed by Jiang Daxin. Looking at Jiang Daxin, whose strength had increased a little, Li Feng's eyes were full of horror, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. On the other side, Zhao Zhong saw this scene. His body couldn't stop shaking. Now that Li Feng's strongest attack was resolved, Zhao Zhong couldn't see any hope of a comeback. Push for more, thank you. Brush. After suppressing the shock in my heart, Li Feng turned around and ran away. There was no hesitation. Brush. However, not long after Li Feng ran out, Zhang Chen suddenly appeared in front of him and punched him head-on. Li Feng saw this scene. His expression suddenly changed. Damn it! After scolding angrily, Li Feng quickly raised his fist to greet him. Boom! After a roar, Li Feng quickly retreated. At this time, Li Feng's face was flushed, his arms were shaking, and a lot of blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Li Feng, how possible? How can you be so strong? Facing Li Feng's question, Zhang Chen did not make any response and rushed towards him again. Boom boom boom! All of a sudden, the two fought together again. Other side. After discovering that Zhang Chen was facing Li Feng, Jiang Daxin on the side turned around and walked towards Zhao Zhong. Looking at Jiang Daxin coming towards him, Zhao Chang's face was full of fear and he quickly took several steps back. Zhao Chong, you, don't come over, at this time. While Zhao Zhong retreated, a scream came out of his mouth. However, he was already seriously injured. The speed is simply incomparable to Jiang Daxin. As Jiang Daxin got closer and closer to him, Zhao Zhong couldn't help but reveal a fierce look in his eyes. He said angrily, even if I die today, I will drag you to support me. Boom! The words fell. The aura around Zhao Chong continued to riot, and his body began to expand. See this scene. Jiang Yu, who was not far away, immediately stared at him. Jiang Yu, third brother, be careful. Boom! Before Jiang Yu could make any move, Jiang Daxin's figure immediately moved. Not only did he have no intention of retreating. Instead, he accelerated and rushed towards Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong, you, wow! In a blink of an eye, Jiang Daxin came to Zhao Zhong. Before he could activate his true energy, Jiang Daxin smashed Zhao Zhong's dantian with a punch. Puff puff puff! As his dantian was shattered, blood spurted out from Zhao Chang's whole body, and his swollen body quickly shriveled up. The look in his eyes quickly disappeared. Boom! In order to prevent this guy from causing trouble again, Jiang Daxin punched him directly in the chest. Under Jiang Daxin's blow, the vitality around Zhao Chong completely disappeared. Touched Jiang Daxin just finished here. There was a loud noise not far away. I saw. Li Feng's body hit the ground heavily, and smoke and dust suddenly filled the area. Li Feng kept coughing and a large amount of blood poured out of his mouth and nose. After realizing his own injuries, Li Feng's eyes were full of despair. Brush with Zhao Chang's lesson learned, Zhang Chen raised his hand and grabbed Li Feng without any hesitation. Li Feng, no, I can't die. Seeing Zhang Chen getting closer and closer, Li Feng endured the pain and struggled to get up, stumbling towards the outside. However, I just ran out a few steps. A figure stopped him. Li Feng, Jiang Yu, are you going to kill them all? Put you, however. Li Feng's response was Jiang Yu's swift blow. Looking at the blood constantly overflowing from his chest, Li Feng's eyes were full of unwillingness. At this time, Li Feng couldn't help but regret in his heart. If he had been more decisive just now, he might have been able to provide a backstop. But just because he was determined to save his life, an excellent counterattack opportunity was missed. Li Feng, don't be complacent, senior brother Wang will avenge me. Puff, ignoring Li Feng's words. Jiang Yu quickly withdrew his arm. Ding dang as Jiang Yu withdrew his arm. Li Feng quickly took a few steps back. After taking a look at the huge blood hole on his chest, Li Feng's hateful eyes slowly swept over Jiang Chen and the others. Touch subsequently. Li Feng slowly leaned back and hit the ground hard, making a loud noise. Subsequently, the aura around him instantly dissipated. See this scene. Jiang Dao quickly cleaned the battlefield and soon collected several people's storage bags together. Looking at Jiang Daoxin coming towards him, Jiang Chen was the first to speak. Put away the storage bag first, and we'll talk about the rest when we go back. Jiang Daoxin nodded slightly and put away the storage bags. Other side. Da Qing jumped out immediately. He said, "Hey, Xiao Daoxin, don't forget my share." Jiang Daoxin nodded slightly. He responded, "Don't worry, I won't forget it." Boom! Just then, the ground began to shake, and various noises continued to be heard from the dense forest. At the same time, the spiritual energy in the void also became violent. Click boom! First a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and then a loud noise was heard. The three looked up. They found that a large number of black clouds gathered in the sky, and the light around them suddenly became much darker. After feeling these changes, Da Qing immediately said excitedly, "The ancient tomb has been opened, let's hurry over, otherwise the treasure will be gone." Oh? After hearing this, Jiang Chen and the other two looked at each other. They immediately rushed into the dense forest. Swish! The speed of the three was very fast, getting closer and closer to the direction of the roar. But what puzzled the three was that, after walking forward for a long time, they didn't find anyone. After a while, a stone door appeared in the sight of the three, and behind the stone door was a dark passage. Whoosh! At this time, a lot of cold wind rushed out of the passage. It gave people a very cold feeling. Looking at the messy footprints in front of the cave entrance, Jiang Chen whispered, "No wonder no one can be seen. It seems that they have all entered the tomb. Jiang Yu, let's go in and take a look." As Jiang Yu's voice fell, the three of them quickly rushed into the cave. Tap tap tap. After entering the passage, the surrounding environment suddenly became extremely quiet, and the originally fierce wind sound suddenly disappeared. The dull footsteps echoed in the passage. Tick-tick as they continued to move forward. The sound of dripping water came from time to time around, echoing in the ears of the three people. Ha! Just then, Jiang Chen found that there were many corpses of ferocious beasts in front of him. Judging from the uncoagulated blood, they were obviously killed not long ago. After discovering this, the three of them accelerated their pace again. After moving forward for a long time, the three of them stopped. They all cast their eyes on Da Qing on the side. At this time, countless passages appeared in front of them. It looked complicated. Being watched by three people, Da Qing felt it carefully. He said softly, "The atmosphere here is too chaotic. The destinations in each entrance are different. I can only give some suggestions. It's up to you to choose." When he said this, Da Qing couldn't help showing a hint of embarrassment on his face. Da Qing finished speaking. Jiang Daoxin's eyes were full of suspicion. He couldn't help but say, "Didn't you say that it was easy to find treasures with you? Why is it different from what you said now? Isn't this a lie?" As Jiang Daoxin said this, Da Qing's face was more embarrassed, but it quickly regained its composure with its strong psychological quality. He said confidently, "It's not all my fault. I didn't expect the atmosphere here to be so chaotic, and my strength has only recovered a little, so there must be many limitations. But don't worry, the entrances I just selected will definitely have good gains. As for what they are, you have to go and see them to know." Da Qing finished speaking. The surroundings fell into a brief silence. After pondering for a while, Jiang Chen glanced at Jiang Yu and the others. He whispered, "If it's too slow to act together, why don't we each choose an entrance to explore? What do you think of this method?" Jiang Yu, "Yes. That's what I'm thinking." At this time, Jiang Daoxin on the side also nodded slightly in response. Then he spoke first, "In this case, I'll choose the passage on the left. Big brother and second brother, you guys should be careful. I'll go first." After getting the response from Jiang Chen and the others, Jiang Daoxin rushed into the cave entrance quickly and disappeared without a trace in a short while. As soon as Jiang Daoxin left, Jiang Yu walked towards the central passage. He whispered, "Second brother, take care." After a while, Jiang Chen was the only one left at the passage. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Chen came to the entrance on the far left, stepped into it immediately, and flew down all the way out. This passage extends all the way down. On the wall of the passage, there were dots of fluorescent light flashing. With these lights, Jiang Chen's eyes kept scanning the surroundings. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He found this passage was like an ant hole, sometimes going down and sometimes going up, and they were connected to each other. After walking forward for a while, Jiang Chen came to a small platform like a transfer station, and several holes appeared in front of him again. Looking at this maze-like layout, Jiang Chen frowned slightly, and his eyes kept scanning the entrances in front. After thinking for a while, Jiang Chen chose another passage. Rushed down quickly. As he went deeper, Jiang Chen found. At this time, the passage became much more humid, and there was a faint fishy smell in the air, which was very disgusting. At this moment, Jiang Chen stopped moving forward. At this time, several shriveled corpses appeared in front of him. Judging from the clothes on the corpses, these people were disciples of Xianqing sect. Their skin was well preserved, but the flesh and blood in their bodies disappeared completely. It is not difficult to see from the horrified expressions on their faces that they must have seen something terrible before they died. After observing carefully for a while, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Judging from the injuries on these fellow disciples, they were all killed in one blow, without even a chance to struggle. Those who can come to the second floor to explore are basically at the level of the Divine Sea Realm, and many are at the peak of the Divine Sea Realm. Now they are traveling together. But they were still killed in one blow. Obviously, the things hidden in the dark are definitely not ordinary. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but become a lot more cautious. Tap tap, the footsteps echoed in the empty passage. After walking forward for a while, the passage ahead became much wider. At this time, Jiang Chen found several corpses again. This time, there were corpses from both sects, but the majority were from the Luoyun sect. As soon as he came here, Jiang Chen felt that the atmosphere around him was a bit depressing, and the stench became stronger. Tick, sizzle. Just then, a sound of dripping water was heard. A sizzle sound followed. Jiang Chen immediately looked in the direction of the sound. I saw. There was a pool of dark green liquid right in front of me. It was corroding the ground. Looking up slowly in the direction of the liquid dripping, Jiang Chen's eyes immediately fixed. Swish! Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately retreated quickly to the back. Boom! Not long after Jiang Chen retreated, a giant foot fell from his original position and smashed into the ground fiercely. There was a roar. Seeing that his attack was avoided, the giant creature roared continuously, and several scarlet eyes stared at Jiang Chen. At this time, with the help of the weak light in the passage, Jiang Chen finally saw the appearance of this mysterious creature. The thing that attacked him just now was a giant spider several dozen feet in size, and the spider was completely black. There are 8 pairs of scarlet eyes on the forehead. And the dark green liquid is dripping from the mouth of this giant spider. As the system's detection function is turned on, a message pops up quickly. Name, Nether Ghost Spider, Realm, first level of the Creation Realm, racial characteristics, the whole body is as hard as iron, contains a lot of poison, has a strong sense of territory, and is naturally bloodthirsty. The ghost spider slowly pulled its giant feet out of the ground, and a sound of crushing stones suddenly came from the passage. Then, the giant ghost spider quickly landed on the ground, staring at Jiang Chen with greed. It turned out to be a beast in the realm of creation. No wonder those people were killed directly. Hiss sha after a roar. The ghost spider's giant feet moved quickly and rushed towards Jiang Chen at a weird speed. A stream of sticky liquid sprayed out. As the ghost spider continued to approach him, the stench in the air instantly doubled, and the temperature around him inexplicably dropped a few degrees. Swish-faced with the liquid sprayed by the ghost spider, Jiang Chen on the side immediately flashed and quickly disappeared from the spot. Puff sizzle. As soon as the liquid landed, black smoke rose up and a big pit appeared in an instant. On the other side, Jiang Chen originally planned to use his speed advantage to slowly wear down the ghost spider and find an opportunity to kill it. However, what Jiang Chen didn't expect was, although the ghost spider was huge, its own movement speed was not slow at all, and its 8 huge long legs kept moving. The ghost spider quickly crawled on the wall of the passage. The distance between it and Jiang Chen was getting closer and closer. Puff 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 while chasing. White silk threads kept spurting out of the ghost spider's mouth, directly blocking the retreat route behind, not giving Jiang Chen any chance to escape. At this point, Jiang Chen knew very well that if he continued to run like this, he would definitely suffer in the end. As the spider silk around him continued to increase, his speed became much slower, and the ghost spider had already caught up. Swish! The sound of breaking through the air continued to sound. The ghost spider raised its huge feet and attacked Jiang Chen frantically. Urge! All the escape routes were blocked. Jiang Chen stopped retreating, the chaos creation technique in his body was running wildly, and he quickly rushed towards the ghost spider. Brush! Looking at the oncoming Jiang Chen, the ghost spider quickly raised its two giant legs and struck towards him. Buzz! The giant foot was like a long knife, quickly cutting through the air, and suddenly a sonic boom sounded. Boom kakaka! All of a sudden, there was a loud noise. Jiang Chen caught the ghost spider's giant feet with both hands, but under the opponent's terrifying strength, his feet were directly embedded into the ground. The bluestone slabs on the ground quickly shattered, a large number of cracks continued to spread in all directions, and rocks suddenly flew across the entire passage. Just then, Jiang Chen noticed a tingling sensation in his palm, and he immediately turned his gaze over. I saw. Densely dense barbs appeared on the ghost spider's giant feet, many of which were already embedded in his skin. At this time, a lot of dark green liquid gushes out from those barbs and quickly spreads towards his body. Other than that, Jiang Chen could also clearly feel that there was a strong suction coming from these barbs. He is constantly sucking his own blood. Brush! Be aware of this. Jiang Chen's arm suddenly exerted force. Throw out the ghost spider's giant feet. Then he quickly distanced himself from it. Hiss! Hiss! Other side. The ghost spider kept roaring from its mouth. After sucking some of Jiang Chen's blood, its expression became even more violent, and its eyes were full of greed. After keeping a certain distance from the ghost spider, Jiang Chen looked at the palm of his hand. There were several tiny blood holes on it, and there was some dark green liquid around the blood holes. It is worth mentioning. At this time, the wounds on the palms of the hands were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the toxins pouring into the body were directly refined by Jiang Chen using the Hunyuan Ju. Boom! 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 After a brief pause, the giant spider's 8 giant feet pulsed rapidly and rushed towards Jiang Chen again. Countless small suction cups appeared on the giant feet. Brush! Boom! All of a sudden, one person and one spider collided together again, the roaring sound continued in the passage, and the terrifying aura spread crazily around. After figuring out the giant spider's strength, the blood in Jiang Chen's body surged wildly, and a terrifying burst of energy and blood spurted out. Dragon Elephant Suppressing Heaven Fist was swung rapidly. Other side. Feeling the strong power of qi and blood in Jiang Chen's body, the ghost spider's expression became even more greedy, and he kept roaring. Boom! 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 Under the constant attacks from Jiang Chen's fists, the ghost spider's body, which was dozens of feet long, continued to retreat, with scars appearing all over its body. Jiang Chen, shock the elephant and imprison the dragon. Ho ho ho! As Jiang Chen waved his fist, a roar suddenly came from the void, and he felt this terrifying aura. The ghost spider suddenly became impatient. Boom! After a fierce collision, the ghost spider's body flew out quickly and hit the stone wall beside it hard, and dark green blood spattered out, while the ghost spider quickly struggled up from the pile of rocks. At this time, the aura around it was extremely chaotic, and a hint of fear appeared in its originally scarlet eyes. The human being in front of me is really weird. His cultivation level is obviously not very strong, but he is able to compete with himself. And they have been fighting for so long. Not only does his aura show no signs of weakening, but his strength is getting stronger and stronger. The ghost spider took notice of the huge hole in his chest and roared unwillingly at Jiang Chen. Quickly turn and run towards the depths of the passage. Boom! However, Jiang Chen had already been prepared for all this. I saw. His back foot suddenly exerted force, and with the help of this huge force, his body flew out, quickly closing the distance with the ghost spider. Although the body of the giant spider was extremely hard, its giant feet were still injured by Jiang Chen in the fierce battle just now. Therefore, the ghost spider moves much slower than before. Jiang Chen caught up with it easily. With the help of the explosive force just now, Jiang Chen jumped up high and landed directly on the ghost spider's back. Be aware of this. The ghost spider began to beat continuously, and its back directly hit the wall on the side. Before the ghost spider could get close to the wall, Jiang Chen's arm directly penetrated its back. Hisses! The ghost spider was in pain, and began to roar continuously, and the beating amplitude increased a lot. Brush! Boom! Crucial moment. Jiang Chen jumped off the ghost spider's back, and the ghost spider hit the wall hard, making a loud noise. Gudu gudu. At this time, blood continued to flow out of the wound on the ghost spider's back. Brush. The ghost spider wasn't given any time to breathe. Jiang Chen rushed over again. The roar filled the passage again. Under Jiang Chen's constant attacks, the ghost spider's aura became weaker and weaker, and in the end, it lost its sanity. Start attacking randomly. But I saw. Jiang Chen punched through the ghost spider's head. When he withdrew his arm, a black crystal appeared in his palm. Boom! As the crystal left the body, the ghost spider's blood-red eyes quickly lost their luster. The body hit the ground hard. After the ghost spider's 8 giant legs struggled for a while, there was absolutely no movement. Kindness? Jiang Chen discovered. As the ghost spider's vitality dissipated, the venom pouring out of its back was constantly eroding the ghost spider's body. Zitsizi in the blink of an eye. The body of the ghost spider was quickly corroded, exposing a large number of white bones. Followed closely. It was a stronger stench. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He did not choose to stay here any longer and continued walking along the passage. After leaving for a while, Jiang Chen discovered there is an additional entrance on the left side of the passage, and a faint fragrance wafts out from this entrance. Be aware of this. Jiang Chen's eyes moved slightly and he immediately stepped in. Dong dong. As you continue to walk inward, the temperature in the air gradually becomes lower, and an ethereal sound of dripping water echoes around. As you continue to walk inwards, there was a lot of spider silk around the wall. After reaching the end, Jiang Chen unexpectedly discovered a pool of water, and the top of the pool was completely covered with spider webs. At this time, mist rose from the surface of the pool, and when it touched the spider webs above, it condensed into droplets of water. Dropped into the pool again. Looking to the left, Jiang Chen immediately discovered a nest made of spider silk, and in that nest, there were actually several spider eggs placed there. Kindness? Just then, Jiang Chen immediately discovered something unusual. Among these many white spider eggs, there was actually a golden spider egg mixed in. Jiang Chen picked up the golden spider egg. Feel a strong breath of life. Jiang Chen did not immediately walk towards the lair, but looked around again. It's not hard to guess from the fragrance in the air. There must be other treasures here. Otherwise, the ghost spider wouldn't be able to build a nest here. Scanned for a while. Apart from the spider eggs in that nest, Jiang Chen didn't find anything else. Brushed. Jiang Chen's figure jumped up. He jumped directly onto the spider web and walked slowly towards the nest of spider eggs. There are many dead bones on this layer of spider webs, including those of humans and ferocious beasts. There are not a few in number. Judging from the degree of decay of those bones, it's been a few years. From this point of view, this ancient tomb of Huang Tian did not appear recently. These people should be previous explorers. But at this moment, there was a look of doubt in Jiang Chen's eyes. As he continued to get closer to the nest, Jiang Chen not only did not smell any foul smell, but the fragrance became even stronger. Smell this special fragrance. Jiang Chen felt that the pores all over his body had relaxed a lot. After feeling the changes in myself, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he accelerated his pace, and soon he arrived in front of the lair. This nest is embedded in the stone wall and extends some distance inside. Fortunately, the hole of the nest is wide enough. Jiang Chen walked in easily. Dong dong dong. As soon as he got close to these spider eggs, a dull heartbeat slowly came out, echoing in his ears. Ignore those giant white eggs. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly locked onto the golden spider egg. As the system scans quickly, a piece of information quickly came into view. Original race, Netherworld ghost spider, status, bloodline reversion, after returning to the ancestors, the sky-swallowing demon spider, bloodline purity, 70%, can continue to evolve, the sky-swallowing demonic spider, one of the 10 evils in ancient times. It has the magical power to tear apart the void and can travel freely in the void. It likes to swallow violent energy to enhance its own strength. After seeing the information given by the system, there was a hint of joy in Jiang Chen's eyes. He really didn't expect that this was actually a sky-swallowing demon spider. To know. As an adult, the sky-swallowing demon spider is not only powerful, but its ability to escape is even more enviable. With the ability to tear apart the void, if it weren't for the huge gap in strength, most people wouldn't be able to do anything about it. And, as it travels through the turbulent flow of the void all year round, the body of the sky-swallowing demon will become stronger and stronger, and can even compete with dragons. This is enough to see the horror of the sky-swallowing demon spider lineage. In addition to the physical body, the innate supernatural powers of the sky-swallowing demon spider are also very terrifying. Due to the constant devouring of violent energy, it can infinitely amplify the opponent's inner demons during battle, combined with his own nightmare magical power. In the same realm, there are very few people who can defeat the sky-swallowing demon spider. Faced with such a good thing, Jiang Chen would naturally not miss it. Don't say anything else. With the quality of the sky-swallowing demon spider, even if you give it away, its critical hit reward will definitely not be bad. Use your palms slightly. Jiang Chen directly hugged the golden egg. As soon as the golden giant egg was acquired, the surrounding heartbeats became clearer. Just then, a look of surprise appeared on Jiang Chen's face. As the giant golden egg was picked up, it discovered that there was a small stone trough at the bottom of the nest, which was only the size of a bowl. There is some dark purple liquid in this slot. As the golden egg was removed, the fragrance in the air instantly increased several times, giving people a refreshing feeling. Name: Heaven and Earth Spiritual Milk. Characteristics: it has the special ability to improve physical fitness and strengthen one's own bones. It is a unique spiritual creature of heaven and earth. Heaven and Earth Spiritual Milk? At this time, Jiang Chen finally understood why the egg had mutated, and it must have something to do with these heaven and earth spiritual milks. Judging from the traces left on the stone trough, at least 2/3 of the heaven and earth spiritual milk has been absorbed by it. Looking at the remaining 1/3 of the spiritual milk of heaven and earth, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a hint of physical pain in his eyes. Never mind. Never mind. At least there is still a little bit left. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still flesh. Let's put this thing away first. Think of this. Jiang Chen took out a porcelain bottle from the storage bag and prepared to put away the remaining heaven and earth spiritual milk. However, just then, the system beep sounded suddenly. Listen to what the system says. Jiang Chen's outstretched arm was immediately stunned. Special container? What special container is needed? As soon as the system said this, Jiang Chen was immediately in trouble. He had never even heard of Tianqing Xianjing, and it was unrealistic to look for it now. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly realized that the system also had an opportunity store with so many things in it. There must be something you need. Think of this. Jiang Chen immediately started searching in the chance store, and soon found Tianqing Xiantai. The price is not very expensive either. What left Jiang Chen speechless was, the Star Shin crystal can indeed be exchanged, but I don't know how to practice weapons at all, so holding this Shin crystal will have no effect. At last, Jiang Chen could only give up struggling. Forget it. Forget it. Since I can't take it away, I'll just refine the heaven and earth spirit milk here, which can just replenish some energy. Although it's a bit regrettable. But this is the best way at present. What a pity, if I give this thing away, the reward must be very good. Who after a long breath, Jiang Chen urged his true energy and introduced the remaining heaven and earth spirit milk into the porcelain bottle, and then quickly poured it into his mouth. As soon as the heaven and earth spirit milk entered his stomach, the silent 9 cyclones reacted and began to operate rapidly. Boom! Spiritual energy gushed out. Streams of pure energy gushed out, and the 9 cyclones devoured the energy crazily. But not all the energy was devoured. Half of the energy was retained, constantly washing Jiang Chen's whole body, and the pores around his body were gushing with rosy light. Although there was no change in strength, but Jiang Chen could sense it. He became more intimate with this world, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy increased again. As the washing was over, the remaining energy was quickly absorbed by the cyclone, and the originally violent aura was now stabilized. After a survey, Jiang Chen showed a satisfied smile on his face. After refining all the spiritual milk of heaven and earth, the energy required by the cyclone has been filled by 2/3. Next, Jiang Chen only needs to fill the last 1/3, and he can break through to the realm of creation. And there will be no bottleneck. After retracting his thoughts, Jiang Chen slowly stood up. He did not touch the white spider eggs around him, but chose to leave the cave directly. After a while, Jiang Chen returned to the main passage again. Continue to rush to the depths. Well, Volume 2. As you continue to go deeper inward, the crossing forks gradually decreased, and many swaying lights appeared on the stone walls. At this time, Groups of purple flames rose from the surrounding iron lamps, illuminated by these flames. The scene in the passage is clearly visible. Crossed a junction again. Jiang Chen discovered a lot of messy footprints. It seems that although these passages are complicated, they will eventually converge at one place. Da Qing is really unreliable. After thinking about this, Jiang Chen's forward speed accelerated a bit again. Although I complained in my heart. But Da Qing was indeed right about one thing. There are corresponding opportunities in each channel. He didn't know about the others. But at least it has come true for me. Boom, kindness? After walking forward for a while, a roar suddenly came from the front. Brush, the figure flashed. Jiang Chen quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. Not a moment. Jiang Chen came to a place that looked like a giant square, and a bronze gate appeared in front of him. I saw a group of people gathered in front of the bronze gate. Attacks are being launched continuously. Jiang Chen glanced at it roughly. Immediately he discovered many fellow sects, including many from the Luo Yun sect. At this time, except for those who attacked the giant bronze gate, the remaining disciples of the two sects were in a state of confrontation. Judging from the current situation, the Xianqing sect is much weaker than the Luo Yun sect. Jiang Chen saw many familiar people among them. In addition to the sixth prince Zhao Tianga, Yun Shishuet and Wang Ning were also there. Other than that, Jiang Chen also discovered the figure of Long Aotian. At this time, he was standing behind a man in black robe. Jiang Chen glanced at the man in black robe. A message popped up. Name, Duan Feng, Identity, President of Ziyun Club, Realm, 6th level of Creation Realm Physique, None, Bloodline, None. After seeing the other party's information, there was a look of surprise in Jiang Chen's eyes. This Wind Physique and Bloodline are also not dominant. He is only able to achieve such a state at this age, which shows his strong cultivation talent. Jiang Chen, you are really not afraid of death, and you actually dare to appear here. Just when Jiang Chen looked at everyone, a male voice suddenly sounded. After the others heard this voice, they immediately turned their heads and looked behind them, and saw Jiang Chen not far away at a glance. Looking at the man who suddenly spoke, Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. This person is no one else. It was Yang Yi from the Xinghai Society. As soon as she saw Jiang Chen's figure, Yun Shishue, who was not far away, immediately turned cold. Wang Ning even showed a cruel smile. But before they could make any move, the sinister looking man beside Yang Yi slowly turned his head. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen, who was not far away. He said in a cold voice, "So you are Jiang Chen. You can come here alone. It seems you have some strength. No wonder Lu Biao fell into your hands." Feel the hostility in the man. Jiang Chen glanced at the other party indifferently. When Wang Ning and others discovered that Jiang Chen was being targeted by his fellow disciples, they were not in a hurry to speak and looked at him thoughtfully. Other side. Following Jiang Chen's glance, the man's information popped up immediately. Name, Qin Hong, Strength, 7th level of Creation Realm, Identity, President of Xinghai Society, Identity, 2, Confidant of the 3rd Prince of the Tianlong Dynasty Physique, in Evil Body, Bloodline, None, the 3rd Prince's Confidant? After seeing the other party's information, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. Although these princes are not very powerful, they have people under their control all over the two major sects, and they obviously have big plans. Seeing that Jiang Chen ignored him, Chen Hong couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Yang Yi on the side understood immediately. He said in a cold voice, "Jiang Chen, didn't you hear that senior brother Chen was talking to you? Why are you still standing there stupidly? Don't you even know the most basic etiquette at this time?" Duan Feng, who was not far away, saw this scene. He frowned. It is because of the existence of these royal families that the Xianqing sect is so chaotic. I don't know how many talented disciples died because of them. This time we must not let it go. Duan Feng comes from a grassroots background. Chao joined the Xianqing sect when he was young. At that time, there was no royal infiltration into the Xianqing sect, the relationship between the brothers was harmonious, and there was no possibility of plotting against each other. It's almost like a big family. Having lived in Zhuangqingzong all year round, Duan Feng has long regarded this place as his home. But in the days to come, as the sect's strength gradually weakened and the Luo Yun sect continued to suppress them, the Xianqing sect had to make some compromises. It was after that members of the royal family continued to pour into the Xianqing sect, and the situation within the sect continued to change. In the days that followed, all the senior brothers either went out to practice or chose to retreat, and the royal family's power became more and more rampant. coupled with the fact that the senior officials of the sect turned a blind eye, let the situation become more and more serious. At last, Duan Feng had to establish the Ziyun Club to protect those junior brothers who were bullied. However, faced with the pressure from other trade unions, Ziyun Hui's life was not easy at first. Fortunately, Duan Feng's own talent is strong enough. With the continuous improvement of his strength, he gradually stabilized the situation. After making a decision in his mind, Duan Feng immediately walked towards Jiang Chen, ready to rescue him. However, before Duan Feng could speak, a cold male voice came from the passage. It is not your turn to point fingers at people in my Jiang family. Don't you look at what you are? Ha! As the voice sounded, Yang Yi's eyes immediately turned cold. He immediately shouted, Who? Come out. On the other side, Yun Shishue heard this familiar voice, and the aura around her body immediately became a little colder. Tap tap, a sound of footsteps came from far away. Then, a man in a white robe appeared in everyone's sight. Yang Yi, Jiang Yu. After seeing the man's face clearly, Yang Yi immediately called out, with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. Last time, it was because of Jiang Yu that he lost all his face. Now, the enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. At the same time, with the appearance of the two brothers of the Jiang family, the people who attacked the bronze door also stopped. They all became spectators. There is such a lively scene. Of course, they don't want to miss it. Jiang Yu ignored the strange looks of the crowd. He went straight to Jiang Chen. He whispered, Are you okay? Jiang Chen shook his head slightly. He responded, Not bad. Facing Jiang Chen's response, Jiang Yu smiled slightly. On the other side, after Yang Yi came to his senses, he was about to start trouble with Jiang Yu, but before Yang Yi could speak, Chen Hong gently waved his hand, indicated him to retreat. Seeing Chen Hong's action, Yang Yi swallowed back what he wanted to say. He glanced at Jiang Yu coldly. He slowly retreated behind Chen Hong. Chen Hong glanced at Jiang Chen and the other two. He spoke in a cold voice, As long as you two brothers are willing to join the Xinghai Club and apologize to junior brother Yang, I can let go of the past. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Hong looked directly at Jiang Chen and the other two. Seeing Chen Hong asking Jiang Chen and the other two to apologize to him, Yang Yi's gloomy face couldn't help but ease a lot, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly rise a few points. Looking at the aggressive people, Jiang Chen glanced at Chen Hong indifferently. He said in a deep voice, What if we don't agree? Boom! As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, the aura around Chen Hong suddenly surged a few points, and his eyes turned cold. He said in a cold voice, If you don't agree, then stay here forever. As soon as Chen Hong finished speaking, a strong killing intent permeated. When the rest of the Xinghai Club saw this scene, they immediately spread out and quickly surrounded Jiang Chen and the other two. Facing the behavior of the Xinghai Club, there was no fear on the faces of the Jiang Chen brothers. Everyone's cultivation here was suppressed. If Chen Hong and others continued to commit suicide, Jiang Chen would not mind sending them off. On the other side, listening to Chen Hong's undisguised threat, Jiang Yu said calmly, Why, you promised Elder Chen not long ago that you would not trouble us anymore. Have you forgotten it after just a few days? Puff! As soon as Jiang Yu said this, Yang Yi immediately laughed. He said sarcastically, You are from a small family. You are so naive and cute. We are not in the sect now. Even if we kill you now, there will be no evidence when we die. The sect can't do anything to us. As soon as these words came out, Yang Yi showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. However, what surprised Yang Yi was, even though he had said it so bluntly, Jiang Chen and the others did not show any fear. Instead, a smile appeared at the corner of their mouth. Looks a little excited. Yes. Yang Yi was sure that he was not mistaken. At this time, Jiang Chen and Jiang Yu did not look afraid, but more excited. After a while of silence, Jiang Chen said calmly, Really? You can try. Chen Hong, okay. Since you are so ignorant, you can't blame me. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Hong was ready to take action directly. Chen Hong, enough. Just then, Duan Feng led Long Outyan and others to this side and blocked Chen Hong directly. Ha! Looking at Duan Feng and others who suddenly appeared, Chen Hong frowned and his face immediately became gloomy. He said in a deep voice, Duan Feng, you want to go against me? Duan Feng, Chen Hong, no matter what your purpose is today, I will not let you take action against them. Duan Feng's attitude was very tough at this time. There was no intention of giving in. Facing Duan Feng's attitude, Chen Hong was a little embarrassed for a while. In the outside world, his strength is indeed stronger than Duan Feng. But now his own realm is suppressed. If he really fights with the other party, it will be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Besides, there are people from Luo Yun's sect around. If he is injured in the battle, they are likely to attack him. On the other side, seeing Duan Feng not hesitating to offend Chen Hong and stand up for himself, Zhang Chen and the others couldn't help but show a touch of surprise. Long Outyin stepped in front of Zhang Chen. Said softly, "Junior brother Jiang, we meet again." Zhang Chen, "Hello, senior brother Long." Long Outyin smiled slightly. Said again, "Don't worry, with senior brother Duan here, you will be fine." On the other side. At this time, Chen Hong looked directly at Duan Feng. After struggling for a while, he finally did not choose to take action. The situation is unclear now. There are many people around who are eyeing him covetously. In this situation, it is very disadvantageous for him to take action by force. Humph. After a cold snort, Chen Hong said coldly, "Duan Feng, Chen Hong, remember what happened today. Let's wait and see. You can protect them for a while, but you can't protect them forever." After the words fell, Chen Hong cast his eyes on Zhang Chen and the others. He said coldly, "You are lucky. I will let you go today." Without waiting for Zhang Chen and the others to reply, Chen Hong turned and walked towards the bronze door. Yang Yi glanced at Zhang Yu unwillingly. He followed Chen Hong and left. Watching Chen Hong and the others leave, Duan Feng couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. When Long Outyin saw Chen Hong and the others leave, he couldn't help but smile, but before he could be happy for long, a group of people came over here again. Looking at the people who kept approaching, Duan Feng's expression became more and more solemn. Chen Hong, who retreated to the side, also found something unusual. There was a gleam of brilliance in his eyes, and his face was full of gloating. At this time, the crowd coming towards them. It was Yun Shixue and others. Duan Feng hesitated for a while, but still chose to go forward. Looking at Duan Feng who was blocking the road, Wang Ning said coldly, "Duan Feng, I have no interest in you. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. Otherwise, I will kill you too." Tap tap. Without waiting for Duan Feng to speak, Zhang Chen and the others took the initiative to step forward and confront Wang Ning and others. Zhang Chen smiled slightly at Duan Feng. He said softly, "Senior brother Duan, thank you for your help. This is a grudge between us. Let us resolve it ourselves." Looking at the indifferent expressions of Zhang Chen and the others, Duan Feng nodded. He said softly, "Okay, be careful." The words fell. Duan Feng slowly took a few steps back. But he didn't leave. See this scene. A sarcastic smile appeared on Wang Ning's lips. Arrogantly said, "You know the truth." Subsequently, Wang Ning turned his attention to Zhang Yu and the other two. He joked, "I really didn't expect that the two rats from the Zhang family could come here. If I had known, I should have killed you in the Zhang family. By the way, isn't there still Jiang Daoxin? Why didn't he show up here? He wouldn't have died on the way, right?" When it comes to this, Wang Ning's face was full of ridicule. "Don't worry, even if you die, I will live well." However, Wang Ning just finished speaking. Immediately there was a reply. "Kindness?" As soon as this voice came out, the smile on Wang Ning's lips froze immediately. "Go in search of reputation." A slightly thin man slowly walked out of the dark passage. At this time, the white robe on the man's body was much torn, and his tight muscles were looming, and he exuded a violent aura. The visitor is none other than someone else. It was Jiang Daoxin. Only, the strength he showed at this time was only at the third level of the Divine Sea realm, which was similar to the strength shown by Zhang Chen and the other two. The three brothers looked at each other. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. At this time, Yun Shixue on the side looked indifferent, her eyes full of pride. From the beginning to now, she never spoke. Like an outsider. But with the appearance of Jiang Daoxin, a sneer appeared at the corner of Yin Shishua's mouth, and her body temperature couldn't help but drop a few points. Other side. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Daoxin slapped him in the face, and Wang Ning's face became gloomy. The murderous intent in his eyes became more intense. However, just as Wang Ning was about to speak, Yun Shishue, who had been silent, took the initiative to step forward. She looked directly at Zhang Yu. She said in a cold voice, "Zhang Yu, it's really surprising. It's been a while since we last met, and your cultivation has improved so much. After a moment of silence, Yun Shishue spoke again. If I'm not mistaken, your cultivation talent has recovered, right? As soon as the voice fell, Yun Shishue looked directly at Jiang Yu in front of her. Jiang Yu, does this have anything to do with you? As soon as Jiang Yu said this, Yun Shishue's eyes turned cold, and a burst of bone-not-chilling coldness spread rapidly. Ice crystals continued to emerge on the ground. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Yun Shishue's eyes slowly moved away from Jiang Yu and looked at Jiang Chen and Jiang Daoxin on the side. Seeing that all three of them had broken through to the Divine Sea realm, she felt a sense of crisis in her heart. Even if she awakened the ice body, she only reached the 4th level of the Divine Sea realm with the help of Wang Ning and the sect. But now, the 3 brothers of the Jiang family have all broken through to the Divine Sea realm, and the highest cultivation has even reached the peak of the 2nd level of the Divine Sea realm. Yun Shishue doesn't want to give them the opportunity to grow. Now the 2 families have completely torn their faces. If they are not dealt with, the Yun family may be directly destroyed in the future. However, what Yun Shishue doesn't know is, the information she sees now is just deliberately shown by Jiang Chen and others. Yang Yi and others looked at Yun Shishue and wanted to do it themselves. Their faces were full of strange colors. The people of Luo Yun's sect don't understand the strength of Jiang Chen and others, but they know it very well. At the beginning, Lu Biao and Wang Qing joined forces. They were not Jiang Yu's opponents. Although Yun Shishue has a special physique, her cultivation is only the 4th level of the Divine Sea realm. If she bursts out with all her strength is at most about the same as the general 7th level of the Divine Sea realm. With her little strength to deal with Jiang Yu, there is no chance of winning at all. However, Yang Yi and others did not mean to remind them. In any case, Luo Yun sect and Xianqing sect are now hostile forces and will definitely not choose to help them. Besides, if they remind them, Luo Yun sect will become timid and they will not have the opportunity to take advantage. Now Yang Yi and others are eager for them to fight, so that both sides will be injured and they can take advantage of the situation. On the other side, before Yun Shishue can speak again, Jiang Yu's cold voice came out slowly. Yun Shishue, I said I would take back my things. The Panlong jade pendant you took away at the beginning should be returned now. As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Yu looked at Yun Shishue with sharp eyes. Hearing Jiang Yu mention Panlong jade pendant again, Yun Shishue's eyes narrowed slightly, and the coldness around her body rose rapidly. Yun Shishue, I told you very clearly last time that the jade pendant was lost by me, and I also gave your Jiang family corresponding compensation. Why are you so ungrateful? Junior sister, you can't give this kind of person face, just kill him directly, so as not to be upset. At this time, Wang Ning on the side spoke up. While speaking, Wang Ning took a step forward. He stood side by side with Yun Shishue. Jiang Yu ignored Wang Ning on the side, and his eyes were still fixed on Yun Shishue beside him, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. He said in a deep voice, Lost, then what is that in the interlayer of your waist? Do you think I can't recognize it? Ha! Yun Shishue's face changed suddenly. She looked down and found. I don't know when, the green jade pendant hidden in the waist actually revealed a corner at this time. Seeing that it could no longer be hidden, Yun Shishue simply took it out generously, and glanced at Jiang Yu proudly. Sarcastically said, even if you find out, it doesn't matter. We were even when we broke off the engagement. This jade pendant is mine now. Wang Ning also had a grim smile on his face at this time. He said, I heard from my junior sister that this jade pendant is something left by your mother. If you are willing to kneel down and beg us, maybe we will return the jade pendant to you when we are in a good mood. Ha ha ha, the voice fell. Wang Ning laughed loudly, and several disciples behind him also laughed. However, when she found that Jiang Yu looked indifferent, Yun Shishue was very upset in her heart. Thinking of the scene of her being divorced, she couldn't help but have an unknown fire. After thinking for a while, Yun Shishue planned to use this jade pendant to make a fuss. Since Jiang Yu cared so much about Panlong, she would use this to anger him. At that time, she could humiliate Jiang Yu severely first, and then kill him. It was very satisfying to think about it. After making a decision in her heart, Yun Shishue showed a sneer on her face, slowly raised her arm holding the jade pendant, and looked directly at Jiang Yu. He said proudly, Jiang Yu, I tell you, However, he had just said half of the words. Yun Shishue's face suddenly changed, and the smile on Wang Ning's face froze, with astonishment in his eyes. I saw. The other corner of the Panlong jade pendant was grabbed by a white hand, and the owner of this hand was Jiang Daoxin. Since Jiang Daoxin came here, except for greeting Jiang Chen and others, he did not speak again afterwards, which made many people ignore him. Of course. The reason why Yun Shishui was so surprised at this time was that she did not notice Jiang Daoxin's attack at all. Wang Ning, how is it possible? This kid actually avoided my perception. How did he do it? After Yun Shishui came to his senses, his palm tightly grasped the other corner of the jade pendant, and the cold air around him surged wildly, and he rushed towards Jiang Daoxin on the side. Yun Shishui shouted coldly, "Let go!" Seeing the cold air surging around Yun Shishui, Wang Ning, who was about to take action, stopped immediately. Sneered, "You really don't know how to live or die. You dare to ignore the cold air of junior sister Yun. Now I see how is this possible?" At this time, Wang Ning's pupils shrank suddenly. The people around him were also shocked at this time. Just see. The terrifying coldness that gushed out of Yun Shishui's body not only did not hurt Jiang Daoxin, but was directly absorbed by him. Yun Shishui, you. Why are you not afraid of my innate coldness? What's going on? Suddenly, Yun Shishui seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes regained their calmness again. He said proudly, "You can ignore my innate coldness, you must be wearing a very young treasure. I want to see how long your treasure can last." Yun Shishui's face was full of confidence. However, looking at Yun Shishui's look of seeing through everything, Jiang Daoxin was speechless by her ability to make up her mind. The people around heard what Yun Shishui said. They immediately showed a look of understanding. "Wang Ning, it turns out that there is a treasure to protect the body, no wonder you dare to be fearless, but it's a pity that junior sister Yun's coldness is endless, even with a treasure, it can't last long." At the same time, after Yun Shishui came to her senses, her arms immediately began to exert force. But then, Yun Shishui noticed something was wrong. No matter how hard she exerted, Jiang Daoxin's body didn't shake at all. The jade pendant seemed to be welded to his hand. What's going on? Jiang Daoxin's strength is obviously much lower than mine. Why is his strength so strong? However, just when Yun Shishui was thinking, Jiang Daoxin's arms suddenly exerted force, and Yun Shishui's body couldn't help but stagger, and her face changed again. "Yun Shishui, you, Jiang Daoxin, what do you mean, you, give it to me?" Swish. Jiang Daoming suddenly increased the strength in his hand, and Yun Shishui was caught off guard by the sudden force. The jade pendant was taken away directly. "Boy, you are looking for death." Seeing this scene, Wang Ning's face suddenly changed, and he raised his hand to grab Jiang Daoxin's back, his eyes full of murderous intent. Boom! At the critical moment, a figure stood in front of Wang Ning and resolved the fatal blow for Jiang Daoxin. The terrifying airwave spread out in all directions. "Wang Ning, Duan Feng, you are looking for death." That's right. The person who helped Jiang Daoxin at this time was Duan Feng, the president of Ziyun Club. He watched Wang Ning kill Jiang Daoxin directly. He didn't hesitate at all. He chose to attack directly. "Duan Feng, use whatever means you have. Am I afraid of you?" Looking at Wang Ning with murderous intent, Duan Feng didn't show any fear, and his eyes were full of determination. With Duan Feng's move, the atmosphere around him suddenly became solemn, and the two waves of people quickly confronted each other, and the battle was about to break out. When Jiang Chen and others saw this scene, they immediately stepped forward a few steps and stood side by side with Duan Feng and others. In fact, even if Duan Feng didn't take action just now, Wang Ning's attack couldn't hurt Jiang Daoxin. But now, Duan Feng chose to intervene in the dispute for the safety of the three of them, so Jiang Chen and the others would naturally not turn a blind eye. Jiang Daoxin stepped closer to Jiang Yu. With a faint smile on his face, he handed the jade pendant in his hand to Jiang Yu. "Jiang Daoxin, brother, I got the jade pendant back for you." He slowly took the jade pendant. Jiang Yu said softly, "Thank you, third brother." On the other side, looking at the people who were ready to take action at any time, Chen Hong and the others smiled. At the same time, as Wang Ning got angry, the rest of the people from Luo Yun's sect immediately surrounded Duan Feng and his party. Yun Shishui's eyes were cold. She said in a deep voice, "Jiang Yu, give me the jade pendant back." Swish as the words fell. Yun Shishui moved, ignored the others, and rushed towards Jiang Yu. A large amount of cold air spread wildly, and there were more and more ice crystals on the ground, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Seeing Yun Shishui coming towards him, Jiang Yu raised his arm and went straight to meet her, at an incredibly fast speed. At this time, Yun Shishua's pupils suddenly shrank as she was moving forward, and she found that she could not see through Jiang Yu's movements. Wang Ning also noticed something unusual at this time. He quickly warned, "Junior sister, be careful." Puff, however. As soon as Wang Ning finished speaking, Yun Shishua spurted out a mouthful of blood, and her body flew backwards. Sprayed out a mouthful of blood. There was a clear palm print on her chest. Swish. Seeing this scene, Wang Ning immediately flashed. Caught Yun Shishua's body in the air. After finding out Yun Shishua's injuries, Wang Ning's eyes were full of murderous intent, and his eyes swept towards Jiang Chen and others with a vicious look. On the other side, the rest of the people from Luo Yun's sect saw this scene. I couldn't help but say in surprise, how is this possible? Junior sister Yun has an ice body and her cultivation is higher than Jiang Yu. Why can't he even take his opponent's move? This Jiang Yu must have hidden his cultivation, but didn't senior brother say that he was a waste? Why did his cultivation improve so quickly? Is there any secret? For this scene, compared with the surprise of everyone in Luo Yun's sect, Xianqing's sect seemed relatively calm, as if everything was expected. Yun Shishua kept coughing and spitting out blood from time to time. At this time, her arrogance had long disappeared. Instead, there was a hint of madness. Since awakening the ice body, after joining Luo Yun's sect, Yun Shishua has always been smooth sailing, and her cultivation is getting stronger day by day. She has never taken the Jiang family seriously. But now, Jiang Yu's palm, but shattered all her pride. Yun Shishua couldn't believe that Jiang Yu, whom she had always looked down upon, had suddenly become so strong. This result was unacceptable to him. Especially Jiang Yu's indifferent look, which completely broke her remaining self-esteem. Yun Shishua, impossible, I don't believe it, you are just a waste, your cultivation talent has disappeared, how can you become so strong, this is not true. While roaring, Yun Shishua wanted to struggle to get up again. Wow, but Jiang Yu's palm directly injured her severely. As this palm was pulled to the wound again, a mouthful of blood spurted out again. Looking at Yun Shishua's crazy appearance, Jiang Yu said calmly, Yun Shishua, I won't let you die so easily. You must pay the price for everything you did in the past. This is just the beginning. When he said this, Jiang Yu's eyes were cold. At this time, a ball of black air appeared in Yun Shishua's body, constantly swimming in her meridians, devouring the true energy in it. Wang Ning, little beast, dare to threaten junior sister Yun, do you really think we are just decorations? As Wang Ning said this, many core disciples of Luo Yun's sect immediately surrounded him, with endless coldness in their eyes. At this time, Yun Shishua seemed to have thought of something. He spoke loudly, Brother Wang, half a month ago, the highest cultivation level of the three brothers of the Jiang family was only the 5th level of body forging. It has not been long since then, and they have all broken through to the Sea of God. They must have some secrets. Even Jiang Yu, a waste who has lost all his talent, can become so strong. That treasure must be extremely powerful. At this time, Yun Shishua's voice was not small, and the people of the two major sects heard it clearly. As Yun Shishua's voice fell, Chen Hong's eyes showed a gleam of brilliance. At this time, Wang Ning also reacted. He had been to the Jiang family before, and knew that the three brothers of the Jiang family were more useless than each other. But now, their strength has increased so much, there must be a big problem, and the probability of them carrying a treasure is very high. After figuring this out, Wang Ning's eyes were full of greed. Not only him. Zhao Tiange, who had been watching from a distance, also showed a touch of excitement at this time, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise a little. During this period, he investigated the Jiang family, and the situation was basically the same as what Yun Shishua said now. Now that she had reminded him, Zhao Tiange immediately reacted. Then, Zhao Tiange winked at the people around him and walked towards Jiang Yu and others. Chen Hong was also unwilling to lag behind. He also surrounded them with his own people. Looking at the people who kept coming around, Jiang Yu couldn't help but frown slightly, and his eyes when looking at Yun Shishua were full of coldness. Seeing Jiang Yu's expression change, Yun Shishua's face was filled with joy. But his eyes were fixed on the jade pendant in Jiang Yu's hand. After studying it for so long, he finally got some clues. Today, he would snatch the jade pendant back no matter what. Think of this. Yun Shishua turned to look at Wang Ning. He said in a deep voice, "Senior brother, the jade pendant in Zhang Yu's hand is very important to me. You must help me get it back." As soon as Yun Shishue said these words, Wang Ning nodded slightly. He responded, "Don't worry, junior sister, I will help you get the jade pendant back. No one of them can leave today." The words fell. Wang Ning turned his attention to the other Luo Yun sect disciples. He said in a deep voice, "Come with me and arrest these three guys first. I will torture the three of them and dig out all the secrets." When it comes to this, Wang Ning's eyes were full of greed. Swish, brush, the rest received instructions. Started taking action immediately. Etc. However, Zhao Tiange and his party rushed over and stood in front of the Luo Yun sect, and the atmosphere became subtle for a moment. Seeing Zhao Tiange and others suddenly intervene, Wang Ning's face suddenly turned ugly. See this scene. Jiang Chen and the three others had expressionless faces. They know it very well. The reason why Zhao Tiange and others took action must be because what Yun Shishue just said made them greedy. "Wang Ning, Sixth Prince, Chen Hong, what do you two mean? Do you want to go against me?" "Zhao Tiange, brother Wang, no matter what, Jiang Chen and others are my disciples of Xinqing sect. If I just let them go like this today, wouldn't it make the other disciples feel cold?" Wang Ning suppressed the anger in his heart. He turned to look at Chen Hong. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Don't tell me that your thoughts are the same as those of the Sixth Prince." Chen Hong was very calm. He opened his mouth and said, "Of course not. As for the reason, everyone knows it. There is no need to be secretive. The person who has the treasure can take it. Of course I will not let go of this opportunity." Looking at the two high-sounding people, Duan Feng on the side was very angry. Originally, Xinqing sect was on the weaker side, but now the two of them are still fighting each other. Make the situation even more unfavorable. "Duan Feng, Sixth Prince, no matter what, you are all disciples of the Xinqing sect. Do you really have no feelings at all?" As soon as Duan Feng said this, Chen Hong let out a sneer. He said sarcastically, "Duan Feng, don't waste your breath. If Jiang Chen and others are willing to tell the secret of improving their strength, we can spare the lives of their three brothers for the sake of our fellow disciples." As Chen Hong finished speaking, Zhao Tiange on the side also nodded slightly. "Duan Feng, as long as I'm here, you can't even think of succeeding." See this scene. Wang Ning's eyes lit up immediately. He spoke again, "Since it's all about the treasure, there's no need to fight you to death. How about we join forces and distribute the treasures together after we get them?" Zhao Tiange and Chen Hong were both members of the royal family. Wang Ning did not want to make the relationship too tense unless necessary. After all, there is still a lot of cooperation between the two parties secretly. As soon as he said this, after Zhao Tiange thought for a while, he nodded slightly in response. "Zhao Tiange, Chen Hong, that's fine." Seeing that Wang Ning had convinced Zhao Tiange and others in just a few words, Duan Feng's expression suddenly changed. After the discussion is over, Chen Hong turned to look at Jiang Chen and the others. He said in a cold voice, "If you are wise, hand over the things. As long as you deprive yourself of your cultivation, I will guarantee that you will not die." However, Jiang Chen ignored Chen Hong's words. He glanced at the Xinqing sect disciples who were watching from a distance. He opened his mouth and said, "What about you, how do you choose?" Seeing Jiang Chen suddenly speaking to himself and others, those people were slightly startled at first. After pondering for a while, one of them responded, "Junior brother Jiang, we will not interfere in this matter, please forgive me." Face this answer. Jiang Chen nodded lightly and said nothing more. At this time, with the support of Wang Ning, Yun Shishue stood up slowly. At this time, Yun Shishue frowned slightly. She always felt that something was wrong. The faces of the three Jiang family brothers were too calm. Surrounded by so many strong men, they were not nervous at all, and looked extremely calm. After retracting his gaze, Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at Duan Feng. He smiled and said, "Senior brother Duan, thank you for your generous action today. The three of us brothers have recorded this kindness and leave it to us to solve it ourselves." Duan Feng wanted to say something. It was not easy for the sect to have such three geniuses appear, and he really didn't want anything to happen to Jiang Chen and the others. But before he could speak, the next scene stunned him. I saw. The three Jiang family brothers looked at each other. The aura around him was constantly rising, 3 terrifying waves of air spurted out instantly, and the aura became extremely cold and severe. Zhao Tiange and his party saw this scene. Immediately his pupils shrank. Feeling Jiang Chen's peak Divine Sea realm strength, many people were shocked and opened their mouths wide. At this time, Jiang Yu. His strength also seemed to have reached the 9th level of the Divine Sea realm. Although Jiang Daoxin was a little weaker. But he also had the strength of the 6th level of the Divine Sea realm. Duan Feng and Long Outyan were dumbfounded. They had seen Jiang Yu's strength before. Now he had the 9th level of the Divine Sea realm cultivation. With his terrifying combat power, he could be said to be invincible here. What's more, at this time, there was another Jiang Chen at the peak of the Divine Sea realm, so the result was self-evident. After suppressing the shock in his heart, Duan Feng was more delighted. On the other side, Yang Yi stared at Jiang Yu. His face was full of disbelief. He murmured, This is absolutely impossible. A few days ago, you were only at the 2nd level of the Divine Sea realm cultivation. Why did you suddenly become the 9th level of the Divine Sea realm? While speaking, Yang Yi couldn't help but step back a few steps. A look of fear appeared in his eyes, and his face was extremely ugly. On the other side, after Yun Shishue felt Jiang Yu's strength, her eyes were full of resentment. She roared, Jiang Yu, you must die today. Looking at the 3 people standing side by side, Yun Shishue's heart actually rose with a touch of fear. On the other side, Wang Ning was greedy at this time. Excitedly said, It seems that junior sister's guess is right, you really have a treasure. Then, Wang Ning spoke loudly, Don't panic, everyone, there are only 3 brothers in the Jiang family, but we now have several peak masters in the Divine Sea realm. It is absolutely no problem to take them down. As Wang Ning spoke, everyone also came back to their senses from the shock. Now their cultivation is indeed not low, but they and others have more masters. There are 7 or 8 peak masters in the Divine Sea realm alone, completely occupying the initiative. However, compared with Wang Ning's ease, Zhao Tiange and the others looked a little solemn. After pondering for a while, Wang Ning showed a cruel look on his face. He said in a cold voice, Do it. Swish, swish, swish. As Wang Ning finished speaking, everyone in the Luo Yun sect rushed forward impatiently, their eyes full of greed. Zhao Tiange hesitated for a while. He turned to the people behind him and said in a deep voice, You guys should go over and help, there is no need to leave anyone alive. Although Zhao Tiange's tone was calm, there was a deep chill in it. As you command. After a reply, they immediately rushed towards Jiang Chen and others. Chen Hong on the side was more direct. He rushed to the front alone, while the rest of the Shanghai society followed behind him. Although Yang Yi was a little uneasy, seeing nearly 20 people at the top of the Divine Sea realm taking action together, the nervousness in his heart calmed down a lot, and he became bolder. Those who rushed to the front were the people from Luo Yun sect. As if they were afraid that the opportunity would be taken away by Xin Qingzong, they basically used all their strength at this time. But in a blink of an eye, he rushed towards Jiang Chen and the others. Boom! There was no waiting for death. Jiang Chen rushed out first, followed closely by Jiang Yu, and the 2 of them blocked Jiang Dao's mind and body against most enemies. All of a sudden, Jiang Chen collided with the people at the front. Those who chose neutrality not far away had their eyes fixed, and they couldn't help but show a hint of nervousness. They didn't dare to take a breath. I really want to talk about it. They hoped that Jiang Chen and others would win. They had been oppressed by the royal family these years, and everyone had already had enough. Now the 3 Jiang Chen brothers appeared. Let them see a glimmer of light. Boom! However, what happened next? It completely shocked everyone. I saw. The man who was at the 9th level of the Divine Sea realm didn't even catch Jiang Chen's punch, and was sent flying directly by the punch. Then he fainted directly. From start to finish it only takes 3 breaths. So strong. Kill after a short pause. Not only did everyone show no fear, but the fire in their eyes became more and more intense. The stronger Jiang Chen and others are, the more valuable they have, and they cannot miss anything today. Boom! In the blink of an eye, more than 20 people at the top of the Divine Sea realm took action together, surrounded Jiang Yu and the 3 of them, and launched a fierce siege. Duan Fengshan stepped forward to help again. But he was directly stopped by Wang Ning on the side. Wang Ning, Duan Feng, if you dare to take another step, I will kill everyone in Ziyunhui right now. Duan Feng, you, facing the threat of Wang Ning. Duan Feng didn't dare to make any move for a while. If Wang Ning took action against Ziyunhui at all costs, then he really couldn't stop him. Wang Ning, you know what I mean. Seeing Duan Feng stopped, a proud smile appeared on Wang Ning's face, and she turned to look at Yun Shishue beside her. At this time, looking at the three people who were being besieged, Yun Shishue didn't feel complacent for long when she realized something was wrong. As time goes on, not only did the three Jiang brothers show no signs of defeat, but they became more courageous as they fought, and their cooperation became more and more tacit. There were more or less bloodstains on the three of them, but it was all the blood of the others, and they were not injured at all. Just then, a shrill scream came out. I saw. The dark-faced man was full of fear and was covering his chest with his hands. There was a long knife stuck in his chest, and the person holding the knife was Zhang Daoxin. The long knife was drawn out. A string of blood beads instantly appeared. Brushed without giving the man any chance to react, Zhang Daoxin cut off his head with a single blow. Seen your brother do. See this scene. Everyone in the Luoyun sect immediately screamed, the murderous intent in their eyes suddenly increased, and their attacks became even more fierce. The person killed by Zhang Daoxin was named Du Xian. He was a core disciple who originally had the cultivation level of the second level of creation realm. If it were in the outside world, with Zhang Daoxin's cultivation in the Divine Sea realm, he could directly kill him with just a raise of his hand, but now he died directly here. It was extremely frustrating. Facing the anger of everyone, Zhang Daoxin showed a smile. He looked at the long knife in his hand. He said softly, although this knife is a little lighter, it is barely enough. The words fell. Zhang Daoxin rushed into the crowd with a long knife. Other side, Wang Ning saw Du Xian beheaded by Zhang Daoxin. Suddenly his pupils shrank. Everyone here is about the same strength. This guy can kill a peak powerhouse in the Divine Sea realm under the siege of everyone. Wouldn't it be, if he faced him? The thought of this. Wang Ning immediately felt a chill in his heart. He quickly spoke angrily, don't even leave me a hand, kill them quickly, kill them quickly. Faced with Wang Ning's urging, everyone in the Luoyun sect was miserable. They didn't want to kill Jiang Chen and others, but the situation now was completely different from what they expected. Not only did they and others not take any advantage, but more and more people fell down. The three Jiang family brothers are like killing gods. On the contrary, those they targeted would be killed directly after just a few rounds of fighting, and they were very ruthless. As more and more people fell, everyone was full of confidence from the beginning. Gradually, a trace of fear emerged. Duan Feng and Long Outyan were also shocked. They knew that the three brothers of the Jiang family were very strong, but they didn't expect them to be so strong. Bang 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 at this time. Chen Hong and Jiang Yu faced each other. After only a few breaths of fighting, his face turned red. His eyes were full of horror. What kind of monsters are these three guys? Why are they so terrifying? He couldn't get any advantage from them. No, they must not be allowed to leave alive. The grand plan of the third prince is not allowed to be destroyed by anyone. No matter what the price is today, Jiang Chen and others must be killed. Xuanqing sect does not need geniuses. It is not easy to get the current situation. They must not be allowed to revive. Thinking of this, Chen Hong glanced at Yang Yi and others. He said in a deep voice, don't worry about the others, just follow me and kill Jiang Yu first. Yes, President. After answering, the aura of Yang Yi and others surged wildly, and they even burned their blood essence in exchange for powerful strength. Because Jiang Chen was the strongest. Therefore, there were more people besieging him. But facing the siege of this group of people, Jiang Chen not only did not fall into a disadvantage, but even killed several people. And everyone also found. Under such a high-intensity battle, Jiang Chen's true energy did not show any signs of weakening, and his breathing was extremely stable. The whole person looked energetic. The most terrifying thing was, it seemed that Jiang Chen could sense it in advance and always avoided their attacks at critical moments. And when facing Jiang Chen's cold eyes, everyone felt a chill on their backs. Push for more. The roar kept coming. But Jin Shishue and the two were horrified to find that as time went by, more and more people were injured by Jiang Chen. At this time, many people stopped attacking and quickly retreated towards the rear. Wang Ning looked ugly. He said in a deep voice, Junior sister, we have to leave here immediately. These three boys are too weird. Although Wang Ning was reluctant to admit it, he was really panicking now. Everyone who was knocked down by the three Jiang family brothers looked more miserable than the last. He almost killed Jiang Yu not long ago, and there was already an irresolvable hatred between the two parties. If only he could wait for Jiang Yu to free his hands. he will definitely not end well. Therefore, Wang Ning just wants to escape from here. Upon hearing Wang Ning's words, Yun Shishua looked ugly. After taking a deep look at Jiang Yu, who was not far away, she nodded slightly. Boom! Just then, a roar caught their attention. Kindness? The two of them immediately looked for fame and could not help but reveal a hint of joy in their eyes. I saw. The bronze door had no response just now. At this time, it slowly rose up. See this scene. Wang Ning and Yun Shishua looked at each other and quickly rushed towards the entrance. As soon as I got close to the door, a burst of ancient atmosphere came to me. Looking at the dark entrance, the two of them looked at each other and rushed in. At the same time, the rest of the people also noticed the movement on the Sherman side. When they saw Wang Ning and the two rushing into it, the remaining people of the Luoyun sect lost all will to fight and began to flee crazily. But the direction they fled, they were all heading towards the entrance of the cave. Daching saw this scene. He immediately shouted, "Hurry, follow them, or the baby will be gone." While talking, Daching was wandering wildly at this time, continuously collecting the storage bags of the group of people on the ground. All those who were knocked down by Jiang Chen had more air coming out and less air coming in. It was no longer easy to survive until now. Therefore, Daching collected it smoothly. Boom! Wow! After exchanging punches with Jiang Yu, Chen Hong spurted a mouthful of blood and quickly retreated backwards. At this time, Chen Hong's eyes were full of fear, and Yang Yi on the side was also spurting blood. If it weren't for their numerical advantage, they would have died in Jiang Yu's hands. Chen Hong, let's go. After leaving the distance, Chen Hong did not dare to hesitate anymore and rushed towards the entrance with the remaining members of the Xinghai society. Only then did Chen Hong discover it. The sixth prince has never taken action. Has entered the cave. Screams kept coming. Jiang Chen and the others once again killed many people. The fight lasted only a stick of incense? Dozens of the strongest men at the peak of the Divine Sea Realm fell. In addition to the disciples of Luoyun sect, there were also several disciples of Xianqing sect. These guys are from the royal family. At this time, their cultivation is abolished. Jiang Chen and the other two people did not have any psychological burden. Certainly, those who run away. At this time, most of his body was injured. Click after crushing the neck of the person in his hand. Jiang Yu said coldly, "Since we have already taken action, we cannot keep him alive." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and the two men nodded slightly in response. Looking at the murderous three brothers in front of him, Duan Feng opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he did not speak. Since Jiang Yu said there would be no survivors, Chen Hong and others must be within the hunting range. Original. Duan Feng wanted Jiang Chen to remember his fellow students and spare the lives of Chen Hong and others, but when he thought of what Chen Hong and others had done, he still chose to shut up. Other side. Daching also collected all the storage bags together. Quickly jumped on Jiang Yu's shoulder. Urged, "Hurry! Hurry! Let's follow quickly." Jiang Chen turned to look at Duan Feng and the others. He said softly, "Senior brother Duan, let's go in too." Duan Feng nodded slightly in response. Subsequently, Jiang Yu and the others quickly followed. Kindness? Not long after the few people entered the passage, a smell of blood hit their faces, and several corpses were lying on the ground. See this scene. Everyone became a lot more cautious. But what puzzled them was that not long after those people came in, except for a few corpses on the ground, the others disappeared without a trace. After suppressing the doubts in my heart, the group of people walked quickly towards the depths of the passage. Fuck, just then. There was a clicking sound on the left side, and then Long Outyan and his party immediately disappeared into the passage. When Jiang Chen and others reacted, the cracks on the ground healed together again. See this scene. Jiang Chen and others finally understood why some people who entered the passage suddenly disappeared. At this time, Jiang Chen and the other three were the only ones left in the entire passage. Looking at the endless dark passage ahead, the three of them looked at each other and walked forward again. We walked forward for a while. A crack suddenly appeared on the left side of the passage, and a huge suction force came from it. Even though Jiang Daoxin was prepared, he was sucked in directly. Jiang Chen and the other two reacted quickly. They immediately rushed into the crack. However, what Jiang Chen and the other two did not expect was that, as soon as they approached the crack, they were directly bounced back by a layer of light curtain. Swoosh in a flash. The crack disappeared immediately. Ha! Jiang Chen, What's going on? Why can't we enter it? At this moment, De Ching on Jiang Yu's shoulder said, "Don't worry, that kid will be fine. This is the masterpiece of the tomb owner. It should be for selecting a successor." Hearing what De Ching said, the solemn expressions on Jiang Chen and the other two's faces eased a lot. They looked at each other. The two continued to walk deeper into the passage. After a while, Jiang Yu's figure also disappeared. With the previous two experiences. At this time, Jiang Chen was no longer surprised. Jiang Chen did not stop at all. Continued to go deeper into the passage. On the way forward, Jiang Chen triggered several mechanisms, relying on his own powerful strength. He dodged those attacks easily. But what puzzled Jiang Chen was that he had not encountered any void cracks after walking for a long time. Buzz cracked just then. A vibration sound came from the passage, and a void crack suddenly appeared on the right. A huge suction came from the crack, and Jiang Chen had no intention of resisting, and entered the crack. After entering the crack, Jiang Chen only felt that he was constantly falling, and because of the fast descent speed, there was a constant whirring sound in his ears. The crack was pitch black, and you couldn't see your fingers. Boom! After dozens of breaths, a loud noise came. The feeling of being down to earth came again. After quickly stabilizing his body, Jiang Chen looked around with the help of the weak light. After looking around for a while, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. This is a not very big stone room, but after scanning for a long time, except for the stone tablet in the center of the stone room, Jiang Chen did not find any other treasures. After scanning around, Jiang Chen found a stone gate on the stone wall on the right. But after tinkering for a while, Jiang Chen found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not shake the stone door. The treasure was not found but was trapped in the stone chamber. This made Jiang Chen extremely depressed. Found it impossible to get out from here. Jiang Chen stepped towards the stone tablet. As he continued to get closer, Jiang Chen discovered that there were many ancient characters carved on the stone tablet, as well as some strange illustrations on it. Look at these ancient texts. Jiang Chen had a look of embarrassment on his face. He doesn't know any of these ancient characters. But it's not hard to see from those illustrations. This should be a body-building method. System, can you translate these ancient texts? There is no problem in translating these ancient texts, but it will cost 3,000 chance points. 3,000 chance value? Hear this response from the system. Jiang Chen hesitated for a while. He said softly, 3,000 is just 3,000, please translate. As Jiang Yu finished speaking, the system immediately deducted 3,000 chance points, and passages of text continued to appear in his mind. Just as Jiang Chen expected. The content recorded in the ancient text on the stone tablet is a body-building technique called 9 Transformations of the Divine Dragon. 9 turns of the Divine Dragon technique, seize the creation of heaven and earth, reveal the divine treasure in the physical body, and even powerfully open up a cave in the body. Melt the essence of the sun and moon to temper the body, and cultivate it until the body is comparable to the dragon clan. Jiang Chen had to admit that this 9 turns divine dragon art was indeed very good, but now that he already had the chaos creation art, this body-forging technique seemed a bit redundant. I really want to talk about it. This body-building technique is more suitable for Jiang Yu. After all, he has a blue dragon body. If paired with this ancient technique, its combat power will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. But Jiang Chen did not give up because of this. After digesting all the information in my mind, I found out. If you want to get out of this stone room, you must practice the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon to the 2nd level. There are 9 levels in the 9 transformation Divine Dragon art. Each level of cultivation will open up a cave in the body. This feature is somewhat similar to the 9 cyclones in Jiang Chen's body. There are still 9 more caves to come. Wouldn't it require more resources to break through the realm in the meantime? Nowadays, it is not easy to make up for 9 cyclones, and the difficulty will increase exponentially with the addition of 9 caves. It's okay now that my level is low. As the realm continues to improve, the energy required will become more and more terrifying, and most people really don't dare to practice this technique. After all, this ancient technique consumes too many resources. But Jiang Chen knew it very well. If he wants to get out of here, he must practice this technique. At present, he has only one choice. Jidonshin is just Jidonshin. With the system, I don't lack resources. It will only take a little more time. After thinking about this, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated and immediately sat cross-legged. He said in a deep voice, "System, start transmission." The transmission of 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon begins. Exercises that have been scanned by the system can be transferred directly. This saved Jiang Chen a lot of trouble. As the system transmitted, Jiang Chen's understanding of the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon became stronger and stronger, and it began to operate unconsciously. As the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon continues to operate, all the true energy in the body is mobilized and swims rapidly in the body. Boom! As Jiang Chen continued to practice, a mysterious aura emitted from his body, and a roar came from the stone chamber. Subsequently, Jiang Chen was surprised to find out. He came into a strange environment, surrounded by stars, and countless starlights converged on his body. But when you see the stone tablet directly in front of you, Jiang Chen understood. He is still in that stone chamber. The reason for such changes must be the work of the owner of the tomb. Didn't dwell too much on this matter. Jiang Chen frantically absorbed the power of the surrounding stars, guiding the power to converge towards his chest. Dong dong dong. Under the interaction of the power of qi and blood and the power of stars, a strong and powerful heartbeat slowly came out. Boom! A large amount of blood gathers towards the atrium. Driven by this blood, more and more star power condenses in the body. After a while, the power of the stars in the body has reached a saturated state. But Jiang Chen did not stop because of this, but guided the power to rush towards the cyclone in his abdomen. Facing the power of these stars that Jiang Chen inhaled, the 9 major cyclones refused to come and quickly swallowed them up. That's all. Jiang Chen was absorbing it crazily, and the 9 major cyclones were refining crazily, and the energy was getting closer and closer to saturation. Buzz! As if he noticed Jiang Chen's unusual behavior, a ripple appeared in the void, and the surrounding stars quickly disappeared. Look at the scene of recovery. Jiang Chen couldn't help but complain, "You're so stingy. I just absorbed a little more. As for targeting me?" After muttering something, Jiang Chen slowly closed his eyes. Boom! Under Jiang Chen's continuous operation, the energy and blood slowly merged with the power of the stars, and 2 purple black holes slowly appeared. At this time, those 2 black holes are very unbalanced. It looks like it will burst to pieces at any moment. As the 2 purple holes continued to expand, a severe pain spread throughout the body, and the heart felt like it was being torn apart. Fortunately, Jiang Chen has rich experience. Although the current pain is very severe, it is still within his acceptable range. Quickly stabilizing his mind, Jiang Chen continued to operate the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon, and the 2 purple holes continued to expand. Boom boom boom! When the 2 purple holes were stabilized, a huge suction force came out instantly, and the true energy in the body was ready to be drawn out, and continued to pour into the 2 purple holes at the heart. It only lasts for tens of breaths. 2.10ths of the true energy in Jiang Chen's body was drained away. And the speed of extracting true energy is still increasing. As the true energy continued to pour in, the 2 purple holes became more and more solid. After 1 stick of incense, all the energy in Jiang Chen's body was drained, and 2 giant black holes appeared behind him, spinning continuously. Boom! It took a while. A large amount of spiritual energy poured out of the 2 purple holes and quickly submerged into Jiang Chen's body. Feeling this pure spiritual energy, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy in his eyes. He found out the concentration of spiritual energy poured out from the cave sky has increased by at least 1.5, making it easier to absorb. In less than half a stick of incense, Jiang Chen's energy, which had been completely consumed, was restored to its original state. Buzz! Under Jiang Chen's control, the 2 huge holes behind him slowly became smaller, and finally disappeared into the void. At the same time, Jiang Chen was surprised to find out there are 2 more whirlpools in his heart. Judging from the appearance, they are exactly the 2 caves that just appeared. Thinking for a while, Jiang Chen quickly mobilized the true energy in his body, directly activated the 9 major cyclones, and then began to activate the 2 caves in his body. Buzz buzz! With the blessing of the cave sky and the cyclone, Jiang Chen felt that his strength was rising crazily. Although his realm had not changed at all, his combat power had increased dozens of times. This change surprised him. To know, in the past, by activating 9 major cyclones at the same time, his combat power could be increased by up to 5 times, but now, with only 2 more caves, his own strength has increased so much. With my current strength, I can fight even against the 7th level of the creation realm. If I use my double pupils, I can even kill the 9th level of the creation realm at this time. There was a hint of confidence in Jiang Chen's eyes. And The energy he lacked in his body has been replenished, and he can break through directly to the world of creation after leaving the secret realm of the divine source. Until then, your own strength will rise again. 9 caves, it's really exciting. Jiang Chen did not continue to practice. After all, his resources were almost exhausted. Although there is still an ice lotus on him, refining the thing is too time-consuming, and the mystic realm of Xinyuan is about to close, Jiang Chen does not want to be trapped in this secret realm. I have a decision in my mind. Jiang Chen immediately stepped towards the stone gate, his arms pressed against the stone gate, and the 9 turns of the divine dragon was slowly running. Kakaka, just after running for a while, the stone door immediately made a clicking sound, and then slowly rose up. Boom! Just then, there was a roar behind him. Jiang Chen turned around and looked behind him, and found that the stone tablet exploded and turned into powder after a while. No need to worry too much about this. Jiang Chen stepped out of this stone room. He looked around for a while. Jiang Chen found that he was still in the passage. Just then, Jiang Chen clearly felt that a breeze blew past his face from time to time, and there was also some earthy smell mixed with it. After discovering this, Jiang Chen immediately walked towards the direction where the breeze was blowing. As he continued to climb upward, the sound of wind pouring into the passage became louder and louder, and some thunder could be heard faintly. It seems that I guessed correctly. This is indeed the exit. Not a moment. A flash of light appeared in the dark hole. Just when Jiang Chen was about to walk out of the cave, a group of people blocked his way, with strong murderous intent in their eyes. The visitor is none other than someone else. It was Chen Hong, who escaped not long ago. At this time, although his cultivation was still suppressed at the peak of the Divine Sea realm, the aura around him was much more powerful than before. The original injuries also recovered as before. Behind him, Yang Yi and others were also in high spirits, with excitement in their eyes. It was obvious that the harvest this time was not small. What surprised Jiang Chen was that there were several Luo Yun sect disciples beside Chen Hong and others. 2 of them were at the peak of the Divine Sea realm, although their auras were not as powerful as Chen Hong's, but not much weaker. Chen Hong looked directly at Jiang Chen. After confirming that Jiang Chen was the only one coming, Chen Hong said excitedly, "It takes no effort to catch a lone man. I'll see who can save you this time." Jiang Chen looked directly at Chen Hong. He said in a cold voice, "Chen Hong, as a core disciple of the Shenqing sect, you actually colluded with the disciples of the Luo Yun sect to attack a fellow sect. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the sect?" Chen Hong, haha, punishment? As long as I deal with you, no one will know about what happened today, and no one will be able to find me. Besides, the Shenqing sect can't hold on for long. Once the dynasty is ready, there will be no need for this sect to exist. One sect for the Tianlong dynasty is enough. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. It was not difficult to tell from Chen Hong's words at this time that the Tianlong dynasty seemed to be colluding with the Luo Yun sect and wanted to completely destroy the Shenqing sect. Not waiting for Jiang Chen to respond, Chen Hong spoke again. "You must be curious as to why I told you this?" Faced with Chen Hong's rhetorical question, Jiang Chen still didn't make any response. Chen Hong didn't feel embarrassed either. He said coldly, "Because a dead person will not reveal secrets, no matter how much you know, it is useless." Due to the increase in strength and the fact that Jiang Chen was the only one here at this time, Chen Hong couldn't help but become a little inflated. But he didn't get too carried away. "After stabilizing your mood," he said in a deep voice, "do it." The words fell. Chen Hong took the lead and rushed towards Jiang Chen, followed closely by Yang Yi and others. Although they all said they looked down on Jiang Chen, no one dared to hold back when they took action. After all, they had personally experienced Jiang Chen's terrifying combat power not long ago, and being careless could lead to death. "Buzz, I saw." Chen Hong raised his hand as a killing move, holding a black iron sword, and slashed at Jiang Chen. The blade of the sword kept buzzing, and a sharp sword energy spurted out instantly. What Chen Hong was using at this time was a middle-level Xian-level martial arts technique called Three-Cloud Breaking Swordsman, and its power was terrifying. After cultivating to the Deshang state, he can split mountains and split the earth with one strike. After these years of continuous practice, Chen Hong has cultivated the first sword to the perfect state. And when Chen Hong was at the first level of the creation realm, he killed a second-level beast with this Three-Cloud breaking swords. You know, under normal circumstances, beasts at the same level are stronger than humans. Being able to kill a beast at a higher level shows how powerful this martial art is. Looking at Chen Hong rushing towards him, Jiang Chen had no intention of dodging and raised his fist to meet his long sword. After the continuous tempering of chaos creation art and 9 turns divine dragon art, Jiang Chen's body has been greatly strengthened, and ordinary spiritual weapons can no longer hurt him. Dang! The long sword chopped Jiang Chen's fist head on, making a crisp sound, and a wave of air spread out in all directions. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was unharmed, Chen Hong's face suddenly changed, and his eyes were full of shock. Before Chen Hong could react, a huge reaction force came instantly. He couldn't help but groan. Chen Hong, damn, this guy has become stronger again. Thump, thump, thump after Chen Hong roared. Under the influence of the huge force, he quickly stepped back several steps before stopping to look at himself, and his breath became a lot more disordered. After his reminder, Yang Yi and others increased their strength again. Boom, boom, boom in an instant. The roar continued in the passage. Chen Hong quickly adjusted his breath, and rushed up again with a long knife in hand. But what shocked him was, the two sides had only fought for a short time, and 2 people on their side had been seriously injured by Jiang Chen. And, judging from Jiang Chen's leisurely stroll, it was obvious that he did not use all his strength. Chen Hong's face darkened. He rushed forward again with the knife in his hand. Puchi, but before Chen Hong could get close, a scream was heard, and 2 disciples of Luo Yun sect were directly slapped away by Jiang Chen. In an instant, blood gushed out of the 2, and the sound of bones breaking continued to be heard, and the chest collapsed directly. Boom, a roar was heard. The backs of the 2 people hit the stone wall heavily, and the surrounding rocks flew everywhere, and the wall was immediately stained with blood. Wow! At this time, the 2 people knelt on the ground with their hands, and blood gushed out of their mouths, and some internal organs were mixed in the blood. Feeling the continuous loss of vitality in their bodies, the 2 disciples of Luo Yun sect endured the pain in their bodies, took out a lot of healing pills from the storage bag, and swallowed them all at once. What made them despair was that, due to the serious damage to their internal organs, these pills could only temporarily delay the time of death, and could not change anything at all. Chen Hong naturally noticed this. His face changed immediately, and the original indifference disappeared in an instant, and a trace of horror appeared in his eyes. There were only 5 Peak God Sea Realm people on his side, and 2 of them were disabled in just 10 breaths of fighting. The strength of the 2 sides was not at the same level at all. Chen Hong, damn it, I don't believe I can kill you. After a roar, Chen Hong actually burned his blood directly, and the aura around him suddenly rose. Although his realm was still the peak of the God Sea Realm, the terrifying power was undoubtedly the same as the creation realm. No matter what, Chen Hong could not let Jiang Chen leave alive today. If those words just now were spread, with the character of the 3rd prince, he would definitely kill all his people. Buzz the blade vibrated more and more violently, and Chen Hong held the handle tightly with both hands, and the veins in his arms bulged. The spiritual energy in the air surged wildly. The long sword in Chen Hong's hand quickly gathered. As the spiritual energy continued to flow out, the aura of the long sword became more and more terrifying. On the other side, Yang Yi was retreating at this time, and there was a Peak Divine Sea Realm expert beside him. At this time, the 2 looked miserable. Jiang Chen had seriously injured them with just 1 blow. If they hadn't burned their blood essence at the critical moment, they might have died now. But what made them desperate was, even if the 2 of them burned their blood essence madly, they still couldn't cause any harm to Jiang Chen, and could only keep fleeing. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was coming at a fast speed, Yang Yi and the others couldn't help but feel a little regretful. However, when they noticed Chen Hong's increasing aura, a hint of hope appeared in their desperate eyes. Yang Yi and the man next to him looked at each other. A hint of cruelty appeared on his face. In an instant, the aura of the 2 rose again, and they all used their strongest means to attack Jiang Chen. At the same time, there was also movement from Chen Hong's side. Swish see. Chen Hong's figure flashed, holding the long sword tightly in both hands, and flew towards Jiang Chen. Soon, he was side by side with Yang Yi and the others. Chen Hong, broken sky slash. A burst of roar came out. Chen Hong's arms suddenly exerted force, swinging the long sword to cut Jiang head on. Facing the terrifying attack of the 3 people, Jiang Chen's face was still calm. As the true energy surged, the silent cave in the heart began to react, and countless rays of light gushed out from the inside. Then Jiang Chen's body was full of purple light, his long hair moved without wind, and his aura rose wildly. Boom! Jiang Chen's back foot suddenly exerted force, and his own speed soared again, and the 2 sides soon collided with each other. Bang 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 ka. The roar continued to echo in the passage, and the terrifying aftermath shattered the surrounding stone walls, and smoke and dust rose in an instant. Yang Yi, no. This is impossible, brother, save me, swish see. Yang Yi and another person flew out of the smoke and fell heavily on the ground. At this time, the two opened their eyes wide, full of fear and unwillingness, with a blood hole in their chests, and the life breath around them was completely dissipated. The smoke dissipated. Two figures slowly emerged. At this time, Chen Hong was covered in blood, and his appearance was miserable. His neck was firmly locked by Jiang Chen's palm. Compared with Chen Hong's miserable appearance, Jiang Chen's body was spotless, and his breath was stable, as if nothing had happened. Cough cough. Chen Hong's face turned red as his neck was tightly pinched by Jiang Chen, and he kept coughing. Chen Hong, Jiang Chen. You can't kill me. I am the third prince's man. If you kill me, the third prince will not let the Jiang family go. At this moment, the rest of the people are dead. Chen Hong can only hope that the third prince can intimidate Jiang Chen. In Chen Hong's opinion, Jiang Chen left him alone. He must be afraid of the third prince, so he must seize this opportunity. Listening to Chen Hong's threatening words, Jiang Kai smiled slightly. Said in a cold voice, "Do you think that I deliberately left you behind because I was afraid of the third prince? Ha?" Looking at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth that was raised, Chen Hong suddenly had a bad premonition. "Chen Hong, ahem you, what do you want to do?" Before he finished speaking, Chen Hong immediately let out a shrill scream, and his whole face was twisted together. Feeling the soul power that Jiang Chen was constantly pouring in, Chen Hong immediately reacted and realized that he was going to search his soul. Then, Chen Hong struggled frantically. However, under Jiang Chen's huge force, Chen Hong's struggle seemed so pale and powerless, and he stopped moving after a while, and his eyes lost their spirit. Boom! Jiang Chen threw Chen Hong's body aside and kept sorting out the information in his mind. The situation was similar to what he guessed. The royal family and Luo Yun sect seemed to have reached some agreement and planned to destroy Xianqing sect together. As long as Xianqing sect fell, there will be a lot more resources at that time. And the skills and martial arts treasured by Xianqing sect are also coveted by the royal family. As long as they can take those inheritances for themselves, the strength of the royal family will be improved again. What Jiang Chen regrets is, maybe because of his identity, Chen Hong didn't know much inside information, and there was no important information in his memory. After combing Chen Hong's memory again and finding that there was indeed no valuable information, Jiang Chen quickly cleaned up the battlefield and then walked out of the passage. Boom! As soon as Jiang Chen walked out of the passage, there was a thunder in the sky and heavy rain poured down. Ha! Jiang Chen was surprised to find that the location of this exit was not far from the original entrance of the ancient tomb. However, the original entrance of the ancient tomb had disappeared. However, what puzzled Jiang Chen was, he waited here for a long time, and no one else came out of the passage. Finally, Jiang Chen learned from the system that there was more than one such exit, so he chose to leave here first. I don't have the face to ask for gifts, please help me urge for more updates. After making a decision, Jiang Chen walked towards the exit. There were no resources in this area, and the secret realm was about to close. There was no point in staying here. However, after walking for a while, Jiang Chen found several corpses on the ground. Judging from the faces of these people, they were the ones who escaped not long ago. It was done by the eldest brother. Feeling the remaining breath on the corpses, Jiang Chen immediately knew who did it, and he couldn't help but speed up his pace. As he continued to move forward, Jiang Chen found a lot of corpses one after another. In addition to the disciples of Luo Yun sect, there were also several people from Xianqing sect. Without exception, these people had participated in the siege not long ago. As he continued to move forward, Jiang Chen passed through the boundary wall and came to the first level of Xinyuan's secret realm again. Boss! Just then, a shout caught Jiang Chen's attention. After hearing the shout, he immediately looked in the direction of the sound. I saw. Xia Lu led a group of people and rushed towards Jiang Chen. At this time, the group of fellow disciples following behind Xia Lu were the ones Jiang Chen had saved on the first floor. Obviously, they had been acting together during this period. When he came close to Jiang Chen, Xia Lu was breathing heavily. After stabilizing his breath, Xia Lu hurriedly said, "Boss, you finally came out, go and have a look, something big has happened." After hearing what Xia Lu said, Jiang Chen immediately asked back, "What happened?" Xia Lu organized his words. He suppressed the shock in his heart. He said, your eldest brother, and your third brother, they are killing like crazy, not only chasing and killing the disciples of Luo Yun sect, but also killing many people from Xinqing sect. At this time, they are attacking the sixth prince, you should stop them. Jiang Chen, what, only the sixth prince is left? As soon as Xia Lu finished speaking, Jiang Chen's voice came out immediately. Seeing Jiang Chen's reaction, Xia Lu thought he understood the seriousness of the matter. He couldn't help but speak again. In addition to the sixth prince, there are several Luo Yun sect disciples, but they are all blocked at this time. Jiang Chen, it's good that they didn't die. I'll go over and grab a few heads. I can't let them kill them all. By the way, where are they now? Ha? Grab heads? Jiang Chen's answer stunned Xia Lu and others. His tone didn't sound like he was going to persuade them to stop fighting. Xia Lu, boss, are you serious? The consequences of this matter are very serious? Jiang Chen, stop talking nonsense, where are they? Looking at Jiang Chen's serious expression, Xia Lu hesitated for a while, and still pointed out a direction. Boom! After getting the location of Jiang Yu and others, Jiang Chen suddenly exerted force on his back foot and rushed out directly. Looking at Jiang Chen flying away quickly, Xia Lu was stunned for a moment, then reacted and followed him. Xia Lu, boss, wait for me. The other junior brothers saw this scene and followed him one after another, thinking back to what Jiang Chen said. Their eyes were full of admiration. At this time, although Jiang Chen's strength was suppressed to the peak of body forging, his forward speed was very terrifying. Every jump could move forward dozens of feet, getting closer and closer to the scene of the incident. Boom boom! After a while, a burst of fighting sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. At this time, a group of people surrounded Jiang Yu and Jiang Daxing, while Wang Ning and the sixth prince Zhao Tiange fled towards the exit. What made Jiang Chen a little confused was, he did not find Yun Shishue's figure. Boom boom! Although those people around were at the peak of body forging, they could not withstand a few moves in the hands of Jiang Yu and the others. Of course, Wang Ning and Zhao Tiange naturally knew this, and now they were just letting those people delay time. As long as they escaped from the Divine Abyss secret realm, not only would the cultivation limit be lifted, but they could also seek refuge from the sect. Then the situation would be under their control. However, the two had just run forward for a while, but they stopped at the same time, and their faces became even uglier. Wang Ning looked at the figure that appeared in front of him. He gritted his teeth and said, Jiang Chen, are you really going to fight to the death? My father is the elder of the Luo Yun sect. Killing me will not benefit the Jiang family at all. Today's news cannot be suppressed. Many people from the Luo Yun sect have already rushed to the exit. As long as something happens to me, they will definitely know who did it. Facing Wang Ning's words, Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. He responded, you are right. Many people know about this matter. It is easy for your father to know. Upon hearing this, Wang Ning's face immediately brightened, thinking that his threat worked. However, before he could say anything, Jiang Chen spoke again, but what does it matter? Even if I let you go today, will you let the Jiang family go? As soon as the words fell, the aura around Jiang Chen suddenly surged. Wang Ning, you, swish! Without giving Wang Ning any chance to speak, Jiang Chen rushed directly towards the two of them. Seeing Jiang Chen so decisive, Zhao Tiange and Wang Ning's faces suddenly changed. At the same time, there were constant screams coming from behind, and the group of people besieging Jiang Yu were killed after a short delay. Puff! Under Jiang Chen's punch, Wang Ning spat out blood and flew backwards. Looking at Jiang Yu who was rushing towards him, Jiang Chen ignored Wang Ning and turned his spearhead to Zhao Tiange on the side. After all, his elder brother had a grudge against Wang Ning. Some things had to be settled by him personally. Being stared at by Jiang Chen, Zhao Tiange subconsciously took 2 steps back and forced himself to calm down. He quickly said, Junior brother Jiang, you have heard what Wang Ning said. Today's news cannot be concealed. Killing a prince in the Tianlong dynasty will implicate the entire clan. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to consider your family. In fact, there is no need to make things so awkward. I am your senior brother after all. If you let me go today, the grudge between us will be wiped out, and I will no longer interfere in the affairs between you and Princess Xiao. What do you think? Facing these words of Zhao Tiange, Jiang Chen smiled. He said coldly, do you think I look like a 3-year-old child? Luo Yun sect has already offended us to death, and the Tianlong dynasty is not a big deal. Zhao Tiange, damn it, you are bullying too much. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Zhao Tiange's face suddenly changed. He understood. At this moment, Jiang Chen was determined to kill. It was useless for him to say anything. The voice fell. Zhao Tiange quickly took out a talisman, stuck it directly on his chest, turned around and rushed towards the exit. With the blessing of the talisman, Zhao Tiange's running speed suddenly increased, and he opened up a lot of distance from Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen kept locking onto Zhao Tiange, and before he could rush out far, he was blocked again. Blocked by Jiang Chen, Zhao Tiange's face became terrifyingly gloomy, and the aura around him began to rise. Brush while the effect of the runes was still there, he did not choose to fight Jiang Chen, but turned around and fled again. Touch but before Zhao Tiange could run far away, Jiang Chen quickly came to him and punched him in the face. Zhao Tiange, damn it. Feeling the terrifying aura on Jiang Chen's fist, Zhao Tiange quickly put his arms across his chest without having time to think. Kacha, all of a sudden. There was a sound of bones breaking, a look of pain appeared on Zhao Tiange's face, and blood continued to overflow from the corners of his mouth. Buzz crucial moment. The jade pendant around Zhao Tiange's neck emitted a burst of green light, protecting him. But under Jiang Chen's terrifying strength, the cyan shield broke after not lasting long. But, with the buffer of this cyan shield, Zhao Tiange was able to avoid Jiang Chen's fatal blow. Boom! Zhao Tiange flew out and hit an ancient tree not far away, causing blood to spurt out in an instant. Jiang Chen didn't pause at all, he rushed towards Zhao Tiange again, punched his head and hit him. Looking at the oncoming fist, Zhao Tiange's eyes were about to burst with anger, and his heart was full of despair. Now that most of the bones around his body were shattered, he couldn't even move his body and couldn't escape this fatal blow. Second brother, wait. Just then, Jiang Yu's voice came from behind. As soon as Jiang Yu opened his mouth, Jiang Chen quickly withdrew his strength, and his fist stopped less than half an inch away from Zhao Tiange's head. Although he was not hit, the fierce punch still made Zhao Tiange's cheek hurt. Zhao Tiange looked horrified. He knew it very well. If this punch really landed on his head, he would definitely be killed in one blow. After retracting his fist, Jiang Chen turned his head and looked behind him. I saw. Zhang Daxin was cleaning the battlefield, while Jiang Yu was carrying Wang Ning and walked over here. It was easy to tell from Wang Ning's weak breath that he obviously wouldn't live long. Boom! After casually throwing Wang Ning aside, Jiang Yu took the initiative to speak. Save this guy's life first, he is more valuable alive than dead. Jiang Chen, brother, what are your plans? Jiang Yu, if this guy dies here, the royal family will definitely be at odds with each other. If the Luoyun sect is added to the family, the Shenqing sect will definitely not be able to protect the Zheng family. So Zhao Tiange can't die now, but he can put a soul curse on him, and he can still get information from us then. Jiang Chen, that's fine. I have to say, this is indeed a good decision. The soul curse is a kind of master-servant contract. As long as Jiang Yu plants the contract with Zhao Tiange, his life and death will depend on Jiang Yu's thoughts. And, if Jiang Yu falls, Zhao Tiange will also die accordingly. On the other hand, Zhao Tiange fell. It will not have any impact on Jiang Yu. Other than that, as long as the contract is formed, Jiang Yu can clearly understand Zhao Tiange's inner thoughts. It can be said that the person who signed the contract has no secrets to face the owner of the soul contract. Other side. Zhao Tiange listened to the conversation between Jiang Chen and the two, with a look of sadness and anger on his face. He was the prince of the dynasty, but now his life and death were in the hands of others. This was unacceptable to him. Zhao Tiange, Jiang Chen, you are seeking your own death. Jiang Yu directly ignored Zhao Tiange's words. Take a step towards him. He said coldly, you have two choices. One is to let go of the soul sea and let me plant the soul contract, and the other is to die now. The words fell. A strong killing intent burst out from Jiang Yu's body. He looked directly at Zhao Tiange. Facing Jiang Yu's murderous gaze, Zhao Tiange finally chose the second option. Ants live in vain. As long as he was alive, there was still hope. If he died like this, it would be meaningless even if all the Zheng family members died. With Zhao Tiange's active cooperation, the soul contract was signed very smoothly. Ahem! With the signing of the soul contract completed, Zhao Tiange's face turned pale again, and a lot of blood spilled from the corners of his mouth again. Jiang Yu, okay, you can recover on your own. I have something to ask you later. After explaining a few words, Jiang Yu stepped towards Wang Ning, who was standing aside. At this time, Wang Ning was as angry as silk. Looking at Jiang Yu, who was getting closer, he raised his head with difficulty and stared at Jiang Yu and others with hatred on his face. a ham after coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood. He spoke in a cold voice, Jiang Yu, my father will avenge me, and the Jiang family will be buried with me. None of you can run away. The words fell. A large amount of blood gushed out from Wang Ning's mouth, and then all the vitality around him disappeared. Now that his own cultivation was abolished, Wang Ning chose to cut off his own heart even though he knew that he was bound to die. Tap tap tap. Just then, Xia Lu and his party arrived belatedly. When they saw the corpses on the ground, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Xia Lu quickly ran to Jiang Chen. He said anxiously, it's troublesome. Boss, many people from Luo Yun's sect have escaped, and we can't stop them at all. They will definitely not let go. What should we do now? Looking at Xia Lu with a worried look on his face, Jiang Chen said calmly, don't worry, this matter has nothing to do with you. If the Luo Yun sect wants to cause trouble, they are also looking for us. Xia Lu, boss, you misunderstood. We are not afraid of being implicated. Besides, during this period of time, we have been doing evil things to the disciples of the Luo Yun sect, and we are also accomplices in this matter. How can we stay out of it at this time? As soon as Xia Lu said this, the others immediately spoke in agreement. Yes, if senior brother hadn't come to the rescue, we would have died at the hands of the Luo Yun sect. Now, no matter what the reason is, we are on your side. Yes, we all support senior brother. Unknowingly, this group of freshmen directly addressed Jiang Chen as senior brother, especially when they saw Zhao Tiange being beaten to death. The admiration in their eyes became even stronger. At this time, Jiang Chen caught a key word. He couldn't help but ask, Black Hand? What kind of black hand are you doing? When Jiang Chen asked, Xia Lu immediately became interested and started to talk with excitement. Turn out to be. During this period of time, they were wandering in groups on the first floor, and they would not hold back any Luo Yun sect disciples they encountered. The reason why Xia Lu was anxiously looking for Jiang Chen not long ago was mainly because Jiang Yu and the two had taken action against some of their fellow disciples of the Xianqing sect, and they were afraid that things would go wrong and end badly. However, after learning about Jiang Chen's attitude, Xia Lu and others also took the risk. On the way here, he kept attacking the lone disciples of Luo Yun sect. They know it very well. He and others were too weak, and even if they caught up with Jiang Chen, they wouldn't be able to help him. It would be better to kill a few more Luo Yun sect disciples to prevent the news from spreading. But finally they found out. There were still many people running away, and they couldn't kill them all, so they had no choice but to give up. Come here quickly. Seeing Xia Lu talking, he became more and more excited. Jiang Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch. While Xia Lu was narrating, Zhao Tiange recovered a lot from his injuries and slowly stood up from the ground. Jiang Chen gently waved his hand, signaling Xia Lu not to continue. Seeing this guy's excited appearance, if he was not interrupted, he would probably continue to talk. After receiving Jiang Chen's signal, Xia Lu also stopped, but there was still a hint of unsatisfied expression on his face. However, it is not difficult to see from Xia Lu's few actions that they have chosen to stand on the side of Jiang Chen and others. Now they have completely offended Luo Yun sect. Everyone can be said to be on the same rope. Jiang Chen walked towards Zhao Tiange. Now that the people who should be killed have been killed, they will face the anger of Luo Yun sect next. They must know enough information. Came close to Zhao Tiange. Jiang Chen said directly, tell me everything you know, especially about Xianqing sect. Facing Jiang Chen's commanding tone, Zhao Tiange was very unhappy in his heart, but he still narrated slowly. Zhao Tiange, in fact, the top leaders of Xianqing sect also know about the alliance between the royal family and Luo Yun sect. But as long as the ancestor of Xianqing sect is still there, Tianlong dynasty and Luo Yun sect dare not take action. As Zhao Tiange continued to narrate, Jiang Chen and others gradually understood what was going on. Although the fight between Tianlong dynasty and Luo Yun sect seemed very secretive, it was actually full of loopholes. It was not difficult to find the problems. This was also done intentionally by Tianlong dynasty. They just wanted to stimulate Xianqing sect and let Xianqing sect take the initiative to tear their faces, so that they could force out all the cards of Xianqing sect and completely destroy Xianqing sect. However, in the face of the suppression of the two major forces, the top leaders of Xianqing sect were not fooled. No matter how they provoked, they did not take action. And, in the future, Xianqing sect also agreed to let the royal family enter the sect, and turned a blind eye to their actions, which can be said to be retreating again and again. As Zhao Tiange continued to narrate, Jiang Chen found the problem. He said in a deep voice, Under such circumstances, you can actually hold back from taking action. Is there any hidden reason? Zhao Tiange, Shenqing sect is very smart and sent most of the talented disciples away. The two major forces even speculated that many core inheritances were also sent away. No one dared to take action easily before all the other talented disciples were found. After all, those people's talents are not bad. If the grass is not cut off at the root, the trouble will be very serious, so they have been waiting for an opportunity. So, there is a rule in Shenqing sect that a sect ceremony will be held every 4 years. At that time, all Shenqing sect disciples must return to the sect. Now that day is getting closer and closer. Tianlong dynasty and Luoyun sect are planning to take action on that day. At this time, Zhang Daoxin on the side spoke. Now Shenqing sect has been fighting internally. Even if there is a sect ceremony, those disciples who are out may not come back, right? However, Zhao Tiange shook his head slightly. He explained, in fact, the disciples of Shenqing sect are very united. The reason why it is like this now is that most of them are members of the royal family, which has led to this situation. Let's not talk about other things. You have also seen Duan Feng's attitude. It is precisely because the disciples of Shenqing sect are too cohesive that the royal family will be afraid and choose to attack them. And don't think that the elders of the sect don't care about anything, but Shenqing sect is famous for protecting its children. As more and more information was learned, the three brothers Jiang Chen looked at each other and their mouths slightly raised. After talking for a while, Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at Xia Lu and others. He said, after leaving the Xinyuan secret realm, Luoyun sect will definitely cause trouble for us. You should leave first to avoid being implicated at that time. Although Xia Lu and others also killed disciples of Luoyun sect, they were basically some outer disciples, and they should not investigate deeply. But Jiang Chen and the other two were different. Not only did they kill many core disciples, they even killed Wang Ning. Luoyun sect will definitely not let it go. Therefore Jiang Chen did not want to implicate these junior brothers. However, Jiang Chen had just finished speaking. Xia Lu hurriedly said, "Boss, we are not afraid. It's no big deal if we die. Anyway, you saved my life." That's right. Brother Jiang, you don't need to say anything more. Without you, we would have died in Luoyun sect a long time ago. We are not afraid of death. Looking at the resolute attitude on everyone's face, Jiang Chen nodded slightly and did not persuade them again. Jiang Chen, well, everyone, take a break first. We will set off in half an incense stick. As Jiang Chen spoke, everyone found a place and began to treat their injuries, and the surroundings suddenly fell into silence. Hey, Xiao Daxin, what about the resources you promised to give me? Can you give them to me now? At this time, Daxing's voice came out. Jiang Chen looked back and found that it was actually dividing the stolen money with Zhang Daoxin, and it looked like it was arguing with reason. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen and Jiang Yu walked over and soon came to Zhang Daoxin. When Zhang Daoxin saw Jiang Chen and the others approaching, his eyes lit up immediately. He gave one of the storage bags to Daxing and handed the rest to Jiang Chen and the others. Muttered, I've already given you yours. These are all from Big Brother and his family. You don't have any. Daxing, damn it, you kid are cheating. Jiang Chen did not take the storage bag that Zhang Daoxin handed over, but asked Jiang Yu to put it away. Now that the number of times to borrow flowers to offer blessings has been used up, taking those things will not trigger the critical hit reward. It is better to let Jiang Yu use it to refine pills and maximize its value. He pondered for a while. Jiang Chen took out the golden spider egg and handed it to Zhang Daoxin in front of him. Jiang Chen, Daoxin, this is for you. Because Jiang Chen had his back to everyone and the distance was relatively far, no one noticed this. Ha! Looking at the golden spider egg that Jiang Chen took out, Jiang Yu couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. Before he could say anything, Daxing spoke first. It turned out to be the sky-devouring demon spider, one of the 10 evils of ancient times. Where did you find it? Looking at Daxing's surprised expression, Zhang Daoxin immediately reacted. This golden egg must be extraordinary, otherwise Daxing would not have shown such an expression. Just the words one of the 10 evils sounded very impressive. Zhang Daoxin, second brother, this thing is too precious. You should keep it for yourself. I can't take it. Then, Zhang Daoxin's voice had just fallen. Daxing spoke again, Little Daoxin, the sky-devouring demon spider is the most suitable for you. Only you can bring out its maximum potential. Don't let your second brother down. Seeing that Daxing actually took the initiative to persuade Jiang Chen also spoke in agreement, take it. Daxing is right. This thing is most suitable to be with you. Jiang Yu, Daoxin, take it. Seeing that both brothers said so, Jiang Daoxin hesitated for a while, reached out and took the spider egg. Then after the spider eggs, Jiang Daoxin's eyes were full of curiosity. After feeling the strong heartbeat, his face was full of surprise. He pondered for a while. Jiang Daoxin couldn't help but ask, "Second brother, what should I do next? Can I just keep it with me?" Listen to Jiang Daoxin's question. Jiang Yu and the two set their sights on Daqing. This guy could recognize the sky-swallowing demon spider at a glance, so he must know a lot. Facing the gazes of the two men, Daqing had no intention of hiding it and turned to look at Jiang Daoxin aside. He opened his mouth and said, "The sky-swallowing demon spider is about to hatch. Just force out 3 drops of your life essence and blood and drop it directly on this spider egg. Then you will naturally establish a connection. Coupled with my soul curse, the sky-swallowing demon spider will treat you as the closest person, but when it comes to this..." Daqing paused. Jiang Daoxin, "But what?" Daqing, "But I have 2 soul spells, it depends on which one you want to choose, oh?" As soon as Daqing said these words, Jiang Daoxin immediately showed a hint of curiosity. He couldn't help but speak again. "What's the difference between your 2 soul contracts?" Daqing, "The first one is the contractual soul contract, which is equivalent to the master-servant soul contract. Even if the sky-swallowing demon spider is killed directly, it will not cause any harm to you, but it is difficult to break through again with your talent." Jiang Daoxin, "What about the second one?" Daqing, "The second type is the symbiotic soul contract. Your 2 lives are bound together, and the talent of the sky-swallowing demon spider will increase as your strength increases. After signing this contract, you and the sky-swallowing demon spider will complement each other and grow together." As Daqing's words fell, there was a look of hesitation on Jiang Daoxin's face. After hesitating for a while, his eyes became firm. He said, "I choose the second option." Daqing, "You have to think about it. As soon as you sign this contract, although you will not die directly after the death of the sky-swallowing demon spider, the backlash you will receive will be very terrifying." Jiang Daoxin, "I have decided, I will choose the second option." Seeing Jiang Daoxin's determined expression, Daqing nodded slightly and passed on the secret technique of symbiotic soul contract to Jiang Daoxin. Subsequently, Jiang Daoxin directly forced out 3 drops of his heart's blood, which fell on the giant golden egg. As soon as the essence and blood touched the golden spider egg, it was swallowed directly by it. An instant connection was established between the two. At this time, the spider eggs made Jiang Dao feel an inexplicable sense of intimacy. After absorbing 3 drops of Jiang Daoxin's essence and blood, the aura around the golden spider egg became much stronger again. "Daqing, boy, it's okay now. You can just sign a symbiosis soul contract with it." As Daqing opened his mouth, Jiang Daoxin once again forced out a drop of blood, and continued to draw with his fingers. Subsequently, a strange rune slowly appeared, engraved on the shell of the giant egg, and quickly submerged into it. The rune just disappeared. Jiang Daoxin clearly felt that his heartbeat resonated with the spider egg, and finally beat directly in sync. At the same time, Jiang Chen also received the news. Void King Beast Cub with a chance value of 10,000, and comes with the accompanying divine weapon Void Halberd, bound. Void King Beast, the first of the 4 supreme strange beasts, it controls the power of space and can travel freely in the void. The adult Void King Beast can form a world of its own, transforming itself into a species, and its strength is comparable to that of the ancient emperor. After reading this information, there was a hint of joy in Jiang Chen's eyes. He really didn't expect that this time a golden legend came and directly rewarded him with a supreme strange beast. Incarnate into a body and form a world of its own. Is it possible that this king beast of the void can open up a small world in its body? By the way, what happened to the Void Halberd? Why are there 2 rewards this time? That is the void beast's accompanying magic weapon. Think of it as a gift to the host. Anyway, you don't have any weapons now. The value of this Void Halberd is extraordinary. Just when Jiang Chen was communicating with the system, Jiang Daoxin stepped towards him. He said softly, "Second brother, you gave me the spider eggs, what will you do here?" Jiang Chen, "Don't worry, my second brother will gain more than just the sky-swallowing demon spider this time, so you don't have to be mentally burdened." When Daqing, who was not far away, heard Jiang Chen's words, his eyes lit up and he quickly rushed over. He said excitedly, "Xiaoqinzi, do you have any other good things here? Take them out and let us have a look. Ever since I learned that Jiang Chen was a person with a void destiny, Daqing paid special attention to him. And, as they spent time together, Daqing found that each thing Jiang Qin took out was better than the last. It's almost like a mobile treasure trove. Jiang Yu on the side also showed curiosity, facing the curious eyes of Jiang Yu and others. Jiang Qin said softly, "It's not the right time to talk about this now. Let's talk about it after we get out." Jiang Yu, "Well, that's fine." Seeing that everyone was almost rested, Jiang Qin spoke again, "Let's go, it's almost time now, we should go out." Subsequently, under the leadership of Jiang Chen and the others, the group walked towards the exit in a mighty manner. On the other side, at the entrance to the Xinyuan secret realm, Wang Yunfeng looked at the flickering entrance to the secret realm, and a smile appeared on his lips. He turned his head and looked at Yang Jingqi on the side. He said sarcastically, "Old Ghost Yang, I don't think you need to wait here. This time, Luo Yun sect has made full preparations. There will definitely not be many people from Xianqing sect who can come out alive." When he said this, Wang Yunfeng showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. He did not hide it at this time. He directly told the arrangement of the sect. "Yang Jingqi, I have many core disciples in Xianqing sect. I'm afraid you Luo Yun sect won't get any advantage." Pucci. As soon as Yang Jingqi finished speaking, a sneer came out of Wang Yunfeng's mouth. He spoke in a deep voice, "I believe you know better than me what those core disciples are like. Besides, we are targeting those freshmen. Do you think they will help?" "Yang Jingqi, you," as Wang Yunfeng continued to speak, Yang Jingqi's face became more and more ugly, and his expression was gloomy. What the other party said was indeed correct. Most of the core disciples sent by Xianqing sect this time were members of the royal family, and the possibility of helping was indeed small. Now we can only hope that those newcomers are smarter and can escape the siege of Luo Yun sect this time. Damn it, if the original core disciples of our sect had not gone out, how could you be so rampant? Thinking of this, Yang Jingqi clenched his fists together. But he also understood that if those disciples were not sent out, the Tianlong dynasty and Luo Yun sect would have taken action long ago. But at this time, what Xianqing sect needed most was time. They had to do it. Baozi, click to urge for more. Seeing Yang Jingqi's ugly face, Wang Yunfeng suddenly became even more proud, with an undisguised smile on his lips. He spoke again, "Yang Jingqi, Xianqing sect is just struggling to its death. If you are willing to leave Xianqing sect, I can let you come to Luo Yun sect as an outer deacon." Ha ha ha, when it comes to this. Wang Yunfeng let out a burst of proud laughter. The words he said at this time could be said to be a naked insult to Yang Jingqi, and he was just taking the opportunity to ridicule. "Yang Jingqi, I don't need you to worry about it. It's not up to you to decide how far the Xianqing sect can go. You'd better care about the Luo Yun sect. Don't be betrayed even if you don't know." Yang Zhang was furious as soon as he said this. Wang Yunfeng immediately narrowed his eyes, and it was not difficult to tell from the other party's words at this time that he obviously knew something. But Wang Yunfeng didn't care about this. He still had a proud smile on his lips and looked very proud. Actually, what Wang Yunfeng could think of, and the senior officials of Luo Yun sect could also understand. Cooperating with the royal family was undoubtedly seeking skin from a tiger. It could be said to be very dangerous, and the boat would capsize if not careful. Wang Yunfeng knows very well. In these years, I have been trying not to break up with each other. In addition to fighting with the Xianqing Peak sect leader, I am also making other preparations. Only once their plan is completed. After the Xianqing sect is destroyed, if the Tianlong dynasty dares to have second thoughts, they can even annex it together. The Tianlong dynasty wanted to be the only one in power, and the Luo Yun sect did the same. It could be said that the two sides were plotting against each other. It depends on who is the final winner. After withdrawing his thoughts, Wang Yunfeng turned his attention to Yang Jingqi again, with a meaningful smile on his lips. He sarcastically said, "Really? Then we'll wait and see who is the final winner." Facing Wang Yunfeng's confident look, Yang Jingqi immediately realized that this matter was not simple. Buzz just then. There was movement from the entrance of the passage. I saw. A disciple of Luo Yun sect rushed out. See this scene. The smile at the corner of Wang Yunfeng's mouth became even richer, and he turned to look at Yang Jingqi beside him. Yin and Yang said angrily, "Yang Zhengqi, it seems that you have waited in vain. Those disciples of Xianqing sect should not be able to come out at this time." Yang Zhengqi looked ugly. Just then, after the disciple calmed down, he quickly ran towards Wang Yunfeng, with the fear still in his eyes. He shouted, "Elder Wang, he is dead, they are all dead," at this time. Wang Yunfeng only cared about Yang Jingqi and didn't even notice that the disciple's expression was wrong. Now that he was dead when he heard him shouting directly, the look of pride on his face became even stronger. Wang Yunfeng, ha ha ha, they're all dead, a wonderful death. You did a good job this time. Your reward will be doubled when you go back. As soon as Wang Yunfeng said these words, that disciple was almost going crazy with anxiety. He roared, "Elder, you misunderstood. Senior brother Wang and the others are all dead. The three brothers of the Zhang family are killing each other like crazy. We are being hunted all the way. Senior brother Wang is probably in danger at this time." This disciple told everything in one breath. All of a sudden, the smile at the corner of Wang Yunfeng's mouth froze, and his whole face changed instantly, with a look of disbelief on his face. He asked again, "What did you say, other side?" Yang Zhengqi on the side was also stunned. This sudden reversal caught him off guard, followed by excitement. Being rushed by Wang Yunfeng's powerful momentum, the disciple quickly took a few steps back, and his face became pale. "Quickly suppress your breath." Wang Yunfeng grabbed the disciple's arm. He said in a deep voice, "Tell me exactly what happened inside." After organizing the language, this disciple told everything he knew. First, Jiang Chen led people to sweep the first floor, forcing the disciples of the Luoyun sect with low cultivation levels to flee to the second floor. Then there was the siege of the passage, and in the end Zhang Yu and others chased them all away. From the beginning to the end, the Luoyun sect did not take advantage. The more Wang Yunfeng heard, the darker his face became, especially when he heard that Wang Ning had been stopped by Jiang Yu, and the murderous intention around him could no longer be suppressed. He turned directly to look at Yang Jingqi. Han Sheng said, "If something happens to my nephew, no one from your Xianqing sect will get out alive." Yang Jingqi, "Humph, I was so frightened that I entered the secret realm to live and die. Not to mention that we are still not sure whether they killed Wang Ning or not. Even if they did kill you, what would happen at this time?" Yang Jingqi did not give in. His eyes were full of sharpness. Wang Yunfeng, okay. Then I'm here today to see how capable Xianqing Zone is and how we can save their lives. The words fell. Wang Yunfeng turned his head and looked towards the entrance of the passage, his fists clenched loudly, and his eyes were full of coldness. Just when a group of people walked out of the passage again. The visitor is none other than someone else. It was Su Tian who had his jade pendant taken away by Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen went to the second level, he and his people have been looking for opportunities on the first level. During this time, he has gained a lot, and his own strength has improved a lot. Just walked out of the passage. Su Tian found that the atmosphere was a little strange, but he still walked towards Yang Jingqi quickly. As soon as he came close to Yang Jingqi, Su Tian said in a deep voice, "Elder Yang, the three brothers Jiang Chen have gone crazy. The three brothers actually attacked their fellow disciples. Senior brother Chen Hong and his group were killed." Yang Jingqi, "What? Chen Hong was also killed? Are you kidding? Even if there is a rule of suppression, it is impossible for them to kill Chen Hong and others with their strength." Ha! Seeing that Yang Jingqi was actually concerned about the cultivation of Jiang Chen and others, Su Tian always felt that something was wrong. But he still gritted his teeth and said, "Disciple heard that the strength of these three brothers has improved by leaps and bounds, and Jiang Chen has even broken through to the peak of the Divine Sea Realm, and his combat power is even more terrifying. Although Jiang Yu is only in the 9th level of the Divine Sea Realm, the peak cultivation of the Divine Sea Realm is not his opponent. Their strength has increased so quickly, they must have practiced some evil magic. Now that so many fellow disciples have been killed, you must not let them go, elder." However, Su Tian was talking. He found that Yang Jingqi's reaction was a little strange. When he told Yang Jingqi about the cultivation of Jiang Chen and others, on Yang Jingqi's face, Su Tian actually saw a touch of joy. Yes. Su Tian was sure that he was not wrong. This made him fall into a state of confusion. Jiang Chen and others were killing their fellow disciples. It was fine that Yang Jingqi didn't care about the safety of those disciples, but when he learned about the strength of Jiang Chen and his three brothers, he looked so happy. This made Su Tian confused. After hesitating for a while, Su Tian couldn't help but speak again, "Elder Yang, what I just said is that Jiang Yu killed senior brother Chen Hong and others. He was just an inner disciple, but he dared to kill the core disciples, Yang Jingqi. Well, I understand. Maybe Jiang Yu was a little hasty, so he accidentally killed them. It's normal for monks to fight each other and kill a few people. It's nothing to make a fuss about. Is it normal to kill a few people? From Yang Jingqi's tone, it seemed as if Jiang Yu had killed several cats and dogs. As soon as Yang Jingqi said these words, not only Su Tian, but also Wang Yunfeng on the side had a look of astonishment on his face. Yang Jingqi was no longer pretending not to know, but was blatantly covering up, not covering up at all. Su Tian was immediately speechless. His eyes were full of unwillingness. Why do even the elders have to protect these guys? I'm not willing to give in, other side. Wang Yunfeng also looked gloomy. He said in a cold voice, Yang Jingqi, your Xianqing sect is really getting better and better, and you are blatantly shielding a disciple who is harming his fellow disciples. Are the so-called sect rules just decoration? Yang Jingqi, I'm happy to do it, but can you take care of it? Wang Yunfeng, you, at this time. Wang Yunfeng was angered by Yang Jingqi's words. He clenched his fists together and the aura around him continued to surge. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Wang Yunfeng quickly took out a communication talisman, obviously conveying a message. Wang Ning's matter aside, he was frightened by the talents of Jiang Chen's three brothers. If they were allowed to continue to grow, all the Luoyun sect's efforts over the years would be in vain. Other side. Yang Jingqi was unambiguous at this time and quickly took out a jade plaque from his storage bag and conveyed the message to it. Actually, there is a reason why Yang Jingqi cares so much about the three Jiang brothers. Before coming, the sect leader had specifically promised that no matter what happened, he must protect the three brothers of the Jiang family. Now that the three Jiang brothers are performing so brilliantly, it is even more impossible for Yang Jingqi to let anything happen to them. As for Chen Hong, they are members of the royal family. If they die, they will die. It is no big deal. The talents of the Jiang family are indeed extraordinary. No wonder the ancestors summoned the sect leader as soon as these three little guys entered the sect and said that they were the future of Xianqing's sect. Think of this. Yang Jingqi moved closer to the exit. He was afraid that Wang Yunfeng would become angry later and attack Jiang Chen and others. Buzz buzz, there were constant vibrations coming from the passage, and once again many people came out of the secret realm of the divine abyss. Most of the people who appeared at this time were Luoyun sect disciples, but most of them were injured, and their eyes were full of fear. He looked miserable. As soon as they saw Wang Yunfeng, the group of disciples seemed to have found a backbone and began to talk in various directions. The content is almost the same as what the original disciple said. The only difference is, there was also a Xianqing sect disciple named Xiaolu, who led a group of people to do evil everywhere, and many of his fellow disciples died in his hands. Listening to the accounts of these disciples, Wang Yunfeng was shaking with anger and his fists were clenching. After a while, Wang Yunfeng looked at the few remaining core disciples. He gritted his teeth and said, "Where are the others? Elder Wang, basically, all are dead. It's not easy for us to escape. There are not many people behind us." Kakaka. As soon as these words came out, Wang Yunfeng could no longer control his emotions, and a terrifying aura spurted out instantly. This time nearly 300 disciples from Luoyun sect came. Although there were a large number of monsters inside, there would inevitably be some casualties. But now there are less than 100 people in total, and the remaining ones are not high in cultivation. Nearly 2/3 of the core disciples died. This loss is too great. Just then, there was movement again at the entrance of the passage. With a flash of light, Jiang Chen and his group appeared instantly, followed by a large group of disciples behind them. There were quite a few people they met along the way. "Elder, it was them, the three of them who killed senior brother Wang. I saw it with my own eyes." As soon as he saw the figures of Jiang Chen and the others, one of the Luoyun sect raised his hand and pointed at them, shouting continuously. Brush. As soon as the disciple finished speaking, Wang Yunfeng locked onto Jiang Chen and the others in an instant. Burning murderous intent instantly filled the air, and the surrounding temperature couldn't help but drop a few points. After a short silence, Wang Yunfeng said in a cold voice, "You three little beasts have finally come out. Even if you hunt down our disciples, you will also kill Wang Ning. No one can save you today." The words fell. Wang Yunfeng actually raised his hand and patted Jiang Chen and the others. Facing Wang Yunfeng's attack, Jiang Chen and the others showed no fear on their faces, and the true energy in their bodies began to circulate rapidly. Boom! Crucial moment. Yang Jingqi directly blocked the blow. Looking at Wang Yunfeng with a murderous look on his face, Yang Jingqi quickly protected the disciples behind him and looked directly at each other. He said in a cold voice, "Wang Yunfeng, are you assuming that this elder does not exist?" Looking at Yang Jingqi in front of him, the killing intent in Wang Yunfeng's eyes did not weaken at all, but his aura became stronger and stronger. Responded coldly, Yang Jingqi, you can't protect these little beasts today. They killed Wang Ning. If you don't get out of the way, you will stay here too. Yang Jingqi, you can't just move my disciples of Xianqing sect. You can't do anything to me. Really? What about me? Yang Jingqi's voice just fell. A hoarse voice suddenly came out of the mist. Then, an old man in gray robe slowly walked out of the mist. The old man looked about 60 or 70 years old. There was a shocking scar on the left cheek. The triangular eyes were full of viciousness, and the whole body was filled with a strong murderous aura. It was not a good person at first glance. When Yang Jingqi saw the face of the old man in gray robe, his face suddenly froze, and his expression seemed a little embarrassed. Yang Jingqi said coldly, Lu Qianqiu, why are you here? Lu Qianqiu is the name of this old man. Zhang Chen glanced and found that Lu Qianqiu actually had the strength of the third level of the cave heaven realm, one small realm higher than Wang Yunfeng. Lu Qianqiu, I am now a nominal elder of the Luo Yun sect. Isn't it normal to appear in such a place? Nominal elder? As soon as he heard these 4 words, Yang Jingqi's face was full of disbelief. You know, Lu Qianqiu is an evil cultivator. I don't know how many cruel things he has done. The Luo Yun sect has always regarded itself as a famous and upright sect, but now it has allowed such an evil cultivator to be a nominal elder. At this time, Yang Jingqi also reacted. The Luo Yun sect did not intend to let himself and others go back alive. In order not to arouse the vigilance of the Xianqing sect, the Luo Yun sect did not hesitate to let an evil cultivator take the title and secretly ambushed in advance. After all, if he can directly mobilize other elders, it will definitely arouse the vigilance of the Xianqing sect, and the chance of success is not great. If you have the conditions, please help to see a free advertisement. Thank you. Diamond Suit, O.C. At this time, Su Tian on the side was a little panicked. Looking at Luo Yun sect's posture, it was obvious that he planned to keep them all here. Looking at the 2 people approaching, Yang Jingqi spoke in a deep voice, Lu Qianqiu, aren't you afraid of the Xianqing sect's pursuit? The Luo Yun sect is just using you, and they do a lot of things like killing donkeys. Wang Yunfeng, Yang Jingqi, there is no need to delay any more time. I know that you passed the message to Xianqing sect, but I also passed the message on. You won't be rescued in a short time, and we won't be able to give you this chance. The words fell. Wang Yunfeng turned to look at Lu Qianqiu. He opened his mouth and said, leave Yang Zhang to me, and leave those people to you. You can deal with them as you wish. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqiu's eyes lit up immediately, a look of greed appeared on his face, and he nodded quickly in response. Lu Qianqiu, you're welcome then. After swallowing all the energy and blood of these guys, my strength will definitely increase a lot. It's really exciting. Wang Yunfeng, do it. As Wang Yunfeng opened his mouth, the 2 of them took action at the same time. Seeing this scene, Yang Jingqi's expression suddenly changed, and he was about to step forward and hold Lu Qianqiu back. Wang Yunfeng came up to him directly. Boom! All of a sudden, the 2 of them fought fiercely for an instant, and were held back by Wang Yunfeng. Yang Jingqi was unable to help at all. When the 6th prince saw this scene, his expression suddenly changed. His life and death were tied to Jiang Yu. If Jiang Yu died here, he would also die with him. Hateful. Damn it. Due to the reasons in the secret realm, although there are still many people left in the Xianqing sect, there are not many strong ones in the realm of creation. The only ones in better condition were Duan Feng and his party. But the strongest among them was at the 7th level of creation realm, and it was impossible to stop Lu Qianqiu. The cave heaven realm can borrow the power of heaven and earth, which is simply not something that the creation realm can compete with. Thankfully, although there are many Luo Yun sect disciples behind Lu Qianqiu, there are not many strong ones in the creation realm. But with a cave heaven realm leader, this situation can be said to be a fatal situation, with no possibility of survival. However, just then, Jiang Chen and Jiang Yu took the initiative to take a few steps forward. Turn your back to everyone. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, we will deal with this old guy, and the rest will be left to you. As soon as Jiang Chen said these words, everyone immediately had a look of astonishment on their faces. Jiang Chen is only at the peak of the Divine Sea realm, but he wants to deal with the cave heaven realm. How is this different from seeking death? However, without waiting for anyone to speak, Zhang Daoxin was the first to respond, second brother, don't worry, leave the rest to us. Boom, the words fell. Zhang Daoxin rushed out with a long knife in hand. This knife was a trophy harvested not long ago. Although it didn't look like much, it was slightly heavier than other weapons. It's okay to use. Looking at Jiang Dao, his heart rushed out. Xia Lu was also unambiguous. He immediately said, "Brothers, kill." As soon as he opened his mouth, the group of disciples immediately rushed out. They had a blind trust in Zhang Chen and others. Since they all said they could deal with Lu Qianqiu, they could definitely deal with it. Just wait for others to clean up the miscellaneous fish. Long Outyan rushed forward with several core disciples and faced the remaining core disciples of Luo Yun sect. Duan Feng quickly walked to the side of Zhang Chen and the others, obviously intending to fight alongside them. Although the two of Zhang Chen are very strong, the difference in their realms is too big now, and Duan Feng feels very heavy in his heart. Not far away, Su Tian watched everyone fighting together, and after hesitating for a while, he secretly escaped with his own people, other side. Seeing that the two Divine Sea Realm monks were also planning to fight him, Lu Qianqiu immediately became angry and his expression looked extremely cold. He said in a deep voice, "I really don't know whether to live or die." Brush, the words fell. Lu Qianqiu raised her hand and patted Jiang Chen. At this time, Jiang Chen's eyes gradually changed. Lu Qianqiu's movements were slowed down a lot, and he could see all the flaws in his moves. Jiang Chen, brother, attack his left atrium. Senior brother Duan, attack his waist. Brush while talking. A halberd appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. He waved the halberd and attacked Lu Qianqiu's right shoulder. This halberd is the Void Halberd. It gives people a simple feeling, as if it has been dusted for a long time. But what puzzled Jiang Chen was that the system clearly said it was a divine weapon, but apart from being heavy enough and having a somewhat domineering shape, it looked no different from an ordinary weapon at the same time. As Jiang Chen opened his mouth, Jiang Yu didn't hesitate at all, and a fierce sword energy burst out from the long sword in his hand, attacking Lu Qianqiu's left atrium. Duan Feng also followed Jiang Chen's instructions and immediately launched an attack on Lu Qianqiu. Facing the simultaneous attack of three people, Lu Qianqiu felt at a loss. Damn, what the hell is going on? Boom! After one blow, Lu Qianqiu, who was highly cultivated, took a few steps back instead. When Yang Jingqi, who was not far away, saw this scene, he immediately looked happy, and his anxious heart was finally relieved a lot. At the same time, he was even more satisfied with Jiang Chen and others. Wang Yunfeng, Lu Qianqiu, what are you doing? You can't even deal with a few brats? Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqiu also felt that he was losing face. He said in a deep voice, "It was just a moment of carelessness, I will get rid of them right now." The words fell. Lu Qianqiu no longer held anything back and launched an attack on the three of them again, and a terrifying aura swept across the entire place. Even with Jiang Chen constantly reminding him, Duan Feng also had a lot of scars on his body and his aura became chaotic. Other side. Da Qing became more and more frightened. Could it be that Xiao Chen's eyes have double pupils? Just then, Duan Feng was directly slapped away by Lu Qianqiu. After retracting the arm, Lu Qianqiu turned to look at Jiang Chen. He said in a cold voice, "You were able to find out my flaw. It seems that you must have some great secret. This is really an unexpected surprise." The words fell. Lu Qianqiu abandoned Jiang Yu who was beside him and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Hold head high. Puff, puff, puff. But at this moment, Jiang Yu broke through his own signs, and the blue dragon body was instantly activated, and a dragon roar came from his mouth. Subsequently, a layer of black dragon scales appeared outside Jiang Yu's body, wrapping his body and directly forming a set of scale armor. Wang Yunfeng, who was not far away, saw this scene. There was a look of shock in his eyes. How is it possible? Is this a special constitution, or a special constitution that can cause physical changes? After reacting, Wang Yunfeng roared angrily, "Hurry, kill him quickly, we must not let this guy leave alive." There is only one physique that can cause physical changes, and its lowest achievement is the realm of breaking the void. Wang Yunfeng would never let a genius with this special physique leave alive. At this time, Yang Zhengqi was very excited. He was already shocked that Jiang Chen and his brother could hold Lu Qianqiu. He didn't expect that Jiang Yu had a special physique. No, they must not be in trouble. Thinking of this, Yang Jingqi did not hesitate to take Wang Yunfeng's attack and planned to use this opportunity to rescue him. He had to rescue the three brothers of the Zheng family. But Wang Yunfeng didn't take this opportunity and kept pestering him. On the other side, after hearing the shouting, Lu Qianqiu immediately turned his head to look at Jiang Yu behind him, with a grim smile on his lips. Lu Qianqiu, a genius with a special physique? I, Lu Qianqiu, like to strangle geniuses in the cradle. Boom! Lu Qianqiu flashed, and then appeared in front of Jiang Yu at a weird speed, raising his hand to slap him on the chest. In an instant, a gust of evil air gushed out, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Jiang Yu felt that the space he was in was restricted, and his speed became much slower. Jiang Yu understood that in the current situation, it was impossible to avoid the opponent's attack. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yu's blue dragon body was fully urged, and the scales emitted a dazzling light, and the terrifying blood power gushed out. Then, Jiang Yu swung the long sword in his hand quickly and stabbed directly at Lu Qianqiu, who was coming towards him. Jiang Chen, brother, be careful. After a roar, Jiang Chen's black hair flew instantly, no longer hiding the power of his double pupils, and a terrifying pressure instantly swept the whole place. Wang Yunfeng, what the hell is this, strange pupils? Looking at Jiang Chen's weird pupils, Wang Yunfeng only felt a tremor in his heart, and actually gave birth to a touch of fear. He was almost crazy at this time. First, it was Jiang Yu's special physique, and now Jiang Chen actually has a special eye, which looks even more terrifying than Jiang Yu's physique. What he couldn't accept the most was that Jiang Daoxin seemed to have a special physique as well, and his own combat power was also terrifying. The disciples with the same cultivation as Jiang Daoxin couldn't even last 3 moves in his hands. Wang Yunfeng was shocked. Of course. The most excited was Xianqing sect. Jiang Yu and others were so talented that they instantly became more motivated. Not far away, the 6th prince in the fierce battle also had a complicated face. At this time, looking at the terrifying talents of the 3 Jiang Yu brothers, he even felt for a moment that being a follower was not bad. On the other side, Yang Zhengqi was so excited at this time. The 3 little monsters of the Jiang family currently have a special physique for the eldest brother and a special eye for the second brother Jiang Chen. Although the situation of the third brother is still unclear, judging from his